So pure so flirtatious chapter 1449 to chapter 1523. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but look at Yang Ming worriedly. However, she just happened to meet Yang Ming's mysterious gaze. He winked at her. Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. She couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Yang Ming had his own plans. AI, if you want to talk about my biggest reliance, it's actually my master's wife. Once my master's wife appears, who can compete with her? Even my master became a softie in an instant. That's the king of assassins, ah. Even he has to retreat. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Your master's wife? Wang Ruoshui's expression froze instantly. She looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Who is your master's wife? It was no wonder that Wang Ruoshui was puzzled. Yang Ming's master was Fang Tian, but where did Yang Ming have a master's wife? One of Fang Tian's wives had been dead for a long time, and the other had been caught for a long time. It seemed that the one who was caught also died later. Then, where did Yang Ming, the master's wife, come from? Pfft. Wang Ruoshui was confused by the situation, but Wang Songshan was a bystander. When he saw Yang Ming's fearless and proud look, he immediately understood who the so-called master's wife was. He couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, it's your master's wife. Even I have to retreat. Sure enough, sure enough. When Fang Tian, the old wretch, heard Yang Ming's words for the first time, he was also somewhat baffled. He was thinking about how Yang Ming had another master besides his own master. It was no wonder that Fang Tian would think so because Fang Tian knew very well whether he had a wife or not. So, he was naturally surprised that Yang Ming had a master's wife that he didn't know about. However, after Wang Songshan laughed, Fang Tian also reacted. These two old guys had been friends for life, and they had a tacit understanding. So, when Wang Songshan laughed, Fang Tian understood and laughed with Wang Songshan. He didn't care about Yang Ming calling him a coward because in front of this master's wife, so what if he was a coward? What are you two laughing at? Wang Ruoshui was even more inexplicable by Wang Songshan and Fang Tian's laughter. She couldn't help but point at Wang Songshan and Fang Tian angrily. Don't you feel ashamed that you are being scolded as the family master? You retreat when you see a woman? You still have the heart to laugh? And you, I scolded you for being a coward when you see that woman, and you still have the face to laugh? You too. Really? 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 What should I say? Now that I've been scolded by you, shouldn't I retreat? So what if I'm the family master? Don't you still dare to teach me a lesson? Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. Me too. After being scolded by you, I didn't even dare to talk back. I didn't even dare to raise my head. If I'm not a coward, what am I? Fang Tian also smiled bitterly. That's because you are in front of me. But that master's wife. Wang Ruoshui suddenly stopped when she said this, and then her face suddenly turned red. At this moment, she finally understood who the master's wife that Yang Ming was talking about was. No wonder Wang Songshan and Fang Tian suddenly laughed. No wonder they said those two strange words afterward. It turns out that the master's wife is actually me? Thinking of her relationship with Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui also understood that the two of them would be together sooner or later. However, being called master's wife by Yang Ming in public, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but blush even though she was already so old. Although Wang Ruoshui was no longer an inexperienced little girl, her mood with Fang Tian at this moment was no different from a little girl in love. For a moment, she was happy and annoyed. Originally, although her relationship with Fang Tian seemed to have eased, there always seemed to be a gap between them. This was also the reason why Wang Ruoshui took the opportunity to quarrel with Fang Tian. However, when Yang Ming exposed each other's identity in front of her brother and niece, Wang Ruoshui only felt that she was suddenly enlightened. The resentment and unhappiness that had been accumulating in her heart all disappeared in an instant. And all this was just because of Yang Ming's master's wife. Yes, I'm with Fang Tian. Am I not this kid's master's wife? It's not an exaggeration to say that this kid is relying on my power. In this butterfly family, even my brother, the current family master, has to give in to me, right? As for his master Fang Tian, Humph, so what if he is a little cowardly in front of me? That's normal. Wang Ruoshui's mind was filled with thoughts. Her original anger had turned into gentleness. She no longer hated Yang Ming as before. Now, she liked him no matter how she looked at him. Because of the title of master's wife, it also made Wang Ruoshui's mentality and identity change greatly. Yes, I'm this kid's master's wife. How can I make things difficult for him? Instead, he should be helping him. Since he and my niece are in love, I'll just fulfill their wish. Master's wife, hee, I'll make up for this apprenticeship gift later, but you can't find your disciple to compete with. How can I be your opponent? Yang Ming climbed up the pole and laughed. Besides, if master's wife fights with me, isn't it bullying? I. Wang Ruoshui's mind was in a mess because of Yang Ming. She no longer cared about teaching Yang Ming a lesson. Her face was burning as she turned around. You guys talk first. I'm going to rest for a while. After that, Wang Ruoshui didn't care about what the others present thought. She turned around and walked quickly to the entrance of the restaurant. Master, why don't you hurry up and seize the opportunity? Yang Ming smiled wretchedly at the wretched Feng Tian and reminded him. I'm going to rest for a while. You guys talk first. How could Feng Tian not understand Yang Ming's meaning? He also left a sentence and chased in the direction of Wang Ruoshui. At this point, only Wang Songshan, Yang Ming, and Wang Xiaoyan were left in the restaurant. The three of them looked at each other. In the end, Wang Songshan and Wang Xiaoyan's eyes were focused on Yang Ming, sizing him up. Cough cough, Uncle Wang, Yen, why are you looking at me like this? Yang Ming was a little scared by the two people looking at him. Little friend Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Wang Songshan smiled thoughtfully. Your words not only solved your problem, but also your master's problem. You also let Ruoshui and old man Feng remember your kindness. I really can't compare to your scheming. You're really a hero from a young age. Ugh, Uncle Wang, you're overpraising me. Yang Ming sweated. Actually, I was also quick-witted. People are forced. If there wasn't this environment, I wouldn't have thought of it. But no matter what, the matter between you and Yen can be considered settled. Wang Songshan nodded. Right, as for the previous matter, you don't resent me and your master, right? Uncle Wang, you're joking. How can I resent you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Forget it. Yen and I can only blame ourselves for the lack of communication. We can't blame others. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that? Wang Xiaoyan was a little dissatisfied. Look at me. The tattoo on my hand is so difficult to clean. I told you to dress up prettily, but you didn't listen. Wang Songshan said innocently. Wang Xiaoyan was speechless. Who dared to dress up prettily before? The butterfly family's banquet became a three-person affair. Only Yang Ming, Wang Songshan, and Wang Xiaoyan were in the dining room. As for where Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui went, the three of them tacitly didn't ask. They were too lazy to ask. The two of them naturally went to flirt. Has the Lancer family responded? Yang Ming asked. Not yet, but it seems to be a bit difficult for him to personally hand over goods head. Wang Songshan shrugged. Even if I were Thomas, I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't? It doesn't matter. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll take it ourselves in a few days. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly. That's right. Isn't it easy to kill good? Wang Songshan didn't doubt that he or Yang Ming had the ability to take good's head. The Lancer family had now become a stray dog. Wang Songshan no longer had the cautious feeling he used to have. The only constraint, the supply of firearms, had been solved. In Wang Songshan's view, the Lancer family was nothing. At noon, Chen Fei brought the results of the appraisal over. It could be seen that Chen Fei attached great importance to this matter. The speed was so fast that both Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu were a little surprised. Jing Xiaolu took a deep breath nervously. Although she had long expected that the results of the appraisal should be similar to her own guess, everything was unpredictable. No one could guarantee that there would be no accidents, so Jing Xiaolu was still very nervous at the moment. Bao Sanli was not relaxed. Yang Ming was not at home, and there was a big mistake. Although this matter was led by Jing Xiaolu, he was the general manager. He was responsible for checking, not to mention that he was the one who signed the contract in the end. When it came to responsibility, he was responsible for most of it. Previously, there was an incident where several of his loyal team members absconded with funds, which made Bao Sanli feel fear and trepidation for a while. Although Yang Ming did not continue to hold on to this matter, Bao Sanli felt uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, he was afraid that he would do something wrong again. However, what he was afraid of would happen. He was already very careful, and suddenly a pie fell from the sky and ushered in a cooperation with the Jiangyan company. He thought that if he facilitated this business, he could show his face in front of Yang Ming and make a contribution, which could be regarded as making up for his mistakes. However, the idea was good, but he did not expect to be set up by the other party just after signing the contract. Therefore, the fingerprint identification at this moment became the key to whether the whole thing could be solved. If it was really as Jing Xiaolu guessed, she had evidence in her hands. If she negotiated with the Jiangyan company again, then she had a bargaining chip. Even if the other party did not agree to change the contract, it could be solved by legal means. Director Chen, how is it? Jing Xiaolu stood up anxiously and looked at the report that Chen Fei brought in. Vice President Jing, as you expected, Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are not on the problematic page. Chen Fei handed the appraisal report in his hand to Bao Sanli and turned to smile at Jing Xiaolu. For Jing Xiaolu, this girl, Chen Fei was quite appreciative. From the beginning, he thought that she was a person who relied on connections to get to the top. The appraisal report explained all this. Jing Xiaolu was a very capable person. Really? Jing Xiaolu took the identification report from Chen Fei. When she saw the fingerprint identification results, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone in her heart was finally lifted. As long as he had this report, everything would be fine. Of course it's true. You have the potential to be a criminal police officer. Chen Fei smiled and commented to Jing Xiaolu. But after he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Although Jing Xiaolu was young, she was a vice president. It was a bit inappropriate for him to speak like an elder. In this world, ability came first, and age was secondary. So, he said awkwardly, Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. I unconsciously thought of you as a child. You're about the same age as my daughter, so I casually said. It's okay. Why would Jing Xiaolu care about this? Jing Xiaolu was very happy that Chen Fei treated her as a child. Otherwise, it would be awkward if she and Chen Mengyan were sisters, but Chen Fei kept calling her Director Chen and Vice President Jing. So, Jing Xiaolu waved her hand again and again. Actually, Sister Mengyan and I are classmates. We have a good relationship. If you call me Vice President Jing, I still feel not used to it. Why don't you call me Xiaolu, and I'll call you Uncle Chen? Oh? You and Mengyan are good friends? Chen Fei was slightly stunned. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu thoughtfully. It had to be said that Chen Fei's observation ability was very sharp. From Jing Xiaolu's call of Sister Mengyan, he heard some problems. Since Mingyang Company was actually a company controlled by Yang Ming behind the scenes, and Jing Xiaolu worked here as a vice president, and she and his daughter Chen Mengyan were classmates, then she must be very familiar with Yang Ming. And the way she called Chen Mengyan. All this could prove that this girl seemed to have a deep relationship with Yang Ming. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu didn't put up any defenses. Although she was quite scheming, she didn't expect Chen Fei to have found some problems at this moment. Sister Mengyan and I are very good. We often go out shopping together. Chen Fei nodded and smiled slightly. Well, I will call you Xiaolu in the future. You can call me Uncle Chen. You don't have to be so polite. Chen Fei probably figured out the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he wasn't too angry. Chen Fei was very clear about the women around Yang Ming. In addition to his daughter Chen Mengyan, there was also Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. It was a ridiculous thing for his daughter to share a husband with another woman. Naturally, Chen Fei would not agree to it. However, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were too special. They were so special that it was difficult for Chen Fei to say anything dissatisfied. Chen Fei could be said to be clear about the grievances between Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. This case was handled by Chen Fei personally. Chen Fei was very clear about how Yang Ming was inexplicably framed, and Lin Jiyun was also involved. Therefore, the whole thing could be said that both Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were victims. Lin Jiyun finally gave up pursuing Yang Ming's responsibility and closed the case, which also allowed Yang Ming to escape a disaster. Otherwise, at this moment, Yang Ming might have spent his time in prison. Although Lin Jiyun's reason was ridiculous, saying that the two of them were originally boyfriend and girlfriend, and that she reported the case because of a quarrel. If this was spread out, it was probably a bit outrageous. However, it was precisely because of Lin Jiyun's final attitude that Yang Ming was saved. Therefore, Chen Fei really couldn't say anything about Lin Jiyun reappearing at Yang Ming's side during the university. Chen Fei gave all the decision-making rights to his daughter, Chen Mingyan. As long as his daughter didn't say anything, Chen Fei wouldn't say anything. Anyway, they were still young, right? As for Zhou Jiejie, who appeared later, Chen Fei had nothing to interfere with. This girl's heroic deeds and methods made Chen Fei, a man of iron, unable to hold back his tears. More importantly, Zhou Jiejie was injured because of Yang Ming, and it was entirely because of his case. If he didn't send Zhou Jiejie to Wang Shifan's house to be an undercover, how could Zhou Jiejie be in danger? How could she take a bullet for Yang Ming? Therefore, for this girl who helped him solve a big case and took a bullet for Yang Ming, Chen Fei really couldn't say anything. He couldn't say a word. He couldn't say anything. As a person, one shouldn't be ungrateful. If he had an opinion on Zhou Jiejie, then he would be ungrateful. Letting Yang Ming leave Zhou Jiejie was also ungrateful. In a dilemma, Chen Fei chose to be silent. As long as his daughter didn't have an opinion and Chen Mingyan was happy, then everything would be fine. Children and grandchildren would have their own fortune. Chen Fei finally thought it through. Why do I care so much? Isn't it because I'm afraid that Chen Mingyan will suffer? Suffer grievances? Since my daughter didn't say anything, what else can I say? Therefore, for the appearance of Jing Xiaolu, Chen Fei was just uncomfortable, and then he let it go. Since she could become good friends with Chen Mingyan, and listening to her tone, it seemed that she put Chen Mingyan first. Chen Fei wouldn't say anything. Okay, Uncle Chen. Jing Xiaolu's eyes narrowed into a line, and she was delighted. Chen Fei couldn't figure out what Jing Xiaolu was thinking, so he didn't continue this topic. Do you need my help with the rest of the matter? I won't trouble you first. Bao Sanli knew that this kind of thing would be solved more smoothly if Chen Fei, an official in the judicial world, came forward. However, he wasn't willing to add more trouble to Chen Fei. After all, the other party wasn't a person from Songjiang City, but a person from Jiangyan City. Moreover, it was the largest private enterprise in the province. No one would believe that they didn't have a background and connections. Therefore, even if Chen Fei came forward, if the other party used a bigger background to suppress Chen Fei, it would create trouble for Chen Fei. The other party is a person from the Jiangyan group. It's not so easy to be coerced, so it's better to negotiate through normal means first. If it really doesn't work, then we'll go through legal procedures. All right. If there are any difficulties, call me again. Chen Fei nodded. He knew what Bao Sanli was worried about, but Chen Fei wasn't afraid of anything. It was reasonable for him to intervene. After all, he was in the right. Moreover, the Mingyang Security Company was also a subordinate company of his bureau. It was also his duty. What are we going to do next? After leaving the office building of the city police station, Bao Sanli got in the car and asked Jing Xiaolu in the driver's seat. Bao Sanli was not a person who was greedy for power. Since Chen Fei had a positive attitude toward Jing Xiaolu, it proved that Jing Xiaolu was really capable. If he couldn't solve it himself, then it was fine to give the leadership to Jing Xiaolu. What's more, this was Brother Yang's woman, which was his sister-in-law. Bao Sanli didn't feel that he would lose face. Previously, Jing Xiaolu was promoted to the position of vice president because of Yang Ming. The other reason was that two of the company's vice presidents ran away, and there was a vacancy, so Jing Xiaolu could be promoted smoothly. But for Jing Xiaolu's ability, he didn't take it too seriously. However, yesterday, Jing Xiaolu suddenly found a flaw in the contract, and it was confirmed today. Bao Sanli thoroughly admired Jing Xiaolu, this young girl. Let's try to contact the people of the Jiangyan group first. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, I will go to Su Xiaoban in a while and go to Jiangyan City with him to contact the senior management of the Jiangyan group. We have evidence in hand. I am not afraid that he won't admit it. Alright, but if you go alone as a girl? Bao Sanli asked with some concern. It's okay. I will go with Su Xiaoban. Besides, it's a negotiation, not a fight. I think a big company like the Jiangyan group won't use some underhanded means, said Jing Xiaolu. Speaking of underhanded means, they have already used it. Bao Sanli disagreed. They can do things like using incense before. What else can't they do? I think we have to guard against it. As soon as Bao Sanli's words reminded Jing Xiaolu, her heart suddenly trembled. Yes, the Jiangyan group may not play these underhanded means, but there is one person who can't be sure. That is Lu Jifei. Now Lu Jifei is at the Jiangyan group's headquarters. If I go, it is not impossible for this kid to make trouble. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly hesitated. Xiaolu, how about this? I will take a few people with you. Although we are not familiar with this place, we are not easy to bully. The other party will not dare to act rashly. Bao Sanli said. Alright, that's all we can do. However, unless we have no other choice, we must not take the initiative to look for trouble. Otherwise, we will definitely be at a disadvantage in the other party's territory. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and agreed. After all, she was also afraid that Lu Jifei would play some tricks. Then, she wouldn't be able to deal with it. After Bao Sanli returned to the company, he didn't stay any longer. He gathered Bai Hai, Di Lei, and others and rushed to Jiangyan City with Jing Xiaolu. On the highway, a BMW X5 was followed by a Jinbei commercial van. The two cars quickly headed for Jiangyan City. Jing Xiaolu drove Yang Ming's BMW this time, not her own. It was because Yang Ming's car had an official pass, which allowed him to avoid some traffic control in the province and save him a lot of trouble. The speed of the two cars was very fast, but when the traffic police saw the pass in Jing Xiaolu's car, they let them go smoothly. It could be seen that this small pass was very useful. However, if this thing was compared to Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID, it would pale in comparison. Yang Ming's ID was the real all-purpose pass. This was also the first time that Su Xiaoban saw the power of the Mingyang Security Company. Although they were in Songjiang, they could even get a pass issued by the Donghai province. The background behind the Mingyang Security Company could be seen. However, he didn't know that the actual owner of this car was Yang Ming. If Yang Ming didn't have a special identity as a special consultant of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, this kind of pass, which was rare in the province, couldn't be issued to Yang Ming. However, in Su Xiaoban's eyes, it was a little different. He was secretly worried about the Jiangyan group this time, and he was somewhat fortunate. It seems that the Mingyang Security Company not only has local power, but it must also have a considerable background in the province. This time, he was on the same side as the Mingyang Security Company. If this matter was solved smoothly, then the Mingyang Security Company would definitely not let him suffer a loss. The newly established escort company would have a position for him. If this matter was not solved smoothly, Su Xiaoban also thought it through. At most, he would just resign. F*ck his uncle. The hatred between Lu Jifei and me has reached the point where it can't be reconciled. Even if I can't beat him, even if I hide and bear with it, Lu Jifei may not let me go. At that time, it was possible for him to use his position to make things difficult for me. Maybe, it was possible for him to make false accounts and put me in prison. For a guy like Lu Jifei, what couldn't he do? Therefore, Su Xiaoban simply thought that if the matter couldn't be solved, then he would just resign. He believed that at that time, there would still be a place for him in the Mingyang Company. People like Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, who were loyal, would not ignore him. Therefore, this matter was not necessarily a bad thing, but he did suffer a loss because Lu Jifei took advantage of his wife for nothing. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoban couldn't help but sigh. It's really suffocating for a man to reach this point. He was cuckolded, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he still didn't have the ability. If he had enough ability and strength, what was Lu Jifei? Looking at Su Xiaoban sighing on the side, Bao Sanli seemed to understand what he was worried about. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said, President Su, don't worry. Don't think so much. Whether this matter can be solved or not, we will accept your invitation. If you can't come to our company, we can't give you the position of vice president, but we can still give you the position of department manager. At least it is much better than your previous office manager. Thank you. Su Xiaoban nodded gratefully. President Bao, with your words, I am relieved. I can also arrange for your girlfriend to enter the company and do a clerical job. Don't have any burden on your mind. Bao Sanli said with a smile. Then, I will thank you on behalf of Wang Lixia first. Su Xiaoban didn't expect Bao Sanli to remember his girlfriend, and he was even more grateful. The group finally arrived at Jiangyan City before sunset and parked the car in the parking lot of the Jiangyan group. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Bao Sanli couldn't help but sigh. The gap between me and others is really not small. My Mingyang Security and Mingyang Entertainment are also one of the largest companies in Songjiang, but compared with others, they are not worth mentioning. Such a magnificent aura and such a majestic building made Bao Sanli feel a lot of pressure. It seems that I still need to work hard. I am a frog in the well, and I will never be able to achieve great things. This time, it was not necessarily a bad thing. It also made Bao Sanli clear what a big company and a big group was. What do you want? Before Jing Xiaolu and her group entered the lobby of the building, they were stopped by the security guard at the door and asked. Originally, if there were only 1 or 2 people, the security guard would not ask but directly let them in. After entering the lobby of the building, the front desk reception would be responsible for the inquiry. However, Jing Xiaolu's group was too many, and there were several strong men, which made the security guard vigilant. I am Su Xiaoban, the manager of the group's Songjiang office. This is my ID card. Su Xiaoban took out a card and handed it to the security guard who stopped them. Then he said, these are the company's partners. I want to take them to see President Liu. After checking Su Xiaoban's ID card and confirming that there was no problem, he glanced at the license plate of Jing Xiaolu and the others. After confirming that they were from Songjiang, he nodded and let them go. Especially when he saw the license plate number of the BMW X5 that Jing Xiaolu drove, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Song B88 B88. These people had the strength to become the company's partners, so his attitude was better. Everyone, please, but you need to register with me at the front desk first, said the security guard. No problem. Su Xiaoban nodded and took Jing Xiaolu and the others into the company lobby. After a simple registration, Su Xiaoban took Jing Xiaolu and the others to the elevator, but the elevator door opened unexpectedly. Lu Jifei was accompanying a man to walk out of the elevator. On Lu Jifei's face was a flattering slave, while the other man on the side was walking elegantly in front. For Lu Jifei's words, this man seemed to not listen at all. He had a high and arrogant attitude. Su Xiaoban, why are you here again? Didn't I ask you to go back to Songjiang? The moment the man walked out of the elevator, he also saw Su Xiaoban outside and frowned. You are the group's Songjiang office manager. How can you leave your post? You are malfeasance. Vice President Liu. Su Xiaoban's expression was stagnant. Previously, when he came to the group's headquarters and handed over the phone recording to Lu Zhenan deleted the recording. He didn't think much about it, but after going back and going through Jing Xiaolu's analysis, Su Xiaoban began to suspect that there was something fishy between Lu Zhenan and Lu Jifei. Now that he saw Lu Zhenan and Lu Jifei walking together, and Lu Jifei flattering Lu Zhenan with a smile, Su Xiaoban's heart suddenly thumped. It seems that Jing Xiaolu is right. Lu Zhenan is simply biased towards Lu Jifei. What's stabilizing the overall situation and internal unity? It's all nonsense. I was almost fooled by these 2 bastards. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoban's heart was filled with anger, and his tone became cold. Vice President Liu, these people are from the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company. They have important things to report to the group's senior management. Oh? Lu Zhenan didn't expect that the people brought by Su Xiaoban were actually from the Mingyang Security Company. He snorted coldly in his heart. This Su Xiaoban has probably discovered that I am protecting Lu Jifei, and he has begun to betray me. He actually brought the people of the Mingyang Security Company to the headquarters to report the situation. What was his intention? However, Lu Zhenan, a child of a big family, was usually arrogant. He didn't put the Mingyang Security Company in his eyes at all. It was true that the other party might be one of the top companies in the local city, but in the eyes of a behemoth like the Jiangyan Group, it was not worth mentioning. He glanced at Bao Sanli and the others coldly and arrogantly. His gaze only stayed on Jing Xiaolu for a few seconds because only Jing Xiaolu made him interested. This is a beautiful woman. If I can get her into my bed. With this idea, Lu Zhenan planned to feel out Jing Xiaolu's background later to see if he could get her. Are you from the Mingyang Company? Lu Zhenan asked faintly, do you have any business? This arrogant attitude made Bao Sanli so angry that he really wanted to beat him up. Isn't this guy asking for a beating? Who does he think he is? However, for the sake of the overall situation, Bao Sanli still had to say calmly, Vice President Lu, right? I'm the general manager of the Mingyang Security Company, Bao Sanli. Should we find a quiet place to talk in detail? Bao Sanli's words were very clear. We have important things to talk about with you. Of course, we can't talk about it while standing at the elevator door. If we really show the evidence in public, I don't think it will look good on anyone's face. However, Lu Zhenan didn't seem to appreciate it at all. He didn't understand, or he didn't bother to respond even if he understood. He just said faintly, if there's anything, just say it here. I'll give you 10 minutes. I still have to eat. Su Xiaoban, F***ck your father. You're a traitor. What is your intention to bring the people of the Mingyang Company to the headquarters? Lu Jifei jumped out without waiting for Bao Sanli and Su Xiaoban to respond. As a dog, he was very qualified. The moment his master's voice fell, he ran out to bite. Do you not want to work anymore? Lu Zhenan naturally couldn't say such vulgar words. Although he was a narrow-minded person, he was very hypocritical in public and would not easily slander his own reputation. However, Lu Jifei spoke up for him, which made Lu Zhenan appreciate him very much. He cast an affirmative look at Lu Jifei, and his satisfaction with Lu Jifei, this lackey, was even higher. Lu Jifei was stimulated by Lu Zhenan's approving gaze. He was even more arrogant as if he was injected with hormones. And you, Jing Xiaolu, you smelly bitch. I don't know how you got a nouveau riche, but you don't know what to do. Do you think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after becoming a vice president? F***ck. I tell you, my backer is Lu Zhenan, President Lu. If I want to play you to death, it's just a matter of minutes. Do you know who our brother Nan is? He is the grandson of the group's chairman, Old Master Lu. Lu Jifei had Lu Zhenan's support, so he was not afraid of Su Xiaoban, Bao Sanli, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. Especially after knowing that Lu Zhenan deleted the phone recording in Su Xiaoban's hand, he was even more fearless. His ability to observe people's expressions was better. When he saw Lu Jifei's eyes, he glanced at Bao Sanli and the others contemptuously, but his eyes stayed on Jing Xiaolu for a long time. Moreover, his eyes changed from contempt to desire. As a man, Lu Jifei knew very well under what circumstances a man would have this kind of look, so Lu Zhenan was undoubtedly interested in Jing Xiaolu. Well, since I can't bite this tough bone, then I will let Lu Zhenan, a person with a big background, bite it. It is also my revenge. Moreover, I pointed out Jing Xiaolu's background in time, and I can also win Lu Zhenan's favor. When Lu Zhenan heard Lu Jifei's brief description of Jing Xiaolu's background, he felt that Lu Jifei was a talent. He was good at dealing with people, and he had good judgment. When I just became interested in Jing Xiaolu, he could detect it. He also pointed out Jing Xiaolu's background very cooperatively. It seems that I have to promote him in the future. The previous suspicion of Jing Xiaolu was completely thrown to the back of his mind. It turned out that she was just a woman who sold her body. Such a woman was the easiest to get. As long as I gave her a lot of benefits, would I be afraid that she would not take the initiative to run into my arms? What are you talking about? Kid, if you have the guts, say what you said before again. Otherwise, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, do you believe that I will kill you? When Bai Hai saw Jing Xiaolu being scolded, he was immediately unwilling. He knew the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming. The reason why he could have his current status like a rocket was because Gu Xinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and Lin Jiyun were good friends. So, when Jing Xiaolu was bullied, he was naturally the first to stand up. Who are you? Lu Jifei glanced at Bai Hai and looked at Bao Sanli sarcastically. President Bao, right? Look at what kind of people are in your company. What are their qualities? Are they threatening people? Bai Hai. Bao Sanli took a deep breath and yelled at Bai Hai. The humiliation he suffered today, he would definitely return it back in the future. But now, after all, they were in someone else's territory. A little impatience would spoil the big plan. Yang Ming was not at home to preside over the overall situation, so Bao Sanli did not allow any accidents. So, at this moment, he could only bear it. President Liu, the person next to you is not a high-quality talent, right? He keeps saying that he brings his mother with him. He doesn't seem to be much better than our people. Huh? Who told you that he is a person? He's my dog. Lu Zhenan laughed after listening to Bao Sanli's words. Do you expect a dog to follow the rules? Bao Sanli, Jing Xiaolu, and Bai Hai, including Su Xiaoban, were all stunned. They didn't expect Lu Zhenan to explain Lu Jifei like this. As for Bao Sanli, he couldn't say this. Bai Hai was his brother and friend. Although they had a superior and subordinate relationship, he couldn't be said to be a dog. If Bao Sanli or Bai Hai were Yang Ming's dog, it would be fine because it was not an insult, but a kind of glory. However, Lu Zhenan obviously did not have that kind of height. He was just an idiot. Bao Sanli felt that he didn't even have the qualifications to be Brother Yang's dog, so he despised Lu Jifei, who was even more of an idiot who flattered. Sure enough, not only was Lu Jifei not angry, but he looked like a subservient Pekingese dog. The only thing missing was a woof woof. Bao Sanli really wanted to curse out loud. However, even if he was unhappy, he wouldn't bother about it. That was equivalent to bickering with a dog. However, it also showed that this Lu Zhenan was not an easy person to deal with. Sure enough, he came from a big family. He could resolve the crisis with just one sentence. Vice President Liu, do you mean that you don't plan to find a quiet place to talk with us? Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows. It didn't make any sense to be angry with Lu Jifei. Business was more important. Moreover, since Lu Zhenan said that Lu Jifei was a dog, Jing Xiaolu was not angry with Lu Jifei's previous words at all. Since his owner said that he was a dog, then no matter how loud and unpleasant a dog's bark was, he was just a dog after all. Oh? Seeing that Jing Xiaolu finally spoke, Lu Zhenan's interest was piqued. He looked at Jing Xiaolu up and down, and a trace of evil desire flashed in his eyes. Miss Jing, if you are alone, I can still waste some time to talk with you. Do you have to be gentlemanly in front of a lady? But as for others, they don't have enough face to delay my meal. Vice President Liu, what do you mean? Jing Xiaolu pretended not to understand and frowned. In fact, how could she not understand Lu Zhenan's meaning at the moment? However, Jing Xiaolu would not give Lu Zhenan any chance. Vice President Liu, we are here to talk about important things. It's not about being gentlemanly. Since Vice President Liu is not free, then we can find someone else to talk about. I believe that a vice president can't have the final say in this big Jiangyan group. Jing Xiaolu, Brother Nan is kind enough to remind you, but you are not alert. Lu Jifei jumped out again. He was really professional at being a dog. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you that although Brother Nan is the vice president, the president is Brother Nan's father, and the chairman is Brother Nan's grandfather. It's useless to find anyone. If you offend Brother Nan, don't mention this Jiangyan company. Even in this Jiangyan city, it will be difficult for you to do anything. Jifei, since they are willing to find someone else, then let them be. Let's go eat. Lu Zhenan shrugged uninterestedly. This was originally a tricky matter. Lu Zhenan was also very clear about the purpose of Bao Sanli and the others. It was nothing more than to change the contract. Therefore, Lu Zhenan wasn't willing to waste time on them. Since they were willing to find someone else, Lu Zhenan couldn't wait to get rid of this burden. As long as the signed contract was firmly in his hands, no matter how much trouble Bao Sanli made, as long as he didn't agree to change the contract, no one could do anything. That was why Lu Jianan was so fearless. Sure, Brother Nan, please. Lu Jifei ran to open the way for Lu Jianan. When he turned around, he did not forget to glare fiercely at Jing Xiaolu. He also made an obscene gesture to Su Xiaoban and mouthed something. Su Xiaoban saw the mouth shape very clearly. It was his girlfriend, Zhang Lixia. Who? Su Xiaoban's breathing became hurried, and he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to punch Lu Jifei to death on the spot, but he knew that Lu Jifei was under Lu Jianan's protection, so he couldn't move at all. If this was in Songjiang, I would have beaten him until his father couldn't recognize him. No, I would beat his father too. Bai Hai gritted his teeth fiercely. He looked at the backs of Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei and scolded heavily. It seems that Lu Jianan is most likely not going to talk to us face to face. Jing Xiaolu frowned. I'm most afraid that he will use this trick. If he can really sit down and talk to us face to face, I believe that we have a 90% chance of persuading him to change the contract. After all, if this matter goes to court, not to mention the outcome, it will still have a great impact on the reputation of the Jiangyan Group. But now, he doesn't give us this opportunity. He obviously doesn't put us in his eyes. Vice President Liu is like this. Su Xiaoban smiled bitterly. However, the Jiangyan Group is not necessarily a monolithic bloc. Since he doesn't cooperate, we can still find someone else. Vice President Jing also said before. Now, the attitude of Lu Jifei and Lu Jianan pushed Su Xiaoban to Bao Sanli's side. Originally, there were some words that Su Xiaoban of the Jiangyan Group couldn't say. After all, the previous resentment with Lu Jifei was only a personal grudge, and it was not to the extent of implicating the entire company. However, Lu Jianan's current actions completely broke Su Xiaoban's heart, so he said these words. Oh? Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned, and then she said happily, President Su, do you mean that in addition to Lu Jianan, there are other people in charge of the Jiangyan Group, or people with enough weight who can solve this matter? Previously, Jing Xiaolu also collected information about the Lu family from the internet, but it was only on the internet. There was no way to verify whether it was true or false. However, with Su Xiaoban, a member of the family, leading the way, it could save a lot of trouble. Lu Huamei, the daughter of the Lu family's first branch, is now very disagreeable with Lu Jianan. If we can get her support, I believe this matter will be half solved. Su Xiaoban said, also, Lu Zhiqiao is also possible. Although he is Lu Jianan's younger brother, the two brothers have always had conflicts. So, are we going to find Lu Huamei or Lu Zhiqiao now? Jing Xiaolu asked with bright eyes. These two are not my direct leaders. Although I have seen them, I have never talked to them. It's hard to say whether I can contact them. Su Xiaoban smiled bitterly. However, we can only try now. Sorry to trouble you. Jing Xiaolu nodded gratefully. Legal means were the last resort. Jing Xiaolu was not completely sure whether she could win the lawsuit. After all, the evidence in hand now was auxiliary evidence, there was no direct evidence. If this lawsuit was filed in Songjiang, the Mingyang company still had full confidence with Chen Fei's support. However, if it was in Jiangyan, the Jiangyan Group's territory, whether it was the Jiangyan Group's background or local protectionism, it was beyond the Mingyang company's reach. Even if this lawsuit could be won in the end, the Mingyang company couldn't afford to drag it out. Therefore, it was the best way to solve it peacefully. As for other means, Bao Sanli really didn't dare to act rashly. The Jiangyan Group's power in Jiangyan City was obviously not to be trifled with. It was simply a fool's dream for a few people to cross the river fiercely. Excuse me, what is the phone number of Director Liu of the Finance Department? Su Xiaoban turned to the front desk and asked the lady at the front desk. Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. The lady at the front desk quickly checked the number and said, the extension number is 6011. Do you need me to connect it for you? Okay. Su Xiaoban nodded and took the extension number that the lady at the front desk connected. Hello, I'm Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei frowned as she looked at the financial statement in her hand. This month, Lu Jianan had obviously signed more accounts for reimbursement. Lu Huamei really couldn't say anything to her big brother. If it weren't for the strong support of the old man, the position of director of the finance department would have been replaced by Lu Zhanan's confidant. Even if Lu Huamei had some restrictions on Lu Zhanan in this position, Lu Zhanan could always find some loopholes to take advantage of. For example, the vice president's reimbursement could not exceed 100,000 yuan. However, there was no limit to the number of transactions. This resulted in Lu Zhanan being able to split one transaction into several transactions. This allowed him to consolidate the power in his hands and directly digest some of the transactions that originally required the signature of the chief financial officer before they could be reported. Lu Huamei had only discovered this loophole recently. Lu Zhanan wasn't so unscrupulous before, and he didn't violate any rules. It was only in the past month that he began to open orders. If there wasn't any expert behind this, then with her elder brother's IQ. Lu Huamei smiled disdainfully. Does he think that I can't see through such a low-level trick? Lu Huamei decided to mention this loophole at the next board meeting to remedy it and stop Lu Zhanan's path. While thinking about the wording of the meeting, the phone rang. Lu Huamei picked up the phone politely out of habit. Although she still had things on her mind at the moment and didn't want to be distracted by other things, her tone of voice wasn't affected at all. Director Lu, I'm Su Xiaoban, the person in charge of the group's Songjiang office. Are you free now? Su Xiaoban asked carefully. Songjiang office? Su Xiaoban? Lu Huamei was stunned. She had already searched for this name in her mind in an instant, but she had no impression of it. She shouldn't have dealt with him before. Moreover, the office wasn't managed by her. Theoretically speaking, she shouldn't have any business relationship with this person named Su Xiaoban. However, since the other party had clearly found her and was an internal member of the group, Lu Huamei naturally wouldn't ignore it. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Director Lu, it's like this. Our group has cooperated with a local security company in Songjiang. The other party has a lot of dissatisfaction with our company in terms of the contract, and they want to reflect it to the group's senior management. Su Xiaoban said carefully. Oh? Lu Huamei had heard that the group had recently cooperated with a local security company in Songjiang and established a new banknote escort company. However, why did the other party look for her to reflect the problem? She was the director of the finance department and was responsible for the company's finance. Even if there was a problem, she should reflect it to the president or vice president, right? Hearing the doubts in Lu Huamei's words, Su Xiaoban quickly explained, Director Lu, are you free now? There are some things that can only be explained clearly in person. Su Xiaoban deliberately emphasized the word in person and emphasized on it. He believed that with Lu Huamei's intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult to hear the problem contained in it. Sure enough, Lu Huamei raised her eyebrows after hearing Su Xiaoban's words. She was keenly aware of something strange. Su Xiaoban, as the company's office manager, didn't look for Lu Zhanan or Lu Hua to reflect the situation, but he looked for her. It was impossible that this didn't explain anything. All right, come up. I'll wait for you in the office. Lu Huamei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although she didn't want to have a direct conflict with Lu Huan's family, recently, her uncle and two cousins were getting more and more overboard. Lu Huamei couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't even hesitate to harm the company's interests to go against her. Lu Huamei could understand if they were fighting openly and secretly without harming the family's interests. She had grown up in such a family and was used to it. Lu Huamei could not tolerate Lu Hua wanting to push her out of the Jiangyan group. Lu Huamei could not tolerate it. Lu Huamei could not accept it. If grandfather wasn't still alive, I'm afraid that I would be. Lu Huamei sighed. Her father was lying in the hospital, and his life was uncertain. Her mother was a weak woman, but she stayed by her father's bedside and cried every day. This family could only be supported by herself. Lu Huamei didn't want anything else but to fight for her dignity. She was also a member of the Lu family and the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son. Why couldn't she have a place in the Jiangyan group? However, the current situation was not optimistic. No matter how strong Lu Huamei was, her current position was maintained by Lu Jiangyan's support. Even if Lu Jiangyan died today, it was estimated that Lu Huamei would be removed from the position of chief financial officer tomorrow. Sometimes, Lu Huamei really felt mentally and physically exhausted, but there was no other way. Sometimes, you didn't want to fight for power and only wanted to take back what belonged to you. However, the other party wanted to kill you. Lu Huamei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for her being too strong and amazing, would Lu Hua's family still treat her like this? However, if she acted a little cowardly, she might not even be able to keep her shares, right? Lu Huamei was keenly aware of something after listening to Su Xiaoban's words. Su Xiaoban probably ran into a wall through normal channels. He only came to her because he had no other choice. Lu Huamei could guess that Su Xiaoban was using her discord with Lu Hua's family to get her to help him. However, so what if she knew? If what Su Xiaoban was reporting was really a big deal for the company, then Lu Huamei would stand up without hesitation even if she knew that she was being used. This was the fundamental difference between her and Lu Zhenan. Lu Huamei's starting point was for the good of the company. She was fundamentally different from Lu Hua, Lu Zhenan, and Lu Zhiqiao. This was also one of the reasons why Old Master Lu Jiangyan supported Lu Huamei. It wasn't just because of Lu Huamei's intelligence. No matter how smart she was, Old Master Lu Jiangyan wouldn't be assured to hand over the foundation that he had worked hard for half of his life to her if it was for himself. Dang dang dang. There was a clear knock on the door. Lu Huamei put the report in her hand in the drawer, then raised her head and said to the person outside, "Please come in." "Director Lu." Su Xiaoban walked in respectfully with Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli. As for Bai Hai and the others, they stayed in the lounge next to the company lobby. The reason why he brought so many people before was to prevent Lu Zhenan from playing any tricks. However, since the target had become Lu Huamei, Su Xiaoban naturally heard a lot of rumors about this talented woman who was devoted to the public interest. Therefore, he didn't need to bring so many people up. That would be bad. It would make Lu Huamei feel that their intentions were impure, which would be disadvantageous to the situation. Su Xiaoban didn't dare to underestimate the little girl in front of him who might not even be 20 years old. Age didn't matter, ability came first. Su Xiaoban introduced carefully, "I'm Su Xiaoban, the person in charge of the group's Songjiang office. This is the general manager of Songjiang Mingyang Security Company, Bao Sanli. This is the vice president, Jing Xiaolu." Oh? Lu Huamei didn't expect the other party to have a general manager and a vice president. This lineup was really strong. Lu Huamei had investigated the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company before. Although Lu Huamei didn't pay too much attention to this local tyrant company, she still couldn't underestimate it. Especially since the other party's people were all in charge. Lu Huamei quickly got up to greet them and extended her hand with a smile. "Welcome, welcome, President Bao, Vice President Jing." If Jing Xiaolu was the only one who came, Lu Huamei would naturally omit the word vice president. However, since the other party's general manager was also here, it wasn't good to omit the word vice president. Bao Sanli was very surprised that this legendary director was a little girl around 20 years old. However, he didn't show it. He politely shook hands and said, "Director Lu, sorry to disturb you." Lu Huamei didn't feel anything wrong with Bao Sanli. However, her gaze fell on Jing Xiaolu, and Lu Huamei was shocked. It was already a miracle that she was able to sit in the position of the company's CFO at the age of 20. Moreover, the other party seemed to be around the same age as her. Yet, she was already a vice president? Although the Mingyang Security Company was much smaller than the Jiangyan Group, Lu Huamei intuitively felt that this girl couldn't be underestimated. Could it be that the other party also relied on her father to get her position? However, whether she had the ability or not, she would know in a while. However, Lu Huamei didn't know why, but she had a faint hostility towards Jing Xiaolu, a girl who was also ridiculously beautiful. This hostility didn't mean that she had any opinions about the Mingyang Security Company that Jing Xiaolu represented, but it was only directed at Jing Xiaolu herself. This was purely the jealousy of a beautiful and capable woman when she saw another beautiful and equally capable woman. Jing Xiaolu was also sizing up the legendary genius girl of the Lu family. She dropped out of school and returned home. She sat in the position of financial director in just a few months. Even if she had the support of her family, how could she be put in such an important position if she didn't have the ability? Who would give the position of financial director to a young girl unless they wanted to ruin the company? she was the company's chief manager. However, Jing Xiaolu wasn't too jealous of Lu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu knew her own business. She was almost killed by Lu Jifei. Although she had evidence now, she was still at a disadvantage. Even if she saved the company's losses, it was inevitable that she would be a little scared. Moreover, she was worried that Yang Ming would be furious when he came back and remove her as the vice president. Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei didn't put on airs and directly reported her name. Although she also knew that the other party might have known her name long ago, it didn't matter. Her actions also represented her appreciation for Jing Xiaolu. After the few of them sat down, Lu Huamei ordered the secretary to serve tea. Then, she asked calmly, "Manager Su, you said that you have something to report to me, right? However, I want to know why you didn't directly look for the president or vice president?" Although Lu Huamei had faintly guessed that Su Xiaoban might have run into a wall with Lu Hua or Lu Zhenan, she still needed to know the whole story. Even if she was the gun, she couldn't be ignorant. Su Xiaoban listened to Lu Huamei's words and knew that he couldn't hide his thoughts from her. He smiled bitterly and said, "Director Lu, it's not that I haven't looked for Vice President Lu. However, I'm afraid that Vice President Lu is behind this, so..." Although Su Xiaoban didn't finish his words, Lu Huamei had already understood. Perhaps there was a problem with the cooperation with Mingyang Company. Su Xiaoban came to find Lu Zhenan to solve it, but Lu Zhenan refused. He might even be the mastermind of this matter. However, this cooperation was obviously led by Lu Zhenan's people. What good would it do Lu Zhenan if there was a problem? Could it be that there was some secret behind this? "Tell me, what's going on?" Lu Huamei nodded. "Presumably, you brought President Bao and Vice President Jing here because there's a problem with the cooperation?" Su Xiaoban glanced at Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, asking who was going to speak. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, "President Su, it's better for you to tell the story." "Alright, I'll do it." Su Xiaoban nodded. He was also one of the parties, and he was also a victim. He took a deep breath and began to narrate. Lu Huamei glanced at Jing Xiaolu with admiration. Lu Huamei naturally felt that it was fair to let Su Xiaoban, a person from her company, speak up. Otherwise, if Jing Xiaolu spoke up, even if what she said was true, it would be hard to avoid the suspicion of the guilty party complaining first. If Su Xiaoban said it, there would be no such trouble, unless Su Xiaoban had already defected at this moment and stood on the other party's side. Of course, Lu Huamei could also distinguish right from wrong. If Su Xiaoban really reversed the truth, she was not a fool. She could tell it all. "It's like this." In fact, the whole story was very simple. Su Xiaoban quickly narrated the whole story. He even said that Lu Jifei used the same method to take advantage of his girlfriend, Wang Lixia, without leaving out a single word. He had already told this matter to Lu Zhenan, so he was not afraid to tell others. Moreover, the recording in the phone might be shown as evidence, so he did not hide it. When Lu Huamei heard that Lu Zhenan actually rejected Su Xiaoban with such a ridiculous excuse as "there is no precedent for changing the contract" and deleted the recording evidence in Su Xiaoban's hands, she was immediately furious. Her face was terrifyingly gloomy. This Lu Zhenan was not a fool, but he had ulterior motives. Even if this kind of cooperation under unequal interests was barely maintained because of a contract, how could they expect the other party to cooperate sincerely? Wasn't this the same as taking the company's interests and reputation as a joke? Was this Lu Zhenan's head kicked by a donkey? She thought about Lu Zhenan's usual actions. Which one of them was not based on his own interests? When did he care about the company's overall interests? Previously, Lu Huamei thought highly of Jing Xiaolu. Now, she was a little disappointed in Jing Xiaolu. Although it was Lu Jifei's scheme, and it was such an imperceptible underhanded method, Jing Xiaolu still fell for it in the end. Thinking of this, Lu Huamei's evaluation of Jing Xiaolu decreased a few points in her heart. She sighed and said, "Manager Su, do you have any evidence for what you said?" "Yes." Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. She took out a small recording pen with an external function and pressed the play button. Lu Jifei's voice suddenly came from the phone. "Think about it. If you become my lover, how can I treat you badly?" Lu Huamei's expression changed. She could naturally hear Lu Jifei's voice. Recently, this person suddenly became the favorite of her cousin, Lu Jianan, who was the vice president. For this reason, Lu Huamei deliberately investigated Lu Jifei, but regretfully found that he was just a playboy who could only please Lu Jianan. She really didn't know why her cousin would take a fancy to such an idiot and let him follow by his side. Wasn't this recording deleted by my cousin? Why is there still one? Lu Huamei naturally did not forget what Su Xiaoban said before. It was restored from the phone's memory with the help of a computer expert friend of mine. Jing Xiaolu said a little embarrassedly, at that time, I heard Su Xiaoban say that the recording was deleted, so I tried to find my friend. I didn't expect it to really be restored. Lu Huamei nodded. It seems that this Jing Xiaolu is quite capable. It's not easy for her to think of this. If it were others, they would probably only regret it and not think of using this method. However, this is only supporting evidence. There is no direct evidence to prove that the contract has been tampered with. Lu Huamei leisurely took the recording pen and put it in her hand. Then, she looked up at Jing Xiaolu. In fact, with this recording pen, Lu Huamei was completely confident that she could make things difficult for Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei during the company's board meeting. As long as her grandfather was involved, this contract would definitely be re-signed, and the previous contract would be invalid. However, Lu Huamei didn't know why she always wanted to test this young girl in front of her to see if she only had this little ability. Lu Huamei would feel better if she was really only young and beautiful, and didn't have outstanding ability. After all, a proud daughter of heaven would definitely feel uncomfortable meeting another proud daughter of heaven. No one would feel good if half of the glory that originally belonged to them was taken away by others. Of course, there are other things. Jing Xiaolu nodded confidently. Director Lu, I have a fingerprint identification report here. Please take a look. As she spoke, Jing Xiaolu took out a document from the file bag, put it on the coffee table in front of her, and pushed it in front of Lu Huamei. Oh? Fingerprint identification report? Lu Huamei was slightly stunned. For a moment, she couldn't guess why Jing Xiaolu took out this fingerprint identification report. Lu Huamei frowned. She didn't directly look at the specific content of the report, but she began to secretly compete with Jing Xiaolu in her heart. Since Jing Xiaolu took out such a report at this time, then it must be the key evidence of this entire matter. However, what evidence is it? Lu Huamei fell into deep thought. She quickly went through the entire process in her mind, but regretfully found that she still couldn't figure out how the fingerprint identification report was related to the entire matter. Lu Huamei sighed slightly. I seem to have lost a round. Although the other party didn't know this, Lu Huamei's stubborn self-esteem was a little frustrated. She picked up the report and read it carefully. However, as she continued to read, her originally furrowed brows slowly relaxed. This was because she already knew the purpose of this report being used as evidence from this fingerprint identification report. All the pages had the fingerprints of Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, Lu Luyo, and Su Xiaoban, as well as several staff members. Only one page was missing the fingerprints of Su Xiaoban and a few staff members. What did this mean? It meant that there was nothing wrong with the other pages. Only one page had a problem, and this page did not go through Su Xiaoban's hands. In theory, it was impossible for Su Xiaoban to skip this page and read the other pages of the contract directly. What's on this page? Lu Huamei pointed at the problematic page number on the identification report and asked. However, she immediately shook her head with a smile. I know. It must be the most important page. It's about the specific numbers of investment and profit distribution, right? That's right. Jing Xiaolu nodded. She was not surprised that Lu Huamei had hit the nail on the head. After all, if it wasn't for this page, this fingerprint identification report would be useless. Lu Huamei had never doubted the authenticity of this fingerprint identification report. Putting aside the fact that there was an authoritative seal on it, the key question was, if it wasn't a fake, then what was wrong with Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli's brains? How could they sign such a mutually beneficial contract? Therefore, the only possibility was that one of the pages in the middle of the contract had been replaced by Lu Jifei's people. As for how it was changed, and whether incense was used, these could only be guessed. There was no evidence. However, this fingerprint identification report could be used as a piece of favorable evidence. Of course, judging from the fingerprint development on the report, there was no tampering on the problematic page. It was impossible to erase Su Xiaoban's fingerprints alone. However, she was afraid that Lu Jifei would strongly deny it and claim that this identification report was tampered with. Lu Huamei sighed slightly and said, I can believe in the authority of this report, but it is not enough for me to use it as favorable evidence to face Lu Zhenan. After all, you also know that the Mingyang Security Company is a company under the Songjiang Police Station. This report was made by Songjiang's Judicial Department. So, if Lu Zhenan catches this point. After all, the current methods of counterfeiting are very clever. Lu Huamei's words had a hidden meaning. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was actually reminding Jing Xiaolu that if this appraisal report had been done in Jiangyan City, it might have been falsified under the interference of Lu Zhenan's powerful connections. Hee. Jing Xiaolu smiled indifferently. Her finger tapped lightly on the identification report. Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are not on this page of our contract. The contract in Lu Jifei's hands also doesn't have President Su's fingerprints. And the most important point is that his copy does not only do not have President Su's fingerprints, but our President Bao's fingerprints as well. Lu Huamei's. I didn't think of it. That's right. Was a victim. Was a victim's was also a victim. He was also a victim was a victim as well. As. Was a he was. Was. If. I threw. Ins. Lu Huamei had checked Bao Sanli's information after the news of the cooperation between the company and the Mingyang Security Company. Bao Sanli was a gangster with a low level of education. From today's contact, he was indeed a rough person. Jing Xiaolu, on the other hand, had been the one talking from the beginning until now. It could be seen that she was in the leading position between Bao Sanli and herself. Therefore, this fingerprint evidence must have been thought of by Jing Xiaolu, not Bao Sanli. I'm ashamed. Although I thought of it, it's just hindsight. Jing Xiaolu blushed. I've troubled Director Lu this time. Lu Huamei nodded. She would take care of this matter whether it was for public or private reasons. It was a joke to expect both parties to cooperate sincerely in this kind of contractual relationship. For the future development of the company, this contract must be changed to a fair one that was beneficial to both parties. Lu Huamei also wanted to use this matter to knock Lu Zhenan down. Lu Huamei would not believe that Lu Zhenan was not behind this matter. It was impossible for Lu Zhenan not to know that Lu Jifei dared to do such a thing so boldly. I will mention this matter at the board meeting tomorrow. President Bao, Vice President Jing, wait for my news, okay? Lu Huamei did not make any promises on the spot. Although she was confident that she could get her grandfather to ask about this matter, Lu Huamei did not want to make any promises before it was done. Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Lu. Jing Xiaolu also knew that since Lu Huamei had taken the matter on, she would definitely do her best to do it. It was not so important whether she made a promise or not. Director Lu, thank you for your trouble. Bao Sanli also stood up and said a few words. I will do my best to arrange when you come to Songjiang in the future. Lu Huamei smiled slightly. This Bao Sanli is indeed a rough person. It seems that the Jing Xiaolu beside him is a think tank. I just don't know what the relationship between Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu is. Looking at the conversation between the two, it did not seem like a relationship between lovers. Bao Sanli even had some respect for Jing Xiaolu. This made Lu Huamei somewhat confused. This did not seem to be the attitude of a president towards a vice president. Even if this vice president was quite intelligent and it was possible to treat her kindly, this kind of respect seemed to have reversed the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. However, this was other people's business. Lu Huamei was just a little curious, but did not ask much. After all, the two parties were not very familiar with each other. Some things could be understood without asking when they were familiar with each other. After leaving the Jiangyan building and getting into the car, Bao Sanli asked, President Su, do you think this Director Lu will help us wholeheartedly? I think so. She and Lu Zhenan have always been at odds. Lu Zhenan has always wanted to exclude her from the core of the group's power. This matter is obviously related to Lu Zhenan. I think Lu Huamei can't just ignore it, right? Su Xiaoban said after thinking about it. Yes, Jing Xiaolu agreed. However, President Su only said one of the reasons. Is there another reason? Bao Sanli and Su Xiaoban asked curiously at the same time. The second reason is that I have seen in the information before. Lu Huamei is a person who thinks wholeheartedly for the company. Her reputation among the group's middle-level leaders is very high. This is not a secret. It can be seen in the Jiangyan Group's forum. Jing Xiaolu said, after seeing her today, this rumor should be true. Why are you so sure? Su Xiaoban was a little curious. I am an insider in the company. I have heard some things about Director Liu. What she does is indeed beneficial to the company. She has a clear conscience. She is not like Lu Zhenan who fights for power and profit. President Su, if I tell the truth, please don't be angry. Jing Xiaolu hesitated. Me? Angry? Why would I be? Vice President Jing, if you have something to say, just say it. Su Xiaoban was a little baffled. He thought, what does commenting on Lu Huamei have to do with me? Previously, when the phone recording was played, although Lu Jifei used a trick to insult Wang Lixia, Lu Huamei only had disgust in her eyes after listening to it. She was not angry, Jing Xiaolu said. Jing Xiaolu said, this shows that Lu Huamei is only full of disdain for Lu Jifei's actions, but she is far from being angry because this matter has nothing to do with her. It has no impact on the company's interests, so Lu Huamei has such an expression. That's true, but this doesn't mean anything, right? Su Xiaoban was also used to it. Since he had accepted Wang Lixia, this knot had long been untied. Of course, he would not avoid this matter. Of course, it can mean anything. If she wants to fight for power and profit, she can use this matter to attack Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei is Lu Zhenan's person. So, if she wants to use this matter to make an issue, she can also attack Lu Zhenan, Jing Xiaolu said. However, Lu Huamei doesn't have that idea because there is no excitement in her eyes that can attack Lu Zhenan. Su Xiaoban and Bao Sanli nodded as they listened to Jing Xiaolu's words. Indeed, if Lu Huamei wanted to use this matter as a means to attack Lu Zhenan, it would be a good excuse and point of attack. However, this matter had nothing to do with the company's affairs. Lu Huamei was too lazy to care about it. If this recording could not be used as auxiliary evidence, perhaps Lu Huamei would not have the patience to listen to it. After I showed the fingerprint identification bag, Lu Huamei confirmed that the contract had been stolen. At this time, her eyes were filled with indignation. Jing Xiaolu said, it was the kind of indignation that lamented because this changed contract had completely angered her. Once this contract was carried out, it would do no good to the company. She was very clear that a cooperative relationship based on this unequal contract could not be continued. That was why she was so angry. Lu Huamei would only care if it affected the company's overall interests. The comments on the internet were not wrong. Even if she went against Lu Zhenan, it was because of the company's affairs. There were no personal grudges. Su Xiaoban and Bao Sanli couldn't help but be moved. Lu Huamei was really such a person. She was indeed worthy of respect. If the Jiangyan Group had such a person at the helm, why would they worry about not being able to reach a higher level? However, perhaps everyone present knew that it was extremely difficult for Lu Huamei to control the core power of the Jiangyan Group. This is also why I was so sure that Lu Huamei could help us. Jing Xiaolu let out a long sigh of relief. Until now, my hanging heart has finally been put down. If it weren't for your explanation, I would still be worried. Bao Sanli smiled rudely. Xiaolu is still the best. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. She was not very excited about Bao Sanli's praise. As long as Brother Yang comes back and knows about this, it will be fine as long as he doesn't scold us. Yeah, it's fine for you. Brother Yang is protective of women, but I can't. Bao Sanli also smiled bitterly. Brother Yang? This was the first time Su Xiaoban heard this name. It seemed that even Bao Sanli was very respectful. Could it be the Yang Ming that Lu Jifei mentioned? It was very possible to think about it. However, this was an internal matter of other people's companies. Su Xiaoban was not a member of other people's companies yet, so it was inappropriate to ask more. President Su, you are familiar with this place. Find a hotel. Let's stay here now. Although it is not very far from Songjiang, it is not close either. It is troublesome to go back and forth. Jing Xiaolu asked Su Xiaobin in the back seat while driving. Vice President Jing, I reckon that I'm about to reach the end of my career as an office manager. Su Xiaobin smiled and mocked himself. You can call me Little Su or Xiaobin, but don't call me President Su. All right. I will call you Xiaobing. This will make us feel closer. Jing Xiaolu said, then you can also call me Xiaolu. In private, we are all friends. There aren't so many rules. I'll listen to you then. Su Xiaobin did not refuse. In his opinion, Jing Xiaolu was a very sincere person. Such a person was worth being friends with. Under Su Xiaobin's guidance, the group came to a decent hotel in Jiangyan City and stayed there. They quietly waited for news from Lu Huamei. Elo Town, Butterfly Castle. Early in the morning, Yang Ming received a call from old Bufan, saying that he had arrived in Elo Town and was heading in the direction of Butterfly Castle. He estimated that he would arrive in about an hour. Yang Ming remembered that old Bufan was coming here to see him. He chatted with Wang Xiaoyan very well last night, so he couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Although Yang Ming had a high alcohol tolerance, he was very happy to finally be together with Wang Xiaoyan after such a blunder. So, he leaned on the table as they chatted. This was also because Yang Ming opened his heart and knew that Wang Songshan would not harm him, so he was not on guard. After drinking, Wang Songshan ambiguously asked Wang Xiaoyan to help Yang Ming to rest. As for whose room to rest in and what happened after the rest, Wang Songshan did not ask. Anyway, the news of the two living together was not a secret. It had long been passed back through Tombstone and Wang Kejin. Wang Songshan was not an old-fashioned person who still hoped to be able to hold his grandson one day earlier. Naturally, he would not care about other people's business. Yan Yan. Yang Ming pushed Wang Xiaoyan, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Wang Xiaoyan made an "ah" sound. She didn't even open her eyes and continued to sleep. Yang Ming was a little helpless. With your vigilance, you still want to be an assassin. You won't even know if someone kills you. Oh. Wang Xiaoyan finally opened her sleepy eyes and glanced at Yang Ming. She said, aren't you here? If someone is coming, it's useless for me to wake up if you can't deal with it. I might as well sleep. Yang Ming was speechless. What kind of bullshit theory is this? 2 against 1, there is always a higher chance of winning, right? Who called just now? Who is coming? It's so noisy. I wanted to sleep a little longer. Wang Xiaoyan was woken up by Yang Ming. It was probably impossible for her to continue sleeping. She stretched and slowly got up from the bed to look for clothes. She complained, I haven't slept well these few days at home. I was thinking about breaking off the engagement and going back quickly. I finally had a good sleep, but I was woken up by you. Old Bufan is coming. Yang Ming said helplessly, do you think I don't want to sleep a little longer? I haven't recovered from the jet lag yet, but this old guy has already arrived in Elo Town. He will probably reach Butterfly Castle in an hour. Ah, he is coming. Wang Xiaoyan was stunned, and then quickly began to put on her clothes. As old Bufan's master's wife, how could Wang Xiaoyan not get up quickly? Otherwise, it would be very shameful to be caught sleeping in bed. Does my father know that he is coming? Uncle Wang only knew that someone from the Bufan family was coming, but he didn't know that it was old Bufan. Yang Ming said, I didn't tell him at the time because I was afraid of scaring him. Oh, then you don't have to tell him. Give him a surprise. Who asked him to trick us? Wang Xiaoyan disagreed and said slyly. He. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words. Then, I guess we really have to give him a surprise. After Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly washed up, they went out of the room and went downstairs. Wang Songshan, Fang Tian, and Wang Ruoshui had already woken up. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting on the chairs in the dining room and talking about something. However, Wang Ruoshui's face was red. It was obvious at a glance that something must have happened last night. It was not difficult to imagine what happened. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but smile. Wang Xiaoyan's face couldn't help but blush. In fact, she and Wang Ruoshui were just the pot calling the kettle black. What happened last night was only known to her and Yang Ming. Yang Ming, Yan Yan, have you woken up? Wang Songshan watched Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan walk into the dining room. His address for Yang Ming had changed from little friend Yang Ming to calling him by his name. Uncle Wang, good morning. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Wang Songshan, then turned to Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui. Master's wife, good morning. Both of you look good. You must have slept well last night, right? Hee. Fang Tian smiled wretchedly. How could he not understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words? However, he was also a little proud. Don't look at my age, my masculinity is still as strong as before. So much so that Wang Ruoshui scolded anxiously. How can he still be so fierce at such an old age? Don't look at Wang Ruoshui's age. It was the first time for a virgin. While she was depressed, she was also secretly happy. It seems that Fang Tian's body is still in good condition. Wang Ruoshui's face became redder after being teased by Yang Ming. She glared at Yang Ming fiercely, then coughed and said, Yang Ming, Yan Yan, sit down and eat breakfast. Breakfast? Let's put it aside first. Yang Ming said, now, there is an important thing to say. In a while, the Buffon family will be our guest. They have already arrived in Elo town. I estimate that they will arrive in another hour. Yang Ming said. What? The Buffon family is here. Wang Songshan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. He stood up, Yang Ming, why didn't you say so earlier? We didn't prepare for such an important matter in advance. You know, they are the most distinguished guests. Wang Songshan did not doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's words. If someone else told Wang Songshan that the Buffon family was coming to the butterfly family as guests, Wang Songshan would definitely not believe it. The reason was very simple. Although the butterfly family was also a powerful existence in the upper class of Europe, they were inferior to the Buffon family. Even if they were to be guests, it would be their own people visiting the Buffon family. How could they let the Buffon family come personally? However, all of this came from Yang Ming's mouth. Wang Songshan naturally believed it completely. This was because Yang Ming found the Buffon family to resolve the family crisis this time. Since Yang Ming could command the Buffon family, what was impossible for the Buffon family to visit the butterfly family? Uncle Wang, it's not that I didn't say so earlier, but I received a call from them early this morning. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, this old guy didn't even say anything when he left yesterday. He actually woke me and Yan Yan up early in the morning. Damn it. Yang Ming. How can you be so rude? Wang Songshan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. How could he casually talk about the Buffon family? If it was heard by others, then the trouble would be huge. Although you are familiar with them, and perhaps you used some benefits to persuade them to help us resolve the crisis, but you shouldn't look down on them. If you offend them, then the losses will outweigh the gains. If they fall out with us, the consequences are not something we can bear. Falling out? Yang Ming smiled indifferently. As long as he has that thought, he can turn hostile at any time. I don't care. Everyone present looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. They didn't understand why a person who was originally very sensible would suddenly become so arrogant. When facing the Lancer family, Yang Ming was not so arrogant, but when facing the Buffon family, which was more than one level higher, he spoke arrogantly. However, there was one person who knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. This person was Wang Xiaoyan. Not only did Yang Ming dare to say these words to scold old Buffon, but even if he scolded him in front of old Buffon could only face him with an apologetic smile. As for Fang Tian, he knew that Yang Ming had accepted this Buffon family member as his disciple, so he wasn't too worried. Yeah, this person is really annoying. I was sleeping soundly, but he woke me up. When I see him later, I must scold him. Wang Xiaoyan naturally cooperated with Yang Ming. The coquettish expression on her face seemed to show that she didn't put the Buffon family in her eyes at all. Are these two children still asleep? Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, dumbfounded. She didn't understand why these two people spoke like this. Probably. Wang Songshan listened to Wang Ruoshui's analysis and thought so. This was the only reason that could explain what was happening in front of him. He waved his hand helplessly. Let the two of them wake up here. Let's hurry up and prepare. Don't neglect them. Fortunately, the house has been redecorated for Yan Yan and Yang Ming yesterday. Otherwise, we would really be caught off guard. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Sometimes, the truth was always not believed. Both of them were just telling the truth, but everyone didn't believe it. Why are they so active? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that the old guy, old Buffon, wants to come and learn, right? But they don't know. Wang Xiaoyan also smiled bitterly. Forget it. Let's eat. Don't worry about them. Okay, let's eat. Yang Ming looked at the untouched breakfast on the table. It was really convenient for him. Wang Songshan and the others probably wanted to wait for him and Wang Xiaoyan to come down so that they could have breakfast together. Obviously, they had waited for them, but the news he brought them made these old guys unable to eat. Fang Tian had no concept of the upper-class families in Europe. Moreover, no matter how powerful old Buffon was in Europe, it had nothing to do with Fang Tian. However, since Wang Ruoshui was busy, how could Fang Tian not help? Therefore, Fang Tian followed behind Wang Ruoshui and busied himself like a follower. With yesterday's foreshadowing, it was not difficult to decorate the interior of the butterfly castle. They just had to remove those obviously festive things and replace them with welcoming things. When they were done, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were also full. The two of them didn't think that Wang Songshan and the others could come back and continue to eat after they were done. Therefore, they didn't even think about leaving food for them. They just picked out what they liked to eat and left a pile of leftovers. Who? Wang Songshan was very tired after busying himself for a long time. When he returned to the dining room again, he happened to see Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had just finished eating and drinking leisurely. He couldn't help but be angry and amused. You two, aren't you really in a hurry? What's the hurry? Yang Ming said disapprovingly, it's not like we haven't seen the people of the Buffon family. Is there a need to be so grand? That's right. When Yang Ming and I went to the Buffon family as guests, they didn't decorate so grandly. Why should we decorate like this? Wang Xiaoyan also retorted disapprovingly. This? Wang Songshan was stunned. He didn't expect that his daughter had also been to the Buffon family. No wonder she was so fearless. It seemed that she was very familiar with the people of the Buffon family, just like Yang Ming. The people who came this time might also be acquaintances of the two of them. However, he still said, how can it be the same? What kind of existence is the Buffon family? Moreover, although the people you know may have a high status in the Buffon family, it's impossible for the entire family to warmly welcome them just because they are personal friends, right? Wang Songshan took it for granted that the people that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew could not be the patriarch of the Buffon family. It was even impossible for them to be people like the great elders. Because the two of them were too young, in Wang Songshan's opinion, the people that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were most likely to be in contact with the descendants of the Buffon family. The second or third successor, or even the first successor, was unlikely. He would never have thought that the person that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew was actually the current patriarch of the Buffon family, old Buffon. However, old Buffon did not decorate the house like this, nor did he let the whole family warmly welcome Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was also because old Buffon guessed that Yang Ming might not like this. According to the information he looked up, those masters did not like noise, and they did not like that kind of extravagance. They were more low-key, so old Buffon chose to receive Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan in a low-key manner. Forget it. Since it has been arranged like this, then so be it. Yang Ming shrugged and did not explain. At this time, it did not matter if he explained or not. Anyway, old Buffon would come soon, and everything would naturally be understood. Wang Songshan was about to say something, but at this time, a disciple ran in hurriedly. Previously, these disciples had been instructed by Wang Songshan to report immediately once there were guests. What's the matter? Are there guests coming? Wang Songshan quickly turned his head to look at the disciple who ran in and asked. Reporting to the family master, the disciple at the foot of the mountain sent a message up. The guests of the Buffon family are about to arrive at the butterfly castle. The disciple who ran in quickly replied. Let's go, I will personally welcome them. Wang Songhan nodded quickly, and then said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, you too, don't you want to come out together? Then let's go together. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shrugged. This old Buffon's face is really big. I have to personally welcome them. Wang Xiaoyan probably also thought of Yang Ming's idea, and couldn't help but smile. She got up and followed Wang Songhan out of the restaurant with Yang Ming. On the other side, Wang Ruoshui and Fang Tian had also received the news. Butler Mu and some of the disciples who had the final say in the butterfly family all followed behind Wang Songhan. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the butterfly castle. At this time, they happened to see a luxury off-road vehicle of unknown brand slowly driving over. Junior sister, did I see wrongly? The ones standing at the door to welcome us are master and master's wife, right? Old Buffon climbed the rugged mountain road and was about to reach the butterfly castle when he suddenly saw the people welcoming him outside the butterfly castle. It's master and master's wife. Mrs. Buffon took a closer look and immediately confirmed, Senior brother, how can we trouble master and master's wife to welcome us personally? Yeah, isn't this killing two of our disciples? Old Buffon was shocked when he confirmed that the people in front were Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He quickly yelled at the driver in front, stop the car quickly. The driver didn't know why the family master suddenly asked him to stop the car like crazy, but he didn't dare to neglect. He quickly stopped the car, turned around with some doubts, and asked, Family master, the butterfly castle is in front. Why did we stop suddenly? Why are you asking so much? Drive your car properly. Old Buffon was anxious at the moment, and the driver kept asking questions. He was angry and scolded him. The driver was startled and immediately lowered his head. That's right, how could he guess what the patriarch was doing? He quickly shut up and didn't dare to say another word. Old Buffon quickly opened the door and pulled Mrs. Buffon out of the car. Junior sister, master and master's wife are standing. How can we dare to sit in the car? Isn't that treason and disrespect to master? Yeah, fortunately, we found out early, otherwise. Mrs. Buffon nodded in agreement. She now understood why old Buffon respected Yang Ming, a master who was much younger than them, so much. It was because this master was indeed a strange person. The martial arts that he taught her and old Buffon were simply magical. After practicing, they became much younger and were full of vitality. Youth was hard to buy with money. How could old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon, who were already in their twilight years, not respect Yang Ming from the bottom of their hearts? Wang Songhan was standing in the front row of the group, ready to warmly welcome the Buffon family to the butterfly castle. However, he did not expect that the Buffon family's car would stop on the mountain road a few hundred meters away from the butterfly castle before reaching the castle. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Buffon family was suddenly dissatisfied with the butterfly family? Otherwise, why would they suddenly stop the car before reaching the entrance? What happened to the Buffon family? Wang Songhan asked curiously. In fact, his question was equivalent to asking in vain. Whether it was Wang Ruoshui, Fang Tian, or Butler Mu, none of them knew why the Buffon family stopped halfway. Even Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't know why old Buffon's car stopped halfway. What does this mean? Could it be that their car broke down? Wang Xiaoyan's words were shocking. The car broke down? Wang Songhan, Wang Ruoshui, Fang Tian, and Butler Mu all had strange expressions. The Buffon family's cars were all specially made. How could they break down so easily? Furthermore, wasn't this too sudden? Why wasn't there any warning signs? Coincidentally, it broke down in front of the butterfly castle's entrance. But these people really couldn't think of any other reason. It was impossible to say that the Buffon family didn't want to be guests. How could they go back on their words at the entrance? The only possibility was that the car broke down as Wang Xiaoyan said. Although this reason was nonsense, it was also the most likely. Wang Songhan was guessing what was going on when he saw the Buffon family's off-road vehicle's door open not far away. Two people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. After getting out of the car, they quickly ran in the direction of the butterfly castle. Could it be that the car really broke down? Wang Songshan suddenly had the urge to laugh and cry. If the car didn't break down, why would the people in the car get out of the car and run over? This? Wang Xiaoyan really guessed it right? Thinking of this, Wang Songshan didn't dare to neglect. Although he didn't know if the two people who got out of the car were the real deal, Wang Songshan didn't dare to neglect them since they were from the butterfly family. He quickly walked over to the man and woman. Hello, distinguished guests from the Buffon family. I am the family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan. When Wang Songshan was about to walk to old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon, he said, "Excuse me, is there a problem with your car? Do you need help? Car? Problem?" Old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were both stunned. They looked back at their car strangely, then glanced at the confused Wang Songshan and knew that he had misunderstood. The car is not broken. Old Buffon waved his hand. Although he knew about the butterfly family and had heard of Wang Songshan, he didn't know the relationship between Wang Songshan and Yang Ming. He came here this time for Yang Ming. As for Wang Songshan, it wasn't important. Old Buffon didn't want to waste time with him. He had already seen Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan standing in a group of people. He thought that he should quickly run to Yang Ming and ask for forgiveness. How could he have the mood to explain so much to Wang Songshan? So he just said perfunctorily, "Hello, Family Master Wang. I am old Buffon, the patriarch of the Buffon family. This is my wife. Okay, let's talk later. I have something very important to do now. I'm sorry, I have to leave first." Old Buffon, the patriarch of the Buffon family? And Mrs. Buffon? Wang Songshan's eyes widened as soon as these words came out. No wonder Wang Songshan felt that these two people were a little familiar when they got closer. Although Wang Songshan didn't participate in some of the regular gatherings of the upper class, it didn't mean that he didn't know the family masters of these upper-class families. Especially people like old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon who had a high exposure rate. Wang Songshan didn't think in this direction before. In his opinion, the people who came to see Yang Ming, even if they were from the Buffon family, would not be people with high status. How would those people know Yang Ming? So, he never thought that the people in front of him were actually the patriarch of the Buffon family and his wife. Wang Songshan suddenly realized after old Buffon introduced himself. He compared the image of old Buffon and his impression with the person in front of him and confirmed that it was not wrong. This scared him a lot. The patriarch of the Buffon family actually came to the butterfly family as a guest? What a shocking piece of news. I'm afraid that once this news is out, the status of the butterfly family will be pushed to an unprecedented height. The Buffon family was already the top existence in the upper-class society. However, the patriarch, old Buffon, rarely visited any family in a high-profile manner because it was always others who visited old Buffon. How could old Buffon visit others personally? Old Buffon's appearance in the butterfly family was equivalent to giving Wang Songshan a huge face. This made Wang Songshan surprised and happy. However, he became even more suspicious. The person Yang Ming knows is actually the patriarch of the Buffon family? However, before Wang Songshan could say anything, old Buffon had already turned around and left. He didn't say a word to him at all. Even so, Wang Songshan didn't dare to say a single word. On the contrary, old Buffon had already given Wang Songshan a lot of face by explaining a few words to him. If it were someone else, old Buffon would have no time to explain these things if he had something important to do. However, old Buffon had just arrived at the butterfly family. What important thing did he have to do? Not only was Wang Songshan puzzled, but even Wang Ruoshui, Fang Tian, and Butler Mu, who were next to Wang Songshan, were also puzzled. They had just followed behind Wang Songshan, so they heard the conversation between Wang Songshan and old Buffon clearly. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of old Buffon, but they saw a scene that made everyone present extremely surprised. They saw old Buffon pulling his wife and running quickly to the front of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He said breathlessly, "Master, mistress." Among the people present, except for Fang Tian, no one could imagine that old Buffon would abandon the butterfly family's family master, Wang Songshan, at this moment and run directly to Yang Ming. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor that the Buffon family's patriarch should have. Looking at his hurried appearance, he was like a child who was eager to admit his mistake, or a child who was eager to find trouble. If old Buffon's image did not coincide with the image in Wang Songshan's heart at this moment, Wang Songshan would even think that the person in front of him was not the Buffon family's patriarch, old Buffon. This was because old Buffon's actions and demeanor were far from the legendary patriarchs of the top families in the upper-class society. Especially the words that old Buffon said after that shocked everyone present. Master's wife. Old Buffon said breathlessly, "We deserve to die for letting the two of you welcome us here, but we sat in the car. We didn't know before, so please don't blame us." 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Yang Ming's head. Wang Xiaoyan, who was beside him, also felt a little dumbfounded. "So, this old guy stopped the car halfway up the mountain and ran up because I personally welcomed them?" Our group of people were inexplicably guessing why he stopped the car and even thought that his car was broken. "We didn't expect this to be the reason." "Your car is not broken?" Wang Xiaoyan reached out and gently touched her smooth forehead. She felt a little dizzy. "Aren't you wasting time?" "That. Master's wife, you and Master are standing here. How can we sit here?" Old Buffon quickly explained. Looking at Master's wife's expression, she didn't seem very happy. "Did I park the wrong car? Master? Master's wife?" Except for Fang Tian, Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were completely dumbfounded. The Buffon family's patriarch is actually Yang Ming's disciple? And he actually called Miss Master's wife. It seems that he also knows Miss Master. Isn't this world too crazy? Since when did the Butterfly family inexplicably have such a powerful background? The current patriarch of such a large aristocratic family was actually the disciple of the eldest Miss and young Master. Wang Songshan's heart was moved. Previously, he felt that Yang Ming was awesome. He felt that it was a big gain for his daughter to marry him, but he didn't expect it to be so big. In the future, the reputation of the Butterfly family might reach an unprecedented height. Previously, the reason why Wang Songshan desperately wanted to develop the Butterfly family into the #1 family in the assassin world was because although the Butterfly family also had a certain prestige in the upper class, it was only because of the Butterfly family's uniqueness that they were not well accepted by other families. Everyone maintained a sense of mystery and awe towards them. Often, they would stay away from them after a few words. Therefore, the Butterfly family had never been able to truly integrate into the upper-class society. If Wang Songshan wanted the family to develop better, he could only work hard on the path of an assassin. There was no other way. This was because the other families had a respectful attitude towards you, but they didn't want to interact with you. If you wanted to find someone to do business with, they would ignore you. However, with the support of old Buffon and old Buffon's Buffon family, the Butterfly family would be successful in the upper class in the future. They could soar and improve by more than one level. Thinking of this, Wang Songshan was excited. He wanted to hold old Buffon's hand now and have a good chat. He hoped that old Buffon would give face to Yang Ming and help the Butterfly family more in the future. Then, the Butterfly family would benefit endlessly. One must know that old Buffon's family was involved in a variety of industries. If the Butterfly family could get a share of any industry, they could earn unimaginable wealth. Even Fang Tian was very shocked. He knew that Yang Ming had accepted a person from the Buffon family as a disciple, but he didn't know that this disciple was the current patriarch of the Buffon family. Although Fang Tian wasn't very interested in the Buffon family because he was in China and didn't have much interaction with Europe, he knew that this old Buffon was very important to the Butterfly family when he saw his old friend's expression at this moment. It was no wonder when he thought about it. The Buffon family could directly and easily solve the firearms issue that was regarded as the biggest problem by everyone. Such a family was naturally very powerful. Especially when he saw the other party's age, he actually called Yang Ming, "This little thing, master." This made Fang Tian very unhappy. "Damn, I'm the old man. Why are you acting like an old man when you're just a little kid? Moreover, I'm your master. Even if he's your disciple, he's also my grand disciple. You can't just leave me alone, right?" Thinking of this, Fang Tian suddenly coughed twice. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He knew what Fang Tian, this old guy, was thinking. After all, this wretched master had been with him for so long. Yang Ming still understood his thoughts very well. Old Buffon, let me introduce you. This is my master, who is also your grandmaster. Yang Ming pointed at Fang Tian and introduced him to Old Buffon. Ah! Old Buffon was shocked and immediately became overjoyed. Yang Ming was already so powerful. Then, wouldn't Yang Ming's master be even more awesome? Could he be a legendary hermit? Could he fly and walk on walls? Grandmaster, please accept a bow from your grand disciple. Old Buffon looked at the inconspicuous Fang Tian, but he didn't have the slightest contempt. Generally, the more inconspicuous a person was, the more skills they had. Therefore, Old Buffon didn't hesitate to bow down. Mrs. Buffon, who was at the side, also followed Old Buffon to bow to Fang Tian in fear and trepidation. Fang Tian was just casually angry. He thought that this Yang Ming accepted a disciple and didn't come to bow to him. However, he didn't expect Old Buffon to bow to him without hesitation. Fang Tian was suddenly shocked and said somewhat awkwardly, "Okay, quickly get up." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Old Buffon was overjoyed when he heard Fang Tian speak because it seemed that Fang Tian had recognized them as his grand disciples. Previously, Old Buffon was afraid that Fang Tian wouldn't recognize them. Then, he wouldn't know what to do. However, he didn't expect this grandmaster to be so easy to talk to. "This is my master's wife." Yang Ming continued to introduce the people present to Old Buffon as he pointed to Wang Ruoshui and said, "Disciple greets the grandmaster's wife." Old Buffon was overjoyed. "It seems that I came at the right time today. Master has introduced all the people in the sect to me. This is a kind of recognition for me. Perhaps, he will teach me more exquisite martial arts." Although Mrs. Buffon wasn't very proficient in Chinese culture, she followed whatever Old Buffon did. She was quite good at it. This is your master's wife's father." Yang Ming finally introduced Wang Songshan. After thinking about it, he didn't know how to address him. Ah! Old Buffon was shocked. It turns out that the master of the butterfly family is actually the master's wife's father? And, thinking about it, the master's wife is called Wang Xiaoyan, and the master of the butterfly family is called Wang Songshan. So that's why. I have neglected it before. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Old Buffon's forehead immediately came down. When he came over before, he was indifferent to Wang Songshan and didn't take him seriously. However, he didn't expect him to have such a powerful identity. Old Buffon didn't dare to neglect. He quickly continued to kneel down with his wife and said to Wang Songshan in fear and trepidation, "Disciple greets." Old Buffon was also dumbfounded. How should I address the master's wife's father? Even though he was proficient in Chinese culture, he didn't know what words to use to describe this unusual relationship. Therefore, he was immediately stuck there. How about calling him Grandmaster too? Yang Ming hesitated and said, "Although Yan Yan is your master's wife, most of your wife's martial arts came from the butterfly family. Therefore, calling him Grandmaster is not in vain." "How can it be in vain?" Old Buffon quickly said after listening, "Disciple greets Grandmaster Wang." Wang Songshan was also dumbfounded. My identity suddenly rose a lot and became Grandmaster? Isn't this too exaggerated? Previously, I was still thinking about how to build a relationship with the Buffon family. Now, it's great. I don't even have to think about it. I'm here directly. Seeing that Wang Songshan's expression was uncertain and he didn't speak, Old Buffon was shocked. I had neglected him before. Did I offend him because of this? He was shocked and quickly apologized. "Grandmaster Wang, disciple has offended you before. I didn't know you were Grandmaster, so I hope Grandmaster can forgive me." Wang Songshan really wanted to beat himself up. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could the high and mighty Buffon family patriarch, Old Buffon, who is usually difficult to meet, kneel in front of me and apologize to me in fear and trepidation? Looking at Wang Songshan's incredulous look, Yang Ming shrugged and thought, I didn't mean to be pretentious. Although I am called Brother B, that is really not my intention. How would I know that old Buffon would make such a big fuss? Kneeling and kowtowing as soon as I arrived? It's not that I want to be pretentious, but there are really too many people cooperating with me to be pretentious. It's okay. Patriarch Buffon, you are really too polite. Please get up quickly. It doesn't look right to be kneeling at the gate. After a while, Wang Songshan woke up. He was the head of the family after all. He had a natural courage and reached out to help old Buffon up. In the blink of an eye, a lot of people younger than old Buffon had become old Buffon's elders. However, old Buffon did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was very adapted to the situation in front of him and maintained a respectful smile for everyone. It turns out that the butterfly family has such a strong foundation. I originally thought that they were just an ordinary assassin family that was only good at using guns and assassination. I didn't expect that they also knew martial arts. I actually didn't notice it for so long. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone to the butterfly family's door and not waited until I was so old to enter the sect. This huge change from a distinguished guest in the family to a disciple in the family made the butterfly family's preparations for a warm welcome go to waste. The welcoming things from before were also useless. Old Buffon was as easygoing as his own people in the family. He was amiable to everyone. There was no need for a big welcome ceremony at all. This made Wang Songshan very depressed. Didn't I prepare for nothing? This Yang Ming didn't remind me in advance and made me work for nothing. If I had known this earlier, why did I prepare in such a hurry? There was no need at all. In the end, I didn't even eat breakfast. In fact, Yang Ming had already reminded him before, but Wang Songshan didn't believe it. He didn't even take it to heart, which led to the current situation. Previously, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's disapproving attitude made Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui think that they were still sleeping. Who could they blame? It could only mean that sometimes, when you speak the truth, others won't believe you. Old Buffon was easygoing and didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The high-end guest room that was originally prepared was useless because old Buffon wanted to stay next to Yang Ming and Feng Tian, and the prepared guest room was far away from here. At that time, Wang Songshan thought that since old Buffon was a distinguished guest, he naturally had to live in a quiet environment where he would not be disturbed. Anyway, the butterfly castle was very big, so Wang Songshan ordered people to clean up a room far away from everyone. It was very quiet. He didn't expect old Buffon and Yang Ming to have such a relationship, but old Buffon didn't care if the room was specially decorated. Even his master, the Grandmaster, could live here, so why couldn't he? If he continued to be picky, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Therefore, old Buffon happily stayed. This made the people of the butterfly family, who were originally nervous and afraid of neglecting old Buffon's family, sigh in relief. It turns out that Patriarch Buffon is so approachable. However, Wang Songshan and others understood very well that all this originated from Yang Ming. If it weren't for his relationship with Yang Ming, would old Buffon treat the butterfly family like this? Why had they never heard that old Buffon was such an easygoing person before this? Jiangyan City, Jiangyan Group's conference room. The board meeting was in progress. Lu Jiangyan, the old master of the Lu family, sat in the main seat, slowly sipping his tea and looking at his grandchildren in the conference room. Those who could attend the board meeting were basically the direct descendants of the Lu family. This couldn't be changed. Old Master Lu was shrewd all his life, but it was inevitable that there would be a day when the company's shares would be divided by his sons, grandchildren, and granddaughters. The huge Jiangyan group would be torn apart in an instant. Looking at the few descendants who fought to the death for their own interests every day, Lu Jiangyan's heart was filled with a trace of desolation. Could it be that this was a big family? Could it be that these people couldn't unite as one? Don't they know that if the group is really divided, it won't be good for them? However, the temptation of power had blinded these people's minds. Everyone didn't want to be under others. The final result was the division of the group. The consequence of the division was that the Jiangyan group instantly became several medium-sized groups. At first, the impact might be smaller, but after a long time, without the support of the huge parent company behind them, how could these medium-sized groups resist the blow brought by those competitors in the industry? Without the Jiangyan group's banner, who would be afraid of you? Who would give? you face? Don't look at how these industries were smooth sailing under the Jiangyan group. Once they were divided, they would inevitably decline. But, can these people really not see it? Isn't it good to nominate a leader who can lead the family and the group to glory? Isn't it good for everyone to get a huge bonus every year? If Lu Huamei can sit in the position of the company's chairman of the board of directors, the Jiangyan group will definitely continue to develop brilliantly even if I retire. Everyone's bonus will not be less than now, but it will be much more than after the division of the business. Lu Jiangyan shook his head. His third son, Lu Hua, and Lu Hua's two sons were not easy to deal with. If Lu Huamei was the chairman, they would probably be the first to jump out to oppose it. Lu Jiangyan listened to everyone report their own data. The seemingly harmonious group was actually full of danger. In fact, Lu Jiangyan's thoughts were not on these data at all. If there were no major problems, the group had now entered the stage of stable profitability. These data did not have much meaning whether he listened to it or not. Grandpa, I have a talent that I want to recommend to you, Lu Zhenan suddenly said after reporting his work. Oh? Lu Jiangyan recovered from his contemplation and looked at his grandson. He was clear in his heart. I'm afraid he wants to place his own confidant in the group again. However, as a grandfather, what can I say? Forget it, I'll listen to him. What kind of person is worthy of Zhenan's praise? Tell me about it. Grandpa, you know about the previous cooperation project with the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company. Lu Zhenan was delighted when he saw that his grandfather allowed him to continue. He quickly said, the negotiator we sent for this project is Lu Jifei, who is also a relative of our Lu family. Lu Jiangyan snorted and motioned for Lu Zhenan to continue. Lu Jifei showed amazing talent during the negotiation. He negotiated this contract beautifully and won a lot of benefits for our company. As Lu Zhenan spoke, he took out a copy of the contract and handed it to Lu Jiangyan. Grandpa, please take a look. This contract is quite beneficial to our company. Therefore, I think that such a talent should be promoted. Isn't the group lacking a deputy finance director? I think he can do it. Lu Zhenan didn't know that Su Xiaoban had already taken Bao Sanli and the others to find Lu Huamei. In his opinion, it was fine to delay Su Xiaoban's matter first. Here, he had to finalize Lu Jifei's position first. At that time, he would push all the blame to Su Xiaoban and let him be the scapegoat. Even if the contract could not be carried out and the Mingyang Security Company fell out, he could use this opportunity to fire Su Xiaoban and end it all. Therefore, Lu Zhenan had a good plan, but he neglected the fact that Su Xiaoban actually found Lu Huamei. The reason why he was so conceited before was that he thought that Su Xiaoban couldn't bypass him to find someone else. In the group, there were only 3 people who could solve this problem. They were himself as the vice president, his father as the president, and his grandfather as the chairman. Of course, Lu Zhenan didn't think that Su Xiaoban could reach his grandfather and talk to him directly. This was impossible in his opinion. This was because even if it was him, it was not easy to meet his grandfather. Except for the board meeting, he had to convey his opinions to his father, and his father would then convey it to his grandfather. Therefore, in the group, the only one who could talk to his grandfather directly without any obstacles was his father, Lu Hua, the president of the group. Of course, there was a special case, and that was Lu Huamei. This cousin of his. Lu Zhenan gritted his teeth at the mention of this name. There was no other reason except that this cousin was too outstanding and too doted on. Everyone was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and Lu Huamei was a woman, but she could talk to his grandfather directly at any time. Why was it so difficult for him, the vice president of the company, to see his grandfather? Based on what? Based on what? Lu Zhenan couldn't accept this reality, so he would do everything to create trouble for his cousin. Aren't you capable? Aren't you doted on? I believe that as long as all the trouble comes to you, even your grandfather can't protect you. After all, the power in the company's board of directors had been dispersed. It was no longer a one-man show. As long as someone took the opportunity to create trouble, even his grandfather couldn't suppress it for no reason. Let's not talk about this first. Lu Zhenan didn't care about Su Xiaoban's matter at all. In his opinion, Su Xiaoban couldn't cause any trouble at all. Since his grandfather and Lu Hua were not on good terms, and since Lu Hua was his father, even if Lu Hua were to look for his father because of this matter, his father would definitely suppress this matter. No matter how much he fought for power with Lu Zhiqiao, that was an internal matter of the third prince's bloodline. Whether he or Lu Zhiqiao ascended the throne, they were both his father's sons. Therefore, Lu Hua would not harm his own son. Therefore, Lu Zhinan boldly put forward his own request at the board meeting. Moreover, he twisted the truth and said that Lu Jifei, a despicable guy, was a talent. Lu Jifei? Lu Jiangyan silently repeated this name. He still had an impression of this child of the Lu family. He was a nephew of one of his uncles. After he became rich, he established the Lu family's children's entrepreneurship fund. All the children of the Lu family could get a sum of entrepreneurial funds after they grew up, and this Lu Jifei was one of them. In his impression, he ran a small trading company. He just used the Jiangyan Group's prestige to do some small business. When it came to talent, he really didn't find him to be a talent. Even if Lu Jifei was not a direct descendant of the Lu family but a collateral descendant, Lu Jiangyan still gave him the necessary attention after he took away the entrepreneurship fund. It could be said that Lu Jifei's every move was still in the old man's sight. After all, Lu Jiangyan also wanted to see if there were any outstanding children in the Lu family's collateral descendant. If there were, he didn't mind helping them. However, Lu Jiangyan didn't have the leisure to help those with mediocre qualifications. Being able to use the Lu family's Jiangyan Group's name to do some small business with the entrepreneurship fund was already worthy of these children of the Lu family. Therefore, when Lu Zhinan said that Lu Jifei was a talent, although Lu Jiangyan didn't show anything, he was a little disappointed in his grandson. The group belonged to the entire Lu family. The quality of the group and the quality of the senior executives were the key to the success or failure of the group's future development. Lu Jiangyan understood Lu Zhinan's approach of placing his own forces in the group. In fact, a large business family was the epitome of imperial power in the past. The open and covert struggles within the family were no weaker than the palace struggles. It was normal for brothers to scheme against each other and fight to the death. When Lu Jiangyan was young, he was very puzzled when he saw some of his old friends' children fighting for power. At that time, he naively thought that as long as he educated his children well, such things would definitely not happen in the future. However, when he really came to this day, he suddenly realized that all of this was not under his control. First, it was his 3 sons, then his 2 grandsons and granddaughter. It was also because of this that Lu Jiangyan didn't comment on the matter of Lu Zhinan placing his trusted aides in important positions in the company. The only thing he could do now was to maintain the superficial harmony between these few descendants. As long as they could put on an act in front of him and didn't go too far, Lu Jiangyan would let them be. However, in his heart, he still hoped that his little granddaughter would be the one to take the top position. There was no other reason. It was just that although Lu Huamei was also fighting, she had a clear conscience. Everything Lu Huamei did was from the perspective of the company's interests. Even if it was for herself, it was under the premise of the company's interests. She had never fought with others for her own personal affairs. Only such a person who was dedicated to the public interest could Lu Jiangyan feel assured to hand the company over to her. This could also ensure the company's long-term prosperity. As for Lu Zhinan, everything he did was for himself. As for the company's interests, perhaps it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. This could be seen from the issue of arranging this Lu Jifei. Although the deputy director of the company's finance department was only a deputy position, it was still an important position. Letting such a mediocre person hold this position? Isn't this a joke? Isn't he taking the company's interests too lightly? Lu Jiangyan was well aware of Lu Zhinan's motives. It was because the finance department had always been managed by his granddaughter, Lu Huamei, which made Lu Zhinan very unhappy. He wanted to take this opportunity to plant a nail beside Lu Huamei. This contract was signed under the leadership of Lu Jifei? Lu Jiangyan looked at the copy of the contract in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at it. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically as he asked slowly. Yes, our company has had many similar collaborations. However, this time, it is undoubtedly the most successful and most beneficial to our company. Lu Zhinan said proudly, it can be seen that Lu Jifei is a rare talent. Our company must entrust this kind of talent with heavy responsibilities in order to play his role. The most successful and most beneficial? Lu Jiangyan finished reading the contract in his hand and threw it aside. His expression did not reveal his thoughts at the moment. So, this Lu Jifei is really a talent? This, grandson thinks so. Lu Zhanan was a little carried away, but he also felt a strange atmosphere. Why do I feel like there is more to grandfather's words? You think so? Lu Jiangyan suddenly slammed the table and snorted coldly. If this Lu Jifei is a genius, then the Mingyang security company that signed the contract is a big fool. Ah? Lu Zhanan was stunned on the spot. He did not understand what grandfather's words meant. However, many of the Lu family's disciples and those who were not part of Lu Zhanan's faction laughed secretly. Although they did not see what was written on the contract, they thought that old master Lu Jiangyan must have seen that something was wrong, so he immediately went crazy. This time, there was a good show to watch. This Lu Zhanan seemed to have shot himself in the foot. Is this a collaboration? Where the hell did you get this? Did you print it yourself? Lu Jiangyan was old and experienced. He felt that there was a problem when he saw the contract. Although Lu Jiangyan was a businessman, he was an honest businessman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Jiangyan group to such a large scale in just a few decades. There was obviously a problem with the signing of this contract. Although Lu Jiangyan didn't know under what circumstances this contract was signed, if it was signed under normal circumstances, this Mingyang security company was simply the #1 fool in the world. The investment was 10 times more than the Jiangyan group, but the shares were 10 times less than the Jiangyan group. Wasn't there something wrong with their brain? Lu Jiangyan didn't believe that there was nothing fishy. In Lu Jiangyan's opinion, could it be that Lu Zhanan casually fabricated a contract to claim credit in order to transfer his confidant to the finance department? Thinking of this, anger surged in his heart. What do these people think the group is? They don't put the interests of the group in their eyes at all. This was where Lu Zhanan miscalculated. Although Lu Zhanan thought that he was very smart, he was still too inexperienced. He thought that if he took out such a contract, the old man Lu Jiangyan would only be happy after seeing it. He wouldn't have any other thoughts at all. After all, who didn't want more benefits for their company? How could he have known that the contract was so unbalanced to a strange extent? The old man mistakenly thought that he fabricated it himself. However, this contract was real. Although it was signed by Lu Jifei using extreme means, it was still real, so Lu Zhanan ignored the old man's thoughts. In his opinion, this contract was a real contract. What was there to be afraid of? Grandpa, this contract is real. There is no trace of falsification. Lu Zhanan was shocked and knew that his grandfather had misunderstood. He quickly explained, if Grandpa doesn't believe it, I can bring the original copy and let Grandpa look at it personally. There is an original copy? Lu Jiangyan was really disappointed in his grandson, Lu Zhanan, because this matter was simply unreasonable. Even if he emphasized that it was real, Lu Jiangyan wouldn't believe it. Any cooperation between companies was built on the basis of mutual benefit. Otherwise, how could it be called cooperation? This Mingyang security company is not a fool. Why would they sign a contract that only fools would sign? So in this unreasonable situation, how could Lu Jiangyan believe Lu Zhanan when he kept emphasizing that the contract was real? Grandfather, I can prove that eldest cousin brother is telling the truth. Just when Lu Zhanan didn't know what to say, Lu Huamei spoke up. She was the only one who was favored among the grandchildren. Oh? Lu Jiangyan was stunned when he heard Lu Huamei's words. He never thought that his favorite granddaughter would support Lu Zhanan at this moment. One had to know that these two had always been at odds with each other. However, Lu Huamei's strength was that she was devoted to the company. So Lu Huamei supported Lu Zhanan at this time. Could it be that the contract was real? At this moment, Lu Zhanan opened his mouth so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. Lu Zhanan never thought that Lu Huamei would actually speak up for him at this moment. Why was that? Didn't she know that everything he did was directed at her? Why did she have to support him instead? Although I don't know if Lu Jifei is a genius, I know that this contract was indeed signed with the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company, Lu Huamei said. However, it was signed under a very special situation. Signed under a very special situation? Huamei, what do you mean by this? Lu Jiangyan finally knew why his precious granddaughter suddenly seemed to support Lu Zhenan. It turned out that she had discovered the abnormality and was preparing to bring it up at the board meeting. It is said that there is a kind of incense that can make people lose their minds. Lu Huamei said slowly. Little sister. What are you talking about? Lu Zhenan's pupils contracted violently when Lu Huamei said the word incense. Then, he suddenly interrupted Lu Huamei, this is the board meeting. Why are you talking about those irrelevant things? Lu Zhenan finally understood at this moment. Why would this little sister who had always been at odds with him suddenly support him? It turned out that there was a more severe method waiting for him. And he was almost fooled. Listening to Lu Huamei's meaning, she knew the situation. Did Su Xiaoban actually find her? Thinking of this, Lu Zhenan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart. Su Xiaoban, this bastard, actually caused trouble for me. I should have fired him directly back then to prevent him from messing around again. Irrelevant things? I'm talking about the process of how Lu Jifei signed the contract. Lu Huamei glanced at the exasperated Lu Zhenan and said calmly. What does signing the contract have to do with incense? Lu Zhenan said, the time of the board meeting is very precious. Don't talk about those useless things. You just have to prove that this contract is real. Lu Zhenan was really anxious and scared. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed. If his grandfather really knew the truth, he would probably be scolded. He might not even be able to keep his position as the vice president. Zhenan, you shut up and listen to Huamei, Lu Jiangyan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and glared at Lu Zhenan impolitely. Even if Lu Zhenan was unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to have any objections. He could only sit there with a dark face and curse Su Xiaoban's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This kind of incense. Lu Huamei narrated the whole process of what Su Xiaoban had described to the board meeting without leaving out a single word. She had an excellent memory and a strong ability to organize her words, so Su Xiaoban's narration might not be very attractive. However, the whole process was full of suspense after Lu Huamei's narration, making people have a desire to continue exploring. Incense? Although the people present were skeptical of Lu Huamei's words, they had never heard of using incense as a means to sign a contract. So, they fell into silence for a while and didn't know what to say. Little sister, your story isn't funny at all. Lu Zhenan saw everyone's reaction and was immediately delighted. As long as these people don't believe it, then it's easy. Do you think incense is incense just because you say so? Do you have evidence? So, Lu Zhenan became fearless again, although it sounds a little suspenseful and twisted, isn't this a little too unrealistic? As soon as Lu Zhenan opened his mouth, those who had the same doubts nodded their heads. Indeed, although Lu Huamei's narration was vivid, the story sounded a little surreal. After all, this was a method that no one had seen before. It was hard to believe. Even the old man Lu Jiangyan fell into deep thought at this moment. His intuition told him that Lu Huamei wouldn't lie, but it was obviously difficult to convince the crowd if he believed her just based on her words. So, he said, Huamei, do you have any evidence? Yes. Lu Huamei nodded. I have a recording here that can prove that incense really exists, but it's a little vulgar. Grandpa, you see. Since you have evidence, then show it in front of everyone. Lu Jiangyan ordered without hesitation. As for whether it was vulgar or not, Lu Jiangyan didn't even think about it. As long as there is evidence, who cares if it's vulgar or not? Lu Huamei nodded and clicked on the laptop in front of her with the mouse. Then, she turned the volume of the laptop to the maximum. Think about it. You've become my lover. How can I treat you badly? A wretched voice came from the computer speaker. Lu Zhenan looked at Lu Huamei's laptop in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. I clearly deleted this recording with my own hands. How can it still appear in Lu Huamei's hands? That was impossible. Su Xiaoban didn't make a backup at that time. Then, how did Lu Huamei get this recording? Could it be that Su Xiaoban had been guarding against me before? Thinking of this, Lu Zhenan's heart was filled with hatred. This Su Xiaoban is really a bastard. He actually kept a backup plan. The recording wasn't long, and it finished playing soon. Everyone in the board of directors was a little stunned. It was the old man from the Lu family who spoke. Huame, who is the person in this recording? Where did it come from? The man in this recording is the so-called genius, Lu Jifei. Lu Huame said scornfully, this is the so-called genius that Big Brother is talking about? He is indeed a genius. Not only did he use incense to make the Mingyang security company's people sign a contract, but he also got his subordinate's girlfriend into bed. This woman is the girlfriend of Su Xiaoban, the manager of our group's Songjiang office. You're talking nonsense. Lu Zhenan was so angry that his face turned green. He didn't expect that his meticulous plan to let Lu Jifei take over would be ruined by his good sister in the end. Lu Zhenan knew that he certainly couldn't be weak at this time. As long as he was weak, it was equivalent to admitting that he was deceiving his grandfather. This was something that his grandfather would never tolerate. A load of nonsense? Lu Huame raised her eyebrows noncommittally. This recording was sent to me by Su Xiaoban himself. So what? Even if the person in this recording is really Lu Jifei, it only shows that his private life is chaotic. What does this have to do with personal ability? No one is perfect. It is normal for capable people to be a little arrogant. Lu Jifei said, moreover, the man and woman in this recording are obviously willing. Look at how shameless that woman is. How can you believe Su Xiaoban's one-sided words for this kind of thing? He was cuckolded, so naturally, he was unhappy. It is normal for him to say some slanderous words about Lu Jifei. Zhenan, is this Lu Jifei really a capable person? Lu Jiangyan sighed. Now that things were clear, his grandson was still denying it. Even if this incident had nothing to do with Lu Zhenan and was caused by Lu Jifei, Lu Zhenan was still so protective of him. He wanted to put him in an important position in the group and said that he was a capable person. I don't know about his private life, and I don't need to know about it. We are a large group. What we value is an individual's work ability, not his private life after work. This is something that even the law protects. Is it necessary for us to delve into it? Lu Zhenan said with conviction, Grandpa, I only know that he was the one who negotiated this contract, and it is very beneficial to the company. That's why I feel that he is a talent and strongly recommend him to take on a more important position. This is also for the sake of the company. If that's the case, then I might as well tell you that this contract was also negotiated using the same method. Lu Huame stared at Lu Zhenan coldly. This kind of person actually made his own selfish desires sound so righteous. He clearly wanted to plant a trusted aid in the company, but now he was thinking for the company. This big cousin brother. Little sister, everything is about evidence. I said before that we can't listen to Su Xiaoban's one-sided words. His girlfriend cheated on him, so it's natural for him to hold a grudge and slander others. It's reasonable. Lu Zhenan was not afraid of anything in his heart. Although this matter was exposed, in the end, this was Su Xiaoban's one-sided statement. Where was the evidence? The evidence had long been cleaned up. Lu Luyo had already wiped away all the evidence at the scene of the signing of the contract. This was an easy thing for a black-hearted lawyer. That was why Lu Zhenan was so fearless. No matter what you say, I just need to say where's the evidence, and see what you can do. Evidence? Of course, I have evidence. Lu Huame smiled coldly and looked at her big cousin brother with some pity. He really won't cry until he sees the coffin. Since I dared to challenge him at the board meeting, I naturally have a trump card to win. If it was really a fabricated matter, even if Lu Huame could use it to attack Lu Zhenan, she was too lazy to do it. Lu Zhenan's face changed slightly, but then he thought, if there was evidence, Su Xiaoban wouldn't have come to my door so many times to request to change the contract. As long as he threw out the evidence forcefully, he wouldn't be afraid that I wouldn't comply. Therefore, Lu Zhenan felt that the so-called evidence was probably as untenable as this recording. At most, it would only cause others to speculate and doubt. Really? Then I'm all ears. Maybe I was really blinded by this Lu Jifei. Lu Zhenan's words were said lightly and cleverly, but he left himself a way out and threw away his responsibilities completely. If Lu Huame really had the so-called key evidence in her hands, then Lu Zhenan could completely say that he didn't know what Lu Jifei did at all and was blinded by him. After hearing Lu Zhenan's words, the people present secretly scolded him for being shameless and thick-skinned. He avoided the responsibility so easily. If such an irresponsible person wasn't the grandson of the old man Lu Jiangyan, he probably wouldn't be able to sit in the position of vice president in his lifetime. Many elites present sighed secretly. It's really 10 years of cold nights. It's not as good as having a good grandfather. Even Lu Huamei couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. This Lu Zhenan is really shameless to a certain level. On the other hand, Lu Jiangyan still had a calm expression. No matter how angry he was in his heart, he couldn't show it. If he exposed Lu Jifei's shortcomings in public, unless he wanted to abolish his grandson's position as vice president, it was absolutely impossible to expose him mercilessly. That would be equivalent to completely ruining his reputation. He could scold him, but he couldn't lose his prestige in front of everyone unless it was absolutely necessary. He sighed. Is this the future successor of my Jiangyan group? Can he bring the entire Jiangyan group to its end? This is an appraisal report from an authoritative organization. I believe that with everyone's intelligence and wisdom, it won't be difficult to understand what it means, Lu Huamei said. I have already made a few copies of this appraisal report. I will pass them to everyone now. Everyone, please exchange them with each other. Lu Huamei raised her hand as she spoke. The secretary in charge of the meeting walked over and helped Lu Huamei distribute the copies of the appraisal report. Lu Zhenan's face was ashen. He pretended to be indifferent. As he took a copy of the appraisal report and read it. Apart from the Lu family's children, the people present were all elites in the business world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to attend the meeting. Although many non-board members didn't have the right to speak, they had the right to attend. This was also a measure proposed by the Lu family to show the fairness of the board. It was approved by many middle-level elites in the company, making them feel that it was an extremely honorable thing to be qualified to attend the meeting. This proposal was proposed by Lu Huamei. In order to motivate the employees, the family took out a small amount of mobile shares as bonus rewards to these middle-level elites. This also greatly motivated these people to a large extent. However, Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan were initially resolutely opposed to Lu Huamei's measure. After all, the board meeting was an internal matter of the family. Why should outsiders listen in? What if some confidential information was revealed? However, this measure was quickly implemented under Lu Jiangyan's insistence. Lu Zhenan's face became more and more gloomy as he read the contents of the report. He never dreamed that the people of the Mingyang Security Company would be so creative. They didn't play by the rules and actually made a big fuss about the fingerprints on the contract. He believed that even the meticulous Lu Luyo probably didn't think of this. This was indeed an oversight. The people present were not stupid. There was no reason for them not to understand something that even Lu Zhenan could understand. Moreover, Lu Huamei had already described Lu Jifei's criminal methods in detail. Therefore, it was not difficult to see the problem that the appraisal report pointed to at this time. Could it be that there really is a hidden story in this matter? Lu Zhenan quickly spoke first just as the old man Lu Jiangyan was about to speak. He had to continue paving the way for himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall into the hands of his little sister this time. Now that I've read this report, it can be determined that Lu Jifei is very suspicious. I am a person who speaks my mind and will not be partial to anyone. Although I am very optimistic about Lu Jifei, he has done something wrong, so he must be punished. Lu Zhenan said shamelessly, however, this whole thing is very likely to be a trap set by Su Xiaoban in order to retaliate against Lu Jifei. Although this appraisal report seems to be authoritative, everyone also understands how advanced the current counterfeiting technology has become. Even the emperor's jade seal and imperial edict from hundreds of years ago could be forged. Can't this faulty contract paper be faulty? You know, although this fingerprint seems to be difficult to erase, I know that there is a laser method that can erase the traces left by some fingerprints under a microscope. So, this shouldn't be difficult, right? Lu Zhenan's words seemed to be selfless and impartial, but in fact, he was excusing Lu Jifei. He meant that even if you have this evidence, it doesn't prove anything. The current counterfeiting technology is so advanced. Isn't it easy to counterfeit? Moreover, your previous recording also proved that there was a big irreconcilable contradiction between Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin. So, the whole thing became that Su Xiaobin hated Lu Jifei. I believe that any man would have similar thoughts if it were Lu Jifei. In other words, everything Su Xiaobin did was to retaliate against Lu Jifei. Then, is this so-called evidence still credible? Everyone present sighed in their hearts. When it came to shamelessness, Lu Huamei really couldn't compare to Lu Zhenan. Lu Huamei had made things difficult for Lu Zhenan several times during the board meeting, but Lu Zhenan had always casually shirked the responsibility away from him. It was the same this time. Lu Zhenan said that a firm report with conclusive evidence was forged. However, there was really such a possibility. This was Lu Zhenan's cunning. In this way, even if everyone was suspicious in their hearts, they couldn't do anything to Lu Zhenan. However, did Lu Zhenan really avert danger every time? It seemed so on the surface. However, from Lu Jiangyan's point of view, every time Lu Zhenan averted danger, it would greatly decrease his score in his mind. It was just that Lu Jiangyan hadn't really made up his mind to abolish all the power in his grandson's hands. He wouldn't say anything. Once he said something, it meant that the matter had reached an irreversible point. Although Lu Jiangyan seemed to be a democrat on the surface and was still very accepting of the collective opinions of the family members, this was not the case. Lu Jiangyan was the kind of totalitarian in his bones. This was the characteristic of most entrepreneurs who had experienced the early stages of entrepreneurship and walked to glory. If they really wanted to do something, no matter what others said, they wouldn't change it. Just like Lu Huamei entering the Jiangyan group and taking on an important position, wasn't it also because of the old man's strong intervention that she was able to take up the position? According to Big Brother, this Su Xiaobin really has the motive and possibility of counterfeiting. Lu Huamei didn't show much anger after hearing it. She just smiled indifferently, tacitly agreeing with Lu Zhenan's words. Yeah, that's true. Lu Zhenan was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Lu Huamei suddenly gave up on attacking him. Could it be that she also knew that this move wouldn't do anything to him? However, Lu Zhenan didn't know that Lu Huamei had already guessed that he would say this. She had even mentioned it to Su Xiaobin, Jing Xiaolu, and the others in advance. Unfortunately, Jing Xiaolu already had a countermeasure and told Lu Huamei about it. That was why Lu Huamei was so calm. She didn't even care about the so-called fraud that Lu Zhenan mentioned. Then, Big Brother, do you have the motive and possibility of fraud? Me? Lu Zhenan was confused by Lu Huamei's question. He was baffled. Why would I lie? What motives and possibilities did I have? Little sister, are you kidding me? Alright, since Big Brother has no possibility of falsification, then unfortunately, Su Xiaobin also has no possibility of falsification. Lu Huamei smiled slightly and looked at Lu Zhenan as if he was a prey that had fallen into a hunter's trap. What do you mean by this? Lu Zhenan vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was at that moment. Looking at Lu Huamei, who was suddenly full of confidence for some reason, Lu Zhenan felt guilty. It was as if the other party had stepped on his tail. Since Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on the contract in the hands of the Mingyang Security Company, then his fingerprints are also not on the contract in your hands. It doesn't even have the fingerprints of the other party's general manager, Bao Sanli. Lu Huamei looked into Lu Zhenan's eyes. Her words pierced his soul. I don't think you're that bored, Big Brother. You wouldn't use some advanced laser technology to erase the fingerprints on the contract in your hand, right? Lu Zhenan's eyes showed a horrified expression. His chest heaved up and down as if he had received a huge stimulus. He stared at Lu Huamei. This is impossible, impossible. You can verify it. Speaking up to this point, even his own confidence was somewhat lacking. Lu Zhenan knew that since Lu Huamei dared to raise the issue in front of so many people, it meant that she had the confidence to win. Therefore, Lu Zhenan immediately withered on the spot. I know, it must be that bastard Lu Jifei who lied to me. He lied to me. I trusted him so much in vain. Lu Huamei glanced disdainfully at her elder brother, who kept defending and denying what he had done. She was too lazy to expose him. If that's the case, there's nothing to dispute about this matter. I suggest that our group should send someone to renegotiate the contract with the Mingyang Security Company and give them the necessary compensation. Yes. You must send someone again. Lu Zhanan's chest heaved up and down. His eyes were full of hatred. However, he didn't hate Lu Jifei or himself, but Lu Huamei. If it wasn't for Lu Huamei, how could I be so embarrassed? Lu Zhanan never reflected on his own mistakes. Instead, he threw all the responsibilities onto others. This time, our company has already let down the Mingyang Security Company. Therefore, we must send someone with a position in the group to make the Mingyang Security Company feel valued. Since this matter was handled by Little Sister, I suggest that Little Sister will be fully responsible for the affairs of the newly established company in Songjiang in the future. Lu Zhanan finished speaking his thoughts in one breath. Then, he panted heavily and looked at Lu Huamei resentfully. Stupid bitch, since you ruined my plan, then fine. You are so selfless. I will let you be responsible for this matter. Wait until you leave the core power of the Jiangyan group. See how I will deal with you. Everyone present, including the CEO Lu Hua, didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, they all held their breaths. Lu Zhanan was obviously in a state of madness now. They didn't know what kind of decision the old man, Lu Jiangyan, would make. Lu Hua was a little annoyed with his son. He really couldn't keep his cool. Who can you hide your little tricks from? You keep pushing and denying, and you still want to trick Lu Huamei in the end. Do you really think that Lu Jiangyan is an old fool? Everyone was waiting for Lu Jiangyan to speak, but Lu Jiangyan's expression was still as usual. It was as if Lu Zhanan's words didn't affect him at all. He was still so indifferent. Lu Jiangyan had long been used to not showing his emotions on his face. He didn't show anything on the surface, but he was struggling in his heart. This grandson really disappoints me. He has been in the company for the longest time and has the highest position, but the things he does are similar to a child. Who can be fooled by this kind of nonsense? Lu Jiangyan had already made a decision in his heart. This is the last time. My dear grandson, I will give you one last chance. Let's see if you can grasp it. Lu Huamei, concurrently serving as the general manager of the newly established Songjiang branch. She will be stationed in Songjiang and will be fully responsible for handling the cooperation between the branch and the Mingyang Security Company. Old man Lu Jiangyan opened his mouth and made a decision that surprised everyone. Lu Zhanan, concurrently serving as the deputy director of the group's finance department. He will be responsible for the daily operations of the finance department and will report to Lu Huamei regularly. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected that the outcome of this matter would actually be like this. Previously, everyone had basically expected that Lu Zhanan would definitely be dealt with this time. Old Master Lu Jiangyan, who had always supported Lu Huamei, would definitely take advantage of the situation to promote Lu Huamei further. However, the result was that Lu Zhanan's position as the vice president was not affected at all. Instead, he was promoted and concurrently held the position of the deputy director of the finance department. Although Lu Huamei also held the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch, she was actually demoted. Although she was still the director of the finance department, she was not in the group and was sent out. As a result, the operation of the entire finance department fell into Lu Zhanan's hands. Although Lu Zhanan was the deputy director, he was actually performing the duties of the director. He only needed to report to Lu Huamei regularly. However, wasn't this report simple? It was just a few words. It was simply too easy to hide his matter from Lu Huamei, who was far away in Songjiang. Lu Zhanan even thought that there was something wrong with his ears. He looked at his grandfather in disbelief. Is this true? Is this really true? Not only was I not punished, but I was promoted instead? And my little sister, who was supported by the old master, was actually demoted? Could it be that grandfather had already made up his mind to let me take over? That's why he ignored what I did. Even just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that I condoned Lu Jifei to do such a thing. Grandfather only scolded me a few times at the beginning. After that, he didn't ask any more and directly promoted me? Originally, Yang Ming wanted to arrange for Lu Jifei to be the deputy director of finance, so that the finance department would have its own people. But now that Lu Jifei had caused so many troubles, it was definitely impossible to entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. But this deputy director position did not fall into the pocket of others. Yang Ming was stunned. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lu Huamei. You bitch, didn't you deliberately want to take me down? This is great. You got yourself into trouble. You are willing to be a good person who helps others when you see injustice. Since you are so dedicated to the good of the company, then the matter of negotiating with the Songjiang Mingyang company will be handed over to you. And you don't have to come back. Just be the general manager of the branch there for the rest of your life. Grandpa, Lu Huamei also thought that there was something wrong with her ears. Why would Grandpa make such a muddle-headed decision? From the looks of it, Grandpa didn't seem to be a dotard. Then what was his intention for doing this? Not only did he not hold Lu Zhanan accountable, but he also asked him to deal with Song Jiang's matters. To be honest, Lu Huamei did not feel conflicted about dealing with Song Jiang's matter. On the contrary, she would be very proactive in dealing with this matter. After all, if this matter was not dealt with properly, it would have a great impact on the Jiangyan Group's reputation. Lu Huamei felt more confident if she could do it herself. However, Grandpa's words made her stay in Songjiang forever. Although she still retained the position of Chief Financial Officer, anyone could see that the title of Chief Financial Officer was in name only. It was impossible to expect Lu Zhanan to listen to her remote command. You have stayed in the group for a long time. It might not be a bad thing to train at the grassroots level. Lu Jiangyan didn't give Lu Huamei a chance to explain and directly made the final decision. Lu Huamei sighed slightly in her heart, but couldn't say anything else. The board meeting ended just like that. Some people didn't understand, while others were gloating. Lu Zhanan strode out of the conference room in high spirits. From today onwards, his power in this group would be unparalleled. Lu Hua was frowning at this moment. He couldn't see through the old man's intention for doing this. Why did he suddenly start to suppress Lu Huamei, who had always supported him, and entrust Lu Zhanan with such an important task? What did this mean? Was the old man preparing to appoint a successor? No matter how Lu Hua looked at it, he didn't think that his eldest son had the potential to be a successor. However, the facts were right in front of him, so he had to believe it. Lu Huamei, who had always been favored, suddenly fell out of favor, and his eldest son, Lu Zhanan, was actually promoted after doing so many perverse things. Was the old man really muddle-headed? Lu Hua's heart trembled when he thought of this possibility. Was there something wrong with the old man's body? Did he know that he didn't have much time left, so he started to plan for his funeral? Lu Hua suddenly felt that it was very possible when he thought of this. Otherwise, the old man's attitude wouldn't be so abnormal. However, no matter what, this was a good thing. As long as his eldest son was chosen as the successor, he would definitely not let him go. He would definitely take over the position of chairman smoothly. It was just that a part of the shares might be allocated to his eldest son, but that didn't matter. The Jiangyan Group would be controlled by the third branch in the future. In Lu Jiangyan's office, Lu Huamei looked at her grandfather stubbornly. She didn't speak, but anyone could see the grievance in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong, my little princess? Are you angry with Grandpa? At this moment, Lu Jiangyan no longer had the aura he had during the board meeting. He gave people the feeling that he was a completely kind old man. Grandpa, you also know what kind of person my eldest brother is. I'm afraid that Grandpa's years of hard work will be ruined by him if the group is handed over to him. Although Lu Huamei didn't show too much anger, the resentment in her heart was quite a lot. If she didn't know that her grandfather was very sober now, she would have scolded him for being muddle-headed. Hee, then do you think that Grandpa is muddle-headed? Lu Jiangyan smiled slightly. His deep love for Lu Huamei was fully displayed in his eyes. No way. Lu Huamei's cheeks reddened slightly. She was a little uncomfortable with her thoughts being exposed. Grandpa, I also play a role in supervising my eldest brother in the company. Now that I'm in Songjiang, then. I just want to give your eldest brother a chance. Lu Jiangyan didn't hide his thoughts from Lu Huamei. This is also his only chance, the last chance. Grandpa, you mean? Lu Huamei exclaimed softly. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She understood what her grandfather wanted to do. That's right. Lu Jiangyan nodded. Without your supervision, I will put the power of the group in his hands. If he is willing to change, then there will be a place for him in the Jiangyan group in the future. If not, then he can take his shares and be a good-for-nothing young master. The dividends will be enough for him to spend for the rest of his life. Lu Huamei listened to her grandfather's explanation and sighed in relief. It seemed that her grandfather had made up his mind through this incident. However, there was no need to mention the loophole in the accounts that she had decided to mention to the board of directors because the finance department had already become Lu Zhenan's world. There was no need for her to mention it. Are you relieved now? Lu Jiangyan sighed. Huamei, I think highly of you, but you are the one who I don't want to participate in this family dispute the most. How I wish that you were still the little girl who only knew how to act spoiled in front of me a few years ago. Find a good man in the future, marry him, and give Grandpa a great-grandson. Grandpa, I won't marry. I will always be with you. Lu Huamei's face suddenly blushed like a cooked shrimp. Girls have to marry in the end, Lu Jiangyan sighed. His heart was full of contradictions. Don't blame your eldest brother. In his opinion, you are a girl who will always belong to someone else's family. That's why he doesn't want the family business to become your dowry. However, your two brothers are really useless now. If such a big group was handed over to them, I'm afraid. Lu Jiangyan didn't continue, but the meaning was obvious. However, they are my children and grandchildren after all. I still have to give them some shares, Lu Jiangyan said. No matter what, the person at the helm of this company is still you. You won't blame Grandpa for being biased, right? Why would I? Lu Huamei shook her head. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's shares or not. I'm a girl. Why would I need so much money? I just need to buy flowers. I really don't want to see such a glorious Jiangyan group go down the drain. This time, you can go to Songjiang as a vacation. It's been hard on you. You buried yourself in work and refused to rest for a moment, Lu Jiangyan said. It's best if you can bring back a little boyfriend for Grandpa. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Huamei was embarrassed. In Lu Zhenan's office, Lu Zhenan looked at Lu Jifei apologetically. This was his absolute confidant. Not to mention, this Lu Jifei was really capable of flattering others. In just a few days, he went from an ordinary collateral descendant of the Lu family to Lu Zhenan's absolute confidant. Of course, although Lu Zhenan was a bit of an idiot, he couldn't deny Lu Jifei's flattering face. Brother Nan, you don't have to worry about me. Today is a happy day. Although Lu Jifei regretted that he couldn't become the chief financial officer and couldn't make things difficult for Jing Xiaolu, he looked very happy on the surface. Congratulations, Brother Nan. The finance department will be your world in the future. No one in this group can stop Brother Nan's footsteps anymore. That's true. Lu Zhenan thought that he was actually the deputy director of the finance department, and the corners of his mouth were about to fall off. However, I really have to wrong you. I really don't know what happened to the old man today. He actually let that little bitch Lu Huamei out. This is really a joyous event. Yeah, this is the biggest happy thing. In the future, without her around Brother Nan can cover the sky with one hand in the group. Lu Jifei smiled and said flatteringly. However, there is a trace of suspense in this matter. Why does the old man suddenly want to support me? After Lu Zhenan laughed, he also had some doubts. He was not a fool. How could he not notice the old man's abnormality today? Of course it's abnormal. Lu Jifei said with a smile, Brother Nan, I think from the old man's reaction now, he wants to train you as the successor of the group. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Zhenan's heart was excited. Is it true? Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't let you be the deputy director of the finance department. And Lu Huamei not only not to mess with Brother Nan, but also let herself be let out of the company. Lu Jifei said, we can already see the old man's thoughts. That is, the successor has been determined. No matter what Brother Nan does, you are already the successor in the old man's eyes. Even if you overdo it, it is no longer a shortcoming. After all, it is normal for the superior to be strong. That makes sense. Lu Zhenan's expression became increasingly proud. As for Lu Huamei's apparent promotion, it's even easier to explain. Lu Jifei said, it's not good for the old man to take her position directly. After all, what she did was for the benefit of the company, not just for you, Brother Nan. So, even if the old man wanted to touch her, there was no reason for it. But in order to make way for your promotion, she must be removed as an obstacle. So today, she was let out of the company. Jifei, I realized that you really have the talent to be a doghead strategist. Lu Jianan patted Lu Jifei's shoulder as if he was a confidant. Hehe, I think that even if Lu Huamei and Brother Nan didn't fight over this matter today, the old man would find another reason to let Lu Huamei out of the company and entrust you with an important task. Lu Jifei continued to analyze, and today, it just so happens that there is such a good opportunity. Maybe the old man will praise Brother Nan behind his back that you are a person who can create opportunities. Jifei, I have decided. In the future, you will be my strategist and follow me. Although you don't have a specific position in the company, I will personally give you a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. If you do well, I will give you more rewards. Lu Jianan was looking at Lu Jifei more and more pleasing to the eye now. It would be wonderful to have such a follower by his side. Thank you, Brother Nan. Lu Jifei quickly agreed after hearing it. 50,000 yuan a month. He would only be a strategist, and his company would not be affected at all. It was simply free money. Moreover, there were rewards. If I get promoted in the future, don't worry. You will be the biggest contributor. At that time, the vice president position will be yours. Lu Jianan said boldly. Then, thank you, Brother Nan. How could Lu Jifei not know the benefits of following Lu Jianan? In the future, he would be like a close official by the crown prince's side. When the crown prince ascended the throne, he would be under one and above all. Lu Huamei is still too easy for her. It's best if she can never rise again. People were always greedy. Previously, Lu Jianan was still happy that Lu Huamei had been captured by outsiders. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt that it was better to kill Lu Huamei. Otherwise, she would always be an enemy of his. She would be a huge threat if the old man made a mistake one day and allowed her to make a comeback. Brother Nan, don't worry. I still have a backup plan. I guarantee that Lu Huamei will die. Lu Jifei had planned a backup plan to deal with Jing Xiaolu. Similarly, this plan could also be used on Lu Huamei. Lu Jifei's plan was for Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaoban to die together. At this time, Lu Huamei would be involved, so she would be included. Oh? Lu Jianan showed an interested expression. You have a good way to make her unable to rise again? Of course. Lu Jifei sneered and whispered in Lu Jianan's ear, when the time comes, we will do this. I'm not afraid that Lu Huamei will not be finished. Is there any movement from the Lancer family? Yang Ming held Wang Xiaoyan leisurely and sat in the courtyard of the butterfly castle. Wang Songshan, who was opposite him, was also eating fruits leisurely. No one would have thought that the butterfly family, who was still in crisis a few days ago, would become so relaxed. Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui were training old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon in the courtyard. However, the two old guys didn't feel that it was hard at all. It was a great honor to be able to be taught by the founder and the founder's wife. No, I don't think Thomas will give up on good easily. After all, he is his biological grandson, said Wang Songshan, just like how I refused to marry Yan Yan to good. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that we didn't pressure the Lancer family enough. We should ask old Buffon to give them some warning. No need. I will leave in a while and go to the Lancer family personally to take Good's head. A trace of hatred flashed across Wang Songshan's mouth when he said this name. I will definitely make Good pay the price in blood for the humiliation he brought to our butterfly family. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Looking at Wang Songshan's current appearance, he knew how much he hated Good. If he didn't know the Buffon family, the butterfly family would have fallen into a big crisis now. All of this happened because the butterfly family didn't do anything wrong. If the butterfly family took the initiative to provoke the Lancer family and became enemies with them, then they could only blame themselves for being incompetent. However, it was obvious that Good was the one who started the trouble first. He spouted nonsense and went to the Lancer family for revenge after his proposal failed. Such a person was an out-and-out villain. How could Wang Songshan let him stay? If Good didn't come to pay tribute to the anger in Wang Songshan's heart, how could he wash away the previous shame? If Wang Songshan didn't do anything, even the other families would laugh at Wang Songshan for being incompetent. With such a strong backer like the Buffon family, if he didn't take revenge on his enemy, people would think that Wang Songshan was too incompetent or even doubt whether the Buffon family's backer was real or fake. Alright, but there should be masters in the Lancer family. I suggest that Uncle Wang bring a few family disciples along to take care of each other, said Yang Ming. I naturally know this. Don't worry. Wang Songshan nodded, wait for my good news. In the Lancer family, Kevathan, who had just become the patriarch, had no expression of excitement or joy on his face. This was because the Lancer family had suffered the heaviest blow in history. Kevathan's only hope was his cousin Jetson, who had entered Central. However, he sent a distress signal using the special communication method Jetson gave him. However, there was no news after waiting for 3 days. Kevathan was a little desperate. Did his cousin abandon me, or did he not receive my message at all? Compared to Thomas and Leckroft, Slade was also very anxious. After all, Kevathan was his son. If this family matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, then Kevathan would inevitably become a patriarch who stepped down as soon as he came to power. Does God want to destroy my Lancer family? Kevathan looked at the Lancer family members who were originally high-spirited and arrogant at the family meeting. He couldn't help but tear up and cry, does anyone have any ideas? Ideas? Leckroft snorted indifferently, Nephew Kevathan, you are now the patriarch of the family. You have the final say in everything. Why are you still asking us if we have any ideas? You. Kevathan was already filled with grief and indignation. He was immediately angered by Leckroft's words, third uncle, what do you mean by this? Are you not a member of the Lancer family? Are you willing to watch our family go to destruction? In the beginning, it was you who vowed that you could protect good and ensure that the family would not suffer losses. That was why we unanimously elected you as the patriarch. Leckroft said calmly, after that, you said that you wanted to give up good. Well, you are the patriarch. We all listened to you. I also voted in favor of giving up good. There is already a solution. What else do you want me to think about? I think it's better to directly hand over Good's head to the Butterfly family. You. Why didn't Kevathan want to give up Good? However, Thomas obviously disagreed. He couldn't do anything at all. Even though Thomas had stepped down as the patriarch at this moment, the family's cronies had not disappeared with him. It could be said that half of the people in this large Lancer family were directly under Thomas's command. How could Kevathan do anything? Kevathan felt that he was really a coward as the patriarch. He had just taken office and had not yet enjoyed the thrill of it, but these things almost made him have a mental breakdown. Kevathan watched his family's industry turn into bubbles in an instant. He went to visit the family that had close business with the Lancer family before, but they did not even give Kevathan a chance to meet with him. No matter how Kevathan showed the feelings and friendship between the two families, they were not moved at all. If they offended the Buffon family, who would dare to help? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble for himself? Therefore, in this way, the Lancer family had completely become an ant on a hot pan, without any hope and support. Cousin Jetson, the only one who could bring a technological pillar to the Lancer family, was nowhere to be found. This made those in the Lancer family who originally thought that Kevathan was stronger as the patriarch begin to feel restless. Especially Leckroft, he thought that Kevathan was just painting a pie in the sky. In fact, Kevathan didn't have any strength. Cousin Jetson was just an excuse. Now that Kevathan was in power, the cousin still hadn't appeared. This made Leckroft even angrier. He firmly believed that he could be a better patriarch than Kevathan. Kevathan, since you can't protect good and can't bring any benefits to the family, then I think it's better for you to abdicate? Leckroft smiled coldly and stared at Kevathan like a poisonous snake. I think even second brother Thomas is better than you as the patriarch, right? Leckroft had missed the best opportunity to take the position. He had exposed his ambition too early, but he failed to take the position because of Kevathan. Now, it was probably impossible to take the position again. Even if Kevathan abdicated, the one to take the position could only be Thomas. He had no hope. This made Leckroft hate his nephew Kevathan to the bone. If it weren't for him being meddlesome, I'm afraid that the previous person to take the position would be me. Therefore, Leckroft also made up his mind. Since he couldn't take the position, he couldn't let Kevithan have an easy time. The best way was to let Thomas take the position again so that no one could take advantage of it. Thomas was originally the patriarch, and Kevithan just came up halfway. So be it if you step down. Who said that my cousin can't protect good? Who said that he can't bring benefits to the family? A cold and ethereal voice floated into the Lancer family's conference room. This voice seemed to come from the distant underworld, making people shudder, but it also felt close at hand. Cousin Jetson. Is it you? After Kevithan heard this voice, he didn't feel cold like others. Instead, he was suddenly overjoyed and exclaimed, Cousin Jetson, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. Cousin Kevithan, I remember your care for me in the past. I, Jetson, am duty-bound for anything related to you. A tall figure quietly floated into the conference room. Even the people present didn't know how this person came in. It was just like the legendary leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. Cousin Jetson, what kind of kung fu is this? It's so powerful. Kevithan exclaimed, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. Although the Lancer family was now in a crisis, their defense was also at its tightest. This was because the Lancer family was guarding against the Butterfly family's revenge every minute and every second. Therefore, there were more than 10 disciples guarding the Lancer family both inside and outside the family. However, such a person had silently appeared in the conference room without any report. This made all the members of the Lancer family present turn pale with fright. This only explained one possibility. When Jetson entered the conference room, he did not arouse the vigilance of any of the guards. They didn't even notice that a person had entered the family. If this person was not Jetson, but an enemy, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he was not. However, this caused absolute fear in Thomas and the others present. Since Jetson could come in, then the people of the Butterfly family who were good at assassination shouldn't be worse than Jetson, right? After receiving your message, I flew here day and night. However, the center is a little far from here. I'm not late, right? Cousin Kevithan? Jetson didn't look at the other members of the Lancer family, but sat in the chair opposite Kevithan. Flew here? Jetson's words flew here were obviously understood by everyone as coming by plane. They didn't association of other meanings. Of course you're not late. Kevithan said quickly, Cousin Jetson, I am now the current family master of the Lancer family. Our Lancer family has encountered an unprecedented big trouble. I have already told you about it in the message. Can you help me solve it? Trouble? Jetson sneered, but his words were full of contempt and disdain. You call this trouble? As soon as Jetson said this, the audience was in an uproar. Both Leckroft and Thomas secretly thought that this Jetson was too arrogant. Even if you are a member of the center, it is impossible for you not to know the strength of the Buffon family. How can this not be trouble in your eyes? Why? You don't believe me? Jetson's gaze landed on Thomas and Leckroft, then swept across the faces of the other people in the conference room, and finally fixed on Kevithan. Of course I believe in my cousin. Kevithan said quickly. He didn't know why, but his cousin was completely different from before when he came back this time. There was an indescribable cold temperament all over his body, making people feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Jetson nodded in satisfaction and looked at Thomas, Leckroft, and others. What about you? Don't you believe in the strength of the center? This, of course not. Thomas and Leckroft were shocked and quickly denied it. What a joke. Who dares to be an enemy of Central, a mysterious organization? Isn't that courting death? Humph, whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I came here completely for Cousin Kevithan's face. Otherwise, how would I know you? Jetson didn't care and said lightly. No, of course, we believe in Central's strength. I believe that after this incident, as long as Central gives us some technological inventions, it will be enough to make our Lancer family stand proudly at the peak of the IT industry. Thomas was the former family master after all, so his words were watertight. His attitude changed all of a sudden. I already know about this matter, but Central's technology is not something that any of you can touch. Don't even think about it. Jetson waved his hand and directly rejected Thomas's proposal. This? Thomas and Leckroft's faces suddenly showed a disdainful expression. Since you are here and can't provide us with technological support, why are you still pretending? You are acting like you are very powerful? Then what's the use of you coming here? Kevithan was also a little guilty at this moment. Is Cousin Jetson not going to help me? But just a moment ago, he even swore that he would support her. Thinking of this, Kevithan asked carefully, Cousin, you mean? Spread the word. Let the daughter of the butterfly family marry good, then let the Buffon family restore your arms business and give you another 50% of the profits. Jetson said faintly, if you do all this, I will spare their lives. Otherwise, I will destroy their entire family. Ah? Everyone, including Kevithan, opened their mouths wide after hearing Jetson's words at this time. They looked at Jetson as if they were looking at an alien. This guy's so-called help is this? You want to destroy their entire family? Do you have the strength? Although you are from Central, and Central is indeed mysterious, you can't be invincible, right? You know, that is the world's #1 assassin family, the Butterfly family, which is famous for assassination. They are ranked second on the assassin list. The Buffon family is the top existence in the upper-class society. They have hundreds of years of heritage. How can you destroy them just like that? What right do you have? Let's not talk about whether you are an opponent of the Butterfly family. Even if you touch the Butterfly family, it may not be a big deal. However, if you touch the Buffon family, it may cause a backlash from the royal families or rulers of some small countries in Europe, Africa, and so on. Many of those small countries are supported by the Buffon family. If you do this, a world war may break out. I've already agreed to help you. Are you not going to cooperate? Jetson also saw the doubts in everyone's hearts and sneered in his heart. Weak existences. How can you know what it means to be strong? Cousin Jetson, it's not that we don't want to cooperate, but the Butterfly family and the Buffon family are too powerful. If we anger them like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kevithan could only speak carefully when he saw that everyone was silent. If this was said by someone else, Jetson would have already been annoyed. However, it was Kevithan who said it, so Jetson did not make any extreme reaction. He just said lightly, what Butterfly family? What Buffon family? In my eyes, they are just like ants. They are not worth mentioning. Arrogance also requires capital. Are you helping our Lancer family by saying some illusory words like this? I think you want to harm our Lancer family, right? Leckroft couldn't bear it any longer. He had long found Kevithan unpleasing to the eye. Just a moment ago, he was plotting to get Kevithan off the stage. But now, a crazy guy appeared. His mouth was full of bullshit. He was simply an egomaniac. This made Leckroft extremely unhappy. Capital? Humph. Jetson sneered. He slowly stretched out his hand and slammed it on the conference table in front of him, making a loud bang sound. Jetson's sudden move shocked everyone in the conference room, especially Leckroft. He was already so angry that his heart was beating faster. As a result, he was shocked by this loud sound and his heart almost fell out. Slamming the table? This is your strength? Leckroft's face was red with anger. He sneered mockingly, who doesn't know how to slap the table? Does a little strength mean you have strength? I think you, gah? Leckroft's words were stuck abruptly before he finished speaking. It wasn't that someone had stopped him, but the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It was because the conference table in front of him was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The large marble conference table suddenly turned into small pieces, smashed into pieces, and piled up on the ground. A conference table made of the strongest marble had turned into a large pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. Everyone present looked at the pile of rubble, dumbfounded. This marble table actually turned into a pile of broken stones under Jetson's palm? How is this possible? Is this still within the scope of human strength? Even if it was hit with a sledgehammer, this solid marble wouldn't become like this, right? Humph. Jetson sneered again. He pulled down the copper wall lamp beside him, allowing the sparks from the wires to pass through his body. He was not affected at all. He tore off the wires, pinched the copper wall lamp in his hand, and pressed it hard. The entire copper wall lamp turned into a copper lump. Leckroft's eyes changed from the initial disdain and contempt to horror and awe. How did this guy do it? Is he a human? Not only is he extremely strong, but it seems that the electric current can't cause any harm to him? Cousin Jetson, how did you do it? In the end, Kevathan was more familiar with Jetson. Kevathan spoke first in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Ha 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 ha. Jetson laughed arrogantly, stood up, and looked at the people of the Lancer family with contempt. How did I do it? Central's ability is far beyond the imagination of you secular people. But since you asked, I can tell you. In the eyes of ordinary people like you, in your own words, you can call me the Terminator. Wow. The Terminator. Kevathan never thought that his cousin Jetson, who was once at the end of his life, would actually become a Terminator that only appeared in movies today. What kind of terrifying existence was at the center of this place? Not to mention the Butterfly family and the Buffon family. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, I could destroy them with a snap of my fingers. Jetson said coldly and proudly, Cousin Kevathan, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I definitely wouldn't have come out this time. Do you know how much I paid to get Dr. Benjamin to agree to come out of Central this time? Strength was greater than everything. Previously, all the people of the Lancer family who were dissatisfied with Jetson now only had worship in their eyes. It was the worship of the strong. Because they all knew that with the terrifying strength that Jetson had shown, not to mention the Butterfly family and the Buffon family, even if there were 10 more of them, they would probably not be his opponent. Moreover, the most important thing was his identity. He was someone from the Central. Since a random person from the Central had such terrifying skills, then what about the other people in the Central? Going against Jetson was equivalent to going against Central. When a few people with the same strength as Jetson came out of Central, then who could compete with them? Cousin Jetson. I'm sorry. I even doubted you. Before. I'm very ashamed. Kevathan said sincerely. He didn't hide anything at all because his previous suspicious look must have been noticed by Jetson. If he lied again, it would be somewhat inappropriate. It doesn't matter. You and I are brothers. Don't say this. Don't worry. I will make you the most accomplished and brilliant family master in the history of the Lancer family. Jetson said bluntly. However, no one would doubt that Jetson was boasting. After seeing Jetson's strength with their own eyes, these people all understood that Jetson really had that strength. Jetson's arrival was like a shot of adrenaline to the Lancer family, who had already fallen into a crisis. It raised the depressed morale to a considerable height. The members of the Lancer family instantly became arrogant. Kevathan's position as the family master had also become indestructible after Jetson showed his extraordinary skills. Before this, Leckroft was still trying to pull Kevathan down, but now he couldn't wait for Kevathan to always be the Lancer family's family master. In the face of absolute strength, personal gains and losses had become less important. As long as the whole family rose, even if he was only an elder of the family, he would be able to show off in front of outsiders. He would not be worse than the previous Lancer family master, or even stronger. This was the benefit of having a family backer. As long as there was Jetson, a backer from Central, it would be difficult for the Lancer family not to rise. It's just an assassin family. What is it? You actually dared to provoke people from Central. There is no need for more. One Jetson is enough to destroy your entire family. At this moment, Thomas was truly willing to give up the family master's position. Before this, he even fantasized about waiting for Kevathan to reveal his incompetence and replace him and restore his position as the family master. But now it was no longer necessary because the Lancer family could only reach unprecedented glory under Kevathan's leadership. No matter who the family master was, they would not have Kevathan's advantage. Jetson's help this time was only because of his personal relationship with Kevathan, not against the Lancer family. Therefore, if they wanted to maintain a relationship with Jetson and even Central, then Kevathan must be the one to step forward. The position of the family master must belong to Kevathan. That night, Kevathan said in a high-profile manner, "The Butterfly family and the Buffon family are too much, but my Lancer family is not easy to bully. Don't think that you are so powerful. In the eyes of my Lancer family, you are actually nothing. You still want Good's life? That's a big joke. Now I will give you a means of atonement. The daughter of the butterfly family's family master, Wang Songshan, still has to marry Good. You will also have to personally arrange a banquet in front of the celebrities of the entire European upper-class society to apologize to my Lancer family. This matter will be forgiven. As for the Buffon family, this is a grudge between us and the butterfly family. Why are you involved? Fine, since you want to participate, then you have to pay the price. As long as you restore the Lancer family's qualifications as an arms dealer, increase the supply, and give us 50% of the profits, we will let bygones be bygones. We will still be partners. How arrogant. This was simply unbridled arrogance. The Lancer family's tough stance made all the big families in the upper class have an inexplicable feeling. Is the Lancer family crazy? Was this still the same cowardly family that had been in dire straits a few days ago? Why did he suddenly become so strong? He actually dared to go against two great families at once, and one of them was a mysterious and terrifying assassin family. The other family was the Buffon family, one of the top families in the upper-class society. One must know that the Buffon family was not someone he could easily offend. Are they going to start a world war? The Lancer family's arrogance did not stop there. The former partners of the Lancer family had all drawn a clear line with them after the Lancer family's incident. At this time, the Lancer family was counting on them. Teams of men in black rushed out of the Lancer family and rushed to the companies and shops of the ungrateful partners. Without saying anything, they began to beat and smash. How could these families be the Lancer family's opponents? These men in black were obviously the Lancer family's trump card. They were private guards that had been secretly cultivated over the years. Each of them had extraordinary skills. They beat up the small families that had refused to interact with the Lancer family due to pressure, but they could do nothing about it. The fist was the absolute truth. Although they had previously been pressured by the Buffon family to cut off contact with the Lancer family and did not dare to help when the Lancer family asked for help, they could not afford to offend the Lancer family either. The Lancer family's madness made them complain incessantly. The Lancer family was obviously establishing their power now. Didn't you betray me? Then, you will be punished unnecessarily. Kevithan sat in the Lancer family's conference room in high spirits, commanding the family's secret forces. He issued orders one by one. He felt like a general on the battlefield and had a sense of accomplishment. This family's secret forces had not been used since they were trained. They planned to use them only when the family encountered a major crisis. This was the family's only trump card and the most powerful hidden force. If it was not necessary, the Lancer family would not expose this force at all. This was a force that Thomas's uncle, and father had not used before. However, there was no need to hide it now because the Lancer family had a stronger backer at this moment. This private guard was not worth mentioning in front of the powerful Jetson. That was why Kevithan sent this secret force. No one in the family objected. They all knew how powerful Jetson was, so why would they care about this? Kevithan was very proud when he thought that he was the first family master to use the hidden force. This is just a small lesson for you, the partners who have turned against me, so that you can be more alert in the future and recognize who you really can't afford to offend. The sudden strength of the Lancer family made everyone more and more puzzled. Not only were they strong, but they also taught the previously timid partners a lesson. Is this Lancer family on steroids? Or, they know that they are not far from being finished, so they are starting to fight back? Therefore, many people were watching the development of the situation. They did not help the Lancer family to cheer for them, nor did they help the Buffon family and the Butterfly family to beat the Lancer family when they were down. Instead, they had an indifferent attitude. However, most people were already certain in their hearts that this Lancer family was just the last madness. After the madness, they would eventually be finished. But even if it was the last madness, these people did not dare to provoke the Lancer family. Can you lower yourself to the level of a mad dog? This guy was now clearly attacking whoever he saw. Who would be willing to be the first bird to stand out for the Lancer family's crazy revenge at this time? However, there were also some people who began to intentionally or unintentionally side with the Lancer family. Even if they did not publicly express their support for the Lancer family, they secretly began to wave the flag and cheer. This was because they felt that the Lancer family was not a stupid family. It was possible for the previous family master, Thomas, to fight blindly to the end. However, the new family master, Kevathan, had only been in office for a few days. He had not even warmed up his seat yet, but he had already fought with the Buffon family and the Butterfly family. Wasn't that crazy? So, since the Lancer family dared to do this, they must have something to rely on. Maybe they had already found a bigger backer, just like how the Butterfly family relied on the Buffon family. Otherwise, unless the entire Lancer family was crazy and did not want to live anymore. However, whether they believed it or not, almost everyone knew that something big was going to happen. Because regardless of whether the Lancer family had found a big backer or not, there would eventually be a big storm in this calm upper-class society. There was no way to stop this big storm. Several big families were involved in this. All of them were above the local law. Even the small countries where they were located were established with their support. Therefore, if a war really broke out, those small countries might also participate. And it would become a chaotic war. The Butterfly family had naturally received this news. Hearing the extremely arrogant words from the Lancer family, Wang Songshan was so angry that he slapped the coffee table. However, this slap was much weaker than Jetson's. The coffee table did not shatter, but only shook slightly. Lancer family, are you out of your mind? Wang Songshan said bitterly. He looked at the person in front of him and waved his hand. You can leave first. Yes, family master. How could the Butterfly family's disciple dare to provoke Wang Songshan at this moment? After sending the message, he quickly left. It seems that I have to go to the Lancer family in person. Originally, I wanted to give them a few days of buffer time. I didn't expect that the Lancer family would take advantage of my lack of action in the past few days. Wang Songshan told Yang Ming, Old Buffon, and the others about the information from his family's intelligence department. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped him. Isn't this a bit unusual? It's a bit strange. Old Buffon also nodded. This guy was a wise old man, master. I also think that there must be something wrong when things happen. This Lancer family must have eaten a leopard's guts to dare to challenge our two families together. Isn't he afraid of our joint revenge? Wang Songshan's angry heart suddenly calmed down after hearing what Yang Ming and Old Buffon said. He frowned and said with conviction, yes, the Lancer family only has a conflict with our Butterfly family. As for the conflict with the Buffon family, it is derived from the conflict between us. As long as the conflict between us is resolved, the conflict with the Buffon family will naturally be resolved. Therefore, it is unimaginable that they would attack both families at once. Why would the Lancer family do this? Could they be bluffing? Wang Ruoshui suddenly asked. Now, the Lancer family is obviously at a disadvantage. There is no room for them to turn things around. It's fine if we take Good's life, but the Buffon family has cut off the Lancer family's only source of income. As a result, the Lancer family has no way to survive. Can they be the last crazy one? Pretending to be very confident and then let us take the initiative to stop? That's a possibility. Wang Songshan nodded after listening to Wang Ruoshui's words. Ruoshui's explanation is reasonable and more in line with the current situation. Old Buffon, do you have any news on your side? Yang Ming was also confused by the Lancer family and couldn't figure out the other party's true intentions. From the preliminary investigation, the Lancer family has not made any agreements or contacts with any other big family during this time. I'm not sure if they have really found a backer, but it seems that there is no evidence to prove this at present. Old Buffon said, we still need the Buffon family's intelligence department to continue to inquire for further information. In that case, I think the Lancer family is most likely going crazy for the last time. Either they succeed or they die trying, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Wang Songshan said, originally, I wanted to let them go, but now it seems that I should personally go and find trouble with them. That saves me the trouble of making excuses. Uncle Wang, I think it's better to wait. However, Yang Ming spoke up to stop him. I keep feeling that there is something unusual about this matter. It would be fine if Thomas was the head of the family. After all, Good is his biological grandson. It is possible that he is unwilling to hand good over and wants to resist us to the end. It is possible that he will go crazy for the last time. But the key issue was that the current family master was Kevathan, not Thomas. He has just taken office as the family master and has not yet enjoyed any substantial benefits from the position of the family master. Isn't there something wrong with him raising the flag to resist us for Thomas's grandson? Yang Ming, although what you said makes sense, it may not be right. I think you are still too cautious. Wang Songshan waved his hand indifferently. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming said, some things are better to be careful than careless. You don't seem like a young man's character. Wang Songshan disagreed. I have decided to leave in a while and go to the Lancer family. I will meet them personally and see what tricks they are playing for me. This? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan beside him with some embarrassment. Yan Yan, tell me your opinion. Of course, I think what you said makes sense, but father has made up his mind. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to change it. Wang Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. It seemed that she knew Wang Songshan's character very well. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming knew that Wang Songshan had already made up his mind. It was useless to persuade him anymore. He sighed and said, well, in that case, Uncle Wang, you should be careful. After you go, you can withdraw if something is wrong. We will discuss it again. Don't act rashly. Of course, I know this. Wang Songshan smiled. Do you think I am a reckless man? You know, when I was young, I was a top assassin no less than your master. I have also done countless missions by myself. The dangers were far more than going to the Lancer family. If I really found out that the Lancer family had some strong support, I would have to hurry back to inform you. How could I act rashly? When Yang Ming heard Wang Songshan's words, he suddenly realized that Wang Songshan was also a super assassin. It was just that his current identity made Yang Ming subconsciously ignore this point. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was impossible for Wang Songshan to have any accidents with his assassin skills. Even if he couldn't act, there was no problem for him to retreat safely. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, well, then I won't say anything more. Uncle Wang, keep in touch with the family at all times. No problem. If I need help, I will naturally ask you, Wang Songshan said. Wang Songshan said, this time, I will go alone. I won't bring my family's disciples. It's more convenient to go alone. If I really find something unusual, I can also guarantee that I can quickly retreat. Since things had come to this point, Yang Ming would not say anything more. However, in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong. However, his terrifying sixth sense only warned him of the danger he encountered. It was not so effective for the danger that others encountered. Yang Ming could not find a way to control it, so he could only give up helplessly. But when he thought about it, Wang Songshan's skills should not be inferior to his. Even if he couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to retreat safely. Only then did he feel relieved. After dinner, Wang Songshan left the butterfly family. Feng Tian was a little worried about his old friend and planned to accompany him. However, Wang Songshan tried to stop him. The reason was that he and Wang Ruoshui had just gotten married. How could they be separated so quickly? As a result, Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui both blushed at the same time, but they didn't refute. Although the two people didn't hold a wedding with great fanfare, both sides actually approved of each other. To them, there was no need for them to arrange such a so-called ceremonial thing. Their disciple and niece were about to get married. If the two of them held a wedding together, it would make them lose face. How could they endure marrying the younger generation together? As for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, it was naturally impossible to accompany them. After all, old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were still in the family. The two of them came for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was not right for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to leave at this moment. As for the other family disciples, it was better not to bring them. It was simply an additional burden. If Wang Songshan could successfully take Good's head, then one more disciple would be superfluous. If Wang Songshan found that the Lancer family had other strong support, then one more disciple would easily expose himself. It would be more troublesome to find a way to protect this disciple after retreating. I always have a bad feeling, but I can't say it clearly. Looking at Wang Songshan's back, Yang Ming sighed deeply. Although I know that Uncle Wang's skills are good and nothing will happen, the Lancer family's reaction is really strange. Don't worry. Wang Xiaoyan held Yang Ming's hand comfortingly. Dad used to be the family's #1 assassin. Nothing will happen. I hope so. Otherwise, no matter whether the Lancer family has strong support or not, they will die. Yang Ming said faintly, but there was an unquestionable strength in his tone. Is there any reaction from the butterfly family? Kevithan sat in the family master's seat in the conference room and asked a family disciple who was in charge of intelligence. This conference room had become the family's temporary headquarters. Kevithan's orders to the outside world were issued from here. Slade, Thomas, Leckroft, and Jetson were also sitting in this conference room. The first three were sitting in the elders' seats, while Jetson was sitting side by side with Kevithan to highlight the importance of his position. Reporting to the family master, the butterfly family did not have any special reaction. They still do their own thing and did not respond. The disciple reported. Oh? Kevithan frowned slightly after listening. How can the butterfly family not make a move? Didn't they hear my declaration? Have they received the news from us? They should have received it. Our intelligence department deliberately spread the news in Elo Town. Unless the butterfly family's intelligence department is just for show or deaf, it is impossible for them not to receive any news, replied the disciple. Yes, they have no reason not to know. Are they pretending to be crazy? Or do they not believe that we have the strength? Kevithan asked with a cold snort. This? I don't know. Everything is decided by the family master. How could the disciple dare to speculate? The current family master was the most powerful family master in the history of the Lancer family. What about the Buffon family? How did they react? Kevithan snorted. He was a little unhappy. He had already shown such strength, but the other party was like a duck listening to thunder, as if nothing had happened. How could Kevithan not be angry? Reporting to the family master, the Buffon family also did not make any move. The disciple said carefully, however, it is said that the Buffon family's patriarch is not at home, so. Well, I think they don't believe in my ability. Well, they probably don't believe in Cousin Jetson's ability. Should we teach them a lesson? Kevithan said and looked at Jetson. This was the only backbone of the Lancer family. As long as Jetson nodded and agreed to destroy the butterfly family and the Buffon family, it would be fine. Otherwise, it would be useless if Cousin Jetson didn't support him. Kevithan, don't worry. Jetson said faintly, our central also has rules. We can't casually break some rules of the secular world. I've already made an exception by coming out to help you this time. However, there must be a prerequisite. That is, if there is really someone who wants to harm you, and not me taking the initiative to find trouble with them. Of course, there was one thing that Jetson didn't say, and there was no need to say this to Kevithan and others. That was, Dr. Benjamin's ambition couldn't be told to these people. If his strength was exposed too early, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. However, if the butterfly family or the Buffon family were to be destroyed in one fell swoop when they came to provoke them, no one would say anything. Otherwise, it would not be fun if everyone resisted Central together. Although Central was not necessarily afraid of these so-called big families, they could not easily ignore the influence of these big families. Seeing that Jetson was not in a hurry, Kevithan couldn't say anything. After all, his family's only hope was Jetson. If he didn't take the initiative, others couldn't force him. With his strength, who would dare to force him? I don't think the butterfly family will let it go. After seeing Jetson's terrifying strength, Thomas had quickly adjusted his position. He had adapted to the identity of an elder. We were too weak before, which was the main reason why the butterfly family looked down on us and didn't move. In their opinion, we may be a strong crossbow, but we are making a final struggle. They didn't expect that we have a powerful backer like Mr. Jetson. So, I support Mr. Jetson's idea. The butterfly family will definitely attack us when they see that we are done messing around and haven't handed over goods head to appease their anger for a long time. What second brother Thomas said makes sense. Leckroft had now completely given up the fight for the family master's position. Competing with Kevathan, who had a powerful backer like Jetson, for the family master's position was simply overestimating himself. Therefore, there was no longer any competitive relationship between him and Thomas. Their attitudes had also changed. From the beginning, they each did their own thing, but now, they both considered the interests of the family together. However, second brother, are you really sure that the butterfly family will take the initiative to find trouble with us? Leckroft's words were not directed at Thomas, but he was afraid that the butterfly family would give up in the future. This would sacrifice an opportunity to teach the butterfly family a lesson. If Jetson could take action, the butterfly family would probably never dare to provoke the Lancer family in the future. The Buffon family would also be cautious. Knowing that the Lancer family had a powerful backer, they would not dare to make trouble with the Lancer family again. In this way, the Lancer family's status in upper-class society could leap to a new level. I don't think the butterfly family will let it go. Thomas smiled and said with certainty, previously, the butterfly family made a solemn vow. If they don't keep their word, they will definitely become a big joke. Unless the butterfly family doesn't care about their reputation, they will definitely not have the face to appear in upper-class society. At the same time, they will also be regarded as a big laughingstock. So, I think the butterfly family will definitely come to trouble us. And Uncle Thomas is right. Then, let's wait for them to come. Kevathan agreed. In fact, he was not very sure whether the butterfly family could come to them, but the current key problem was that Jetson did not take the initiative to take action. There was really no other way except to wait for them to come. Since Thomas was right, Kevathan also found a way out. Otherwise, it would not look good for his family master's face. I estimate that the target of the butterfly family is very likely to be Good. So, I suggest that Mr. Jetson rest next to Good's room, in case. Thomas was naturally most worried about the safety of his grandson. He was able to give up his position to Kevathan because of his grandson. So, he actually wanted Jetson to protect his grandson, Good, by saying so many words. Second uncle, Cousin Jetson is our family's distinguished guest. It's unreasonable to let him protect a child like Good, right? Kevathan frowned slightly after listening to Thomas's words. He finally understood what Thomas meant before. It turned out that he wanted Jetson to be Good's bodyguard. It was really a good plan. It's okay, I'll just stay in Good's room. Jetson waved his hand and said lightly, since I'm here to protect your Lancer family, naturally, I won't let anyone in your family get hurt. Since Good is the first choice of the other party, I naturally have to focus on protecting him. There was one more thing that Jetson didn't say. That was, if the other party really killed Good under his nose, where would his face be? Where would Central's face be? Mr. Jetson, thank you so much. Thomas had some hope before. What kind of identity was Jetson? How could he be a bodyguard for a little brat? Therefore, Thomas just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect Jetson to actually agree. This made Thomas a little overjoyed. His voice also became trembling, and he was extremely excited. Thomas thought, Jetson is indeed a big shot. He doesn't care so much. He's really a good person. When Kevathan saw that Cousin Jetson had agreed, he naturally wouldn't say anything against it. He went with the flow and said, then, I'll have to trouble Cousin Jetson. My little nephew is really lucky. It seems that no one can hurt him this time. Amid the praise and thanks from Kevathan and Thomas, Jetson smiled proudly. However, Thomas was right. That evening, the people of the butterfly family came, and it was a big shot. Under Kevathan's arrangement, Jetson stayed in Good's room. In fact, Jetson didn't tell these people that he didn't need sleep anymore. The so-called sleep was just a cover-up. These days, Good had been in a state of fear and trepidation. After his grandfather stepped down from the position of the family master, he had already understood how big of a disaster he had caused. If he had tolerated it back then, he might not have brought such a big disaster to the family and would not have implicated his grandfather. However, he was obsessed with marrying the butterfly family's Mississippi. He did not hesitate to use the power of his grandfather's family to deal a fatal blow to the butterfly family. However, less than a day after all of this happened, there was a twist and turn. The butterfly family actually got a huge backer, the Buffon family. This made Good so scared that his scalp was about to explode, especially when he heard that the other party's condition was his head. This made Good even more terrified. When he found out that his grandfather had lost the position of the family master because he tried to protect him, he was even more disheartened. Later, there were two opinions in the Lancer family. One was to give him to the butterfly family for glory, and the other was to protect him. Later, it was his grandfather's strong insistence that he was barely able to protect himself temporarily. This made Good feel that his life was at stake. Who could guarantee that the Lancer family would not hand him over in the end? It was not until the arrival of the strong Jetson that Good felt a sense of security. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he did see the marble conference table in the conference room that had turned into rubble. How could this be done by a human? It was simply Superman. Good was full of confidence when he heard Jetson call himself the Terminator. Since Jetson had already said that he would protect him, then his life was definitely saved. Especially when Jetson insisted on marrying the butterfly family's miss to him as his wife, this made Good even more ecstatic. This Jetson is really a good person. He saved me from a crisis and made me feel proud all of a sudden. Good's face was full of smiles as he threw away his previous depression. I finally don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. To be honest, Good did not have much hope that he could marry the butterfly family's miss again. As long as he could keep his life, wouldn't there be plenty of women? Just as Good heaved a sigh of relief, he received a great piece of news. That was, Jetson actually wanted to live with him in the same room. In that case, his life would be guaranteed. Previously, although Good was very confident in Jetson, who knew if there were any accidents? It was better to be safe than sorry. If the people of the butterfly family came and found him, and Jetson couldn't arrive immediately, wouldn't his life be in danger? Now, Good was completely relieved. If the people from the butterfly family could defeat Jetson and then kill him, then his death would not be in vain. The person who could defeat Jetson was no longer on the same level as Good. If such a person came to take his life, Good simply didn't want to live anymore. He would die sooner or later, so it was better to die early. It was night. Although the Lancer family couldn't be said to be brightly lit, there were street lights at several major crossings. The Lancer family's patrol guards were nervously patrolling every corner of the family. Although these people had no ability to stop the real masters, they were at least a deterrent to the intruders. Even if they were no match for the intruders, they would send a signal as soon as possible. Good had fallen asleep. This was the most peaceful night he had ever slept. With a super bodyguard like Jetson protecting him, what was there for Good to be afraid of? Jetson was not asleep at the moment. Although the Lancer family had prepared a very high-end bed for him, Jetson was lying quietly on it with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep, but in fact, he was very awake. He knew that his physiological structure at this moment could hardly be regarded as a person. He was still the original Jetson, but he only retained his previous memories. He didn't know how Dr. Benjamin did it, but Jetson knew that Dr. Benjamin was a normal person. Unlike them, he was a science maniac. Jetson didn't know how many people like Dr. Benjamin were in Central. These were not levels he could come into contact with. He was only responsible for Dr. Benjamin and followed Dr. Benjamin's instructions. He still knew a little about Dr. Benjamin's fanatical ideas, but Jetson didn't know the ultimate purpose of Central at all. He hadn't even seen the higher-level person in charge behind Benjamin. Or rather, he didn't even know his name. He only knew that such a person existed. There was no way to know Dr. Benjamin's position in Central. Was he a higher-up or just a subordinate? Jetson still knew nothing about these. And Dr. Benjamin wouldn't tell him. This time, Dr. Benjamin originally wanted to send him to China to help a subordinate with the codename Falcon. This person seemed to have a high position in front of Benjamin. Therefore, after Jetson went, he would only assist Falcon and listen to Falcon's orders, not occupy a dominant position. This was the first mission that Dr. Benjamin had assigned to him. This time, Dr. Benjamin considered that he had too little experience in helping the Lancer family. It would be good experience to have such an experience before going to China, so he reluctantly agreed to his request. However, Jetson didn't dare to run away because his body no longer belonged to him. If he escaped from Dr. Benjamin's control, he would probably die miserably. In other words, the previous Jetson had actually died in the hospital. The current Jetson was just another person who was reborn to serve Central. But Jetson didn't regret it because it was a gain to live one more day. Moreover, coming out this time could be considered as returning a favor he owed to cousin Kevathan. Someone. A disciple of the Lancer family opened his mouth wide. He was about to call for help, but his mouth was covered, and a cold sharp knife was pressed against his neck. Don't talk. I'll kill you if you move. This person was just an outer disciple of the Lancer family. To put it bluntly, he was just a servant. How could he have any courage? He was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. He quickly nodded to show that he understood. Wang Songshan released the hand that covered the disciple, and then asked, "Where is Good's room?" In the front yard, on the second floor of the Red Villa, the third room from the left. The servant naturally knew where Good lived, and this afternoon, he had received a strange order from the head of the family, Kevathan. That was, from today onwards, if an outsider inquired about young Master Good's residence from their family, then they had to tell the truth and tell the other party where it was. Although these servants and disciples didn't know the family master's intentions, since the family master said it, they would just do as he said. When the disciple heard Wang Songshan's question, he didn't hide it because the family master had already agreed. What else could he hide? Wang Songshan nodded, and then asked, "I heard that the Lancer family recently had a backer. Is it true?" "It's true." The disciple hesitated and chose to tell the truth because the family master Kevathan did not hide Jetson's arrival. Instead, he told the entire family, so this was not a secret. The disciple said truthfully, "It is said that the cousin of the family master Kevathan, Jetson, has come. He is a great master and is invincible." Invincible? Wang Songshan snorted coldly in his heart. You really dare to brag. However, he finally understood why the Lancer family had suddenly become tough recently. It turned out that they had such a so-called invincible backer. After asking what he wanted, Wang Songshan did not hesitate to silence this disciple. Although he also knew that this disciple was most likely innocent, who told him to serve the wrong person and follow the Lancer family. Sometimes, it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong in many things. Just like the two sides on the battlefield, many people knew that the other side was innocent, but they had to be enemies. Wang Songshan was afraid that this disciple would leak his information later, so it was understandable to kill him to silence him. Of course, although Wang Songshan felt that this disciple didn't seem to be lying, he still didn't dare to fully believe him. He didn't go far before he found another servant of the Lancer family. Wang Songshan asked the servant the same question again. After seeing that the servant's answer was exactly the same as the previous disciples, Wang Songshan was completely relieved. However, this servant definitely couldn't be left alive. The dagger in Wang Songshan's hand shook, and the servant fell to the ground silently. Wang Songshan temporarily hid the servant's body, and then walked silently in the direction of the room where Good lived. These two servants of the Lancer family were unlucky enough to die. They were indeed wronged. What they said was the truth, and it was the family master who ordered them to say so. So, even if Wang Songshan didn't kill them, they wouldn't yell rashly. But how would Wang Songshan know about this situation? Just as Jetson was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a small rustling sound coming from outside the window. The sound was very small, but it couldn't escape Jetson's extremely sensitive hearing. Someone is coming. Jetson's originally closed eyes suddenly opened and then closed them instantly. He originally wanted to get up and check, but he immediately gave up. Because he had already noticed that the target of the person was his room. Then, there was no need for Jetson to chase. He just had to wait here. Wang Songshan was also a very good assassin in his early years. His qinggong and hiding skills were not inferior to Feng Tian. He quickly avoided the patrolling guards in the Lancer family's courtyard. He took out a rope with an iron claw from his backpack and threw it on the roof. With a soft click sound, the rope was stuck on the eaves. Wang Songshan pulled the rope hard. After seeing that the iron claw was firmly stuck, he jumped up and climbed up the rope. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the window of Good's room. Wang Songshan carefully destroyed the hinge lock on the window and carefully entered the room. However, as soon as he stepped into the room window, Wang Songshan felt that something was wrong. In the room, there was another person in addition to Good. Wang Songshan had never seen this person before. He didn't know why he would appear in Good's room at this moment. Wang Songshan frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. He wanted to leave the room immediately, but he was reluctant to do so. It was not easy to sneak into the inner wall of the Lancer family and successfully enter Good's room. If he didn't kill Good, then this trip would be a bit of a failure. Moreover, Wang Songshan carefully observed that the two people in the room should be in a state of deep sleep. As an assassin, he was very familiar with the physiological characteristics of people. He could distinguish real or fake sleep at a glance. Therefore, Wang Songshan was very sure that these two people would not wake up for the time being. Wang Songshan hesitated. Since I am here and these two people are sleeping, it is not too late to kill Good before leaving. Moreover, Wang Songshan was 100% sure that Good would die in his sleep. Thinking of this, Wang Songshan had made up his mind. He jumped down from the window and stood on the floor in the middle of the room. However, in the next moment, Wang Songshan's nerves tightened in an instant. This was because he saw an incredible scene. The stranger, who was originally sleeping on the bed, opened his eyes without warning. Then, he instantly sat up from the bed and stared at Wang Songshan coldly. "You really came?" Jetson said expressionlessly. He spoke in English, and believed that Wang Songshan would definitely understand it. "Who are you? How did you know that I would come? Do you know me?" Wang Songshan was shocked. He vaguely understood that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. He had fallen into this trap himself. Thinking of the two Lancer family disciples' surprising cooperation, Wang Songshan also seemed to have figured out something. It was estimated that these disciples might have been informed. If someone inquired about Good's residence, they would have told him truthfully. Thinking of this, Wang Songshan couldn't help but laugh at himself. I originally thought that I had done it flawlessly. It turns out that I was tricked. It seems that I really haven't been active for too long. Since becoming the butterfly family master, Wang Songshan had not participated in any actions. The original super existence in the assassin world had become a somewhat inexperienced novice. I believe that if I was at my peak, I would never have made such a mistake. But now, I am a little too confident and arrogant. I think that everything is under control. I don't put others in my eyes at all, which led to the current result. It seems that I'm really old. Thinking of Yang Ming's repeated instructions before, I didn't take it seriously. Now, it's good. I guess that the person in front of me is the great master that the two Lancer family disciples mentioned. I just don't know if this person is a real master or a fake master. However, judging from his pretending to be asleep and reaction speed, this person is by no means simple. Wang Songshan didn't dare to slight him. You don't need to know who I am. Jetson said coldly, as for why you came, of course, it was a guess. I don't know who you are, but I think you are from the butterfly family, right? Good guess. Wang Songshan nodded and didn't deny it. He stared at Jetson with a glimmer of light in his eyes. This person looks really unfathomable, but I don't have such a master in my impression. Who is this person? Who are you? You shouldn't be a nobody, right? May I ask, what is the relationship between you and the Lancer family? It's best not to get involved in this mess. Humph. Mess? It's not up to you to decide whether I care about this matter. Jetson didn't put Wang Songshan in his eyes at all. As for who I am, you won't know even if I say it. What I can tell you is that I am the cousin of the current Lancer family master, Kevathan. Wang Songshan's heart trembled. This person doesn't seem to be a helper that the Lancer family spent a lot of money to invite. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. It turns out that there is such a master behind the Lancer family as a backer. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now that you're here. After Wang Songshan's previous carelessness, he didn't dare to be reckless at this moment. Who knows the depth of this mysterious person's martial arts? What if I act rashly and can't beat him? Thinking of this, Wang Songshan had the intention to retreat in his heart. He wanted to leave this place and make plans after going back. At least, he had to investigate the identity of the person in front of him first. You want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that easy, right? Jetson looked at Wang Songshan with a mocking face. Since you know that I am here, how can you leave as you wish? So what? Wang Songshan complained in his heart. This person is really taking advantage of me. I am indeed afraid of him, but don't think that I am really afraid of him. I just don't have the confidence in my heart and don't want to act rashly. This guy really thinks of me as someone important. Since your excellency is here, then stay. Jetson said faintly, as if he was talking about a normal thing. Humph, I can come and go as I wish. Do I have to ask you for instructions? Wang Songshan was thinking about how to find an opportunity to leave this place. Now that the two people were on the verge of breaking out, it was absolutely impossible for Wang Songshan to turn around and leave. However, it was also impossible for Wang Songshan to jump out backwards. This was the second floor. If he jumped down head-on, he would probably be fine. If he jumped backwards, he would probably die. Therefore, Wang Songshan really didn't have any good ideas for a while. He could only grind his teeth and waste time with Jetson, but his heart was extremely anxious. At this time, the conversation between the two had awakened Good. Good was horrified to see that there was suddenly another person in his room. He immediately sobered up. When he saw the person's face, he exclaimed, Wang Songshan. Why are you here? Uncle Jetson, he is the family master of the butterfly family. Catch him quickly. Good quickly pointed out Wang Songshan's identity, fearing that it would be disadvantageous to him. Good was very clear about Wang Songshan's hatred for him. He wanted to take his head. He hoped that Uncle Jetson could quickly capture Wang Songshan. Oh? Good, do you know him? Is he the butterfly family's family master? Jetson's expressionless face showed a mocking expression. There really is someone who is not afraid of death. It seems that he is a big fish. Wang Songshan had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, but there was no chance. Jetson's attention had been focused on him, so Wang Songshan had to find a way to divert Jetson's attention. Otherwise, if it dragged on for too long, the elites of the Lancer family would be attracted. Then, Wang Songshan would really lose the best opportunity to escape. At this time, the opportunity came. I didn't expect Good to help me. Good, this kid, actually woke up at this time and pointed at me while yelling. He had successfully diverted Jetson's attention. Wang Songshan also heard a message from Good's words. The man in front of him was called Jetson, and he was Kevithan's cousin. Since there were two clues, it would be much more convenient to investigate. He believed that as long as he wanted to investigate, this person's identity would not become a secret. Wang Songshan chuckled. After Jetson asked that question, he threw a hidden weapon in his hand in Jetson's direction. Of course, he also gave Good a few blows. Wang Songshan firmly believed that even if Jetson wanted to catch him, it was impossible to ignore Good's safety. Since he could live in Good's house, it meant that he had a mission to protect Good. Humph, insignificant skill. Where do you think you are going? Jetson didn't care about the concealed weapon that was shot in his direction at all. Instead, he grabbed Good and threw him behind him, allowing Wang Songshan's concealed weapon to hit him. Wang Songshan sneered in his heart. He didn't stop, turned around, and jumped out of the window. Even if you are a great master, you will eventually suffer losses if you are so careless. How can you take my concealed weapon head-on? Don't you know that the butterfly family is famous for assassination? These concealed weapons are highly poisonous. You seem to be fine when these concealed weapons hit you, but humph. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Wang Songshan didn't look back at all because in his opinion, Jetson had already become a dead man. He actually used his body to block my hidden weapon. Isn't this courting death? The reason why Wang Songshan was so sure was that Wang Songshan had observed when he entered the room before. Whether it was Jetson or Good, they were wearing ordinary pajamas. They didn't wear any other clothes underneath. The skin exposed from their necks could prove this point. Therefore, Wang Songshan's hidden weapon could definitely pierce Jetson's body. The poison on the hidden weapon would kill anyone who saw it. Even if Jetson saved Good, he would also be finished. As long as Jetson was dead, the Lancer family would lose its backer. It would be easy to take Good's life after that. That was why Wang Songshan left so quickly. However, as soon as Wang Songshan jumped down, he felt that something was wrong. Because the sound of the wind whistling behind him indicated that someone had caught up. Who was catching up? Wang Songshan didn't look back, but quickly fled according to the route he had found before. No matter who was chasing behind him, Wang Songshan didn't intend to fight. However, a shout behind him changed Wang Songshan's mind. It turns out that the butterfly family's family master is such a cowardly scoundrel. Jetson's voice came from behind. You want to hurt me with a few broken concealed weapons? You think too highly of yourself. Wang Songshan was shocked. He had made many assumptions before. The person who was following him might have been someone who had been lying in ambush around Good's villa, but he never thought that it would be Jetson. Wasn't he hit by my concealed weapon? Why is he still alive and kicking like nothing happened? Isn't this too strange? However, before Wang Songshan had time to think about it, he felt that the distance between him and the person behind him had narrowed to a very small extent. Wang Songshan no longer dared to neglect. He quickly turned around, and without looking in front of him, he quickly kicked out. This kick was fierce and concentrated all the strength in Wang Songshan's body. He wanted to hit the target in one hit. Otherwise, the person behind him would be really difficult to deal with, giving Wang Songshan a headache. I should have listened to Yang Ming's advice and wait and see before making any plans. I didn't expect to be ambushed by the Lancer family when I rashly rushed over. Bang! Wang Songshan's kick landed right on Jetson's abdomen. Wang Songshan was overjoyed. He was very clear about the strength of this kick. If it landed on a person's body, even if they didn't die, their intestines would be smashed, and they would instantly lose their combat ability. Wang Songshan didn't expect his luck to be so good. He turned around and kicked the target casually. Isn't this luck too good? However, before Wang Songshan could be happy, the next scene made him shut his mouth. His face was suddenly filled with disbelief. It was true that Wang Songshan had kicked Jetson's lower abdomen, but the strength of this kick not only failed to make Jetson take a step back, but it didn't even bend his waist. Not only that, Jetson still maintained his forward charging state as if he didn't notice the kick. He continued to run forward and directly knocked Wang Songshan out, causing him to fall to the ground. Is he still human? Could it be that this guy has trained some kind of unbreakable body like Jin Gang or something? After being kicked by me, nothing happened, and he can even knock me out. For the first time, fear appeared in Wang Songshan's heart. Although Wang Songshan was a little nervous from seeing Jetson to escaping, it was definitely not to the point of fear. I am the dignified family master of the butterfly family. How can ordinary things make me afraid? But now, Wang Songshan was really a little scared. The kung fu of this guy named Jetson in front of me seems to be very strange. Wang Songshan's previous hidden weapon hit him, but he seemed to be fine. Judging from the pajamas he was currently wearing, his clothes were indeed cut by the hidden weapon, but there was no blood at all. This showed that the hidden weapon didn't cause any damage to him at all. It was the same for Wang Songshan's kick just now. Even if Wang Songshan used all his strength, he couldn't do anything to Jetson. Instead, he was knocked out by Jetson. Looking at Jetson, who wasn't hurt at all, striding towards him, Wang Songshan's heart was clouded. This person is really a master, and I can't see through him at all. This person's kung fu is too strange. His running speed is obviously faster than mine. I definitely can't outrun him even if I want to escape. Gritting his teeth, Wang Songshan quickly made a decision in his heart. He took out a small pistol from his waist and aimed it at Jetson, who was running towards him. Wang Songshan had not used guns before, but knives and hidden weapons because Wang Songshan was afraid of alarming the other members of the Lancer family. But now, it was time to save his life. Wang Songshan couldn't care so much. It was better to solve the big trouble in front of him first. If this person didn't die, he definitely couldn't escape today. Bang! Wang Songshan aimed at Jetson and pulled the trigger. The bullet suddenly crossed the night sky and whistled towards Jetson's head. How fast was the bullet? How fierce was its power? Wang Songshan believed that even if his shot couldn't kill Jetson, it could still injure him. After all, the head was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. If Jetson didn't dodge, he would either die or be injured. However, to Wang Songshan's surprise, Jetson didn't seem to realize the danger of his situation. He simply ignored Wang Songshan's shot and let the bullet hit his face. Bang! The bullet hit Jetson's head and made a muffled sound. However, it was as if it had hit an elastic rubber. It suddenly bounced back and disappeared into the grass at the side. If Wang Songshan was surprised that Jetson was not hurt by the flying dagger and that his full-strength kick did not hurt him, then he was completely horrified now. How can a person be invulnerable? The bullet hit the head, but it bounced back quickly as if it had hit a piece of rubber. Is this possible? But the fact happened in front of Wang Songshan's eyes. He couldn't help but believe it. Wang Songshan was not ignorant. On the contrary, as an assassin family, he had a little understanding of some secret martial arts. He had heard of martial arts such as Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, Copper Head, Iron Arm, and so on. However, Wang Songshan had never heard of this kind of martial arts that was invulnerable to even firearms. Although there were some secret techniques that could train a person's body to be very tough and indestructible, it was impossible to train to the state of invulnerability. Then, one would no longer be a human. What was the difference between one and an immortal? However, the thing in front of him was really so strange. Jetson was such a person. Not only could the concealed weapon not hurt him, but even the bullet was bounced back by him. Although Jetson was not hurt at all, he was extremely angry when he saw that Wang Songshan dared to shoot at him at this moment. However, he still snorted coldly on the surface and stretched out his right arm to grab Wang Songshan. Wang Songshan knew about Jetson's strangeness. How would he dare to fight head-on? He quickly jumped up from the ground and used the butterfly family's secret technique, butterfly microsteps, barely dodging Jetson's fierce grab. It wasn't that Jetson's martial arts were brilliant. On the contrary, he had no martial arts to speak of. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed casually. His speed was too fast and his strength was too strong, which made Wang Songshan horrified. If he didn't have his family's unique skill, he might have been captured by this grab. Wang Songshan really had no chance of winning in the face of such a powerful and invulnerable monster. At this moment, he regretted it to the extreme. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have come. Even if he had let the Lancer family go. He blamed himself for being too arrogant and reckless, which had led to the current situation. Phew. Wang Songshan had just breathed a sigh of relief when Jetson's big hand attacked him again. This person seems to have no idea of exhaustion at all, and there is no gap between each move. After one move, the next move is directly launched, without any gap. No matter how big the previous move was, he could pull it back and continue with the next move. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Songshan's forehead. This person was the biggest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. This person had no weakness at all. Wang Songshan had no confidence in killing him. It was already a blessing to be able to escape alive. Wang Songshan had escaped Jetson's attack with his exquisite footwork, but if this dragged on, he would inevitably end up being captured. Wang Songshan didn't dare to imagine how the Lancer family would treat him once he fell into their hands. Would they treat him like how he treated Good? However, it was impossible to escape because Jetson didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Wang Songshan couldn't even take care of himself. How could he find the time to escape? The gunshots just now and the fighting sound now had attracted a lot of people from the Lancer family. Groups of black-clothed security guards swarmed over. Wang Songshan was getting more and more anxious. Although one of these security guards was not his opponent at all, there were too many of them. Wang Songshan felt a chill in his heart when he saw these people surrounding him. He knew that he definitely couldn't escape today. Even if he could kill some of these people, it would inevitably slow down his escape speed. Jetson, who was eyeing him covetously, could easily catch him from behind. Old thief Wang Songshan, why don't you surrender and be captured? Do you want to leave your life here? Kevathan was standing on a high platform not far away at the moment, shouting at Wang Songshan with a loudspeaker. Kevathan was actually very upset that he couldn't kill Wang Songshan on the spot. In his opinion, these people who dared to provoke the Lancer family must be taught a bloody lesson. It was better to kill them all. However, Thomas objected. Since he had already announced that the butterfly family's miss would marry his grandson, good, then Wang Songshan would become his grandson's father-in-law. In this way, it would be inappropriate to kill Wang Songshan. It was equivalent to completely going against the butterfly family. It would be impossible for his nephew to marry Wang Xiaoyan. Leckroft also felt that they shouldn't kill Wang Songshan and offend the butterfly family. As a matter of fact, it was impossible for Jetson to stay in the Lancer family all year round. Offending the butterfly family was equivalent to going against a group of assassins. Could they still live like this? Unless everyone in the Lancer family didn't go out, they would be afraid of being assassinated when they went out. Although Kevathan disagreed and felt that as long as the butterfly family was completely scared, they would not be afraid of not surrendering. However, since the two family elders were against it, Kevathan couldn't be stubborn. Although Slade was Kevathan's father and had spent his entire life studying how to go against Thomas and Leckroft, he still chose to capture Wang Songshan alive after considering it for a long time. After all, what Leckroft said was very reasonable. Even if they could completely destroy the butterfly family, who knew if they still had hidden forces? When Jetson left, and the hidden forces of the butterfly family came for revenge, it would be the end of the Lancer family. Even if it was a glorious family, it was not a fun thing to be targeted by a group of professional assassins. Kevathan was also muddle-headed before. Hearing his father's analysis, he had to agree with this suggestion. So, he sent the news of capturing Wang Songshan to Jetson through the wireless headset. Kevathan also began to shout at Wang Songshan arrogantly. Wang Songshan was slightly stunned after listening to Kevathan's words. Does the other party not want to kill me, but want to capture me? However, Wang Songshan might not believe Kevathan's words. It was just that in the current situation, Wang Songshan was one of his own people and knew his own affairs. I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. In this moment of distraction, Jetson hit Wang Songshan's head with his palm. Wang Songshan immediately saw stars. His feet were weak, and he was captured by Jetson. Wang Songshan sighed in his heart. Although he was caught, Wang Songshan didn't feel dissatisfied at all. It was within Wang Songshan's expectations that the other party could catch him. The other party's strength was higher than his. It was simply not on the same level. Wang Songshan didn't make any unnecessary struggles and resistance. He just said to Jetson, who lifted him up like an eagle catching a chick, "Put me down, I can walk by myself." Jetson acted as if he didn't hear it. He still grabbed Wang Songshan and strode in the direction of Kevathan. While walking, he reached out and searched Wang Songshan's body. He found all the previous pistols, hidden weapons, and other items and threw them aside. Wang Songshan was still thinking that if he could get close to Kevathan for a while, he would wait for an opportunity to use him as a hostage. Then, he would threaten Jetson to make him retreat and leave a way out for himself. However, this idea was quickly broken by Jetson. The things he carried were thrown out, and Wang Songshan also lost the means to threaten Kevathan. Wang Songshan was escorted in front of Kevathan. This was the first time Wang Songshan had been insulted like this, but it couldn't be helped. Wang Songshan was not as good as others. Even if Wang Songshan was angry, he could do nothing. The other party's backer was so powerful that Wang Songshan couldn't even think of resisting. Because Wang Songshan knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Wang Songshan, I didn't expect this. I have already released the news, but you still dare to come alone. You are quite bold, aren't you? Kevathan sneered at Wang Songshan. Humph, Kevathan, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't say these useless things. Wang Songshan's mood at this moment was completely calm. Since he didn't want to escape, then he could think of many other things. I admit that your Lancer family's backer is very powerful this time. I am not his opponent. Even in our family, no one is his opponent. Wang Songshan was very honest. Since he was not as good as others, he might as well admit it generously. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. Kevathan heard Wang Songshan admitting defeat, and his heart was excited. Ha 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 ha, Wang Songshan, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, right? You must be very happy to be my prisoner, right? It was no wonder that Kevathan was a little complacent. This was normal. The Lancer family had been pressured by the butterfly family for so long. How could they not be happy when they finally turned the tables? Therefore, it was normal to take the opportunity to mock Wang Songshan. Kevathan, although I admit that I have failed today and underestimated the power of your Lancer family, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to keep me alive, right? Wang Songshan was not stupid. Seeing that the other party did not kill him on the spot, he must have some scruples. This way, Wang Songshan was relieved. Wang Songshan, aren't you too naive? I brought you here not to kill you, but to let you know the consequences of offending our Lancer family. Kevathan was furious when he saw Wang Songshan so calm. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it just now, but I don't think you would kill me. Wang Songshan said lightly, although there is no one in our butterfly family who can match Jetson, I don't believe that Jetson will stay here to protect the Lancer family for the rest of his life and not leave even half a step. Otherwise, after my death, the butterfly family's assassins will not rest until the Lancer family is dead. Fight to the death? When Kevathan saw that Wang Songshan was so fearless, he became even angrier. What a good fight to the death. I will let cousin Jetson destroy the entire butterfly family. I will see how you will fight to the death with me then. Hee, whatever. Wang Songshan was not afraid at all. As long as you can find all of the butterfly family's forces and those complicated relationships and destroy them, then you will naturally be free of worries. Otherwise, you can imagine the result yourself. Wang Songshan's words were obviously full of threats, which shocked Kevathan. Fortunately, he didn't choose to kill Wang Songshan back then. Otherwise, it would always be a big problem. Thinking about the feeling of being targeted by a group of assassins, it didn't seem to be a good sign. However, although he thought so in his heart, Kevathan didn't want to admit it on the surface. I won't kill you just because my cousin Good is going to marry your daughter. How can I make a move on you when the two families become in-laws? Marry my daughter? Wang Songshan sneered, this is impossible. My daughter is already engaged. You should give up on this idea. So what if she is engaged? Aren't they not married yet? Kevathan said indifferently, Wang Songshan, I have a lot of time, but you don't have much time. Think about it. If your family sees that you are missing, what will they do? Ha, will your daughter come to the door? However, I don't mind letting my cousin use force at that time. So, you should think about it yourself. Do you want to fall out with our Lancer family? Kevathan, you are so despicable. Wang Xiaoyan's heart sank after listening to Kevathan's words. He was missing. With Wang Xiaoyan's temper, it was impossible for her to let it go. She would definitely come to the door. At that time, as long as Jetson was there, he would definitely be able to keep Wang Xiaoyan and even Yang Ming. If it was really like what Kevathan said, his daughter would probably die. However, it was also impossible for her to marry Good. Wang Songshan was really in a dilemma. He was the dignified family master of the butterfly family, but he was coerced and couldn't do anything. It was really cowardly. Take him away first and wait until he figures it out. Kevathan knew that Wang Songshan was calculating in his heart at the moment, so he didn't force him. Anyway, the Lancer family had the upper hand now. There was nothing to be afraid of. Let him slowly think about it. Yes. A group of disciples who were already prepared ran out and tied Wang Songshan's hands and feet. Then, they carried him down and locked him in one of the Lancer family's confinement rooms. This confinement room was built by the Lancer family to punish those disciples who had made mistakes and lock them up. They didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, and Su Xiaobin were anxiously waiting for news from Lu Huamei in the hotel. The three of them didn't even have the mood to go out for a stroll. They sat in the hotel room and waited quietly for the phone call. The phone rang urgently. Jing Xiaolu quickly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Jing Xiaolu. Vice President Jing, this is Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei already knew her grandfather's plan, so her voice became calm. This time, it was not a bad thing to be sent to work in Songjiang. It was also an opportunity for her to train. Hello, Director Lu. Jing Xiaolu hurriedly said, is there any progress in the matter? The chairman has decided to sign a new contract with you. The person in charge of this cooperation is me. I will be responsible for all matters in Songjiang in the future, Lu Huamei said, wait for me. I will be there in a while. That's great, Jing Xiaolu said, then we will wait for you at the hotel. Half an hour later, Lu Huamei appeared in the hotel. After Jing Xiaolu and the others stepped forward to shake hands and exchange greetings and surprise, Lu Huamei said something that surprised everyone: I will be in Songjiang with you for a while in the future. The board of directors has decided that I will be the general manager of the Songjiang branch and be fully responsible for this cooperation. Speaking of this, Lu Huamei seemed to have thought of something. She turned her head and apologized to Su Xiaoban. Perhaps, you won't have any thoughts about taking manager Su's previous position, right? Why would I? Su Xiaoban shook his head. He was already satisfied that he could get through this crisis. As for the position of the general manager of the branch, it was fine if he didn't do it. If Lu Huamei did it, he would have some confidence in negotiating with the group. If it were him, Lu Zhenan might not necessarily make things difficult for him. However, the newly established company will still give you a high-level position, Lu Huamei said. Lu Huamei said, this incident was all caused by Lu Jifei. You are innocent. However, you also know who is behind Lu Jifei, so you can't do anything to him for the time being. If you are still angry with him, I suggest you bear with it first and think about it later. Lu Huamei vaguely pointed out the grudge between Su Xiaoban and Lu Jifei, reminding him not to be anxious if he wanted to retaliate against Lu Jifei. After all, Lu Jifei was in power now and couldn't touch him. Lu Huamei couldn't say anything else. She couldn't say that Lu Zhenan might be taken down by the old man one day. At that time, it would be easy for him to deal with Lu Jifei. Director Lu, I understand. You can rest assured that I won't cause trouble for the company. Su Xiaoban smiled bitterly. He also understood that the grudge between him and Lu Jifei was not easy to resolve. It was just that he didn't have the strength to retaliate against Lu Jifei now. Lu Huamei's car was a red Audi A4L. It didn't look arrogant. Logically speaking, it was normal for a rich girl like Lu Huamei to drive a sports car. However, it could be seen that Lu Huamei was actually a very low-key person. Director Lu, what will happen to the group's work after you leave? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but ask, even though she felt that it was a bit abrupt. Lu Huamei seemed to be planning to stay in Songjiang. She obviously didn't plan to come back to Jiangyan City. Wouldn't that affect her work? The finance department will be temporarily handed over to my elder brother, Lu Zhenan. Lu Huamei smiled slightly. Although I still hold the position of the finance director, I don't have much to do in reality. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned. She couldn't understand. Why does it seem like Lu Huamei was promoted in name but demoted in reality? That Lu Zhenan not only didn't lose his power after being dealt a blow, but he was also put in charge of the finance department. What the hell is going on inside the Jiangyan group? Do you feel that I was demoted in name but demoted in reality? Lu Huamei saw Jing Xiaolu's reaction and smiled knowingly. She knew what she was thinking. I do feel that way. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide it and nodded honestly. I can't do anything about the old man's decision, Lu Huamei shrugged. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing to come out and train. That's true. Jing Xiaolu saw that Lu Huamei's words seemed to be hiding something, so she didn't ask any more. After all, these were other people's private matters. It wasn't good to talk about it. I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Happy cooperation? Lu Huamei smiled. You don't have to call me Director Lu anymore. Just call me Huamei. We're considered to be on the same side. That's great. Then Sister Huamei can call me Xiaolu in the future. Jing Xiaolu agreed happily. Lu Huamei should be slightly older than Jing Xiaolu, so Jing Xiaolu called her Sister Huamei. Okay, Xiaolu, I'm going to Songjiang. I don't have a place to stay yet. You are the landlord. Help me find a better hotel and book a room first? Lu Huamei didn't have a place to stay in Songjiang. She didn't have to stay in Songjiang for long this time, so she planned to find a better hotel to book a room and stay there for a while. Hee, speaking of hotels, that's easy. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, the Songjiang International Hotel is a subsidiary of our Mingyang. I will ask them to open a private room for you. The cost will be on us. Oh? Your company has its own hotel industry? Lu Huamei was slightly stunned after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. She didn't expect Ming Yang's business in Songjiang to be so big that he even had a subordinate hotel. When she investigated the background of the Ming Yang security company, Lu Huamei didn't see any companies under the security company. Jing Xiaolu knew that Lu Huamei had investigated the background and asset structure of the Ming Yang security company when she saw Lu Huamei's expression. She explained with a smile, "Sister Huamei, our Ming Yang security company and Ming Yang Entertainment Development Company, Limited are actually two companies under the same management. Because of the special nature of the security company, we must be affiliated with the police station. So on the surface, we have no contact with Ming Yang Entertainment. So that's it." Lu Huamei understood after hearing Jing Xiaolu's explanation. It seemed that she had underestimated the other party's strength. "Since you are the host, then I won't be polite." "That's right." Jing Xiaolu didn't want Lu Huamei to be too estranged. After all, the two of them would be partners for a long time in the future. Jiangyan Group. Since the moment Lu Huamei went to Songjiang, the direction of the wind had changed. Many people who were originally on the fence had all turned to Lu Zhenan's camp. Lu Huamei was promoted on the surface but demoted on the surface. Lu Zhenan didn't use her well, but he still took over the company's finance department. This was beyond many people's expectations. Those who were originally on Lu Zhenan's side were all proud at this moment. Once Lu Zhenan successfully took over, he would definitely carry out a major cleansing in the company. When that time came, it would be a good opportunity for them to take over. Those who weren't on Lu Zhenan's side were all in danger at this moment. They were thinking about whether they should turn to Lu Zhenan's camp. For a time, Lu Zhenan's right to speak in the Jiangyan group suddenly rose to a considerable height. Even his younger brother Lu Zhiqiao, who had always been at odds with Lu Zhenan, retreated and didn't dare to confront him directly. Lu Zhenan also gradually had the right to speak in the board of directors. Even Lu Hua, as the president, began to pay attention to his son's opinion in many situations. This was because a strange phenomenon seemed to be playing out on Old Master Lu Jiangyan's side. Old Master Lu Jiangyan basically gave the green light to most of Lu Zhenan's suggestions, whether they were reasonable or not. This unusual signal made many people who were still hesitating begin to prepare to stand on the side of the line. In Songjiang, a new escort company was officially established. The Ming Yang Security Company invested 150 million yuan and accounted for 51% of the shares. The Jiangyan Group in Jiangyan City invested 120 million yuan and accounted for 49% of the shares, including the initial personnel training of the company. It seemed that the Jiangyan Group had taken a big advantage, but this was also a decision made after careful consideration by Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli after research. This time, the turn of events was all thanks to Lu Huamei. If it weren't for Lu Huamei, things might still be in a deadlock. So Jing Xiaolu didn't mind taking a little loss to give Lu Huamei a performance. Moreover, although the Ming Yang Security Company occupied a dominant position in the newly established company, it had never carried out a similar business. The initial operation and escort team relied on the Jiangyan Group's recruitment and training. The newly established company was named Mingjiang Escort Company, Limited. Jing Xiaolu was the executive president, Su Xiaobin was the executive vice president, Lu Huamei was the board member of the investor, and Bao Sanli was the chairman. As for the Jiangyan Group, although Lu Zhenan was in the limelight now, he didn't make things difficult for the branch in Songjiang. Lu Zhenan readily approved Lu Huamei's request for the secondment of the escort team and some training personnel. He didn't know if it was because he felt that Lu Huamei could no longer pose any threat to him, or because Old Master Lu Jiangyan was still there, so he didn't dare to go too far. In short, everything was peaceful. With Lu Huamei at the helm of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang branch, everything went smoothly. This made Su Xiaobin, who was still nervous before, breathe a sigh of relief. He was originally considering whether to temporarily leave the group for a while to avoid the limelight. After all, Lu Jifei didn't succeed in becoming the deputy director of the finance department this time because of Su Xiaobin. Although Lu Jifei didn't get promoted, he was still a popular person in front of Lu Zhenan, so Su Xiaobin was afraid that this guy would retaliate against him. But now it seemed that Lu Jifei had disappeared and never appeared in public again. He didn't use Lu Zhenan's hand to find trouble with Su Xiaobin. Even when Su Xiaobin became the executive vice president of the Mingjiang Escort Company, Lu Zhenan didn't say anything about being unwilling. This made Su Xiaobin a little puzzled. Is this Lu Zhenan really forgetful? Is he too lazy to bother with a small character like me? In short, everything was developing in a good direction, and Jing Xiaolu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the case where Yang Ming wasn't at home, she completed this big cooperation business on her own. Although there were many twists and turns during this period, and she almost fell into a big trap set by the other party, fortunately, she managed to avert the danger in the end. Otherwise, even if Yang Ming didn't say anything when he came back, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't feel good in her heart. Now, this matter was solved entirely by her own strength. Thinking about it, Yang Ming would also look at her in a new light, right? Sitting in the spacious and bright office, Jing Xiaolu looked at herself in the mirror of the phone screen narcissistically. Finally, I'm not a vase anymore. I can also help his career, but there is still a big gap between me and the woman who has helped him a lot in his career and even made him inseparable. It seems that I still need to work hard. I hope that I can do it. When Yang Ming really finds out that he can't do without me one day, Jing Xiaolu knows that that is her true happiness. It had been 3 days. It had been 3 days since Wang Songshan left the butterfly family. However, there was no news at all. This made Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan have an ominous feeling in their hearts. Yang Ming had felt that something was wrong since yesterday. Whether Wang Songshan succeeded or failed, there should be news. However, there was no news now. Although no news was good news, this sentence did not apply to Wang Songshan. This was because Wang Songshan carried the butterfly family's unique communication equipment when he left. It could send out early warnings or distress signals to inform the family at any time and place. However, the family did not receive any signal. Then, the situation became complicated. One was that Wang Songshan had met with an accident before he had time to use the communication equipment to warn. The other was that there was a signal shield near the Lancer family, so the message could not be sent out. Of course, the possibility of the second point was quite small because the Lancer family was a normal family. They could communicate with the outside world normally. It was impossible to set up a signal shield system. Moreover, the butterfly family's communication equipment was similar to a satellite phone. The signal was transmitted through the satellite, so the possibility of being blocked was very small. Yang Ming, I am a little worried about my father. Wang Xiaoyan frowned, leaned lightly on Yang Ming and said softly. Not only was Wang Xiaoyan worried about the butterfly family, but others were also very worried, including Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, and others. However, they all tacitly chose not to say it out loud. They were afraid that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan would be worried. For the disciples of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan was a godlike existence in their hearts. In their opinion, how could anything happen to the family master? However, things did not go as they wished. The entire butterfly family was filled with a hazy atmosphere. What did the disciple in charge of the intelligence department say? Yang Ming sighed and asked. I don't know. I didn't ask. Why don't we ask my aunt and Butler Mu together? Although Wang Xiaoyan was the young lady of the butterfly family, these family affairs were still in the hands of Butler Mu. Now that Wang Ruoshui was back, it was not Wang Xiaoyan's turn to worry. Well, maybe there is news. Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. Wang Xiaoyan also smiled bitterly. She knew that Yang Ming was comforting her. If there was news, how could Butler Mu and her aunt not inform her immediately? Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were all sitting in the butterfly family's conference room. In the past 2 days, apart from eating and resting, the 3 of them had been sitting here almost all the time, waiting for the family's disciples to report the latest situation. In the beginning, Fang Tian and the others didn't take it seriously. They thought that it would be a piece of cake for Wang Songshan to launch a sneak attack on a prodigal young master like Good. It wouldn't take much effort at all. However, there was no news for 2 consecutive days. This made everyone's heart sink. Their initial confidence had also disappeared because things were too strange. Wang Songshan was not the kind of person who could not see the big picture. After he arrived at his destination, he would contact the family regardless of whether the mission was successful or not. However, this was not the case in fact. It was inevitable that people would think in a bad direction. Aunt, Butler Mu, is there any news of my father? Wang Xiaoyan pushed open the door of the conference room. When she saw the hazy mood on everyone's faces, her heart could not help but sink to the bottom. It seems that most of my guesses have become reality. Not yet. Butler Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. Yan, don't worry. The family master is extraordinary. Nothing will happen. Is there any special reaction from the Lancer family? Yang Ming did not ask about Wang Songshan as usual. Instead, he asked about the Lancer family. No, according to the feedback from our disciple in charge of intelligence, the Lancer family, as usual, is crazily retaliating against those allies who did not lend a helping hand when they asked for help. Now, many of their allies have gone into hiding. Even their businesses have been temporarily closed, said Butler Mu. After Yang Ming heard Butler Mu's words, he could not help but sigh slightly and said, "It seems that this time, Uncle Wang is really doomed." Yang Ming's words made the conference room suddenly fall into silence. Although everyone had already prepared for the worst in their hearts, no one said it because as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they didn't want what they thought to be true. However, when Yang Ming said it out loud, it shattered the only trace of fantasy that they originally had. "Why are you so sure?" Fang Tian looked at Yang Ming and asked. Fang Tian's heart was also upset that his old friend's life was uncertain. If Uncle Wang succeeded and successfully killed Good, then the Lancer family would not have no reaction at all. Yang Ming silently analyzed, Good is already dead. How would they still have the mood to retaliate against those allies? If Uncle Wang did not succeed and successfully ran away, then the Lancer family would not have no reaction at all. They would have focused all their attention on capturing Uncle Wang and would not have time to retaliate against their allies. So, from the current reaction of the Lancer family, there is only one possibility. Uncle Wang should have been captured by the Lancer family. "You mean, my father was captured by the Lancer family?" asked Wang Xiaoyan in surprise. "This is the most likely inference." Yang Ming nodded and said, "But I think that Uncle Wang's life will not be in danger. If Uncle Wang really fell into the hands of the Lancer family, and the other party really wanted to destroy our family and fight us to the death as they claimed, then they should have killed Uncle Wang without any scruples and released this news." Yang Ming is right. Butler Mu nodded after listening to Yang Ming's analysis. But, if the family master really fell into the hands of the Lancer family, then why didn't the Lancer family release this news? Maybe, they have not thought about how to maximize the benefits. Yang Ming sneered, "They probably want to use Uncle Wang as a bargaining chip, but they have not thought about how to use him, so there is no need to make it public for the time being." Yang Ming really guessed right. The Lancer family did think so. Ketathan wanted to use Wang Songshan as a hostage to force him to force Wang Xiaoyan and Good to marry, but Wang Songshan did not agree for the time being. The Lancer family had no choice but to let Wang Songshan think about it. They would release him when he made up his mind. The reason why they did not release the news of Wang Songshan's capture was that they were afraid that this move would attract a large number of disciples of the butterfly family to retaliate. When there were more people, there would inevitably be casualties. At that time, it would be a situation where both sides would fight to the death. It would not be so easy to solve this problem. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the Lancer family decided to hide this news before they thought about countermeasures. Anyway, they would delay it for as long as possible. Maybe Wang Songshan would suddenly figure it out and everything would be solved smoothly. Even if Wang Songshan did not figure it out and was stubborn, it would not be too late to think of countermeasures. Anyway, they could not release the news at this time. This is very likely. Butler Mu nodded, "So, what should we do next?" Butler Mu had long heard that Yang Ming was not ordinary. After that, he saw that the patriarch of the Buffon family, old Buffon, was also Yang Ming's disciple, so he subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as the leader of the group. He would first ask Yang Ming about everything. One is to continue to wait and see what the Lancer family is up to, but this is not a good strategy. Yang Ming said, "When the Lancer family wants to announce to us that Uncle Wang is in their hands, I think that is when they have full confidence. So, although this is the safest way, it will be disadvantageous to us. Yes, we can't give the Lancer family too much time to breathe. This is very disadvantageous to us." Butler Mu nodded and said, "So, should I go to the Lancer family now to ask for him?" "Ask for him?" Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing it. Uncle Mu, let's not talk about whether the other party will admit it if we ask for him. Even if they admit it, do you think we can get him out? Even Uncle Wang is not the Lancer family's opponent. Can our people be more powerful than Uncle Wang? I'm afraid we will be kept by the other party, right? Yang Ming's words hit everyone's weak spot. The people in the conference room suddenly looked at each other. Indeed, Wang Songshan's skill was not weaker than the people present. If there was anyone who was stronger than Wang Songshan, it would probably be Feng Tian. Of course, this was not counting Yang Ming's special abilities. If Yang Ming's special abilities were included, it would be unknown. Yang Ming is right. Feng Tian agreed and said, Old Wang is not a reckless person. Once he is defeated, it is impossible for him to confront the other party head-on without dodging. There is no news yet. It is most likely that he has been schemed against by the Lancer family. If the other party has the strength to scheme against Old Wang, then none of us are sure to go. Why don't I make a trip there? Yang Ming pondered for a moment. He had already made a plan in his heart. In any case, Wang Xiaoyan had now become his father-in-law. This was an indisputable fact. His relationship with Wang Xiaoyan was there. It was not justifiable for him to sit back and do nothing. When Zhou Jiejia's father was in trouble, he ran to solve it immediately. When Huang Leilei's family was in trouble, he also helped to solve it. These were not hidden from Wang Xiaoyan. So, if he did not do anything this time, Wang Xiaoyan might not say anything on the surface, but would she really not mind in her heart? Although the matter this time seemed to be a lot more troublesome, Yang Ming weighed it for a long time. He also understood that he was the only one who had a chance of winning. If others were to go, it would be of no help. Of course, Yang Ming pinned his hopes on his special ability. He wanted to be able to explore all the terrain and hidden posts inside the Lancer family in advance. Only by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength could he win every battle. As for winning every battle, it was a bit of a boast. It would be great if they could successfully rescue Wang Songshan. You want to go? Feng Tian was a little surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he also looked at Yang Ming with some appreciation. Feng Tian was still thinking that he was the strongest among these people. Others were not as good as Yang Ming, so it was meaningless to go. But even he had no way to face the unknown strangeness. Because for so many days, there was no news about why the Lancer family had become so arrogant, how they could keep Wang Songshan, and what they relied on. In this situation where he did not know the depth of the other party, Feng Tian did not dare to go rashly. Even if he was the king of assassins, it was impossible for Feng Tian to gain any advantage when the other party was fully on guard and seemed to have invited a master to take charge. Although Feng Tian was proficient in assassination methods, it was only assassination. It was done when the other party was unprepared, and not in a head-on confrontation. Even if Feng Tian assassinated Kevathan, it would be much easier than going to the Lancer family to inquire about information and rescue Wang Songshan. After all, assassination did not require him to enter the other party's trap and confront the other party face to face. If he wanted to assassinate Kevathan, he would have to hide at home for a lifetime. Once he came out, Feng Tian had many ways to kill him. In this world, there were many people who were stronger than Feng Tian. The king of assassins did not mean that he was invincible. It could only be said that his attainments in assassination were at the peak, and he rarely missed the targets he targeted. But if Feng Tian were to participate in a one-on-one battle, he would probably lose miserably. This was the reason why Yang Ming judged that even if Feng Tian went out, he might not be Tianlong's opponent. It was because Tianlong's Shaolin Kung Fu had reached perfection. If it was not an assassination, Feng Tian was likely to lose in a head-on confrontation. The reason why Yang Ming was able to defeat Tianlong and break his martial arts was because of Yang Ming's special ability. He could see where Tianlong's Achilles heel was at once, and he directly destroyed it. This time, the reason why Yang Ming took the initiative to propose to go to the Lancer family to investigate was also the result of Yang Ming's careful consideration. After all, only he had a trump card. If other people went, they would either die or be caught. Yang Ming was not afraid of being caught. If he was caught, he could transform into Kevathan's appearance and then find a chance to escape. I think we should go to the Lancer family to investigate the situation. Yang Ming nodded and said, I am afraid that I am the most suitable candidate for this. I am not at ease if you go. Fang Tian hesitated and said, Yang Ming, I am very gratified that you can stand up at this time. My care and cultivation of you is not in vain, but now is not the time to be a hero. Everything needs to be done with caution. Master, this is the result of my careful consideration. Yang Ming called Fang Tian master for the first time formally and sincerely. It showed his determination. Fang Tian was slightly stunned when he heard Yang Ming call himself that. Then, he smiled bitterly, Yang Ming, this is really not a joke. Looking at the current situation, I am afraid that there is a high chance that you will not be able to come back. Why do you want to take this risk? I don't want and will not let Yan Yan have any regrets in this life. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said. Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan held Yang Ming's hand and trembled tightly. Yang Ming's words deeply touched her heart. Such a man is worthy of her lifelong commitment. His plain words were enough to move her for the rest of her life. Even if Yang Ming did not do anything, Wang Xiaoyan would not blame him. After all, things were too strange and could not be shaken with the current strength of the butterfly family. It was not easy for Yang Ming to accompany her and face the difficulties together at this moment. If it was a fickle man, seeing that the butterfly family was in trouble and that his fiancée was a woman favored by the other party, it would be strange if he did not turn around and run away. How could he stay here and give advice? No one was a fool. It was obvious that the Lancer family now had an unknown but very powerful backer. At this time, Yang Ming could still treat her like this despite knowing that he was no match for them. Wang Xiaoyan felt that even if she died now, she would have no regrets. Although Wang Xiaoyan was worried about her father, she was not an irrational person. Since her father was kept by the Lancer family, Wang Xiaoyan could also predict the strength of the other party. It could only be stronger than her father. With such an obvious gap in strength, how could Wang Xiaoyan agree to let Yang Ming take the risk? Her father had been kept by the other party. She did not want anything to happen to Yang Ming again. Yang Ming, it's better for me to go. Fang Tian also saw Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts and smiled, you little brat, you have not officially finished your apprenticeship. How can a master let his apprentice take the risk? F***ck, old man Fang, do you mean that I am not as good as you? Yang Ming glared and returned to his original arrogant appearance, you and my master's wife are newlyweds. You should have a good time at home. Why did you run out? Do you think you are going on a honeymoon? Why you brat? Fang Tian was dumbfounded by Yang Ming's 180-degree change in attitude. I know what you mean. You don't have to provoke me. I don't want you to go because I am afraid that you will be in danger. You are my successor. If something happens to you, wouldn't our king of assassins have no successor? You won't accept another disciple? I see that your body is quite strong, and my master's wife is not old. Why don't you have a child and raise him as the little king of assassins? My idea is good, right? Get lost. Fang Tian's face turned red, and Wang Ruoshui wasn't any better. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I'll go. If I die, only your master's wife will be sad. But if you little bastard die, what will happen to so many women in the family? Pfft. Wang Xiaoyan was so moved that she wiped her tears. She couldn't help but laugh at Fang Tian's words. Yeah, Yang Ming still has a lot of family members at home. If something happens to him because of my matter, won't those women fight with me? Come on, let's put it this way. Old man Fang, when have you seen me do something that I'm not sure of? Yang Ming waved his hand, stopped the dispute with Fang Tian, and began to talk about the main topic. N? Fang Tian was slightly stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. He closed his eyes and thought about the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Indeed, Yang Ming, this kid, seems to be very thick-skinned. He never does anything that he isn't sure of. Could it be that this time, he has some certainty of winning? Recalling the things that Yang Ming did before, it seemed that he had a well-thought-out plan every time. In the end, things were solved smoothly. In fact, how could Yang Ming have any certainty of winning? Even if those things were solved smoothly in the past, it was just luck. Even Yang Ming himself was a little impressed by his luck, but it couldn't be helped. Only those with good luck could become a legend. Those with bad luck would have died long ago. Old man Feng, don't argue with me. I promise that I can bring Uncle Wang back this time. Yang Ming patted his chest and promised firmly. In fact, he didn't have any confidence in his heart. Fang Tian saw that Yang Ming was so confident and hesitated. I'll go with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan clenched her teeth and said her decision. No. As soon as Wang Xiaoyan's voice fell, she heard several voices of objection in unison. These voices naturally came from Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, and Yang Ming. You guys. Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised that everyone was against it. Even Yang Ming shook his head and didn't want her to go with him. Yan, your skills are much worse than Yang Ming's. If you go, not only will you not be able to help him, you will become a burden. Wang Ruoshui sighed and explained, at that time, even if Yang Ming doesn't save my brother, it is possible for him to retreat. But if you follow, Yang Ming will take care of you. I'm afraid that neither of you will be able to come back, let alone save my brother. Although Wang Ruoshui's words were a blow to Wang Xiaoyan's self-esteem, Wang Xiaoyan was not an unreasonable person. After thinking about it, she was indeed a little impulsive. Although her words seemed to be sharing weal and woe with Yang Ming, she was indeed a little too reckless. She was afraid that she would really implicate Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming, be careful. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming with some reluctance. She didn't want Yang Ming to go, but now it seemed that Yang Ming had made a decision. This trip was imperative, so she could only say, you promise me that if things really don't work out, don't blame yourself. I just want you to come back safely. Don't worry, my dear little Yan. Which of the things I promised you have not been done? Yang Ming teased indifferently, wait until I destroy the Lancer family and the people behind them, then I will bring Uncle Wang back in triumph. Fang Tian sighed. I can't see through this disciple of mine. Or rather, I haven't really understood Yang Ming from the beginning. But one thing Fang Tian could be sure of was that although Yang Ming looked very shameless and dark, he was a very affectionate person. As long as he was convinced of this, it meant that his vision was not wrong. Once something goes wrong, you have to be wise and protect yourself. Although Wang Songshan was his best friend for many years, Yang Ming was also his beloved disciple. Fang Tian didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. Yang Ming grinned, revealing his white teeth, but he was extremely confident. Although Yang Ming's trip this time didn't alarm anyone and didn't announce anything with great fanfare, it still didn't escape the eyes of some people. There was no doubt that there were spies from the Lancer family or the Douglas family among the peripheral members of the Butterfly family. This was because the Butterfly family also had spies in the Douglas family in the same city. It was just that the Lancer family was too far away from the Butterfly family. There was no conflict before, and the two sides were still in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, the Butterfly family didn't have spies in the Lancer family. But now, they had suffered some losses. This was because it was obvious that the ambush set by the Douglas family in their own family had worked, while the ambush set by the Douglas family in the Lancer family didn't work at all. Obviously, the Douglas family only played the role of a one-sided message transmission. They could only pass on the news that the Butterfly family had investigated to the Lancer family, but they couldn't pass on any news from the Lancer family to the Butterfly family. This was also the reason why the Butterfly family hadn't gotten any news of Wang Songshan so far. This was because even the Douglas family might not know what was going on. Although the news of Yang Ming going to the Lancer family was deliberately concealed, Yang Ming didn't appear for a few meals, so it was still seen by some people. Therefore, the news that Yang Ming might go to the Lancer family was passed to the Lancer family from the Douglas family spies in the Butterfly family. Kevithan had just come out of the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned at this moment. He had just had a conversation with Wang Songshan, but obviously, he didn't achieve his ideal goal. He secretly scolded Wang Songshan for being stubborn, but there was nothing he could do. For Wang Songshan, this old guy couldn't be beaten or killed. Now, he just had to catch him and wait for him to relent. Unexpectedly, this old guy seemed to have noticed the Lancer family's embarrassment and didn't relent. The Lancer family really couldn't do anything. Family Master, there is a secret report from the Douglas family. As soon as Kevathan walked into the conference room, a family disciple in charge of intelligence came to report the news. "Oh? What secret report?" asked Wang Songshan. "This." The disciple glanced at the people in the conference room and was a little hesitant. "Say it. These are not outsiders, especially cousin Jetson. He is now a core figure in our family." Kevathan knew that this disciple still had some reservations about Jetson, so he explained. The other people in the conference room were Slade, Thomas, and Leckroft. Slade and Leckroft were originally elders of the family, so they didn't hide anything from them in the past. Thomas was the previous family master of the family, so he naturally held the position of an elder on the side after stepping down. There was no need to avoid it. "Yes." After the disciple heard Kevathan's words, he quickly said in fear, "There is a secret report from the Douglas family. An important person is missing from the Butterfly family today. According to the analysis, he should be rushing to our Lancer family. He is probably here for Wang Songshan's matter." "Oh? Who is it?" Kevathan snorted indifferently. "Is it that old guy named Feng Tian? It is said that he is the king of assassins." "Humph, what king of assassins? He is nothing in front of cousin Jetson. It's a good opportunity to meet him." During this time, Kevathan had already known a lot of things about the Butterfly family through the Douglas family spies in the Butterfly family. He also knew about Feng Tian, the king of assassins. If it were in the past, Kevathan would have avoided hearing the name of the king of assassins. He would definitely not have anything to do with such a person. Which normal person would be willing to go against an assassin? But now, with cousin Jetson backing him up, Kevathan was full of confidence. What king of assassins, assassin family, they were all floating clouds. There was nothing to be afraid of. The person's name is Yang Ming. He is the direct disciple of the king of assassins, Feng Tian. The disciple in charge of delivering the information said, his other identity is the son-in-law of the Butterfly family. The Butterfly family's Miss, Wang Xiaoyan, is also Butterfly Wang's fiancé. Oh? The person is him? Isn't it Feng Tian? Kevathan was a little baffled when he heard the disciple's words. He was inexplicably stunned. Is his strength stronger than Feng Tian? This shouldn't be the case. The disciple in charge of delivering the information quickly replied, according to the investigation, when this Yang Ming first arrived at the Butterfly Castle, Wang Ruoshui asked him to compete. As a result, Yang Ming declined. I think he is not Wang Ruoshui's opponent, and Wang Ruoshui's martial arts should not be as good as Wang Songshan and Feng Tian's. It can be seen that Yang Ming may just be a great young person. Humph, such a person dares to come alone? Doesn't he know how to spell the word death? Kevathan snorted with some amusement. Isn't he overestimating himself? Family master, I guess this Yang Ming wants to be a hero to save the beauty and show his manliness in front of Wang Xiaoyan. Thomas was thinking about his grandson, so he thought of something similar to Good's dirty deeds. Oh? That's possible now that you mention it. Kevathan seemed to think it was possible. In that case, this guy may just want to show off. Whether he dares to come here or not is another matter. Maybe he will return to the Butterfly family after taking a stroll outside and declare to Wang Xiaoyan that he has tried his best, but his strength is not good enough. I don't think he will lose any face. What the family master said makes sense. Leckroft also nodded in agreement. With Jetson's previous display of power, both Leckroft and Thomas didn't dare to call Kevathan nephew anymore. Instead, they directly used the word family master. It couldn't be helped. The situation was there. Jetson's strength was superior, so they had no choice but to lower their heads. Unknowingly, Kevathan's reputation had also established a very high position. However, no matter whether this Yang Ming is here for real or not, we should be prepared to deal with him. Kevathan said, if he is faking it, then it's fine. If he is really here, then we don't have to let him go back. It just so happens that we don't know what to use to threaten Wang Songshan. This time, we are using Yang Ming's life to threaten him. We are not afraid that he will not comply. Yeah, as long as Yang Ming is dead, the so-called engagement of the Butterfly family's miss will be gone. Thomas agreed and said, Wang Songshan can also cooperate with us wholeheartedly and marry Wang Xiaoyan to good. Kevathan, but if you let Yang Ming die, aren't you afraid of offending the butterfly family? Slade hesitated and said. He was not concerned about whether Good could marry Wang Xiaoyan, but the overall interests of the family. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether Wang Songshan's daughter was married or not. This was an insignificant matter. The key question was whether the interests of the Lancer family could be guaranteed. For example, the reaction of the Buffon family. This series of things against Wang Songshan was just for the sake of the family's face. They couldn't get any substantial benefits, so Slade wasn't very concerned about this. At his age, he didn't care much about things like face. The so-called shameless old referred to people like Slade. What did it have to do with him whether Good married Wang Xiaoyan or not? However, he couldn't ignore his son's position as the family master. His son, as the family master, naturally had to protect the Lancer family's face. The family master and elders' thoughts would be slightly different. However, among the three elders in the family, only he dared to call Kevathan's name. The reason was none other than that he was Kevathan's father. Father, it doesn't matter. Kevathan explained with a smile, I have already considered this, but Yang Ming is not a member of the butterfly family. His current identity is only Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. Once he dies, Good will become Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. Do you think the butterfly family will go against us because of a dead outsider? What the family master said makes sense. Thomas also thought so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to facilitate this matter. He was very much in favor of letting Yang Ming die here. Only in this way could the butterfly family completely have no way out. The butterfly family would never go to war with the Lancer family because of someone who didn't belong to the butterfly family. This is not wrong. Yang Ming hasn't officially married Wang Xiaoyan yet, so he can only be regarded as an outsider. If he dies, even if the butterfly family is unhappy, they have no legitimate reason to trouble us. I guess they can only hold their nose and accept it. Slade nodded. Hee, a reason to trouble us. At this time, Jetson smiled coldly, in the face of absolute strength, any reason is pale. My strength to trouble you is a reason. Cousin Jetson is right. In the face of Cousin Jetson's absolute strength, even if the butterfly family is reasonable, it will become unreasonable. Wang Songshan is probably not a person who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation. He previously had a marriage agreement with the King of Assassins, Fang Tian. He was unwilling to cancel it because of his face. However, once Yang Ming dies, will he still dare to shirk? Kevathan agreed and said, Cousin Jetson, I will leave this Yang Ming to you. If he wants to come, it will be tonight. He's just a clown. Jetson responded indifferently, if it weren't for leaving him alive, Wang Songshan would have already become a corpse. Is this Yang Ming more powerful than Wang Songshan? That's definitely not the case, but you have to be careful, cousin. Don't let this kid run away. Kevathan was afraid that Jetson would be careless, so he reminded him. No one has been able to escape from my hands. Jetson said casually, but this was just to fool Kevathan and the other members of the Lancer family. It was definitely a joke to put it in the center. What's more, this was only his first time making a move. His only enemy was Wang Songshan, so he really couldn't escape. Prepare a celebration banquet for me. When I kill this kid, let's celebrate. However, Kevathan and the other members of the Lancer family believed it and nodded. Don't worry, cousin. I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it. In fact, Jetson didn't need to eat anything anymore. It would be a waste even if he ate. He was just pretending. However, he had been living in the Lancer family for the past few days. In order not to let Kevathan discover his secrets and abnormalities, he had to do as the Romans did and eat and drink. Is this the Lancer family? Yang Ming looked at a manor not far away in front of him, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. This magnificent 100-year-old manor, Yang Ming didn't directly sneak into the Lancer family, nor did he grab the Lancer family's children to ask. Instead, he sat down in a small bar a few kilometers away from the manor and looked out the window quietly. If someone didn't know better, they would think that Yang Ming was looking at the scenery outside the window. However, Yang Ming was indeed looking at every movement inside the Lancer family a few kilometers away. This was why Yang Ming dared to go alone. He could use his special ability to detect some movements and terrain inside the Lancer family in advance, as well as whether there were masters in the Lancer family. Yang Ming certainly wouldn't be reckless for this operation. Even Wang Songshan could be trapped in the enemy camp. Yang Ming didn't think that he was very capable. The saying that the enemy would surrender under his feet with a shake of the tiger's body was whimsical no matter how he thought about it. It turns out to be this guy named Jetson. Yang Ming naturally saw the scene in the Lancer family's conference room. Several people in the Lancer family were talking about his life and death. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to take my life, right? Yang Ming was not a magnanimous person. On the contrary, he was even a little vengeful. Since this Jetson wanted to keep him, how could he let him go? Therefore, Yang Ming decided that as long as there was a chance this time, he would kill Jetson to avoid endless future troubles. Looking at this group of arrogant people talking and laughing as if the Yang Ming they were talking about had become a dead man, Yang Ming smiled coldly. He didn't despise these people, but he felt that these people were too arrogant. Even if they were sure of winning, there was no need to be like this. Only by keeping a vigilant heart at all times could one live to 100 years old. Otherwise, it was not certain who would win. Yang Ming was not in the mood to continue investigating what these people were talking about. Jetson seemed to be very confident in himself. He didn't mention the killing plan at night at all. Instead, he was flattered by the Lancer family's group. Shifting his gaze, Yang Ming began to search for Wang Songshan's figure. Yang Ming was sure that there was a 90% chance that Wang Songshan was trapped in the Lancer family. Yang Ming searched very carefully. Yang Ming had almost looked at every inch of the Lancer family's manor several times. This was because while Yang Ming was looking for Wang Songshan, he was also exploring the terrain of the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming was not as arrogant as Jetson. If he couldn't win, Yang Ming had to find the best escape route. After Yang Ming's careful investigation, he was afraid that even the people who had lived in the Lancer family's manor for many years were not as familiar with the terrain as Yang Ming. This was because there were many places that some people in the Lancer family could not go, such as the kitchen, the warehouse, the boiler room, the laundry room, and other places where the servants worked. The Lancer family's higher-ups were unwilling to go to these places personally. It was even more impossible for Jetson, who had appeared out of nowhere, to go there. Therefore, these very remote places were the foundation of Yang Ming's survival. Uncle Wang is fine. It seems that I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Songshan was imprisoned in a small independent attic, Yang Ming nodded heavily. Fortunately, otherwise, Yan Yan would be disappointed this time. Yang Ming closed his eyes, began to recall the terrain of the Lancer family's manor, and thought about the plan for tonight's action. Although he knew that Jetson was already prepared, Yang Ming still had to act. What's more, Yang Ming's killing intent had risen at this moment. Even if he could save Wang Songshan quietly, Jetson could not be left alive. Otherwise, he would always be a big threat to himself and the butterfly family. Yang Ming reached out to call the waiter, paid the bill, then stood up, turned, and left the small bar. The bar was still noisy. No one knew what Yang Ming was here for, and no one paid attention to him. Standing on the street, Yang Ming reached out and stopped a taxi. He then said to the driver, "Go to Lancer Manor." The driver readily agreed. Many poor children from nearby families worked in the Lancer family, so there were often servants from the Lancer family traveling between the town and the Lancer Manor. "Sir, the car can only stop here. In front is the Lancer family's private territory. We can't drive in." The taxi driver stopped the car under a warning sign on the road, pointed to the text on it and said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the warning sign. It said nothing more than that in front was the Lancer family's private territory, and no one was allowed to enter without permission, etc. Yang Ming paid the fare quickly. He didn't say much, got out of the car, and walked alone in the direction of the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had a clear idea of the plan at this moment, so he was not afraid of confronting Jetson head-on. When Yang Ming was walking, he didn't deliberately avoid anyone because there was no place to hide on this road. If he encountered a stranger, then he could only let him rest here. However, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or if no one from the Lancer family came out at all during this time. Yang Ming did not see anyone on this road, and he smoothly arrived outside the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had already found a way and location to sneak into the manor when he was in the bar. At this time, he stood outside the manor just to explore the movement inside again. However, the situation of this exploration was similar to the previous one. There were still many guards guarding outside the attic where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. The difference was that a person was sitting in a small pavilion nearby. This person was the person named Jetson that Yang Ming had seen in the Lancer family's conference room. He was the cousin of the current family master of the Lancer family, Kevathan. April is a very cold season in Europe. The temperature difference between day and night is very large. This should be the coldest time. This person is just sitting in the pavilion. Isn't he cold? Yang Ming was very surprised and impressed because this person was wearing a very thin shirt. It seemed that the Lancer family was ready to deal with it. They knew that the purpose of their visit this time was to rescue Wang Songshan, so Jetson simply sat directly at the door of Wang Songshan's imprisonment. Yang Ming sneered. This Jetson is really arrogant to a certain extent. Isn't he sitting here publicly announcing to others that Wang Songshan is imprisoned in the attic next to him? Of course, Yang Ming had special abilities. He didn't need Jetson to do anything. Yang Ming already knew where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. If it was someone without special abilities, it would not be so easy to find out. Jetson's approach just happened to be a beacon of light. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Jetson was not arrogant, but had already arranged it in advance. Just like the plan against Wang Songshan last time, he had informed all the family's children and servants in advance. As long as Yang Ming came to capture them, they would tell the truth about the location of Wang Songshan's imprisonment. This was also a strategy to allow Yang Ming to directly walk into the trap. Jetson didn't have to always be on guard against Yang Ming appearing elsewhere. He just had to wait here. However, how could Yang Ming let Jetson do as he wished? Since Jetson was waiting at Wang Songshan's place, he would let him wait first. Yang Ming didn't forget what he had said before, which was to teach Good a lesson. Therefore, the first thing Yang Ming did when he came this time was to go to Good's residence. Therefore, when everyone thought that Yang Ming would look for Wang Songshan's residence first, Yang Ming did the opposite and slipped to Good's residence first. With the lesson of Wang Songshan killing a few disciples before, the people of the Lancer family had also learned to be smart this time. They gave the servants and children walking back and forth in the manor at night an alarm on their fingers. They were instructed to press the alarm as soon as they saw Yang Ming, and the meeting room would immediately locate his location so that Jetson could be prepared and avoid unnecessary accidents. However, Yang Ming had no intention of finding trouble with those children and servants at all. Yang Ming didn't need to know anything from them. Yang Ming had already finished exploring with his special ability beforehand. At this time, it was too late to hide from the people inside the Lancer family. Since no one had discovered him along the way, Yang Ming was more careful at the moment. However, with his special ability of X-ray vision and night vision, Yang Ming easily avoided the children walking back and forth and the manor's patrol guards. As for the cameras and some blind spots, Yang Ming also bypassed them easily. Yang Ming was very experienced in dealing with these cameras. Previously, in the Immortal Building in Mount Jing, Yang Ming had already figured out the rules, so this time was no exception. While looking at the screen in the monitoring room, he easily bypassed the surveillance cameras according to the time difference between the screen switching. Good had been very proud these 2 days. After being nervous for a few days, Good felt that he could finally rest easy when he saw Jetson easily capture Wang Songshan alive. He was especially happy when he heard that Jetson was very supportive of him marrying Butterfly Wang. Tonight, it was even more so because Good had also received news that Butterfly Wang's fiancé, Yang Ming, might come to rescue Yang Ming. Jetson was waiting to kill Yang Ming in one fell swoop. Therefore, Good began to dance excitedly when he thought that Yang Ming was about to die tonight and that Butterfly Wang could throw herself into his arms without any obstacles. How dare you threaten me? Let's see who dies first this time. Good's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. He never thought that things would be so complicated this time. However, this ending was still very satisfactory. In the beginning, after he was humiliated by the Butterfly family, he came to his grandfather's Lancer family in high spirits, hoping that his grandfather could help him vent his anger. His grandfather had indeed helped him create a huge problem for the butterfly family. He had unilaterally cut off the cooperation and supply relationship of the arms business. This made the butterfly family as anxious as ants on a hot pan. However, good times did not last long. Just when Good thought that the butterfly family would eventually compromise and marry Butterfly Wang to him, the butterfly family somehow got involved with the Buffon family, who was the arms supplier behind the Lancer family. This was great. They had offended the Buffon family, and the Buffon family retaliated by directly stopping the arms supply to the Lancer family. This made the Lancer family, who originally had victory in hand, dumbfounded. Wasn't this change too fast? In an instant, the positions of the Lancer family and the Butterfly family had a fundamental change. The Lancer family was in a predicament, and the Butterfly family easily turned from weak to strong. They even threatened to take Good's head. This made Good scared out of his wits. He was afraid that the Lancer family would give him up for the family's interests. Although Good was the grandson of the current family master of the Lancer family, Good was also a member of a big family. He knew the rules of a big family. That was, the family's interests came first in all matters. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good was a common method used by big families. Therefore, Good was not sure whether the Lancer family would hand him over in the end. Although his grandfather, Thomas, was the current family master, it should be known that the family master was not the only one who had a say in a family. All the elders also had a very high right to speak. They could even join forces to deny some of the family master's decisions. This made Good fall into a panic all day long. In the end, his grandfather saved his life at the cost of giving up the position of the family master. This made Good feel grateful, but he was also worried. He hated Wang Songshan and the others to the bone. Good was not stupid. Although his grandfather had exchanged the family master's position to save his life, who knew if the new family master would renege on the debt after taking office? At that time, there would be no other way. However, just as Good was terrified, a great piece of good news came from the entire Lancer family. The cousin of the new head of the family, Kevathan, was here. Moreover, he is a person who came out of the mysterious Central. It is said that his martial arts are superb. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Grandpa was on the spot and witnessed Jetson smashing the large marble conference table with one palm. Moreover, Good also went to the conference room afterward. Good couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that the hard marble had turned into fragments. What kind of power is this? Was he still human? Good was relieved to see that the Lancer family had finally found a big backer. However, he was still a little nervous. Would the Butterfly family be afraid of Uncle Jetson? Moreover, the Butterfly family seemed to specialize in assassins, so Good was really afraid that the Butterfly family would assassinate him. Just as he was worried, Uncle Jetson actually took the initiative to offer to stay in the same room with him. This made Good extremely relieved. What was there to be afraid of as long as this great master was in charge? Sure enough, Wang Songshan was beaten to a pulp by Uncle Jetson that night. Wang Songshan was the leader of the assassin family, but he didn't even have the power to fight back in front of Uncle Jetson. He could only run away. But even if he ran away, he couldn't escape from Uncle Jetson's hands. In the end, he obediently allowed himself to be captured. This made Good self-confidence inflate to the extreme. He even forgot the fact that he was still a member of the Douglas family. During this time, he regarded himself as a member of the Lancer family. This was because it was inevitable that the Lancer family would become an awesome existence in the upper-class society in the future. With such a backer, it wouldn't be justifiable if they didn't rise up. Good's mouth flashed a lascivious smile when he thought that he would be able to marry Butterfly Wang in a few days. However, he cursed in his heart. I don't know if the fiancé named Yang Ming has slept with Butterfly Wang. Although Good had played with more than 100 women, he still didn't want his woman to be tainted by others. At this time, he had already regarded Butterfly Wang as his woman. It could be seen how much his arrogance and self-esteem had inflated. However, it doesn't matter. Tonight, Yang Ming will become a dead man. Why should I care about a dead man? Good muttered to himself and shook his head. He was somewhat proud of himself. Unfortunately, I can't be sure if I will become a dead man, but you will become a dead man. A cold voice sounded, causing the arrogant Good to jump in fright. Who? Who is it? Who is talking? Good subconsciously wanted to get the alarm, but because he was in the room, he didn't hold the alarm in his hand. When he was dancing just now, he threw the alarm on the bed beside him. At this moment, he was anxious, but he couldn't find it. However, he didn't have the chance to look for it. Good only felt a slight pain in his neck as if something needle-like had pierced it. But before he could understand what was going on, he lay straight on the bed as if he had fallen asleep. I wanted to torture you for a while, but time is running out, so I'll just let you die. The person who came was Yang Ming. Seeing Good talking to himself like a lunatic, Yang Ming was completely speechless. You want me to die with such strength? If Jetson said this, Yang Ming wouldn't be surprised, but this Good. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have time to deal with this guy now, Yang Ming really wanted to beat him up and then kill him. It's a waste of a flying needle. Yang Ming looked at Good's body and said with slight regret, it's a waste to use it on this kind of person. Although this material is not rare, it's not much either. Yang Ming shook his head and slowly retreated from Good's residence. The next stop was the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. It was inevitable that he would meet Jetson there. Yang Ming didn't have any confidence in facing the enemy head-on. He could only take one step at a time. Good's death didn't cause any waves. Even the Lancer family didn't know that Good had died because Kevathan had deliberately sent a GPS location alarm to everyone in the family. After a situation was triggered, they could immediately find the location of the alarm in the monitoring room and then respond. Good was simply arrogant to a certain extent. He was completely different from his previous fear and caution. After witnessing Jetson's strength, he became a little unscrupulous. In his opinion, no matter how many enemies came, they were not Jetson's opponents, so he casually threw the alarm on the bed. He didn't expect that he couldn't trigger it even when he was about to die. However, Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. Even if Good triggered the alarm, Yang Ming would still kill Good without hesitation. He might even torture Good for a while without scruples and wait for Jetson to come to him. Originally, Yang Ming was also mentally prepared to face the enemy head-on. After killing Good, Yang Ming had no scruples. It was the same whether he went to Jetson or Jetson came to him. Because he was very familiar with the interior terrain of the manor, Yang Ming quickly rushed to Jetson's location. Although his footsteps were light, Jetson still felt it when he was about 100 meters away. Jetson's hearing was extremely sensitive, which was why he was able to discover Wang Songshan in advance last time. It's Yang Ming, right? Jetson spoke, you're finally here. I didn't wait in vain. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He was very surprised by Jetson's keen senses. Yang Ming was an assassin. Although his footsteps were not as good as Wan Xiaoyan's family's secret technique. Butterfly microsteps, it was still superb. Yang Ming could even pass through the grass without alerting a bird, but Jetson had sensed it here. This made Yang Ming sigh with some regret in his heart. I wanted to try to sneak attack Jetson, but now it seems impossible. This Jetson really can't be underestimated. I won't let you wait in vain. Since he had been discovered by the other party, Yang Ming naturally didn't intend to hide it. He walked out from the trees that were hidden by the side. You were Jetson, right? Kevathan's cousin? Humph, you're quite well informed. Jetson didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. He snorted coldly as if he disdained to talk to Yang Ming. Tell me about your background. Looking at your skills, you don't look like a nobody. Yang Ming said lightly, do you really want to stand up for the Lancer family? Naturally, there is no need to tell you my background. Jetson smiled coldly, tonight, you will become a victim. You won't leave here alive, so there is no point in telling you this. Hee, since you are so sure that I will become a dead person, it's okay to talk about it. You should at least let me know when I die, right? Yang Ming smiled faintly as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Kid, you don't have to find something to talk about, and you don't have to think about unrealistic things. Do you want to know my background? Jetson looked at Yang Ming blankly, but, it's okay to tell you. The fact that Jetson came from Central was not a secret, so there was no need for Jetson to hide it. Since Yang Ming wanted to know, then it was okay to talk about it. In Jetson's eyes, Yang Ming had become a dead person. It was good to let him know when he died. Yang Ming nodded slightly and motioned for Jetson to continue. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't refuse to know some of the enemy's details. However, Yang Ming was also always on guard against Jetson's sudden attack. After all, the two sides were in a hostile state. How could there be any trust in what was said? If Jetson suddenly launched an attack when Yang Ming was caught off guard, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, Jetson didn't seem to have this intention at all. Was he too arrogant? He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would escape or suddenly attack. Or was he just a gentleman who would tell the truth? Kid, listen carefully. I come from Central, a mysterious place that you can't imagine at all. If you die, no one will avenge you. Of course, no one will dare to avenge you and offend Central's people. Humph. When Jetson said the word Central, a look of reverence suddenly appeared in his eyes. Central? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this place and didn't know what this place did. Is it an organization or institution? It sounds like it. Central? Is it very powerful? Yang Ming asked indifferently. Ignorant person. Jetson shook his head. It seemed that he disdained to explain anything to Yang Ming. Die. If you didn't come here, I wouldn't be able to attack ordinary people at will due to the rules of Central. But since you sent yourself to me, ha 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 ha. Yang Ming's heart shuddered. He suddenly raised his attention to the peak. Jetson was going to attack. Yang Ming couldn't not be on guard. However, Yang Ming heard a message from Jetson's words. That was, Central's people didn't seem to be able to take the initiative to attack others. This made Yang Ming feel relieved in his heart. Although Yang Ming didn't know what Central was, since it was an organization, there must be a lot of people. If he really killed Jetson today, it would be really difficult for him to deal with if a lot of Jetsons ran out from Central. Not only that, but the Butterfly family and the Buffon family would become such a big enemy in the future. It could be said that there would be endless troubles in the future. But since Jetson said so, Yang Ming was relieved. A flying needle was clasped in the palm of his hand. This was Yang Ming's tried and tested assassination method. Even if he faced the enemy head-on, Yang Ming was confident that he could make the enemy suffer a hidden loss. After all, the current world was not like ancient times. How could there be so many hidden weapons? Nowadays, the most important thing to be wary of in a fight was guns, guarding against the opponent's sudden attack with a gun. No one would have thought that there would be people in this world who could hurt people with flying needles. This was also one of Yang Ming's trump cards. The reason why he dared to come here and face Jetson head-on was because he had a flying needle in hand. Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could hit Jetson. As for whether Jetson could be killed in one blow, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee, but it shouldn't be easy for him. Therefore, when Jetson's figure suddenly moved and stood up from the pavilion's seat, Yang Ming had already calculated where Jetson's neck would move next. A flying needle flew out of his hand and shot directly at Jetson. Humph. The flying needle shot at Jetson's neck, but it didn't penetrate his skin. Jetson casually pushed it aside and threw it to the ground. What the hell is this? A mosquito? Jetson, is he actually fine? Yang Ming saw clearly that the flying needle had hit Jetson. He was complacent in his heart because he had hit Jetson effortlessly. However, the result was beyond his expectations. The flying needle didn't hurt Jetson at all. It didn't even scratch his skin. Is there some kind of protective measure on this person's neck? However, Yang Ming didn't have time to think about it. Jetson had already gotten up and charged at Yang Ming. A pair of giant hands grabbed at Yang Ming fiercely. A look of doubt flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. Isn't this Jetson a martial arts master? How can this be? Although Jetson's speed and strength are very fierce, he just rushed over without any tricks. His whole body is full of flaws. How can such a person capture Wang Songshan alive? This made Yang Ming feel very inconceivable. Bang! Although Yang Ming felt that it was inconceivable, he still kicked Jetson's lower abdomen. This was one of the weak spots on the human body. Whether it was a man or a woman, once this spot was hit hard, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that it was impossible for Jetson not to dodge. Yang Ming had already thought of a follow-up move while dodging. Hiss. Yang Ming's foot hit Jetson's lower abdomen, but a painful groan came from Yang Ming's mouth. Is there something on Jetson's abdomen? How can it be so hard? Yang Ming felt like he had kicked a big stone and almost fractured his foot. However, this was not enough to surprise Yang Ming. What was even more surprising was that Jetson didn't seem to feel anything. His hands still continued to grab at Yang Ming. Apart from a trace of ridicule on his expression, there was no painful expression after being hit. This accident made Yang Ming suddenly shocked because Jetson didn't go back to defend his lower abdomen. After being hit, he didn't show any painful reaction. Instead, he still rushed over at his original speed. This made the follow-up move that Yang Ming had prepared completely useless. He couldn't use it at all. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's upper body bent backward abruptly, and his whole body arched. However, even so, he still couldn't completely avoid Jetson's blow. Rip. Yang Ming's shirt was grabbed by Jetson, and he tore it apart. Yang Ming's head was covered in cold sweat. If he had grabbed my shoulder, wouldn't he have torn off my flesh? Or even my scapula might have been broken. How can this person be so strong? While Yang Ming was thinking about this, he used his hands to support himself on the ground. His feet also left the ground at the same time, and he kicked hard at Jetson. At this moment, Jetson's upper body was tilted, maintaining the momentum of attacking Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming's feet directly kicked Jetson's face. This kick almost used up all of Yang Ming's strength. Yang Ming was confident that even a powerful person would be seriously injured at this moment. It was very likely that his head would be kicked away. Yang Ming had noticed that something was wrong before. His kick to Jetson's lower abdomen was very heavy. It was not something that ordinary people could bear. Yang Ming asked himself. Even if he was hit by such a strong force, he would probably end up seriously injured. However, Jetson did not seem to have suffered any damage. Yang Ming's kick did not even cause a pause in Jetson's movements. It was as if this kick was not on Jetson's body at all, but on someone else's body. Yang Ming's kick did not even cause a pause in Jetson's movements. Yang Ming had no time to think about the reason, so he kicked a second time in a dangerous situation. If this kick was solid, Yang Ming did not believe that Jetson would not have suffered any damage. Bang! Yang Ming's 2 feet kicked Jetson's face at the same time. Yang Ming could even imagine the scene of Jetson's nose bleeding. Because the bridge of the nose was one of the most fragile bones in the human body, it was impossible not to be injured under a heavy blow. However, Yang Ming had learned his previous lesson. After this kick, his body quickly used the force of stepping on Jetson's face to do a backflip and landed firmly on the ground 10 feet away. Yang Ming had just stabilized his feet, but he was shocked to find that Jetson was still attacking him at a very fast speed. His kick still did not seem to cause any damage to him. On Jetson's face, there were 2 obvious footprints, but there were no bruises. There was also no nosebleed as Yang Ming had imagined. It seemed that Yang Ming had kicked an iron plate. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed again. Could it be that this Jetson is? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of Tianlong. He had once fought with Tianlong, the successor of the Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Shield. So, Yang Ming couldn't help but association. Could this person named Jetson also practice a similar technique? It must be known that the Golden Bell Shield was not only available in China's Shaolin Temple. There were also some similar external techniques in some other countries. It was not surprising that Jetson had learned something similar. The key problem was that this guy seemed to be a bit stronger than Tianlong. When he fought with Tianlong, although Tianlong was also invulnerable, it was only after he used his technique and entered a temporary berserk state. This Jetson didn't seem to be using any technique, but he was directly invulnerable. Moreover, although Tianlong's martial arts were excellent, he would still react when Yang Ming hit him. Although it did not cause any damage, he was still a flesh and blood body after all. However, this Jetson in front of him didn't seem to regard this body as his own at all. No matter how Yang Ming hit him, he didn't seem to feel anything. Seeing that Jetson was about to rush to his side, Yang Ming's heart tightened and he quickly retreated. However, he regretfully found that Jetson's speed seemed to be a bit faster than his own. This made Yang Ming feel a long-lost fear in his heart. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. Since Yang Ming became the successor of the King of Assassins, he had embarked on a rapidly growing path and slowly walked to the peak of life. Although there were constant dangers and enemies around him, Yang Ming had never been so frightened. At this moment, the pressure Jetson gave him came from the kind of oppression between life and death, which made Yang Ming feel breathless. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Is it an external defensive technique? Yang Ming's figure retreated quickly as he asked in surprise. External martial arts of thwart training? Jetson sneered a few times after hearing this, but he didn't answer Yang Ming's question. He didn't deny nor confirm, but his speed didn't slow down at all. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know what Jetson meant, but since he had such an ambiguous attitude, Yang Ming somewhat believed that Jetson really practiced some kind of external martial arts. Thinking of this, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. While retreating, he began to use his X-ray vision to look for Jetson's weak point. Since Tianlong had a weak point, it meant that Jetson should have the same weak point. This was the weakness of external martial arts. It wasn't something that anyone could change. It was just that the position of each person's weak point was different. Therefore, even though many people knew this, it was still extremely difficult to find the weak spot of the opponent. Most likely, they would be killed by the opponent before they could find it. This was also the reason why many people still rushed to practice this kind of defensive technique even though they knew that it had such a flaw. Now, Yang Ming had understood why Wang Songshan was captured here. Even if there were two Wang Songshans, they wouldn't be a match for such an abnormal guy. For a guy like Jetson, who was invulnerable and didn't react no matter how he was hit, Wang Songshan would still be helpless even if he had 180 methods. However, since Yang Ming had figured out Jetson's abnormality and his defensive technique, he wasn't so worried. As long as he could find a way to stall for time and find Jetson's weak point, he could kill Jetson in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Yang Ming began to scan Jetson's body. However, at first glance, Yang Ming almost lost his balance and sat on the ground. This was because the internal structure of Jetson's body was fundamentally different from that of a normal person. He was not a person, but a machine. Inside Jetson's body, there were a lot of sophisticated electronic components. Yang Ming almost screamed out in horror. Fortunately, Yang Ming's psychological quality was very strong, otherwise, Jetson would have almost caught up with him. F***ck. Yang Ming really wanted to curse at the sky. Isn't this 2F** King evil? This time, he had actually encountered a robot? No wonder Jetson is so resistant and invulnerable. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is a robot afraid of being hit? Kevathan's cousin is actually a robot. What kind of logic is this? And what kind of organization was the Central? How can they make such a sophisticated robot? Isn't this a bit too heaven-defying? However, thinking about the magical glasses on his body, Yang Ming guessed that it was also a heaven-defying high-tech product. It was even 100 times better than the robot in front of him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was not so surprised. After all, there were too many capable people in this world, and he couldn't know all of them. Therefore, apart from being surprised by Jetson's body structure, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Previously, he wanted to defeat Jetson by looking for his weak point, but now it seemed that this wouldn't work at all. Do you expect a machine to have a weak point? Isn't that a joke? Can a machine and a human be equal? Yang Ming was even a little desperate at this moment. If his opponent was a human, then Yang Ming would have some confidence to win. But now he was facing a non-human. No matter how capable Yang Ming was, he couldn't do anything. This kind of thing couldn't be killed or damaged, which gave Yang Ming a headache. All the assassination methods in the past were useless. Even if Yang Ming wanted to give up the idea of killing Jetson, it was probably impossible. This time, whether he could escape or not was another matter. Jetson's speed was too fast, beyond Yang Ming's imagination. However, it was natural for a robot to be faster. It was just that this was the first time Yang Ming had encountered such a situation in his life. Are you a robot? How can you have a human's mind? Are you Kevathan's cousin? Have you been transformed by Central? The idea of escaping from this place rose in Yang Ming's heart. Although saving Wang Songshan was very important, if he left this place alone, Wang Songshan would probably never be able to return. At that time, Wang Xiaoyan would definitely be very sad. But compared to that, his own life was more important. Yang Ming was not a reckless man. It was simply stupid to continue to fight desperately when he knew that he was no match for Jetson. So, when Yang Ming had the thought of retreating in his heart, he suddenly asked a series of tricky and strange questions. Oh? Just as Yang Ming expected, Jetson's figure stagnated. Even though he was a robot, Jetson's heart couldn't calm down after Yang Ming exposed his biggest secret. After all, his mind was still that of the previous Jetson, but his body had been transformed into a machine. This secret was only known by Central's people. No one in the Lancer family, including Kevathan, knew. So, how did this person named Yang Ming know? Yang Ming was overjoyed when he saw that Jetson was indeed affected by his words. Yang Ming's original intention was to let Jetson be affected by his question. As long as he could stall for a short moment, Yang Ming was confident that he could escape from this place. Kid, how did you know? Jetson's expression suddenly became gloomy and uncertain. The speed of his attack on Yang Ming also slowed down. Although he was still chasing after Yang Ming, he did not attack again. Jetson didn't intend to let Yang Ming go. He held back at this moment because he wanted to figure out how Yang Ming knew his secret. This was a secret that he had never told anyone. This was Central's first-class secret, and Jetson was not allowed to reveal it. Even to Falcon, who was about to assist him, Jetson was not allowed to tell his identity truthfully. Therefore, when Yang Ming suddenly revealed Jetson's secret, Jetson was shocked and angry. He wanted to quickly silence Yang Ming on the spot, but he didn't know how Yang Ming got this information. If he killed Yang Ming, wouldn't he cut off the source of the information? Jetson wanted to figure out where Yang Ming got this information, or how Yang Ming found this flaw. If Yang Ming heard it from someone else, then Jetson didn't mind killing the person who told Yang Ming. In order to keep Central's secret, it was not against the rules to take the initiative to kill a person. If Yang Ming discovered this secret himself, then Jetson would also ask Yang Ming how he found out and what flaws he had. He must ask clearly and then destroy this flaw to avoid similar troubles in the future. Hee, do you really want to know? Yang Ming found a way out when Jetson hesitated. His figure moved and quickly ran in the opposite direction from before. He said while running, "If you want to know, catch me first. Kid, you're courting death." Seeing Yang Ming escape quickly while he was relaxed, Jetson was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to kill Yang Ming directly. He could only follow behind Yang Ming, wanting to catch him and ask him. The road Yang Ming took was an abandoned path leading to the backyard of the Lancer family's manor. This road should have been abandoned many years ago because the left and right sides of this road were full of abandoned steel, wooden planks, and some sundries. This road was almost full of obstacles. Not to mention that it was now night. Even if it was daytime, one might not be able to walk too fast without touching these things. However, Yang Ming relied on the terrain he had scouted outside the manor and his special ability to see at night. His figure shuttled through these wastes like a loach. Jetson naturally couldn't do it. Although he was a robot, he didn't have Yang Ming's special ability to see through things. Especially in this kind of night where visibility was very low, Jetson couldn't dodge left and right like Yang Ming. Jetson inevitably touched the things around him, directly hindering his forward speed. Jetson didn't walk far before he found that he had been tricked by Yang Ming. Originally, Jetson thought that Yang Ming was simply courting death by choosing this kind of road full of obstacles to escape. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming's figure would dodge left and right with unusual dexterity. Even the corners of his clothes didn't touch these wastes. Jetson knew that he had been fooled. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did this, Yang Ming did do it. Jetson saw that the distance between Yang Ming and himself seemed to have increased again. He was anxious and didn't care about anything else. He simply didn't dodge and directly crashed into the wastes. He was like a tank that was clearing the way. The wastes flew everywhere, but he didn't suffer any damage. However, in the case of Jetson's brute force, the distance between him and Yang Ming was abruptly shortened by a lot. Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his head and scolded Jetson in his heart. This Jetson is really too fierce. It seems that my escape plan can't be realized. If this continues, I'm afraid I still can't escape from Jetson's palm. Yang Ming's heart was burning with anxiety. He ran while thinking about the next step of the plan. Yang Ming had to admit that this was the most embarrassing and miserable action he had ever taken since his debut. He was actually forced by the enemy to the point where he couldn't escape and even had the possibility of losing his life here. Looking at Jetson chasing behind him like a mad dog, Yang Ming's mind quickly ran through several countermeasures, but they were quickly rejected by Yang Ming. With Jetson's speed, it was probably impossible for Yang Ming to escape like this. Even if Yang Ming could outrun him and always find some extremely difficult paths with his special ability, he was still a human after all. There would always be times when he would be tired, but the other party was a machine. If this continued, he would always be able to catch Yang Ming. So, it seemed that there was only one possibility today, and that was to fight to the death. Yang Ming also saw that as long as he didn't get rid of Jetson, he had no way to survive at all. He couldn't even think about escaping. However, how difficult would it be to get rid of Jetson? The key was that Yang Ming's ability was there. It was simply unrealistic to get rid of Jetson. Yang Ming didn't expect Jetson to be unlucky and suddenly die for no reason. Unlucky and die? Yang Ming thought of this and suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid that it's impossible to kill Jetson with my current ability. However, what if he dies by himself? It would be a good idea to let Jetson die by himself. Although he was fantasizing about this in his heart, Yang Ming's legs didn't relax at all. He still ran forward crazily. Suddenly, Yang Ming saw a place not far away, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't the opportunity right in front of me? Success or failure may depend on this move. I hope that this Jetson's IQ isn't so high. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect his legs. He frantically ran toward the destination in front of him. The obstacles in front of him were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, they disappeared, turning into an empty space. Jetson, who was behind Yang Ming, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. As long as there were no more eyesores, wouldn't it be easy to catch up to Yang Ming? Yang Ming also seemed to be aware of this point. His footsteps became even faster, as if he was stepping on the wind fire wheel. Once again, his luck broke out and he ran forward with all his might. In front of Yang Ming, there was an area enclosed by a wall. In a situation where it seemed that there was no way to escape, Yang Ming grabbed the wall with both hands and jumped up forcefully. With a whoosh, he leaped to the other side of the wall. Jetson, who was behind Yang Ming, was shocked when he saw Yang Ming actually jump over the wall. He didn't know what Yang Ming was planning. He was afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly disappear after entering the wall, so he ran faster. He came to the wall that Yang Ming had jumped over and imitated Yang Ming. He grabbed the wall with both hands and wanted to jump in. Whoosh! Jetson also jumped up and jumped into the wall. Who? Seeing that Jetson had also jumped in with him, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Robots are still not good. There is a difference in IQ between humans. What an idiot. At this moment, Yang Ming was lying on the wall like a gecko. His hands were clasped tightly to the gap in the wall, and his feet were also forcefully stepping on a gap. Even so, Yang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was because as long as Yang Ming was slightly careless, he could follow in Jetson's footsteps. Below Yang Ming was the burning hot coal. This was where the heating of the entire Lancer family was located. The place surrounded by the wall was the Lancer family's boiler room, and Yang Ming's feet happened to be a vent of the underground boiler. Looking at the bursts of green smoke coming out from the vent under his feet, Yang Ming quickly moved his body to the side with lingering fear and finally landed on the ground next to the vent. Previously, just the billowing hot air coming out of the vent made Yang Ming feel as if his whole body was being roasted. The situation of Jetson, who had fallen in, could be imagined. The burning inside was something like coke, and the burning temperature could reach thousands of degrees Celsius. This was what was used to smelt iron. Jetson, who was mostly composed of metal, could not escape this and directly melted into a pool of molten iron. The trouble was finally solved. Jetson was finally dead, which made Yang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Ming ran over previously, he had used his special ability to observe this place, so Yang Ming decided to take a gamble. Even if Jetson had lived in the Lancer family's manor for a while, it was impossible for him to know that this was the location of the burning pool that heated the entire manor. As a distinguished guest of the Lancer family, no one would tell him these things, and there was no need to say these things. No one would have thought that this burning pool would become the place where Jetson died. Therefore, Yang Ming found the location of the vent and remembered the location of a few convex and concave gaps on the wall in advance. He took a risk once. After crossing the wall, he attached himself to the inner side of the wall like a gecko. Jetson didn't know that, so he directly crossed the wall and jumped down, directly ending his life. Before this, Jetson was really not prepared for Yang Ming to play such a trick. In his opinion, Yang Ming was an outsider. It was impossible for him to know the situation in the Lancer family's manor like the back of his hand. Even if he ran into a path full of obstacles, Jetson thought that Yang Ming had randomly chosen such a path. As for Yang Ming nimbly dodging these obstacles, Jetson did not suspect much. He just thought that it was Yang Ming's dexterity. After all, even if he was familiar with the situation in the manor, it was impossible to recite the location of these broken obstacles. Even people who walked in the manor all day could not do this, let alone Yang Ming who suddenly came here. As for running to the open land later, Jetson thought that the path Yang Ming had chosen before was found by accident. Yang Ming had almost no way to escape here, so it was not a special thing for Yang Ming to jump into a wall in a panic. Jetson also jumped in with Yang Ming without any precaution. What was there for Jetson to be afraid of when Yang Ming could jump in? However, at that time, Jetson also noticed that something was wrong when he touched the wall with his hands. Was it because the temperature on the wall was a little higher? After all, there was a vent under the wall. Hot air gushed out from the vent. Even if it was cold at night, he could still feel it. However, Jetson was a robot. His ability to withstand heat was obviously much higher than that of ordinary people, so this heat was nothing in Jetson's eyes. Moreover, he didn't have time to think about it at that time. Yang Ming had already discovered his big secret. His only thought now was to catch Yang Ming, ask the truth of the matter, and finally silence him. Therefore, in such an extremely anxious heart, Jetson really didn't have time to pay attention to the abnormality on the wall. As a result, it was precisely because of this that he ended up in tragedy. Yang Ming came back from behind the wall and heard a faint sound of people coming from not far away. There was also the light of a searchlight. It seemed that the people of the Lancer family had rushed over. The previous fight between Yang Ming and Jetson should have attracted the attention of these people, so they rushed to the scene of the incident. However, after Yang Ming and Jetson had only exchanged a few moves, one started to run while the other started to chase. Their speed was far beyond imagination, and they took a path full of obstacles in the middle of the night. This also caused the people of the Lancer family to be unable to catch up with Yang Ming and Jetson, so they only rushed over now. "Family Master, it's just a clown. You actually came in person." The person leading the team was Thomas. After all, the person Jetson was going to kill this time was directly related to the interests of his grandson, Good. Therefore, Thomas personally volunteered to bring a team of people to Jetson. As for whether this team of people could play any role, Thomas never thought about it. After all, with Jetson's extraordinary strength, he didn't need the help of these people at all. He could completely deal with Yang Ming alone, so the people Thomas brought were just for show. Thomas was rushing in the direction where Yang Ming had escaped with his people. He turned his head and saw the family master, Kevithan, rushing over with his people. Thomas didn't dare to neglect his nephew. After all, he had the super terrifying backing of Jetson, so Thomas could be said to be respectful to Kevithan. "Cousin Jetson has shown his prowess. How can I not come and see?" Kevithan laughed and said, "I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a celebration banquet. When the matter here is over, we will have a big celebration. I don't know if we can let the juniors come together during the celebration?" Thomas was thinking about his grandson, Good. He believed that Good would be very happy and want to celebrate Yang Ming's death. Of course, this is a joyous day for our Lancer family. You can ask Good to come. Together. We can also discuss the marriage proposal to Wang Songshan. Kevathan nodded and readily agreed. Now, the family was about to take off, and it was a good time to win people's hearts. Kevathan knew very well that even though his second uncle Thomas was obedient to him now, it was because of his cousin Jetson. With cousin Jetson, everyone in the Lancer family would respect him, but once cousin Jetson left, the situation would probably return to how it was before. Kevathan knew that cousin Jetson couldn't stay here for a long time. When the matter was resolved, it would probably be the day of Jetson's departure. Kevathan didn't believe that Thomas and Leckroft would not rebound at that time. Therefore, if he could win the support of the old family master, Thomas, at this time, he would be able to sit firmly in the position of the family master in the future. After all, this family had been controlled by Thomas for decades, and the forces cultivated in it were not few. If these people could support him, Kevathan would no longer be afraid of Leckroft's disloyalty. Thomas was very happy to hear that Kevathan readily agreed to this matter. After all, no matter what, the final result of this matter was worthy of his grandson. Although he had lost the position of the family master, the position of the family master had always been occupied by the capable. Now that Kevathan could do so many things for the family, the Lancer family would probably rise to a higher level in the future. However, he felt somewhat sorry for his grandson, which Thomas sighed. Nothing could be perfect. There were always gains and losses. Thank you, Patriarch. I'm really happy for my grandson, Thomas said with a smile. Uncle Thomas is too polite. Kevathan smiled, we are all family. Don't say those unconventional words. The Lancer family will get better and better in the future. We will become the first family in the upper-class society. Everyone will look up to us. I believe that this moment will not be too far away. Thomas nodded in agreement. I believe that the family master will become the greatest family master in the history of the Lancer family. Although Kevathan knew that this was mostly flattery, it was also a happy thing to be able to get the recognition of the previous family master, his second Uncle Thomas. Uncle Thomas, you must be joking. How can I deserve this honor? On the contrary, in the decades that Uncle Thomas has led the Lancer family, our Lancer family has really changed from a second or third-rate family to a member of the upper class. Kevathan's words were not wrong, because the Lancer family had really accumulated a lot of wealth since the first generation of family master, Thomas. The arms business was getting bigger and bigger, and the family quickly developed and grew. His contributions were indeed indispensable. Thomas was delighted when he heard that Kevathan did not take credit for himself. He said, however, there will always be a day when people are old. Now, it is the world of you young people. If the family master has any instructions in the future, just say it. I, your second uncle, will never refuse if I can do it. Kevathan was overjoyed when he heard Thomas's solemn statement for the first time. It seemed that Thomas really wanted to delegate power, and the forces he cultivated were also expected to be handed over. This also showed that his position as the family master would continue to be stable. Family master, it's not good. It's not good. Something big has happened. A family's inner disciple quickly ran over here, shouting loudly as he ran. Kevathan was very happy at the moment. When he suddenly heard this mournful voice, he immediately frowned. No matter who it was that had destroyed the harmonious and warm atmosphere that had been created with great difficulty, they would not feel good. Especially now that Kevathan had just reached a consensus with Thomas and was about to continue to have a few in-depth conversations, but he was interrupted abruptly. He couldn't help but say angrily, "What nonsense is this? What are you shouting for? What do you mean something big has happened? What big things can happen? The most important thing now is to wait for cousin Jetson to come back. And celebrate together." Yes. The disciple did not dare to contradict Kevathan. He quickly lowered his head and said carefully, "But family master, this subordinate does have something important to report." "Humph, just report. What's the point of yelling?" Kevathan glared at him and said, "Remember, we are members of the Lancer family. The current Lancer family is different from the previous Lancer family. We are now a first-class family. How can we be so unruly?" "Yes, family master." After being reprimanded, the disciple could only bow his head and say carefully, "I'm sorry, family master. I will be more careful in the future," but this matter is really important. That's why this subordinate is so flustered. Humph, with Cousin Jetson here, what can't be dealt with? Is it necessary? Kevithan was still angry. He snorted sarcastically, and continued, okay, what is it? Hurry up and say it. Master, the servant in charge of the family Master Good's daily life has found that Good he. The disciple paused. What's the matter? Asked Kevithan, the family master of the family master of the family master. Can't. Seeing that this family disciple is so nervous, it is really possible. Thinking of this, Thomas's heart trembled. He had just expressed goodwill to Kevithan, intending to let Kevithan support Good in the future and let him become the family master of the Douglas family. This way, although he would not be the helmsman of the Lancer family, he could still give Good some support. But now, he didn't see this kid at first glance. Did something really happen? Young Master Good is dead. The disciple was shocked and said hurriedly. What? What did you say? Kevithan didn't seem to hear the disciple's words clearly. He widened his eyes and looked at the disciple. However, the nervous look on his face clearly told everyone that he heard the disciple's words, but he just couldn't believe it. Thomas was also shocked at this moment. He grabbed the disciple and asked loudly, you said that Good is dead? My grandson is dead? Is there a mistake? This is not the time to joke around. Family Master, second elder, how would this subordinate dare to joke around? Young Master Good's servant has already called the doctor, but the doctor said that young Master Good had already died. This subordinate hurriedly came to report. The disciple said bitterly. Good, my grandson. Thomas's voice became shrill, and his eyes became bloodshot. Tell me, how did Good die? How did he die? This is for no reason. Wasn't he fine before? Second elder, please calm down first. This subordinate really doesn't know. According to the doctor who went, young Master Good had no external injuries at all. He couldn't see how he died. It can only be known after a careful examination. The disciple responded carefully. Tell me the situation at that time in detail. Kevithan didn't care about Good's life or death, but this was a great opportunity to use Good as a bargaining chip to make a good relationship with Thomas. Good died so inexplicably. How could Kevithan not be angry? Isn't this death too timely? Yes. The disciple said, it's like this. Family Master, didn't you order to hold a large celebration banquet after Mr. Jetson's triumphant return? So the servants in the family don't know if Family Master will allow the younger generation in the family to participate, but it is necessary to prepare in advance. So the servant in charge of young Master Good's daily life took the hairstylist to find young Master Good, but no one answered after knocking on the door for a long time. At first, they thought that young Master Good was asleep, so the servant found the old butler, Uncle Salter, and opened the door with the spare key. As a result, they found young Master Good lying motionless on the bed. At first, everyone thought that he was sleeping, but after calling him a few times, there was no movement. So the servant stepped forward and planned to shake young Master Good to wake him up. As a result, when they took a closer look, they found that young Master Good was no longer breathing. At this time, everyone hurriedly asked the doctor to come over. After the doctor's examination, young Master Good has passed away. This is impossible. How is this possible? Thomas suddenly became manic. He waved his hands as if he was crazy. He was killed by someone. He was killed by that Yang Ming. It must be. It must be like this. Second uncle, please calm down first. Kevithan saw Thomas enter a state of madness and quickly pulled him. Second uncle, that Yang Ming is being chased by Cousin Jetson at the moment. How can he be distracted to assassinate Good? I'm afraid there's something else going on, right? Or maybe, everyone got it wrong? It must be that Yang Ming went to Good's place first. After killing my grandson, he went to find Jetson. It must be like this. Thomas didn't believe Kevithan's explanation. He shook his head and growled. Second uncle, you also know how strict our family's defense is. How could Yang Ming sneak to Good's place and kill him without anyone noticing? And no one noticed it along the way. Is this possible? Kevithan said, moreover, so far, we haven't received any news of a disciple being killed. How did Yang Ming find Good's residence, and how did he bypass the heavy defense to find Good? After Kevathan said this, Thomas calmed down a little. After all, what Kevathan said was very reasonable. How did Yang Ming find Good? How did he manage to avoid those patrolling guards without making a sound? No. In this case, how did Yang Ming find Jetson? It stands to reason that he didn't kill any disciple. How did he find the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned? Thomas was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. He immediately thought of the abnormality of the matter. When Kevathan heard Thomas's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. How did Yang Ming know these things? It must be Yang Ming who killed Good. I'm going to tear him into pieces. The more Thomas thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did it, it must have been done by Yang Ming when he connected the whole thing. Don't worry, second uncle. Yang Ming's death is inevitable. He definitely can't escape from cousin Jetson's palm. Kevathan's heart was also filled with hatred. Now that Good was dead, things had become complicated. He didn't know how to maintain his transaction relationship with Thomas. Of course. I won't let him go even if he dies. Thomas said fiercely, I want to hang his body at the front door of the Lancer family. I want to let people know the consequences of offending our Lancer family. Of course, this is what you should do. Kevathan nodded and did not deny Thomas's suggestion. In this kind of upper-class society, many big families were above the law, especially those like the Lancer family who owned private territories. They had absolute authority to deal with people who trespassed into private territories. Even if it was inhumane to hang the body at the door, no one would come to the Lancer family for this. Especially at this moment when the Lancer family's strength was unprecedentedly powerful. Who would want to provoke this behemoth at this time? In order to befriend Thomas, Kevathan naturally would not oppose him on these insignificant matters. Kevathan even had the thought of making an example out of Thomas. Family Master, can you make an exception for Mr. Jetson and let him capture Yang Ming alive? I want to kill this bastard with my own hands and avenge my grandson, Good. Kevathan hesitated. Although it was not very good to interfere with cousin Jetson at this time, he definitely didn't want to displease Thomas at this moment. Only when Thomas was satisfied and avenged could he sincerely assist him and make his position as the family master more stable. Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you. I'll keep my word. Thomas promised fiercely. Okay. Kevathan sighed, picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, and pressed a few numbers. It was Jetson's terminal number, and then said, Cousin Jetson, I'm Kevathan. I have something to trouble you with. Can you capture that Yang Ming alive? I still have use for this person. Kevathan knew that Jetson would definitely give him face. Since cousin Jetson was able to come back to help him this time, it also explained cousin Jetson's intentions. Therefore, Kevathan was not worried that Jetson would refuse him, but out of respect, he still asked in a negotiating tone. After Kevathan finished speaking, he quietly waited for Jetson's answer. However, after waiting for a long time, no sound came from the walkie-talkie. Cousin Jetson? Are you there? Please reply if you hear me. Kevathan said strangely into the walkie-talkie. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no movement from the walkie-talkie. Kevathan suddenly frowned. Family Master, is Mr. Jetson angry? If this is the case, then I think it's better to forget it. Although Thomas wanted to kill Yang Ming personally, if it was impossible, then forget it. Anyway, no matter how Yang Ming died, he would still die. As long as he avenged his grandson, Thomas wouldn't be so insistent. No, although cousin Jetson is a very cold and arrogant person, he is not an unreasonable person. If I ask, cousin Jetson can't refute me too much. Kevathan said, however, looking at the situation now, it seems that cousin Jetson didn't bring the walkie-talkie terminal with him. Thomas nodded and didn't say anything. Although he was a little upset that he couldn't kill Yang Ming personally, this was the only thing he could do at the moment. Do you want me to live that much? At this time, a cold voice came over, making Kevathan and Thomas's heart tremble. I didn't expect it. It seems that I have fulfilled your wish. Who are you? Kevithan looked back and forth vigilantly, but he didn't see a person. This voice was very unfamiliar. Kevithan had never heard it before. Moreover, the person who spoke couldn't be a member of the Lancer family. A member of the Lancer family wouldn't speak to him so rudely. Who am I? Weren't you two talking about me just now? How can you forget so quickly? The person who spoke was naturally Yang Ming. After Yang Ming killed Jetson with a scheme, he sneaked over to the direction of the voice. As a result, he heard the conversation between Kevithan and Thomas. You are Yang Ming? Thomas asked in horror. At the same time, the hatred on his face emerged without concealment. His eyes looked for the direction of the voice, but he couldn't find it at all. It seems that you two are not very forgetful and know my name, Yang Ming said with a light smile. Where did Cousin Jetson go? Why didn't he kill this kid? Kevithan wondered to himself. However, he didn't think that Cousin Jetson would be killed by Yang Ming at all. Instead, he thought that Cousin Jetson should have something important to do at the last minute. Otherwise, why couldn't he be contacted? Pretending to be mysterious, what kind of ability is that? Come out if you have the guts. Thomas didn't take Yang Ming seriously at all. Although Yang Ming could kill Good silently, what kind of skills did Good have? He didn't practice any martial arts at all. The family guards behind him were secretly trained masters, so Thomas was very confident that Yang Ming would definitely stay here as long as he dared to appear. These guards were all trained during his reign, so Thomas was very confident in his heart and spoke very bluntly. He wasn't afraid of Yang Ming at all. Oh, come out then. Yang Ming said contemptuously, then he walked out of the dark woods and exposed himself to everyone. Catch him. Thomas waved to the guards behind him, and the people behind him rushed forward and surrounded Yang Ming. AI, although I know that you are all innocent, who asked you to be the thugs for these people? Yang Ming shook his head and said with some regret, if that's the case, then I'm sorry. Be careful. This kid may be a bit tricky. Although Kevithan didn't think too highly of Yang Ming, he also knew that he was the disciple of the King of Assassins, so he didn't dare to be too negligent and reminded him. Family master, he is just a kid. There is no need to be so cautious. Thomas smiled and said, it just so happens that I can kill this kid with my own hands. N. Kevithan nodded, but his eyes were looking at the field without blinking. These guards were not personally trained by him, but they were trained when Thomas was in power, so Kevithan's confidence in these people was naturally not as strong as Thomas's. Now, if he didn't catch Yang Ming for a moment, he would not relax his vigilance. Yang Ming looked at the group of so-called elites trained by the Lancer family who were full of flaws in front of him, and sighed slightly. Letting these weak people come up is simply courting death. If they were as strong as Jetson, Yang Ming would deal with them carefully. But now, Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt that he couldn't make a move. However, this was not the time for sympathy. Since these people had chosen to join the Lancer family, they were not worthy of sympathy. Pitiful people must have something hateful. Yang Ming casually waved his hand and sealed the acupoints of the people closest to him. These acupoints were one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Under Yang Ming's attack, these people all fell to the ground silently. They didn't even groan, and they didn't even know how they died. Seeing that Yang Ming had knocked down 7 or 8 people with a wave of his hand, the guards all showed horrified expressions. These days, they had been sent out by Kevithan to find trouble with others, smash other people's shops, and beat up people from other families. These were all their specialties. At this moment, they were thinking of bullying Yang Ming, but they didn't expect the other party to be a tough nut to crack. Before they could make a move, so many people had already been lost on their side. Looking at the teammates who had fought with them, robbed with them, drank with them at night, and played with women with them a few days ago, everyone was moved. Sante, the captain of the guards, gulped bitterly, but he was in a dilemma. The family master had ordered that he couldn't back down at this moment. But isn't this person in front of me too terrifying? Sante only felt that his scalp was about to explode. He knew very well that these people were not the opponent of the person in front of him at all. Going forward was just courting death. Since Sante could see the current situation, Kevithan and Thomas could naturally see it too. Although Kevathan had overestimated Yang Ming before and reminded the guards to be careful, he still underestimated Yang Ming's ability. Thomas, on the other hand, was even more terrified. He didn't expect Yang Ming's skill to have become so terrifying. He killed so many people with just a raise of his hand. How fierce is this? Kill him, use guns. Kevathan did not dare to underestimate this time and quickly reminded. After all, these people were the family's security forces. Kevathan's heart was naturally uncomfortable with so many of them dying at once. Save your strength, don't fight him head-on. Thomas also hurriedly reminded. He also didn't want these forces he cultivated to disappear. However, Kevathan and Thomas's words were still a step too late. The remaining few people all died in the span of a breath. Even Sante didn't wait to pull out his pistol and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. If these people used guns from the beginning, Yang Ming would not be hit by these people, but it would take some effort to kill them. At the very least, it would waste some flying needles. At least, it would not be so easy. However, Thomas and Kevathan were too careless before, so they sacrificed all 20 family elites. I'm really sorry. I was too fast and couldn't stop. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled apologetically to Kevathan and Thomas. They died before they could pull out their guns. You. Thomas was furious. This Yang Ming was obviously taking advantage of the situation. He was suddenly shocked and angry. He rushed here in a hurry and did not carry any weapons at all. Although he was very angry, he was afraid that Yang Ming would harm him. However, Kevathan brought guns. As a large family that once supplied firearms, it was not unusual for the Lancer family to have guns. When Thomas spoke, Kevathan was ready to reach for the gun on his body. You'd better not act rashly. Maybe you can live a little longer. Yang Ming had X-ray vision. How could he not see that Kevathan was going to touch the gun on his body? Thus, he reminded him with a cold smile. However, the flying needle also slid into his palm in an instant. He was always vigilant. Sure enough, after being frightened by Yang Ming's words, Kevathan's movements really did stop. He didn't dare to move his hand that was touching his pocket. Live a little longer? You sure talk big, huh? Kevathan snorted coldly and said somewhat guiltily. Yang Ming's previous strange skills had deeply shocked Kevathan's heart, so at this moment, Kevathan was also afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly attack. How arrogant. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Ming said indifferently, right, after the test, you will die. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Yang Ming, don't think that you're so powerful. Kevathan snorted, if Cousin Jetson hadn't left here because he had something to do you think you can still stand here alive? If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when Cousin Jetson comes back and finds out that you dare to harm me, he will destroy your family and the butterfly family. Don't think that I'm bluffing to scare you. Compared to Wang Songshan, who is more powerful? It must be Wang Songshan, right? He has now become Cousin Jetson's loser and prisoner. How good can you be? Cousin Jetson? Yang Ming repeated Kevathan's words, and his face suddenly showed a strange expression. Humph, you must have fought with him before, right? Kevathan thought that Yang Ming was afraid and was a little afraid of Cousin Jetson, so he said, if he hadn't left because he had something to do you think you can escape from his palm? He had something to do? Left? Yang Ming's expression became even more strange. Could it be that the old guy Jetson is not dead yet? No, I saw him fall into the burning pool and turn into a wisp of smoke with my own eyes. How about it? Choosing to surrender is a wise move. Otherwise, think about your family and the people of the butterfly family. Kevathan continued to threaten Yang Ming. In his opinion, Yang Ming didn't dare to make a move at the moment because his words had an effect. Jetson told you that he had something to do and left? Yang Ming asked incredulously. You don't need to know whether he told me or not. However, when you were fighting with him, he suddenly left. Isn't this a fact? Kevathan didn't know what Yang Ming meant by asking this, but he still asked. He suddenly left? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and he understood a little in his heart. He guessed that when the two guys in front of him saw that he was safe and sound, they thought that Jetson had left because he had something to do, so they let him go. However, aren't they a little too blindly trusting of Jetson? Why, is there something wrong? Kevithan also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would Yang Ming keep asking? You answer me first. Jetson told you personally that he had something to do and left? Yang Ming was a little unwilling to give up. Although he felt that Jetson was dead and couldn't speak again, the other party was a robot. It was possible that some strange things would happen. No, I contacted him with the walkie-talkie, but I couldn't get in touch. Kevithan didn't hide it. If he is fine, how can you still stand here? So that's the case. I thought that the dead could also speak. Yang Ming suddenly nodded and said, You scared me to death. Jetson has turned into a wisp of smoke. If he could speak, it would be a miracle. What did you say? Jetson is dead? Kevithan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief and surprise. Impossible, you are lying. Cousin Jetson is invincible. How can he be defeated by you? You are not even as good as Wang Songshan. Who told you that I am not as good as Uncle Wang? Yang Ming replied faintly to Kevithan, That's your own imagination, right? Kevithan was suddenly speechless. Indeed, no one had ever said that Yang Ming was not as good as Wang Songshan. All of this was just his imagination and guess. Then, why didn't you come before? But Wang Songshan took the lead. Originally, we thought that it wouldn't take so much effort to kill good. If Uncle Wang came forward, it would be enough to praise you. However, we didn't expect you to find such a helper from some central place. Yang Ming explained faintly, it was a bit tricky, but he was unlucky. He fell into the burning pool and was burned to death instantly. Burned to death. Kevithan's expression finally changed. Yang Ming said it methodically, and he was so fearless. Is Jetson really dead? Yeah, Yang Ming sighed, it seems that no matter how high one's martial arts are, they are still afraid of burning. You know that my cousin Jetson came from Central, yet you still dare to kill him? A trace of fear finally flashed in Kevithan's eyes. It was the fear of death. What is Central? Is it very special? Yang Ming really didn't know what Central was. He had heard Jetson talk about Central, but he didn't know what was special about Central. Humph, you have offended Central. Just wait for your family to be exterminated. Kevithan said bitterly, Cousin Jetson is already very powerful, but there is an even more powerful Dr. Benjamin behind him. When he finds out that you killed Jetson, it will be your time of death. Dr. Benjamin? This was the first time Yang Ming heard this name, but he silently remembered it in his heart. Since he had already offended the other party, Yang Ming was not afraid of anything, but it was inevitable to be careful in the future. How is it? Are you scared? Kevithan saw Yang Ming's contemplative expression and quickly said, I can hand Wang Songshan over to you. You can just take him away. In the future, our two families will mind their own business. I can also keep secrets for you and not leak information to Central. What do you think? After Kevithan heard that Cousin Jetson had been killed by Yang Ming, he no longer had the idea of killing or capturing Yang Ming alive because he knew that no one in the entire Lancer family was Cousin Jetson's opponent. Yang Ming was even more powerful than Cousin Jetson, so Kevithan had no intention of continuing to go against Yang Ming. Previously, Kevithan didn't believe that Cousin Jetson was killed by Yang Ming. However, after hearing Yang Ming's explanation, coupled with the fact that he couldn't contact Cousin Jetson previously, Kevithan had to accept this tragic and F***king fact. He originally thought that the Lancer family was going to be invincible in the world, but he didn't expect that it was just an illusion. In less than 2 minutes, this dream was ruthlessly shattered by Yang Ming. Kevithan was not a fool. The current situation was obviously that the enemy was strong and he was weak. If he didn't show weakness, he would be courting death, so Kevithan put forward his own suggestion. If you didn't say this, I really didn't think so much. Yang Ming looked at Kevithan sympathetically and said, I don't know what Central does. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, it's better to avoid trouble. When it comes to confidentiality, only the dead can keep secrets. So, you should go to the underworld and reunite with your cousin Jetson. Maybe you can establish a Lancer family in the underworld. Wait for me to die 100 years later, then deal with me. You. Kevathan's heart suddenly chilled after hearing Yang Ming's words. You want to destroy my Lancer family? I only want to kill the two of you. As for the others. TSK, if they can live, then they live. If they can't, then it's their own bad luck, Yang Ming said indifferently, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Yang Ming was very clear about this. He had suffered a big loss because of Wang Jitao, so Yang Ming would not give the Lancer family a chance to turn the situation around and find trouble with him. No one could say whether someone in the Lancer family would have any opportunities in the future and suddenly rise again. Therefore, Yang Ming was simply finding trouble for himself by keeping them alive. You can't do that. Thomas's face was also filled with fear. He didn't doubt Yang Ming's ability, nor did he doubt Yang Ming's thoughts at this moment. Previously, didn't Thomas himself also vow to kill Yang Ming and be happy? He didn't expect Yang Ming to be merciful and let him go at this moment because it was simply impossible. Why can't I do that? Yang Ming looked at Thomas with a smile. Did you plan to let me go when you were strong before? This? Sure enough, Yang Ming had guessed his thoughts. Thomas's old face turned red. He couldn't say against his heart that he didn't have the intention to kill Yang Ming before. He just wanted to scare Yang Ming. Even if he said it, Yang Ming had to believe it. Or, can you give me a reason not to kill you? Yang Ming looked at Thomas and said somewhat jokingly. The Lancer family can become a vassal of the Butterfly family and serve the Butterfly family in the future. Thomas hesitated and said resolutely with a determined look on his face. Vassal? Yang Ming looked at Thomas with playful eyes, but didn't care at all. What's the use of the Butterfly family having you as a vassal? You really overestimate the meaning of the Lancer family's existence. Besides, do you still think that you are the family master of the Lancer family? Do you have the right to make the decision? Thomas was suddenly embarrassed by Yang Ming's question. I mean the same. Kevathan stood up at the right time and said to Yang Ming, as long as Mr. Yang promises to let go of the Lancer family, we will be your loyal subordinates in the future. Let me raise a tiger? Maybe when the tiger cub grows up again and comes back to bite me? Yang Ming smiled and said coldly, I think it's better for you to die and create a career with your cousin Jetson in the underworld. I hope you will be more alert in your next life and don't make such a low-level kindergarten child's IQ mistake and go against me. Yang Ming didn't want to listen to Kevathan's nagging anymore. After much consideration, Yang Ming decided to send him on his way. Although Kevathan's previous proposal to let the Lancer family rely on him was a very good tempting idea, Yang Ming didn't dare to do such a thing. Who knew what they were thinking? So, the simplest way was to let him become a dead man. Wait a minute. Kevathan's face became distorted. He no longer cared, reached for his waist, and pulled out the pistol. However, before he could raise his hand to raise the pistol, his eyes widened. His whole body suddenly stiffened, and he fell silently to the ground with a bang. Yang Ming sighed secretly after wasting a flying needle. He turned his head, looked at Thomas's face that had become pale due to shock, and said calmly, It's your turn. Thomas was really disheartened at this moment. He saw that Kevathan had actually died in an instant. Yang Ming didn't even touch Kevathan's body. He just raised his hand, and Kevathan fell to the ground. What kind of martial arts is this? Could it be the legendary inner force or true chi? Thomas had no thoughts of resisting these unknown things in his heart. He knew that he didn't have any weapons in his hands. He was not Yang Ming's opponent in a one-on-one fight, and it was even more impossible to escape. Although the weather at the moment was very cold, beads of sweat rolled down from Thomas's forehead. He didn't want to die, but he also understood that Yang Ming would never let him go. Just like how Yang Ming wouldn't let him go if he fell into Thomas's hands, he wouldn't let him go either. Don't kill my grandfather. I can exchange a secret with you. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the previous tense atmosphere. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Where there's life, there's hope. With you here, the Lancer family will rise again sooner or later. How can you foolishly come here to die? Thomas was shocked when he heard this voice. He didn't care if Yang Ming would kill him immediately and yelled at the person. Grandfather, I also agreed to deal with the Butterfly family in the beginning. This idea was mostly my idea, so I can't stay out of it. Witch said resolutely, Mr. Yangming, I can give you a secret about Central, and I can also tell you why Uncle Jetson is so powerful. However, in exchange, you have to let my grandfather and the people of the Lancer family go. Oh? Yang Ming looked at the former first successor of the Lancer family's family master with interest. He snorted in his heart. This kid is a talent, and he is also a ruthless character. How strong is Yang Ming's vigilance? How can he not notice Witch approaching here? It's just that Yang Ming didn't pay attention to him. He wanted to see what this kid was doing sneakily approaching here. In fact, Witch had already come here when he was fighting with the Lancer family's guards, but he didn't make a sound and hid in the dark. However, this kid had a gun in his hand and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to aim at Yang Ming. After Yang Ming killed a team of people in an instant, Witch wisely chose to put down the gun in his hand. Although Yang Ming didn't ask about these things, he knew clearly under the surveillance of Yang Ming's special ability. At that time, Yang Ming felt that this kid, Witch, was not a simple character. He could actually make a decisive decision in an instant. After knowing that if he missed the shot, it might cause a lot of consequences, so he gave up the weapon in his hand and quietly observed the movement here. Since he didn't make a sound, Yang Ming didn't bother with him. Anyway, after dealing with Kevathan and Thomas, Yang Ming would still catch him. It's just that I didn't expect this kid to be Thomas's grandson. In the beginning, Yang Ming was still wondering. Since this kid knows some secret, why didn't he stand up before I killed Kevathan? But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming understood the key. Didn't this kid want to use my hand to kill Kevathan? Originally, the first successor of the family master was Witch, but now it had become Kevathan. It was impossible to say that Witch had no resentment in his heart. He didn't show it before because Kevathan had a strong backer, his cousin. Now that Jetson was dead, Witch's heart became active. He would use others to kill Kevathan, and then pretend that he had just arrived to tell Yang Ming that there was a secret. This kid has a good idea? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Witch, who was walking in front of him. After using me as a tool, he still pretends to give me a big benefit. He's really not a good person. Yang Ming had secretly made up his mind. This kid is more dangerous than his grandfather. If I keep him, he will definitely become a big problem for me in the future. Yang Ming shook his head. If Witch wasn't so conceited, his secret would definitely attract Yang Ming. Previously, he would have evacuated with some of the Lancer family's elites overnight and found a secret place to recuperate. Maybe Yang Ming really didn't have the time to look for them. He also wouldn't have thought that Witch was so scheming. It was not impossible to let him go. As long as he didn't take the initiative to look for Yang Ming wouldn't bother with him. But now, since Yang Ming had discovered that this person was not simple, how could he let him go? As for the Central's matter and why Jetson was so powerful, Yang Ming already had a general understanding of it without Witch's explanation. Yang Ming didn't believe that Witch would know more. Perhaps he just found some clues occasionally, but thought that he had discovered something great and wanted to exchange conditions with Yang Ming. You know the Central's secret? You also know Jetson's secret? Yang Ming looked at Witch and asked faintly. There was no sense of fanaticism in his desire to know. Yang Ming's attitude made Witch a little nervous. He originally thought that as long as he spoke, Yang Ming would eventually agree to his conditions. After all, Yang Ming had provoked the Central. If he waited until this time to know more about the Central and Jetson, it would also be a form of support. In the future, he would be invincible in a face-to-face confrontation with the Central. However, after a moment of nervousness, Witch calmed down. In his opinion, Yang Ming's expression at this moment was just pretending to be calm. He asked himself if he was Yang Ming, he would definitely not let go of this news at this moment. Yes, Mr. Yang Ming. What do you think? I believe that Mr. Yang Ming is also a person of his word. After making a promise, you will comply. Which deliberately raised Yang Ming's identity, fearing that Yang Ming would go back on his word after knowing the news. How do I know if what you said is useful to me? Why don't you tell me about the Central first, and I will judge the value of the news. If it is really useful, I will let you go. Yang Ming sneered in his heart, But he said calmly on the surface, if it is useless to me or something I already know, then don't say it. It is meaningless to say it. Okay. I believe that Mr. Yang will not go back on his word. I will talk about the central first. In Witch's opinion, it didn't matter if he talked about the central first. He wasn't going to say the most important secret about Jetson directly, but that was the most shocking news. Go ahead, I'll listen. Yang Ming nodded and stood there with an unfathomable look. The Central is a mysterious organization in Europe. It is not affiliated with any country or official leader. It is somewhat like an organization of a society. Which said, in the Central, there is a group of scientific freaks doing some experiments and scientific and technological research that are beyond the times. This organization is very mysterious. It is said that it is a terrorist organization, but it is not because many large families and small countries have tacitly agreed to its existence. They even ask the Central for something. Therefore, the Central can be said to be a transcendent existence, but no one knows what the ultimate purpose of this organization is. They have developed many epoch-making high-tech products, but they have never put them into the market. Of course, this is just hearsay. No one knows the real situation. Only the Central itself knows. Yang Ming nodded secretly. No wonder they can create a super powerful robot like Jetson. This Central doesn't seem to be a simple organization. I don't know if I'm too lucky or too miserable to be an enemy of such a place. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anything. He didn't care if it was the Central or not. As long as he dealt with all the trouble that came to him, then sorry, you can continue to open the Central in the underworld. Earth can no longer allow you to exist. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant, but Yang Ming had an unyielding belief that one day, he would truly stand at the peak of the world. Many years ago, Uncle Jetson was a dying patient who was about to die. Dr. Benjamin from the Central found Jetson and took him away. However, when Uncle Jetson came back again, he had become such a powerful existence. Witch paused at this point, and then said, "How is it? My news is good, right? Mr. Yang Ming, do you want to know how Uncle Jetson changed from a dying person to what he is now? Do you want to know the biggest secret? This is your so-called big secret?" A hint of mockery flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. You want to use this news in exchange for your lives? What Yang Ming wanted to know was just the Central's news. However, although what Witch said was somewhat useful to Yang Ming, since Witch knew about these things, Yang Ming believed that old Buffon would know too. So, what he said was basically equivalent to not saying anything. However, the most important sentence that Witch said was that Jetson was seriously ill a few years ago and was taken away by Dr. Benjamin. This was a piece of information that Yang Ming couldn't investigate. As for the big secret that Witch wanted to say next, Yang Ming already knew about it. There was no need for him to say it at all. Yang Ming had already found out the previous words, so this Witch had no value. Although Yang Ming was a thick-skinned and shameless person who often did things that went back on his words, his face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. He could promise Witch first and wait for Witch to finish before killing them, but it was also good to pretend to be a gentleman at this moment. Isn't Mr. Yang Ming curious? Witch was slightly taken aback. His previous words were to pave the way and whet Yang Ming's appetite. He didn't expect that Yang Ming wouldn't take the bait. Even if Yang Ming didn't let him talk about the Central's matters before, he would definitely say it, which would lead to Jetson's matter. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming was still indifferent after Witch spent a long time talking. Curious? Why should I be curious? Yang Ming curled his lips. I know all these things you said. They are worthless at all. You know all of them? That's impossible. Witch didn't believe it, but he seemed to understand something in an instant. His face turned red and he said angrily, Yang Ming, do you want to go back on your words after listening to my explanation of the Central? Do you think the Central's matters are important? Let me tell you, Jetson's secret is the biggest. If you don't know, you will regret it. When the time comes, Central will send a team of people like Cousin Jetson, but you don't know their origins. Then, just wait for death. I don't believe you can kill a pair of people. Go back on my words? Yang Ming chuckled, well, then I'll tell you what I know. See if I'm right. Is it your so-called big secret? Anne? Which was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say this. He said with some surprise, "What do you know?" "Jetson, it's actually a robot, a modified robot." "This is what you want to tell me, right?" Yang Ming smiled slightly as if he was talking about a very normal thing. The inside of his body is all made of machinery, so it can be said that the current Jetson can no longer be called a normal person. It should be said that he is a robot. This is also the reason why he is so lively after so many years despite being critically ill. How did you know?" Witch's face suddenly showed an expression of surprise and disbelief. He thought that he had discovered this matter by himself. How could Yang Ming know? This secret was discovered by Witch by accident. It was Jetson's first night in the Lancer family. Witch was very depressed in his heart. He knew that Kevathan would sit firmly on the family master's throne after having a powerful backer like Jetson, and he would have no chance to do so. The original position of the family master would fall on his head in a few years, but now it seemed that it had become a bubble. How could Witch not be depressed? Therefore, Witch didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat in a remote corner of the manor, quietly looking at the night sky, recalling what had happened to him in the past few years. The joy of being established as the family master's heir, the cultivation of his grandfather over the years, and the high spirits he had when he saw good in trouble and made things difficult for the butterfly family. A series of things kept flashing in his mind like a movie. Witch really had the urge to cry. His great future was actually ruined by such a thing. It was not entirely true that he blamed Good. If he hadn't tried his best to help Good in the beginning and used such a bad move to make things difficult for the butterfly family, would there be a series of things that happened later? He could only blame himself for meddling in other people's business. If he had stopped it in front of his grandfather, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. But who could he blame? To put it bluntly, Witch wanted to help Good because he wanted to show off his awesome strength and get a sense of being worshipped high above others. But just for this momentary feeling, he lost the position of the family master. It was really sad. However, just as Witch was complaining, footsteps suddenly came from the courtyard. Witch was shocked. He didn't want others to see him in such a down-and-out state, so he quickly hid in the grass at the side and didn't dare to breathe. If the family Slade or Leckroft saw this, they might laugh at him. Witch didn't want to become the object of ridicule, so he only waited for the footsteps to go away before coming out. Just as the Orange Bureau held their breath, they heard a strange sound coming into their ears. How many years have I not laid in bed at night? I haven't slept. I'm really not used to it. These strange words suddenly made Witch a little inexplicable. Through the faint moonlight, Witch suddenly discovered that the person speaking not far away was actually Uncle Jetson. Seeing that it was someone from Kevathan's family, Witch didn't dare to breathe loudly. Although he wondered what Jetson meant, he didn't want to ask. After all, he was now crying sadly. It would be embarrassing if he was seen by others. However, this body is really good. Dr. Benjamin is really amazing. He actually replaced all the internal organs in my body with sophisticated electronic components, but he can still maintain my previous memory and let me have independent thoughts. It's incredible. Jetson sighed again and said to himself, I didn't expect that with such an opportunity, I would become Superman in Kevathan's eyes when I see him again. Witch suddenly opened his mouth wide after hearing Jetson's words. He didn't expect that Jetson's true identity was actually a robot, not a normal person. It wasn't strange for the association to hear Grandpa Thomas say that Jetson could smash a marble conference table with one hand during the day. And Jetson seemed to have become the existence of the Terminator in the movies. This made Witch shocked and scared, and he didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid that Jetson would kill him without hesitation after he knew Jetson's secret. After waiting for a while, he finally heard the sound of Jetson's footsteps leaving and is muttering to himself, I'd better go back and pretend to sleep. Although I'm not used to it, I don't want the Lancer family to find any clues. Since knowing Jetson's true identity, Witch had also become indifferent to the position of the family master. He was not as eager as before because he already understood that with the support of a powerful backer like Jetson, it was impossible for him to be promoted. He was not a robot's opponent. Witch naturally didn't dare to say Jetson's secret. Who knew what Jetson would do to him after this secret was spread? However, now that Jetson was dead, Witch wanted to use this secret to threaten Yang Ming to achieve the purpose of the exchange. He originally thought that such a thing was in the bag, but Yang Ming's words disrupted his plan. Yang Ming knew. Yang Ming actually knew that Jetson was a robot, and the information from Witch's mouth became useless. This made Witch extremely frustrated, but he also understood that Yang Ming was not lying to him, but really knew Jetson's secret. Since you know, why can't I know? Yang Ming curled his lips and said lightly, what you said before about Central is not a secret at all. The big families in the upper-class society basically know about it. Do you think I don't know? I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about Jetson's secret. Which didn't expect that what Yang Ming really didn't know was indeed Central's secret. Jetson's secret. He jumped into the burning pool himself, and then his outer appearance melted away. The internal machine was naturally exposed, and he turned into a pool of molten iron in a while. I saw it with my own eyes. What's so difficult to know? Yang Ming shrugged and said naturally. Of course, this was Yang Ming's casual words. Yang Ming couldn't tell Witch that he saw it with his special ability. Even if Witch was a dying person, Yang Ming didn't intend to tell his secret to this person. It turns out to be like this. Witch sighed and said bitterly, it seems that my news is a step too late and has become useless news. It's good that you know. Although Yang Ming felt that Witch was a courageous and knowledgeable talent, he couldn't be kept because he was a talent. So, he said, okay, I should send you on your way. If you have a chance in your next life, reincarnate into an ordinary small family. This kind of big family is not good for you. Witch's face showed a complicated look. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he calmed down. I didn't expect you to be such an anomaly. No wonder even the Buffon family suddenly befriended the butterfly family. You should be the one who contacted them, right? Yes. Yang Ming didn't hide anything in the face of Witch's questioning. So that's the case. No wonder, no wonder. Witch said a few no wonder in a row. Sure enough, the people of our Lancer family are not observant and arrogant to a certain extent. We should have thought of it earlier. If such a proud family like the Buffon family could condescend to befriend the butterfly family, there must be a more powerful person in the middle. However, all of us neglected this point. It's not a loss to lose to you. Thomas looked at his grandson, who had a determined look on his face, and his expression was gloomy. Why didn't we think of such a simple truth in the beginning? If we had thought of it earlier, wouldn't we have avoided a disaster? Yang Ming, you can do it, but I beg you to give me a quick death. Don't torture us, grandfather and grandson. Thomas was calm in a hopeless situation. Yang Ming looked at the corpses of Thomas and Witch on the ground in front of him and sighed faintly. If I knew this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Yang Ming didn't torture Thomas and Witch, but he really gave them a quick death. These two people actually didn't do anything wrong. It was human nature to avenge their grandson and cousin. It was just that they chose the wrong target for revenge. In fact, it was nothing. This was the law of the jungle. If it weren't for Yang Ming's appearance, the butterfly family would have been at the mercy of the Lancer family. It was just that their standpoints were different and their thoughts were different. Everything Yang Ming did here was done almost silently. These people did not even have a chance to shoot, so it did not alarm the other members of the Lancer family. Yang Ming had already used his special ability to check. The important figures of the Lancer family were now gathered in the Lancer family's banquet hall, waiting to celebrate Jetson's achievement. As for Good's death, although everyone knew about it, Slade and Leckroft did not show any abnormality at all. This person had nothing to do with them, so it was fine if he died. Anyway, they had sent someone to inform the old guy, Thomas. How he dealt with it was none of their business. Since they were all sitting together, it saved Yang Ming the trouble of looking for them separately. It saved a lot of trouble. Yang Ming's figure quickly rushed to a warehouse in the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had already probed with his special ability when he was in the warehouse. This warehouse was an arsenal that stored a large number of firearms, and Yang Ming's target this time was here. Who? Around the arsenal, several Lancer family members who were guarding the door did not even have time to react. They just asked the word who before they fell to the ground one after another. Their eyes rolled back, and they were obviously dead. Yang Ming knew that it was not the time to be soft-hearted at this moment. This was the enemy's territory. If he was kind, he might ruin the big plan. Yang Ming opened the door of the arsenal easily with the lily key and destroyed several infrared alarms and monitoring devices. Then, he went straight to the second floor of the arsenal. Yang Ming already knew what was on each floor of the arsenal, so there was no need for him to search through them one by one. On the second floor of the arsenal, Yang Ming took out a rocket launcher and quickly left the arsenal. Looking at the luxuriously decorated and magnificent restaurant not far away, Yang Ming sneered and directly fired a rocket launcher. The originally beautiful restaurant instantly turned into a pile of rubble. As for the people inside, they would have been crushed to death if they weren't as strong as Jetson. However, Yang Ming still carefully probed the gravel pile with his special ability, and only then did he show a satisfied smile. All the backbone forces of the Lancer family were gathered in the dining room at this moment. They were all turned into ghosts under the gravel by Yang Ming's cannon. Throwing away the rocket launcher in his hand, Yang Ming didn't stop at all and ran to the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. The Lancer family's arsenal was complete. Otherwise, Yang Ming might have to go to the dining room and kill them one by one. Now that such a big commotion had happened, although all the direct descendants of the Lancer family were dead, there were still some servants and collateral descendants. These people had also heard the explosion at this time. Yang Ming was afraid of encountering trouble later, so he rushed to the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned without stopping for a moment. Yang Ming still easily opened the door of the attic with the lily key. He quickly ran to a room on the second floor. Yang Ming had already probed and determined Wang Songshan's location, so he didn't need to search one by one at this moment. He directly came to the door of his destination and opened the door with the lily key. At this moment, Wang Songshan also heard the explosion outside, but because his hands and feet were bound by the iron chains, he couldn't go to the window to take a closer look. Although he was puzzled, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening, and Wang Songshan suddenly became vigilant. Did something big happen to the Lancer family? And at this time, someone opened my door. What could it be? Wang Songshan subconsciously felt that it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, nothing good had ever happened to him in the Lancer family. Uncle Wang. Yang Ming quickly opened the door and strode in. The familiar voice made Wang Songshan's nervous heart suddenly relax. Yang Ming. Why are you here? Wang Songshan's eyes were filled with unspeakable joy. Originally, he thought that if he didn't agree to the Lancer family's marriage proposal, he might not be able to get out of here for the rest of his life. He might even be killed after the Lancer family lost their patience. Therefore, Wang Songshan was even prepared to die. After all, in this environment, it was worth it to live one more day. He didn't want to bring any trouble to Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Naturally, he couldn't destroy his daughter's lifelong happiness in order to survive. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming's breaking in would reignite Wang Songshan's hope of survival. Of course I'm here to save you, Uncle Wang. Let's leave here first. The Lancer family is probably going to be in chaos. Yang Ming said this, but his hands were not idle. He quickly used the lily key to open the chains on Wang Songshan's hands and feet. Then, he quickly used the massage technique to knead the bruised area a few times. Wang Songshan was also an assassin. Naturally, he knew what Yang Ming was doing. He looked at Yang Ming with kind and grateful eyes. Wang Songshan secretly said that he didn't misjudge Yang Ming. The key was that Yan Yan didn't misjudge Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually risked his life to come to the Lancer family to save him. This was enough to show Yang Ming's intentions. Even if the rescue was unsuccessful, Wang Songshan wouldn't blame him. Uncle Wang, move a little and see how it is. If you can walk, let's go quickly. Don't delay. Yang Ming stopped the massage and stood up. I have no more questions. Let's go. Wang Songshan was not a delicate person. He stood up. Although there was still some pain in his ankle, Wang Songshan didn't care. He quickly followed Yang Ming out of the room and out of the attic. Uncle Wang, just follow me. Yang Ming said as he ran along a road. This was an escape route he had found when he entered the Lancer family manor. He could leave this place in the shortest time possible. Yang Ming, did you make that explosion? Although Wang Songshan asked Yang Ming a question, his footsteps were not slow at all. He followed closely behind Yang Ming. I made it. Yang Ming did not deny it and said truthfully. It turns out to be a diversion, but we still need to be careful. I have fought with Jetson before. He is simply not a normal person. He is invulnerable no matter how you fight him. It will be troublesome if you meet him. Wang Songshan nodded, then reminded them. Don't worry. Jetson? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and knew that Wang Songshan had misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming had first created an explosion to attract the attention of everyone in the Lancer family, and then ran over to release him using a diversion. Yeah, you are lucky that you didn't meet him. If I had known that you would take the risk to come here, I would have stopped you no matter what. Although Wang Songshan was very gratified that Yang Ming could come forward to save him, he still didn't want Yang Ming to take the risk. After all, Wang Xiaoyan had already lost her father. Losing her lover would be a huge blow to her. So it was reasonable to say that Wang Songshan didn't want Yang Ming to take the risk no matter what. Anyway, I'm not young anymore. It doesn't matter if I die. As long as Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming are happy in the future, it will be fine. Uncle Wang, you misunderstood. Jetson has been killed by me. Yang Ming explained with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, Jetson was killed by you. Wang Songshan was suddenly stunned when he said this. A horrified expression suddenly appeared on his face. What did you say? Jetson was killed by you? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This guy is the most difficult one to deal with. If I didn't get rid of him, do you think he would have let me open the door and let you out? When I came, he was sitting in the courtyard in front of the attic. Jetson, is he really dead? Was he killed by you? It was not that Wang Songshan didn't believe Yang Ming, but this matter was too shocking. Wang Songshan was clear about Jetson's strength. This powerful character who had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even escape actually died in Yang Ming's hands? Of course, I won't let go of such a troublesome guy if I can kill him. Yang Ming laughed, but he sighed in his heart. Although this problem has been solved, I'm afraid that I have provoked another big problem. That is, the force behind Jetson, called Central. I have never heard of this force, but I'm afraid it's not simple. This could be seen from their means of creating a Terminator-like humanoid robot like Jetson. Yang Ming didn't believe that such an organization didn't have any ulterior motives. Since he had killed one of their robots, it would be strange if they didn't hate Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't believe that such a robot could be made casually. Even if Central was strong, it would have to invest a lot of manpower and financial resources. Otherwise, if this kind of robot could be easily made, Central wouldn't be so low-key for a long time. Of course, Yang Ming didn't intend to tell Wang Songshan these words. It would only increase Wang Songshan's worries. Moreover, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether Central would know about this matter. After all the parties who knew about this matter had been killed by Yang Ming. The rest were his own people. Wang Songshan couldn't publicize this everywhere, so it was still uncertain whether Central could find out about Yang Ming. Little friend Yang Ming, it seems that I really misjudged you. You are much more powerful than that old guy Feng Tian. Wang Songshan took a deep breath and said from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood that Yang Ming was not talking nonsense. He had really killed Jetson. Uncle Wang, you must be joking. My martial arts were all taught by my master. What's more, I also benefited a lot from the butterfly family's training. Yang Ming laughed. Since Wang Songshan was Yang Ming's father-in-law, Yang Ming didn't need to put on airs in front of him. He smiled very amiably. Yang Ming understood the principle of people supporting each other, so he naturally didn't offend either side. The student has surpassed the master. Wang Songshan sighed, but said strangely, by the way, since Jetson has been killed, why did little friend Yang Ming still cause an explosion? Isn't this superfluous? Instead, it attracted the attention of others. Uncle Wang, just call me Yang Ming. I'm a little embarrassed to call you little friend Yang Ming. Yang Ming said with a smile, my parents call me Big Ming. You can call me that too. Hee hee, then I'll call you Big Ming in the future. speaking of it, I'm also your elder. Wang Songshan nodded and admitted it calmly, and you, don't call me Uncle Wang in the future. How can that be? Yang Ming said cheerfully, then I will call you father-in-law in the future. What do you mean by Big Ming? Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about your explosion first. Explosion, hee hee. It just killed all the direct descendants of the Lancer family. Yang Ming said faintly, if you don't eliminate the roots, do you want to leave them to grow up and take revenge in the future? All of them? What do you mean? Did Thomas and Kevathan also die? Wang Songshan was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming's explosion to kill the people of the Lancer family. Thomas and Kevathan, as well as Thomas's grandson Witch and his grandson Good, were personally killed by me. Yang Ming said as if he was talking about a very normal thing. As for the others, I got a rocket launcher from their family's arsenal and killed them with one shot. What? They're all dead. Wang Songshan was the family master of the butterfly family and also a super cold-blooded assassin. However, he couldn't help but be moved when he heard that Yang Ming had actually exterminated the Lancer family. Looking at Yang Ming's calm and amiable appearance, he thought of Yang Ming's embarrassment and shyness when Wang Ruoshui challenged him a few days ago. He didn't expect him to be such a decisive person. The Lancer family was really unlucky to be his enemy. Father-in-law, you and I are both assassins. Although we are not afraid of some official forces coming to find trouble, it is better not to leave any evidence for this kind of thing. They are all dead. Even if others suspect, they can't do anything to us. Yang Ming said cautiously, in any case, the Lancer family is also a big family. So many people died in an instant. If the backbone was still there, they would definitely fight to the death with us. But now that their direct forces have been wiped out, who will stick up for an empty shell family? Yang Ming said cautiously. What you said makes sense. Wang Songshan nodded and finally understood why Yang Ming was so cruel. He was also afraid that the butterfly family would find trouble with them in the future. However, I am a little puzzled that their direct forces actually all ran together and waited to be killed by your cannon. This is a bit strange. Are these people all fools? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled slightly after hearing Wang Songshan's question and said, it's a coincidence. This Jetson is very arrogant. Before I came here to save you, he got the news that I was coming. Then, he spread the news that the Lancer family should prepare a celebration banquet in advance. After successfully killing me, we will celebrate. He got the news that you were coming? Did you release the news in advance before you came? Wang Songshan was slightly stunned. If this is the case, then it is not Jetson who is arrogant, but Yang Ming who is arrogant. Although the final winner is Yang Ming, it is a bit too dangerous to do so. How could it be? Yang Ming smiled bitterly, there are some spies planted by the Douglas family in our butterfly family. My news was probably passed to the Douglas family from these people, and then passed to the Lancer family through the Douglas family. So that's how it is. Wang Songshan nodded in realization, I know this. There are some people from the Douglas family in the family. I didn't think it was a big problem before, so I didn't get rid of him. When I go back this time, I must get rid of these people. Otherwise, they may spoil things at a critical moment. There is no need to worry about this. The Douglas family, who has lost the backing of the Lancer family, is no longer a threat. I think you don't need to do it yourself when you go back this time. The Douglas family will send someone to pick these people up. Yang Ming said. With a smile, although they have no evidence to prove that we did this, as long as they are not fools, they should be well aware of it. Wang Songshan nodded and agreed with Yang Ming's words. As for the celebration banquet, Kevathan gathered all the bloodlines of the Lancer family in the banquet hall in order to show his importance to Jetson. Therefore, I saved the trouble of not having to look for them one by one. I solved the problem with one shot. Yang Ming seemed to be talking about a very funny thing. As for Thomas, Kevathan, and Witch, they were killed by me when they brought people to greet Jetson. This is also God's will. The once glorious Lancer family has disappeared just like that. After a few years, who can still remember this family? Wang Songshan said with some emotion, things are unpredictable, but there is a cause and effect. While the two were talking, they had quickly left the Lancer family's manor and entered the town. After a while, the siren of a police car came from a distance. It seemed that the Lancer family's servants had found that something was wrong, and someone had called the police. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Ming. It was believed that even if the local police suspected the butterfly family in the end, they would eventually give up. Not to mention that old Buffon would also put pressure on them. Who would go against the Buffon family who was in the limelight? Yang Ming took an off-road vehicle parked near the town and quickly left the town with Wang Songshan, disappearing into the night. Hello town, butterfly family. Since Yang Ming left, everyone had fallen into a faint sorrowful atmosphere. When Wang Songshan left, everyone was still as usual, but this time it was different because Wang Songshan was already certain to be trapped in the Lancer family, and Yang Ming was going to rescue him. Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were still sitting in the conference room, but now Wang Xiaoyan was there. They had asked the servants in the family to send them lunch and dinner. They just ate a few mouthfuls, and no one was in the mood to eat. Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan knew Yang Ming's strength very well. Although they were more confident in Yang Ming, they were not very confident. After all, Yang Ming had been captured. How good could Yang Ming be? Although Wang Xiaoyan was worried about her father's safety, she also didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. She didn't want Yang Ming to go, but Yang Ming had already made up his mind. She could only silently pray that Yang Ming could return safely. Yan, we have all eaten something, but you haven't eaten anything since noon. This won't do. Don't starve your body. Wang Ruoshui looked at her niece worriedly and advised. I'm not hungry. Wang Xiaoyan forced a smile and said, you guys eat. I can't eat anything without news from him. Wang Ruoshui sighed and stopped persuading. In fact, she didn't have deep feelings for Yang Ming, but she also became worried when she saw the worried looks of Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Ruoshui knew very well that this was the proud disciple of her lover, Fang Tian, and her niece's ideal husband. If something happened to Yang Ming, these two people would definitely not be happy. Therefore, Wang Ruoshui also thought about Yang Ming for these two people. Butler Mu's thoughts were similar to Wang Ruoshui's. He was more concerned about Yang Ming's safety, but for the miss, Butler Mu still hoped that Yang Ming could be safe. Is there still no news? Butler Mu pressed a call button on the intercom and asked the disciple on duty who was responsible for intelligence. Not yet. The disciple on duty said, our people are already guarding the road near Elo town. As soon as the young master's car arrives, we will immediately report to you. Butler Mu sighed. The butterfly family did not arrange anyone in the Lancer family's forces, so it was almost impossible to get information at this time. They could only wait at the road junction. Let's wait a little longer. Butler Mu smiled at the disappointed Wang Xiaoyan and said, let's watch TV for a while to relieve our tension. What's so interesting about TV? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head, indicating that she wasn't interested. Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui were also indifferent. Obviously, they had no interest in this. However, in order to adjust the current tense atmosphere, Butler Mu turned on the TV. A TV series was playing on it, but obviously, no one was in the mood to watch it. Next, we have important news. There was a major explosion at the Lancer family in Wading Town tonight, causing many deaths. The specific number of deaths and the cause of the explosion are pending investigation. Lancer family. Everyone in the conference room immediately became spirited when they heard the words Lancer family. They all looked at the TV at the same time. When they heard that there was an explosion at the Lancer family, they were all shocked. Because everyone was not stupid, they subconsciously thought that this explosion must be related to Yang Ming. They just didn't know if Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were safe under such a major explosion. Yang Ming made a move. I don't know if he rescued old man Wang and successfully escaped from that place. Fang Tian's eyes stared at the TV screen, hoping to see some clues from it. I hope that Yang Ming can return safely, said Wang Ruoshui. Dang dang dang. There was a rush of knocking at the door of the conference room, interrupting everyone's discussion. Butler Mu frowned. Who would knock on the door at this time? Even if the disciples and servants in the sect had something to do, they would use the intercom system to report first. They would not knock on the door so hastily. Who is it? Asked Butler Moo. It's me, old Buffon. There is important news. Open the door quickly. Old Buffon's voice came from outside the door, seemingly with some excitement. Hearing old Buffon's voice, Butler Moo's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He stood up and opened the door of the conference room. Old Buffon immediately rushed in. There is good news. What? Everyone was stunned, then looked at old Buffon expectantly without blinking. Everyone knew that although old Buffon did not come to the conference room after Yang Ming left, he had been paying attention to Yang Ming's safety in private. He kept answering the phone in the living room. Wang Xiaoyan knew that he was also worried about Yang Ming, so she asked him to come to the conference room to wait for the news together. However, old Buffon refused Wang Xiaoyan's kindness because he felt that the people of the butterfly family might say something taboo. It was not very convenient for an outsider like him to be next to them. Wang Xiaoyan was very pleased with old Buffon's attitude. She felt that Yang Ming really did not accept this apprentice for nothing. Judging from his caring attitude towards Yang Ming, he should really respect and worry about Yang Ming. Old Buffon, what's the good news? Wang Xiaoyan knew that old Buffon was not a person who would speak without thinking, so she was the first to calm down and ask. Master's wife, Grandmaster. Old Buffon greeted everyone in the room one by one, then said, Master's wife, I have received the exact news from the Wading Town police station. There are no unfamiliar bodies found in the Lancer family, so. In other words, Yang Ming and father are safe and sound? Wang Xiaoyan immediately realized something after listening to old Buffon's words. There was a look of excitement and joy in her eyes. Hee, it should be like this. Old Buffon said with a smile, Master's wife, my master is too awesome. He actually annihilated the Lancer family. The police of Wading Town have confirmed the identities of the deceased. All of them are members of the Lancer family, including their family master, Kevathan, Elder Thomas, Slade, Leckroft, and a group of family juniors. None of them were left alive. All of them are dead, haha. What? All of them are dead? Wang Xiaoyan raised her head in amazement and looked at old Buffon incredulously. It seemed that she could not believe this fact. Annihilation? Fang Tian almost sat on the ground. He was very clear about Yang Ming's strength. Although he was not worse than Wang Songshan, he should not be stronger than Wang Songshan. However, Yang Ming actually annihilated the Lancer family when he made a move? Isn't this too shocking? Yeah, he is indeed my master. He is even more awesome than Master Wang. The Lancer family has been annihilated. Old Buffon was proficient in Chinese and spoke Chinese very well. He kept using the new word awesome after learning it. Since Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were not among the Lancer family's corpses and the family was annihilated, it was 100% certain that it was done by Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming and Wang Songshan had escaped safely. Everyone was relieved, but they looked at each other. Indeed, as old Buffon said, Yang Ming was really awesome. He was really a super fierce person. He directly annihilated the entire family. However, the people present were all assassins. They had no sympathy for the death of the Lancer family. This was the unspoken rule of the law of the jungle. Since you have the ability to find trouble, you must also be mentally prepared to be found and sent back. Isn't this matter a bit too big? After the excitement, Butler Moo regained his calmness. Although it is impossible for Yang Ming and the family master to leave any evidence, the grudge between the butterfly family and the Lancer family is known to everyone in the upper class. I'm afraid that the police will suspect us sooner or later, right? Butler Moo's words immediately made the people in the conference room fall into contemplation. Indeed, although the butterfly family was an assassin family and was above the local law, the matter this time was too big. They did not kill one or two people, but annihilated an entire family. If the other families were to collectively pressure the police, then the butterfly family would not have an easy time. What is there to worry about? After old Buffon listened to Butler Moo's words, he smiled slightly and said, Please rest assured. I have already informed the police. This matter has been determined as an accident. No one will find trouble with Master and the butterfly family. A matter that was very difficult to settle in everyone's eyes was easily solved by old Buffon. It was imaginable how much influence old Buffon had in the local area. Fang Tian couldn't help but be moved. This seemingly ordinary disciple that Yang Ming accepted was actually so dedicated. Fang Tian secretly thought that Yang Ming's luck was good. Although I haven't gotten specific news of Yang Ming and my brother, I heard the news from Mr. Old Buffon that they have left safely. Should we prepare to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the little hero's triumphant return? Wang Ruoshui was relieved when she heard that Yang Ming and her brother were fine. She looked at the people who were still sitting in the conference room and suggested, "This is a good idea." Butler Mu nodded in agreement. "It's just that Yang Ming and the family master haven't contacted the family yet. I feel a little uneasy." Wang Xiaoyan also thought so after hearing it. After all, they could only be sure that Yang Ming was really fine after they had the exact news. Everything they saw now was just for show. On the way, Wang Songshan couldn't help but call home with excitement in his heart. Someone picked up the phone as soon as it was connected. "Hello? Is this the family master?" Butler Mu was worried about not having the exact news of Wang Songshan and Yang Ming when Wang Songshan's phone call came in. "Butler Mu, Yang Ming and I are fine. We are on the way back. Prepare some delicious food for us. I haven't eaten well for a few days." Wang Songshan ordered in a relaxed manner. "Okay, family master. I will order the servants to prepare. It's great to get the news of your safe return." Butler Mu's expression swept away the previous haze and said happily, "Is Yang Ming okay?" Wang Xiaoyan couldn't hear the voice on the phone. She only heard Butler Mu's words. This call was from her father, but he was fine. However, there was no news of Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan was naturally anxious. "Hee, Yan Yan, you answer the call. I'll tell the servants to prepare wine and dishes to welcome the return of the patriarch." Seeing Wang Xiaoyan's anxious look, Butler Mu smiled slightly and handed the phone in his hand to Wang Xiaoyan. "Hello, Dad? How are you?" Wang Xiaoyan took the phone. She was too embarrassed to ask about Yang Ming's safety directly. Although she knew that her father must be fine, she still asked with concern. "Me? Of course." Wang Songshan smiled mischievously. "Yan Yan, why are you concerned about Dad? I just heard that you were only concerned about Yang Ming's safety?" Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect her father to hear what she said just now. She immediately blushed and said, "Don't I know you're fine? That's why I asked Yang Ming." "Yang Ming, he is driving. He is very good." Wang Songshan smiled and said, "Why don't you talk to him?" "That's not necessary. Let's talk about it when he comes back." Hearing that Yang Ming was driving, Wang Xiaoyan didn't say anything more. After all, safety was the first priority at this time. Shortly after hanging up the phone, a disciple on duty of the Butterfly family came to report that the Douglas family had come. "The Douglas family is here?" Butler Mu listened to the disciple's report and was slightly stunned. "Why are they here? Perhaps they have also received news from the Lancer family and came to express goodwill?" Fang Tian chuckled and said, "Although good is dead, the other party will definitely not come to denounce us if they are not stupid." "That's true." Butler Mu agreed. "Then let's invite the Douglas family in. I'd like to see what they are here for." In the reception hall of the Butterfly Castle, a man in his 50s wearing a black suit was sitting respectfully on the sofa. When he saw Butler Mu and the others come in, he quickly stood up. "Butler Mu." After speaking, he locked his eyes on Wang Ruoshui. "This has always been the sister of the Wang family master, right?" Wang Ruoshui nodded slightly and didn't reply. Instead, she sat aside. Butler Mu recognized the identity of the person who came, Elder Gerner. "May I know what business you have with us at this time?" Gerner was the chief elder of the Douglas family and the brother of the current family master. After the Lancer family was destroyed, the Douglas family received the news immediately. Because the Douglas family and the Lancer family were in-laws, there were several good servants in the Lancer family. After the Lancer family's incident, the Douglas family also received the news of Good's death. This made the family master of the Douglas family furious, but he also felt deep fear and powerlessness. If Good was the only one who had an accident, the Douglas family master would go to the Butterfly family to ask for an explanation. However, the Lancer family was directly destroyed by the other party. This made the Douglas family master have no thoughts of resistance at all. He knew that the Douglas family was not stronger than the Lancer family. On the contrary, they were much worse. If the other party could easily destroy the Lancer family, then what was the Douglas family? Therefore, even if he wanted to take revenge, it was impossible. In the face of absolute strength, everything was fleeting. Although his son had died in vain, the Douglas family master didn't dare to complain at all. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? Regarding this matter, he could only swallow his pride and swallow his pride. However, while swallowing his anger, Great Elder Gina suggested that he should quickly express his goodwill to the Butterfly family and cut ties with the Lancer family. After all, the fuse of the whole incident was caused by Good. Although Good was Thomas's grandson and the Lancer family was the one who stood up for him, Good was still a member of the Douglas family in the end. After the Butterfly family destroyed the Lancer family, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not target the Douglas family again. It would be the end of the Douglas family if they destroyed one Lancer family or two. The Douglas family master, who was still angry about his son's death, couldn't be bothered to be angry after being reminded by Gina. He thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. If the Butterfly family really came to settle the score, how could the Douglas family be their opponent? However, the Douglas family master couldn't let a family master whose son had just been killed take the initiative to express goodwill to the Butterfly family. He was afraid that he would be impulsive and ruin things. Therefore, Great Elder Gina came to visit the Butterfly family on behalf of the Douglas family. Butler Moo, is the Wong family master at home? Gina asked politely. Family master? Butler Moo's face turned cold, and he said gloomily, doesn't the Elder Gina know where my family master is? Gunnar didn't expect Steward Moo to be so direct and merciless. This made Gunnar, who was prepared to exchange a few pleasantries before getting to the bottom of the matter, a little flustered. However, Gunnar was indeed a shrewd old man. He pondered for a moment before saying, I won't hide it from you, Steward Moo. My nephew, Good, has indeed gone overboard with his actions. Why, Elder Gina? So, are you here to denounce him? Butler Moo asked with a cold snort. How would I dare? Gina smiled bitterly. It seems that this Butler Moo is really difficult to get along with. Good brought this upon himself, and he only has himself to blame. Our Douglas family has already decided to remove Good from his position as the first successor of the Good family, and expel him from the Douglas family forever. Therefore, Good's life and death have nothing to do with our Douglas family anymore. Butler Moo sneered in his heart after hearing this. He's already dead, yet he said these words. This Good is really unlucky. He became an abandoned pawn so quickly. However, he was able to bear the consequences of his own sins. Once he died, all would be lost. It could be said that he died a worthy death. Although he thought so in his heart, Butler Moo said calmly, Is that so? I see. I was still thinking about how to explain Good's death to your Douglas family. It seems that there's no need to explain it now. Gina smiled bitterly and said with a forced smile, That's right. As long as the Wong family master is fine, I'm relieved. Since the family master is not at home, please help me convey the Douglas family's position. Oh? What position? Butler Moo was well aware, but he still asked despite knowing the answer. Our Douglas family and the Butterfly family exist together in Elo Town. We will not do anything to destroy the friendship between the two sides. This time it was a private action, but we still have to apologize. This kind of thing will not happen again in the future. Gina said solemnly. Okay, I will convey Elder Gina's words to the family master truthfully. Please rest assured. Butler Moo nodded and agreed. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. I won't disturb everyone. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Gina got up and prepared to leave. Dr. Jetson has lost contact with the central computer. A researcher wearing glasses and blue sterile overalls anxiously pushed open the door of Dr. Benjamin's office and said anxiously. Lost contact? What's the matter? Lex? Dr. Benjamin was initially dissatisfied with his assistant suddenly breaking into the room and disturbing his work, but he was shocked after hearing his words and asked quickly. 15 minutes ago, the terminal system in Jetson's body suddenly lost its signal connection with the central computer. The researcher named Lex explained, "At first, I thought it was a communication failure, so I didn't care and tried to reconnect. However, after connecting a few times, I didn't succeed. I realized that something seemed to have happened, so I turned on the GPS positioning system to find Jetson's location. However, I unexpectedly found that the GPS couldn't locate him. I couldn't find the GPS chip in Jetson's body at all. Have you tried to contact Jetson?" Dr. Benjamin couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing Lex's words. "I have tried, but the other party didn't respond." Lex replied, "Doctor, did Jetson secretly remove the chip in his body and escape?" "No." Dr. Benjamin waved his hand. "Since the escape of the central robots 3 years ago, I have changed the structure of their bodies and fixed the GPS chip and the communication terminal chip together in the central processing unit. Unless the central processing unit is destroyed, either of these two chips can't be deactivated alone. Once the central processor is destroyed, the entire robot's body parts will not be controlled except for the brain. The nutrient supply system will also stop working, leading to brain death." "So, it wasn't Jetson who cut off the connection with the central computer himself?" Lex asked doubtfully. "Yes, this is the secret of the central processor. Jetson also knows it very well. He won't do such a stupid thing that is equivalent to suicide." "There must be something wrong with other links," said Dr. Benjamin with certainty. "Then, could it be that the central processor has a problem?" asked Lex. "It is possible, but the current situation does not seem to be the case. In addition to the main central processing unit, there is also a backup processor in Jetson's body. After the main processor has a problem, the backup processor will automatically take over the functions of the main processor. So even if the main processor has a problem, we can still contact Jetson. And the possibility of two processors having problems at the same time is almost zero," said Dr. Benjamin. "Go ask the intelligence department and investigate the situation of the Lancer family." Dr. Benjamin naturally knew where Jetson was going. Dr. Benjamin had acquiesced to Jetson going to deal with some personal matters before carrying out the mission. "Yes, doctor, I'll investigate it now." Lex nodded and quickly left Dr. Benjamin's office. As for Dr. Benjamin, after Lex left, his brows furrowed even tighter. Jetson was a robot that he had personally designed and built. No one knew Jetson's strength better than him. This was the latest technological product. It was significantly better than the previous generation of robots. Dr. Benjamin had only succeeded in creating a finished product like Jetson after many failed experiments. Now that Jetson had suddenly lost contact, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in Dr. Benjamin's heart. As he had said before, the possibility of two central processors having problems at the same time was almost zero. As a result, Jetson had either used a unique means to cut off contact with the central computer, or he had died. Thinking of the possibility that Jetson might have been destroyed, Dr. Benjamin's mouth twitched. This was his years of hard work. Although it was not impossible to manufacture some more robots with the technology in hand, the components to be manufactured were too rare and expensive, and the manufacturing process was very complicated. He couldn't make as many as he wanted. At present, except for Jetson, the finished products, the others were some semi-finished products. Even if they were assembled into finished products, it would take a lot of effort to debug them. "Doctor, the Lancer family has been exterminated." Lex quickly returned to the laboratory and came to Dr. Benjamin's office. He exclaimed. "What?" Dr. Benjamin was shocked when he heard Lex's words. "Annihilated? What do you mean?" "Just tonight, at about 22 o'clock, there was an unexpected explosion in the Lancer family. All the direct members of the Lancer family were killed. Although it was an accident according to the official news, we have learned through our own channels that this was a man-made accident. It should have been done by the Butterfly family," Lex explained. "Man-made? Exterminated?" So, under Jetson's protection, the Lancer family still could not escape the fate of being exterminated? Dr. Benjamin's face instantly became gloomy, and Jetson was also in this explosion. "It's possible." Lex smiled bitterly. "Doctor, but the intelligence department said that they did not find Jetson's body. There's no corpse. A glimmer of hope flashed in Dr. Benjamin's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Perhaps, the people of the butterfly family have found something strange and taken the corpse away. Butterfly family? After hearing this, Lex's face showed a stern expression. Doctor, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? How dare they touch our Central's people? Central's people? Dr. Benjamin sneered. Lex, don't be too arrogant. So what if it's Central? Our Central's name is not scary in the outside world. Moreover, since the butterfly family has the power to deal with Jetson, aren't we asking for trouble if we act rashly? Lex was shocked and sobered up all of a sudden. Yes, since the butterfly family can destroy Jetson, then it is indeed unwise for Central to be enemies with them. At this moment, Yang Ming still didn't know that Central had targeted the butterfly family. Previously, he thought that he had killed Jetson without anyone noticing. Central wouldn't be able to find him immediately in a short time. This was because Yang Ming thought that Jetson had secretly come out to stand up for the Lancer family. He had acted without Central's knowledge, and Central didn't know his whereabouts. So, even if Jetson died and Central found out that he was missing, it was impossible to know that Jetson had died in the Lancer family in a short time. Unexpectedly, Dr. Benjamin knew Jetson's whereabouts like the back of his hand. I didn't put the butterfly family in my eyes before, but now I have to take them seriously. Dr. Benjamin reached out and turned on a pager on the computer screen, and began to call Falcon. Doctor, what can I do for you? Falcon, who was far away in China, heard the call and quickly took out his handheld computer. When he saw that it was the doctor calling him, he quickly replied. Falcon, something happened to Jetson. We don't know if he is dead or alive. He can't help you for the time being. Postpone your actions. Dr. Benjamin sighed and sent a message over. What? Is there a problem with Mr. Jetson? Falcon was shocked, but his eyes showed great disappointment. Falcon's skills were not very good, but he had learned a very nimble movement technique under the guidance of an expert in his early years. Therefore, in terms of concealment and escape, Falcon was better at it. However, in terms of fighting, Falcon was not a match for him. This was also the reason why Falcon could sneak into the Immortal Building and kill the Sui family's people silently. However, if he were to fight head-on, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Especially when facing Yang Ming, Falcon always had a feeling of powerlessness. Although he had trained several men of sacrifice under him, they were still not Yang Ming's opponent. Even the female sacrifice that he was most proud of was easily eliminated by Yang Ming. This made him feel heartache, and he also had a deep fear of Yang Ming. Therefore, Falcon chose to cooperate with Elder Yu. However, he did not expect that even with Elder Yu's strange and mysterious evil techniques, he still could not do anything to Yang Ming. Elder Yu even fled after Yang Ming destroyed his plan. This made Falcon even more afraid of fighting head-on with Yang Ming. However, under his series of insidious tricks, not only did he not do anything to Yang Ming, but he also became a wanted criminal. If it weren't for the superb mask made by Dr. Benjamin and not showing his true face, he would probably have returned to Central this time. After a series of failures in his plans, Dr. Benjamin finally sent a strong support to Falcon. It was said that he was a super master, a godly person who could crush stones with one punch. Of course, Benjamin did not tell Falcon that Jetson was a robot. Just as Falcon was happily waiting for this great master to come, he suddenly received the news from Dr. Benjamin that Jetson could not go. He suddenly fell from heaven to hell. Why didn't he come? Jetson went to deal with the conflict between his cousin and the butterfly family, but his cousin's Lancer family has been exterminated by the butterfly family. Jetson's fate is unknown. Benjamin's message quickly replied. When Falcon saw the words butterfly family, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared immediately. He muttered to himself, the butterfly family actually has such a powerful force? Even the master that Dr. Benjamin highly admires is killed. It's really extraordinary. It seems that my initial decision was right. What's wrong, boss? You don't look well. Huang Yukai did not see the information on Falcon's PDA, so he did not know what had happened. He saw Falcon muttering to himself with a bad expression, so he asked worriedly. The master I told you about before may not come. When Falcon thought of this, his heart began to bleed. Why am I so unlucky? Jetson couldn't do anything else, but he just had to provoke the butterfly family. Now, he's done for. Won't come? What do you mean? Could it be that the person behind you doesn't want to provide you with any help? Huang Yukai was shocked. He was also looking forward to the master's arrival. This way, he would not have to be afraid of Yang Ming's skills. Yang Ming's skills were amazing. Not only was Falcon afraid, but even Huang Yukai was also very afraid. He did not dare to face him head-on. If the Master Jetson came, he could directly capture Yang Ming. He would not be afraid of anything. However, he did not expect that this person would not come. Falcon shook his head. He was involved in a conflict. I'm afraid he has already been eliminated. Eliminated? Didn't you say that the Master can crush stones with one hand? His martial arts are invulnerable. How can such a powerful person be eliminated? Huang Yukai asked curiously. No matter how powerful he is, I'm afraid he is only one person. His opponent is an assassin group. It is not surprising that he died. Falcon obviously did not want to say too much and did not reveal any information about the butterfly family. Assassin group? Huang Yaocai's heart trembled. He had long known that his boss was not an ordinary person, but he did not expect that the level of contact he had actually come into contact with such a terrifying and secretive existence as an assassin group. 4. Ordinary people, an assassin group was something that was difficult to come into contact with in a lifetime. Even if Huang Yukai was involved in smuggling and committing crimes by Wang Shifan's side, it was only a small underworld organization. It was impossible for him to come into contact with such an existence as an assassin group. Yes, and it is an assassin group that is ranked very high in the world. Falcon did not say in detail and just vaguely said. Boss, since you can come into contact with the people of an assassin group, I don't know if I should say something. Huang Yukai hesitated and asked. What else can't we say to each other? If you have anything to say, just say it. Falcon looked at Huang Yukai strangely and said. It's like this, boss. With all due respect, since you can come into contact with the people of an assassin group, why don't we pay for an assassin to assassinate Yang Ming? In this way, once Yang Ming dies, everything will be solved. Our hatred will be avenged. Why do we have to go through so much trouble like now? Huang Yukai suggested. Hire an assassin to kill Yang Ming? Falcon listened to Huang Yaocai's suggestion and couldn't help but sneer. There is one thing that I haven't told you. Do you know what Yang Ming's real identity is? Real identity? Huang Yukai was stunned and immediately said, I naturally know a thing or two about this. His identity on the surface is a college student, but his secret identity is the one who controls the Ming Yang group. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, these two famous figures in society, should be Yang Ming's underlings. These are not all of Yang Ming, they are just the surface that is exposed. Falcon shook his head. Yang Ming's real identity is actually an assassin. What? Yang Ming is an assassin? Huang Yukai looked at Falcon incredulously. He didn't know if what Falcon said was true or not. His master is a very famous figure in the industry. Even though Yang Ming is worse than his master, he is definitely not someone that an ordinary assassin can deal with. Falcon said faintly, so, this is also the reason why I didn't find an assassin group to kill him. But, since the assassin group can't deal with Yang Ming, isn't Mr. Jetson also powerless when he comes? Back then, the boss had high hopes for him. Huang Yukai wondered. Moreover, Mr. Jetson also died under the assassin group. Then, Yang Ming. I guess that Jetson was eliminated because the assassin group dispatched all the experts in the family. How can we persuade them to send these experts to deal with Yang Ming at the same time? Falcon said disapprovingly, besides, I didn't say the most important point. But since you asked, I might as well tell you. Yang Ming and the assassin group that eliminated Jetson have a deep relationship. Expecting them to assassinate Yang Ming? It's already good enough that they don't tip us off. Is Yang Ming a member of the assassin group? Huang Yukai was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. For the first time, he knew that Yang Ming actually had such a terrifying identity and backer, and for the first time, he was a little timid. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to keep going against Yang Ming. That's not it. Yang Ming is the son-in-law of the assassin group. Falcon glanced at Huang Yukai. Huang Yaocai's nervous expression was in full view. He smiled coldly and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" "No, no." Huang Yukai knew that since he had chosen to go against Yang Ming, there was no turning back. Moreover, Falcon had told him a lot of things today. If he wanted to retreat, Falcon would definitely kill him. Therefore, Huang Yukai had to go all the way. There was no room for maneuver. "That's good." Falcon withdrew his murderous aura and said indifferently, "Since I can be an enemy of Yang Ming, I naturally have something to rely on. Moreover, the forces behind me are 100 times stronger than the assassin group. This time, I'm afraid we don't need to say anything. The people behind me will not let the assassin group go. Therefore, Yang Ming will lose this backer in the blink of an eye." Although Dr. Benjamin did not say how to deal with the butterfly family, Falcon knew that with Dr. Benjamin's temperament, this matter would definitely not end like this. How could Central suffer such a big loss for no reason when they dared to kill someone from Central, and an expert at that? At that time, the butterfly family might disappear from the earth. Huang Yukai was relieved after listening to Falcon's explanation. Falcon was not stupid. He knew that Yang Ming's strength was not weak, yet he still dared to go against him. He must have something to rely on. Otherwise, unless his brain was flooded with water, he would not do so many things that he overestimated himself. "I hate Yang Ming to the core. Although he is an assassin, I am not afraid of him since I am going against him." Huang Yukai said firmly after thinking about it, "Don't worry, boss. He and I are already mortal enemies. But what should we do next? Jetson's accident completely disrupted our prearranged plan. What should we do?" "Let's wait and see what my superiors say," Falcon said. Falcon said, "Since Jetson can't come, we can't face Yang Ming head-on with the strength of the two of us. Moreover, the situation outside is tense. The police seem to have not given up on tracking us, so we should rest for a while first." "That's good too." Huang Yukai nodded in agreement. Since he knew Yang Ming's true identity, he was unwilling to be an enemy of Yang Ming because it was meaningless. He did not think that he was Yang Ming's opponent. Therefore, before the arrival of strong reinforcements, it was best to keep a low profile and recuperate. It had been half a month since the Lancer family was annihilated and Jetson was killed. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also held a grand engagement ceremony in the butterfly family's butterfly castle. Almost all the large and small families in Europe's upper class sent a heavyweight in their family to congratulate them. Most of them were family masters or elders who came in person. At the very least, they were the first in line to congratulate them. Even the leaders of some small countries had come in person. Some hidden families, such as the royal family who had fled previously, had also shown their faces. It was conceivable that the reputation of the butterfly family had reached a terrifying level. No one was a fool. Everyone knew how terrifying the power that could annihilate the entire Lancer family in an instant was. Moreover, after the annihilation of the Lancer family, no official organization came to trouble the butterfly family. It was impossible for this not to explain the problem. At this time, the Buffon family's family master, Old Buffon, came forward to support them and personally attended the engagement ceremony. The other families knew that they were not as powerful as the Buffon family. Since Old Buffon had gone in person, what else did they lack? Therefore, regardless of whether they were familiar with each other or not, whether they had received an invitation or not, all of them came to visit. This caught the butterfly family, who was originally unprepared, a little off guard. There were only so many guest rooms prepared for the VIP guests, but the number of guests doubled. Where were the extra guests going to stay? Fortunately, these people were here to express their intentions, not to enjoy anything. So Wang Songzhan hurriedly asked the servants and disciples to empty out a part of the rooms. It was barely enough for them to stay, but no one had any complaints. Originally, they were here to express friendliness. If they were thought to be looking for trouble, then the loss outweighed the gain. So, even if they were assigned to a very shabby room, everyone still had a sincere expression of joy on their faces. As for the servants and disciples who gave up their rooms, they squeezed with the others and could make do with it. According to Yang Ming's prior instructions, old Bufan did not appear at the engagement ceremony as a disciple of Yang Ming. Instead, he appeared as an ally of the butterfly family. However, even this identity moved everyone present. What kind of prestige does the Bufan family have? They actually became allies with an assassin family. This is intriguing. Is there anything fishy in this? However, even if people thought so, no one would be stupid enough to ask. In any case, it was a fact that the Bufan family and the butterfly family had a good relationship. No matter how good they were, it was fine as long as they didn't offend them. As for the Charles family, Yang Ming did not tell them that he was coming. Only a few people knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and the Charles family. Except for Fang Tian, Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, Wang Xiaoyan, and the Charles family, no one else knew about this matter. Therefore, Yang Ming did not intend to make it public now. He just kept the Charles family as a hidden weapon. Maybe they would play an unexpected role in the future. As for Yang Ming's identity, Wang Songshan did not introduce it. Only people in the industry knew that this young man was the successor of the King of Assassins. Other guests from ordinary families did not know about Yang Ming's identity. However, everyone vaguely felt that Yang Ming's identity should not be simple. The butterfly family being able to befriend the Bufan family and destroy the Lancer family this time should be more or less related to this new son-in-law. Otherwise, why didn't they hear about the butterfly family befriending the Bufan family for so many years? Why were they always subject to the Lancer family's firearm supply? These all explained some clues. These few days were the happiest days of Wang Xiaoyan's life. Although she knew that Yang Ming had other women like Chen Mingyan, she was probably the only one who was engaged to Yang Ming. Although she was a latecomer, Wang Xiaoyan was very happy that she had caught up with him. At the very least, she was the first woman to hold such a grand ceremony with Yang Ming. Perhaps these things were just illusory illusions. It was just an engagement ceremony. There was not much fundamental change to the relationship with Yang Ming. It was just a title to outsiders. However, most women valued these things very much. Wang Xiaoyan was no exception. Wang Xiaoyan took this kind of engagement ceremony to declare sovereignty very seriously. Although she was very tired after a few days of socializing, she still enjoyed it. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? The first person you married was actually me. Wang Xiaoyan was still full of energy even though she had been tired for a few days. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire her. I can't disobey my teacher's orders. What can I do? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. He still had some complaints about Fang Tian and Wang Songshan's previous actions. Hee. Wang Xiaoyan laughed after listening, then you don't want to marry me? I didn't say that. I just felt that it was too farcical. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I didn't care about this engagement at all before, but I didn't expect that the person I was engaged to would be you. This way, I have to marry you. Haha, did you promise something to Chen Mingyan before? Wang Xiaoyan was very smart. She naturally heard the helplessness and bitterness in Yang Ming's words, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, she had only been with Yang Ming for 2 months, and they were already engaged. How could the master of the harem, Chen Mingyan, endure this? Okay, don't take it for granted. Let's just leave it at that. But don't talk nonsense in front of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said helplessly. Do you think I'm sick? Why would I show off in front of her? It's better to keep this kind of thing to yourself. If you fall out with her, you will definitely help her. I won't ask for trouble. Wang Xiaoyan curled her lips and said with certainty. I won't side with. Yang Ming said somewhat insincerely, just don't do anything to her. See, you're still siding with her, right? Wang Xiaoyan snorted, aren't you afraid that I will kill her? Do you think I'm stupid? If you kill her, won't you kill me? Yang Ming laughed twice and didn't answer, but he really didn't know how to answer in his heart. If Wang Xiaoyan really killed Chen Mingyan, what would Yang Ming do? Was he going to kill Wang Xiaoyan as well? Yang Ming shook his head. It seemed that he really couldn't do it, but he didn't know how to face Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Nan, why did you become so timid after that bitch Lu Huamei left? Lu Jifei looked at Lu Jianan in front of him with some confusion, the finance department is now under your sole control. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. Why aren't you tempted? Timid? Lu Zhinan frowned and smiled. Of course I know there are plenty of opportunities to make money. But do you know that in addition to Lu Huamei, my younger brother Lu Zhiqiao is also eyeing me like a tiger watching its prey? Previously, when Lu Huamei was here, we brothers had a common enemy. It could be considered as a temporary tacit agreement with the outside world. But now that Lu Huamei has been sent out, his only competitor is naturally me. How can he not keep an eye on me? That's true. Why don't we use some more means to make Lu Zhiqiao stand aside? Lu Jifei was only extremely respectful to Lu Zhinan. He called the rest of the Lu family by their names without any scruples. However, Lu Zhinan didn't mind because he also hated those few people to the core. Lu Zhiqiao isn't in a hurry. Lu Zhinan waved his hand and said, he's far behind me. I'm still most worried about Lu Huamei. Why, brother Nan? Didn't that bitch Lu Huamei get sent out by the old man? Why are you still thinking about her? Could it be that she can still make waves on the other side of Songjiang? Lu Jifei asked with some doubts. In his opinion, Lu Huamei was already an abandoned child of the Lu family. There was no possibility of her coming back after she went to Songjiang. That's what I thought at first. Lu Zhinan frowned and then said with some worry, Jifei, think about it. How much did the old man like Lu Huamei before? He didn't hesitate to offend many people in the group to get rid of the pressure and help Lu Huamei get the position of finance director. But now, why did he just flatten her? Although he didn't completely strip her of power, she's still a figurehead. Don't you think this is strange? Brother Nan, after listening to your analysis, I also feel that something is wrong. Lu Jifei nodded in agreement. I didn't know much about the old man's situation before, but now that you mention it, this matter is really unusual. Isn't this contrast a bit too big? I only felt that this matter was a little strange after thinking about it carefully for a few days. The contrast between before and after is indeed huge. This is why I feel that Lu Huamei is the biggest threat. After Lu Zhinan's initial excitement, he began to calm down. The taste of monopolizing power was not very good. He had to be wary of the old man's thoughts at all times. He also had to be on guard against Lu Huamei's comeback and Lu Zhiqiao's interference behind the scenes. Could it be that the old man has gone senile? You are his eldest grandson, so he gave you the power? Lu Jifei thought about it and analyzed. Old fool? Humph. Lu Zhinan sneered. In this group, no one is as senile as him. If he was senile, the group would have been in chaos long ago. How could it be so peaceful? But as you said, it is possible that I am his eldest grandson. No matter how smart and capable Lu Huamei is, she is still a woman. She will still have to marry in the future. Grandfather can't possibly leave the Lu family's business to an outsider, right? This is inevitable. If I were old man Lu, I wouldn't leave such a big business to a woman. Passing it to a man and not a woman has been a tradition since ancient times, said Lu Jifei. Lu Zhinan nodded. Now, what I'm most afraid of is that the old man is playing hard to get. First, he will lure that bitch Lu Huamei away, then secretly nurture her in secret. Then, he will appear out of nowhere and forcefully return to the group's headquarters. After listening to Lu Zhinan's words, Lu Jifei's disapproving expression finally turned serious. This means that Lu Huamei is really a big problem. If we don't get rid of her, she will become a big problem. Lu Jifei's expression turned serious. Yeah, the old man has been in the business world all his life. It is impossible for him to do such a thing casually, said Lu Zhinan. Lu Zhinan said, if the old man is just playing hard to get, then it's fine. We just need to follow the original plan and make that bitch Lu Huamei unable to make a comeback. But what I'm afraid of is that the old man deliberately gave me the power to inflate my self-confidence to a certain extent. Then, he will have an excuse to take me down and let someone else take over after seeing me make a mistake. It shouldn't be possible, right? Lu Jifei's heart trembled. He felt that what Lu Zhinan said was a bit too sinister. Why not? The old man can do anything. You have to know that the Jiangyan group is his life's work. He doesn't want to allow the Jiangyan group to fall into the hands of other surnames, But he also won't allow someone who can destroy the Jiangyan group to lead the overall situation. Lu Zhanan sneered a little self-deprecatingly as he said this. I'm afraid that in the old man's eyes, I'm the one who harms the public interest for personal gain. Right? Harms the public interest for personal gain? Lu Jifei disagreed. The old man is not stupid. Now, Brother Nan, you are using your position to cultivate confidence and do something that will harm the group. This is also to prepare for your future promotion. Once you succeed and become the leader of the Jiangyan group, will you still do something that will harm the interests of the group? Lu Jifei nodded. What you said makes sense. Lu Zhanan's expression eased a little. He nodded and said, I'm relieved to hear you say this. But no matter what, we have to deal with that bitch Lu Huamei first. Then, we can focus on dealing with Lu Zhiqiao. Even if the old man really wants to play hard to get or find trouble with me, I will be the only direct descendant of the old man once both of them are down. If he doesn't give the company to me, who else can he give it to? Okay, Brother Nan, then let's start implementing our plan? Lu Jifei gritted his teeth and said, although the preparation time is a little rushed, it's not a problem. As long as we plan it properly, Lu Huamei will definitely not be able to escape this time. And that plan should be implemented. However, those people can be trusted, right? Don't let it be like last time, where a traitor like Su Xiaobin ruined the plan. You and I will not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Zhanan hesitated and warned, the old man may be waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Aren't the people sent over Brother Nan's direct subordinates? Lu Jifei was stunned and asked immediately. My subordinates are good, but they can't be said to be my direct subordinates. None of them are 100% trustworthy like you and me. Lu Zhanan waved his hand and said, you also know that I can't have too much interaction with these people at the bottom of the company. I sent these people over to introduce them to you just to tell you that these people are still useful. As for who is going to carry out this plan, it's still up to you to decide and choose the right person. And, during this time, I have also contacted a lot of people. The deputy captain of the escort team is absolutely trustworthy. His father has uremia and is waiting for a kidney transplant in the hospital. Not to mention that the surgery fee is a lot of money, the kidney source is also a big problem. I have already promised him that as long as he is obedient, not only will I solve the surgery fee for him, but I will also help him contact a kidney source. Lu Jifei said, Brother Nan, contacting a kidney source is not a problem for you, right? You won't blame me for making a promise in advance, right? This is nothing. It's nothing more than a matter of money. Lu Zhanan said, the key problem is that if we let him lead the team to carry out the mission, once the matter is exposed and others see that we are busy with his father's matter, will they suspect us? I have thought about this problem a long time ago. Lu Jifei smiled and said, don't worry, Brother Nan. His father used to be an old employee of our Jiangyan group. Speaking of his uremia, it was a hidden danger left behind by a gas bomb when he was digging the foundation of the group's construction site. Therefore, it's completely flexible whether our group will give him money to treat his illness or not. It's up to you, President Liu, to decide whether or not we can help him. Oh? If that's the case, then it's easy. Lu Zhanan said, how about this? You first transfer his father to the best hospital and maintain him with the best medicine first. As for the kidney source, don't worry. Slowly contact them. However, you spread the word that I understand the employees who have worked hard for the group. Since they are injured because of work, our group will take care of it to the end. Brilliant. It's really brilliant. After listening, Lu Jifei flattered and praised. In this way, not only will others not be able to say anything, but they will also say that President Liu is kind and a good leader. When you have a good reputation among the group's employees, even if the old man chooses a successor, he will have to consider public opinion. And the second point is that this happened before our plan, so no one can say anything about it. That's what I mean, but there is one more point. We must think of a suitable reason. Otherwise, others will have a reason to suspect us. Lu Zhanan nodded and said. Oh? Lu Jifei also pondered slightly. After hearing Lu Zhanan's words. Then, he said, Brother Nan, you mean that since we have already treated his family for free, what reason does he have to do that? Is that so? That's right. Everything needs a motive. He has no motive to do that. Even if he runs away in the end, he will still implicate us. Although there is no evidence, the old man doesn't need any evidence to suspect a person, said Lu Jianan. In that case, it's really a problem. Lu Jifei nodded and said, let me think about it carefully and see if there is any way to get the best of both worlds. In this period, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Lu Jianan sighed. Got it. Lu Jifei was indeed a sinister and cunning villain. He quickly thought of a solution. This was also the reason why Lu Jianan valued him. Brother Nan, look at this. It is illegal to buy and sell kidneys. Although there are many underground transactions and everyone has a tacit understanding, it is not allowed on the surface. Therefore, we can do this. Although we can express that we can give free treatment to the vice-captain's father, we will refuse to help him buy a kidney from the black market. You can spread the word that our Jiangyan group will not do these illegal things. In this way, we can bury the contradiction between Brother Nan and him. Then, I will let him go out and spread that Brother Nan is just hypocritical and not sincere in treating his father. In this way. It will work. Not bad, Jifei. You really have a brain. Lu Jianan was overjoyed when he heard it. This idea can be said to be flawless. At that time, no matter how smart the old man is, he won't suspect us. Indeed, but in order to be more secure, Brother Nan, you are now monopolizing the power of the group. In this situation where you can decide everything by yourself, it is best for you to start being polite to the wise and ask about the well-being of all the employees of the group. This way, you can buy people's hearts. Secondly, when it is exposed that the deputy captain's father has uremia and you give him free treatment, it won't seem to be abrupt. Lu Jifei reminded. Okay, we will do as you say. Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei finalized the plan, and their hearts were unusually refreshed. I will treat tonight. Let's go out and have fun together. Haha, then I will do as you say. Lu Jifei did not refuse. The more he went to those places with Lu Jianan, the closer the relationship between the two people. Lu Jifei had now bet all his future on Lu Jianan. If Lu Jianan successfully ascended to the top one day, then Lu Jifei would be the greatest contributor. The next day, Lu Jianan seemed to have become more humble. His previous domineering attitude was swept away. He listened attentively to and adopted his subordinates' suggestions and honest advice. Not only that, Lu Jianan also launched several employee welfare projects. In the basement of the company building, in a useless warehouse, he started to build an employee activity center. There was a billiard room, a cafe, and a leisure chess and card room for the employees to play during their lunch break. Lu Jianan's plan quickly received unanimous praise from the chairman, Lu Jiangyan. These were all things that Lu Jiangyan had wanted to do before, but he had been delayed by some trivial matters. Then, he was worried about the power struggle of his descendants, so he did not have the heart to do other things. Seeing Lu Jianan's change, old man Lu Jiangyan's heart was shaken for the first time. He was originally disappointed in this grandson of his, but he didn't expect that without Lu Huamei pressuring him step by step, this grandson's way of doing things would have a fundamental change. Is it really because there are no competitors that he started to think about the company's interests wholeheartedly? Lu Jiangyan planned to observe for a while. If Lu Jianan really changed, then it was not impossible to hand over the group to him. After all, Lu Huamei was a girl. She couldn't not marry for the rest of her life, right? Lu Jiangyan did not want to see the Jiangyan group become something in the hands of an outsider. Mother****, it's too tiring to pretend to be a grandson. I have to greet those subordinates with a smile every day. My face is cramping from smiling so much. In a luxury car, Lu Jianan rubbed his face with his hands and muttered curses. Brother Nan, it's worth it to endure for now in order to achieve great things, Lu Jifei persuaded while driving. Mother****, that old bastard surnamed Zhang in the planning department really thinks he's a big shot. He didn't dare to say anything when I pointed at him and scolded him. Now that my attitude has changed, he's taking advantage of me. Mother****, who does he think he is? I don't agree with their plan, and he's still dawdling with me. If it was in the past, I would have already King kicked him out. Now, I have to patiently analyze the pros and cons for him. Lu Jianan was about to explode today. It was the first time he felt that his authority was being challenged. He was really unhappy to the extreme. That guy surnamed Zhang, let him be arrogant for a while. When the Jiangyan group is in Brother Nan's pocket, we'll be the first to get rid of him. Lu Jifei said along with Lu Zhenan, now, let him be smug for a few days. And, I remember these people who dare to question me. Motherf *Ker, I'll settle accounts with you all later. Lu Zhenan snorted and said, Jifei, find a book and write down the names of these people for me. I want them to see who's in charge of the Jiangyan group. Don't worry, Brother Nan, I'll remember it for you. Lu Jifei patted his backpack and said proudly. Cursing was cursing, but the next day, Lu Zhenan still appeared in the company with a smile on his face. He was as friendly as ever. No matter whether it was to people or things, he showed a kind attitude. Brother Lu, the front desk just called and said that an old employee of the group suffered from uremia because of his early work. His son brought him to the company to ask for an explanation. What do you think about this matter? Should we ask the security department to kick them out? Lu Zhenan's secretary, Little Xia, walked into Lu Zhenan's office while swaying her sexy waist. Little Xia was actually one of Lu Zhenan's lovers. She also knew about Lu Zhenan's matters, so she said Lu Zhenan's usual methods without any scruples. She was also considered Lu Zhenan's confidant. At least she wouldn't betray Lu Zhenan. She knew very well in her heart that she was Lu Zhenan's woman. If Lu Zhenan was promoted, she would also be a meritorious person and get a lot of benefits. Even if Lu Zhenan wanted to get rid of her, letting her be the general manager of the company below was the lightest compensation. Even so, Lu Zhenan still didn't tell her about his plan this time. It was better to let fewer people know about this kind of thing. He was afraid that too many people would gossip. If it was leaked, it would be over. Don't. You're causing trouble for me, right? Don't you see that I, your brother, have become a friendly president these days? Lu Zhenan stopped Little Xia with a stare and said, let's go downstairs with me. We will personally receive this old employee. Yes, Brother Lu. Little Xia didn't dare to disobey and quickly agreed, but she was a little puzzled in her heart. Brother Lu, why did you suddenly change? Why are you willing to meddle in other people's business? This group isn't yours yet. Isn't it better to let others deal with these broken things? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhenan interrupted Little Xia's words and said coldly, watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just saying it in front of Brother Lu. How can I say it to others? Little Xia was shocked when she saw that Lu Zhenan was really angry. She quickly said. It's good that you know. I want to change a new image in front of everyone now. You must not ruin my business. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Lu Zhenan warned faintly. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I know. You want to be a president close to the people. Little Xia said with a sweet smile. Close to the people? You can say that. Lu Zhenan nodded. Also, call me Vice President Lu in the future. Don't call me Brother Lu or President Lu. It's not good to let others hear it. Vice President Lu? Brother Lu, didn't you used to hate people adding the word vice to your title? Little Xia asked with some doubts. The past is the past. The present is the present. Lu Zhenan said, nothing can be accomplished without rules. My real position now is a vice president. If the old man hears you calling me president, he will think that I'm a person who is eager for quick success. That's not good. Yes, my Vice President Lu. I know. Little Xia responded sweetly. Lu Zhenan and Little Xia quickly went downstairs. They saw that in the first floor hall of the company, there were many employees who were watching the show. However, when these people saw Lu Zhenan, they automatically made way and let Lu Zhenan enter the center. Everyone, disperse. Go back to work. Don't watch. Leave this matter to Vice President Lu. Little Xia saw that the people in the company were watching and quickly said. Although Lu Zhenan had recently become close to the people, the employees in the company were in the wrong after all. It was working time now. It was not right for them to gather here to watch the show. After being scolded by Little Xia, they all showed awkward expressions. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a voice of objection. No, we can't leave. If we leave, what will happen to my old father if the officials don't admit their mistakes? The one who spoke was the vice captain of the escort team, Lu Xiaolei. This was also a rehearsal. Lu Jianan was just about to say what little Xia had said, but little Xia beat him to it. He felt relieved. It seemed that little Xia was quite smart. She said it more naturally than he did. After all, he now had the image of a president close to the people, so it was not good to scold them. But if he did not scold them, Lu Xiaolei would not have said anything. Just as he was in a dilemma, Xiaoxia helped him solve the problem. This way, all he had to do was to play the good cop all the way and show his image as a friendly CEO. This young man, I understand your feelings very well. However, everyone here should be able to prove what kind of person I, Lu Jianan, am, right? Lu Jianan smiled faintly and calmly asked the company employees who were watching the show. He did not continue to chase people away. Instead, he asked a question, which made the employees present stop in their tracks. After all, they also wanted to see what was going on. Hearing Lu Jianan's question, a few of Lu Jianan's direct subordinates who were ambushing the employees in advance said, Vice President Lu has always been very attentive to the welfare of our employees. Yeah, he always thinks for us from the perspective of our employees. Young man, you are right to believe in him. If you have any difficulties, Vice President Lu will definitely help you solve them. With these few people taking the lead, the others recalled Lu Jianan's actions during this period. It was really as the few people said before. He had obtained a lot of benefits for their employees. Although Lu Jianan was a bit arrogant and domineering in the past, it was all in the past after all. As long as things were better now, who would care about the things in the past? Besides, Lu Jianan was standing on the spot now. No one was stupid. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they objected or said something bad about Lu Jianan at this time? Therefore, under the praise of the few people before, everyone also said yes. This caused a sensation that even Lu Jianan himself didn't expect. Previously, he didn't expect everyone to say good things about him. He just planted a few spies among them. With these people speaking, the goal would be achieved if the others didn't object. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. For a while, even Lu Jianan himself was a little smug. He didn't expect that his hypocritical act would raise his reputation in the company to the peak. Isn't this a huge gain? Originally, Lu Xiaolei was also here to act. What these people said had no effect on him at all. Instead, he was secretly surprised. This Lu Jianan was really awesome. In a short period of time, he had already controlled the hearts of so many people. It seemed that relying on him to work for him was really a wise choice. Once Lu Jianan is promoted, my contributions will definitely not go unnoticed. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaolei was even more motivated. How could he know that these people were just doing this on the spur of the moment? But this was not important. Lu Xiaolei's eyes showed a skeptical look. Really? Don't lie to me? Although I have been sent to work in Xianxia for some time, I also served the group before. Although I am not familiar with Vice President Lu, I haven't heard of anything about benefits. Young man, don't talk nonsense. At this time, an old man walked up to him and said in a low voice, in the past, Director Lu Huamei restricted Vice President Lu everywhere. That was why Vice President Lu couldn't show his skills. Now that the chairman is wise and transferred Lu Huamei away, our Vice President Lu can start to show his skills. This old man was one of Lu Jianan's confidants. He was also one of the company's elders, the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources Department, Lu Panson. Speaking of which, he was Lu Jiangyan's distant nephew. He was also Lu Jianan's uncle. However, he knew that although his identity was special, it was impossible for him to make a name for himself in the group. After all, their relationship was too distant. Therefore, he secretly relied on Lu Jianan. However, it was because of his special identity that he dared to call Lu Huamei by her name and say something that others didn't dare to say. He believed that even if Lu Jiangyan knew about it, he wouldn't say anything else. After all, he was Lu Huamei's uncle. It was normal for him to say a few words to the younger generation. Although Lu Panson's voice was very low, everyone present heard it clearly. This matter was a mixture of truth and lies. Lu Jianan and Lu Huamei's struggle for power was not a secret. Therefore, when Lu Panson said it now, everyone was 90% convinced. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Zhenan's change did start after he took over power. Therefore, they sincerely believed Lu Poncin's words. Lu Zhenan pretended not to hear Lu Poncin's words at this moment. He walked over with a smile and came to Lu Xiaolei. He said earnestly, listening to what you said, you are also an employee of the group, right? Is your old father also an old employee of the group? For people like you who have served the group for 2 generations, not only will I solve any problems for you, but I will also give priority to solving them. If you have any difficulties, just say it. I promise you in front of so many people that no matter what the difficulties are, as long as the company can solve them and it doesn't involve illegal matters, I will try my best to solve them for you. Okay, since Vice President Lu said so, then I will believe you. Lu Xiaolei nodded and showed a gratified and grateful expression. Okay, let's go to the conference room to talk about it in detail, said Lu Zhenan. This is the company's lobby after all. People come and go. It's not good to say anything here. With so many people as witnesses, what are you afraid of? Okay, then let's go to the conference room. Lu Xiaolei nodded and walked to the conference room with Lu Zhenan. When everyone in the company saw that there was nothing to see, they all dispersed and went to do their own work. When they arrived at the conference room, Lu Zhenan waved to the secretary behind him, Little Xia, and said, Little Xia, you go back to the office first. I will talk to Mr. Lu. You deal with the things over there first. If someone looks for me, record the matter. Okay, Vice President Lu. Little Xia didn't think much about it at all. She didn't know that Lu Zhenan deliberately sent her away. She thought that Lu Zhenan trusted her and sent her important things to do. However, Little Xia couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, what was so important about talking to an employee who came to make trouble? Little Xia was too lazy to listen to these trivial matters. After Little Xia left, Lu Xiaolei was the first to help Lu Zhenan close the door of the conference room. The previous anger and resentment on his face suddenly changed into a flattering smile. Brother Nan, my performance wasn't bad, right? How was it? Was the show successful? Very good. Lu Zhenan nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to have a talent for acting. It seems that Jifei is quite good at judging people. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Nan. I don't know what Brother Nan promised me. Lu Xiaolei first smiled, then said seriously, my father's matter. Don't worry about your father's matter. I have asked Jifei to contact a few people who work as black market intermediaries in the hospital. If there is a suitable kidney source, I will stay immediately. As for your father, I will also let the hospital use the best medicine to maintain him. Even if a suitable kidney source can't be found, his life will not be in danger, said Lu Zhenan. Thank you so much, Brother Nan. Thank you so much, Brother Nan. You know that. My mother ran away with someone when I was young. My father raised me and my younger brother alone. My younger brother is still young and has just entered high school. As for me, I can cure my father's illness and leave a large sum of money for my younger brother. Even if I do this, I will not complain even if Brother Nan wants to silence me. Lu Xiaolei finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Zhenan's promise. Don't make it sound so scary. When the time comes, you just need to find a place to hide. At most, it will take 3 to 5 years. When I succeed, you can swagger back to the company. At that time, your contributions will not go unnoticed. At the very least, I will let you be the pillar of the subordinate company. Lu Zhenan began to paint a picture of Lu Xiaolei to satisfy his hunger. Thank you, Brother Nan. What Lu Zhenan said was also what Lu Xiaolei hoped for, but whether it could be realized in the end was still unknown. However, even so, it was always good to have some hope. Moreover, the most important thing was that the matter in front of him was solved. Otherwise, how could he, as the deputy captain of the escort team, afford his father's huge medical expenses? Tomorrow, I will find someone to swagger your father into a luxurious ward. Everything will be done according to plan, instructed Lu Zhenan. I understand. Then, Brother Nan, I will go first. Lu Xiaolei saw that it was almost time, so he got up and said goodbye. Yes, let's go out together. Lu Zhenan also stood up and walked out of the conference room with Lu Xiaolei. The moment they walked out of the conference room, Lu Jianan regained his amiable smile, and Lu Xiaolei also showed a grateful and heartfelt smile on his face. When people who passed by saw it, they would know that his problem had been solved. Sister Huamei, I heard that Lu Xiaolei went to the Jiangyan Group's headquarters today to petition for his old father. Jing Xiaolu walked into Lu Huamei's office and told her a piece of news that she had just received. Lu Xiaolei is an employee of our Mingjiang escort company. It seems to be against the rules to cross the line and visit the Jiangyan Group's headquarters, right? Could there be some kind of conspiracy behind this? I've just heard about this as well. Lu Huamei said, the person who received him was my elder brother, Lu Jianan, but I heard that it was resolved very well. This makes me feel a little strange. My elder brother has always been the kind of person who doesn't do anything unless it benefits him. Why would he be involved in this matter? That's right. Su Xiaoban's previous incident has already explained this. Lu Jianan isn't a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. If the matter doesn't benefit him, he won't bother at all. Jing Xiaolu said, this is also why I was in a hurry to tell you. But it seems that Sister Huamei has already received the news. It's not that Lu Xiaolei is crossing the line to petition. Although he is an employee of our Mingjiang escort company, his old father is an old employee of the Jiangyan Group. So, it's not unreasonable to go directly to the Jiangyan Group for his father's matter. Lu Huamei said, what I can't figure out the most is why my elder brother would personally handle this matter. There must be something wrong with this matter. I think we should be more careful. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Jing Xiaolu thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. Forget it. No matter what, the matters of the group have nothing to do with me now. Let's work hard to manage this escort company. Maybe my elder brother has changed for the better. Lu Huamei sighed and stopped thinking about these things. Oh right, Xiaolu. I haven't seen the real boss behind the Mingyang company until now. Is he not back yet? Not yet. Jing Xiaolu's face was slightly red. When I called a few days ago, he said that it would take a while before he could come back. I heard that he's your boyfriend? Lu Huamei smiled and asked teasingly. How could that be? He has a girlfriend. Jing Xiaolu was embarrassed, but subconsciously denied it. Lu Huamei didn't say anything more. After all, this was Jing Xiaolu's private matter. She couldn't interfere. She also heard from Bao Sanli that Jing Xiaolu seemed to have a special relationship with Ming Yang's behind-the-scenes boss, Yang Ming. This also made her instantly understand why the legitimate general manager, Bao Sanli, was so respectful towards Jing Xiaolu when he first contacted Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli in the office. It turned out that this was the reason. However, when Lu Huamei found out that Yang Ming was also a freshman like Jing Xiaolu, she couldn't help but be shocked and wanted to meet Yang Ming. Originally, Lu Huamei thought that it was already amazing for her to be qualified for the position of the company's financial director at such a young age. However, after knowing that this Mingyang company was founded by Yang Ming, the pride in her heart disappeared. No matter how capable she was, she could only perform under the great halo of the Jiangyan Group. However, Yang Ming built two companies of considerable scale from scratch. The status of the Mingyang company in Songjiang was not inferior to the status of the Jiangyan Group in Jiangyan City. Although the scale of the two was very different, Yang Ming was only a freshman. Moreover, this Mingyang company had only been established for about half a year. This made Lu Huamei have the urge to meet Yang Ming. She wanted to see what kind of person he was to have the ability to build such a company. Of course, Lu Huamei only wanted to meet Yang Ming. She didn't have any other thoughts. Therefore, she just smiled indifferently at Jing Xiaolu's blush. She secretly thought that Jing Xiaolu was probably overthinking and thought that she was interested in her lover. The next day, Lu Jianan vigorously brought Lu Xiaolei's father, Lu Tiepi, to a luxurious ward in the best hospital in Jiangyan City. He also deposited 100,000 yuan in the hospital account for the medical expenses paid in advance. He would refund the overpayment and make up the shortfall. This move completely convinced those who originally thought that Lu Jianan was just saying it. They also began to sincerely think that Lu Jianan was a good president. A good president who thought about his employees. For a time, Lu Jianan's prestige in the company reached an amazing height. He had a good reputation. Old Master Lu Jiangyan was also shaken again. In the past, Lu Zhanan would definitely not do such a thankless thing. But now, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He began to think about the company and the employees. This made Lu Jiangyan feel that although Lu Zhanan's qualifications were mediocre, he was still a good candidate to take over. After all, the chairman didn't need to be very capable. When the time came, hiring a professional manager could make up for this. The most important thing for the chairman's successor was to have a heart that thought for the company and the employees, and not be blinded by selfishness. Only by protecting the company and appeasing the employees could a company continue to develop in a positive manner. Compared to the huge Jiangyan group, this incident did not cause much of a stir. Although the old man Lu Jiangyan gave Lu Zhanan high recognition for his concern for the old employees, it was only a trivial matter after all. After a few days, the effect of this incident had faded a lot, and the work of the Jiangyan group continued as usual. Most people gradually forgot about this incident. At this moment, it was time for Yang Ming to set off. He had lived in the butterfly family for nearly a month. Although there was some pressure from the elders regarding his engagement with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming was still willing. The newlyweds also took the time to visit the nearby scenic spots as a honeymoon. Old Buffon also had his own things to do. Before Yang Ming set off, he also bid farewell to the butterfly family. However, the friendship between the Buffon family and the butterfly family was indestructible. Some of the negative effects brought about by the Lancer family had also disappeared. The entire European upper-class society seemed to have forgotten the existence of the Lancer family. However, this was not surprising. Who would mention a family that had already been destroyed for no reason and offend two families that were in the limelight? One must know that both the Buffon family and the current butterfly family were not to be trifled with. I'm back. What happened this month is still vivid in my mind. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Yang Ming looked out of the window. Through the thin fog, he could clearly see the matchbox-sized buildings. He said with some emotion, the Lancer family's enmity is unjust. It should be said that they died unjust. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Why? If you knew it was so dangerous, you wouldn't have come? To be honest, if I knew it was so troublesome, I really wouldn't have come. Yang Ming sighed. You. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's heartless words and suddenly became angry. She glared at him, but when she saw Yang Ming smiling mischievously, she knew that she was fooled by Yang Ming. However, that was under the premise that I didn't know that you were the one I was engaged to. If I knew that I was engaged to you, I would have gone even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Yang Ming changed the topic and smiled. That's nice to hear. Wang Xiaoyan snorted, but her face showed an indescribable expression of shyness. Then, her expression darkened. If possible, I would rather stay in Europe and not come back, but in the end, I still have to face reality. This? Yang Ming naturally knew what Wang Xiaoyan was referring to. He smiled helplessly and said, Don't worry. After I go back, I will find a chance to talk to Ming Yin and the others about this matter. When I return. No need. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. I don't know if I can get along with them. What if they ostracize me, and I get angry and do something that you regret? What should I do? This? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan with some embarrassment. Wang Xiaoyan's words really scared Yang Ming. With Wang Xiaoyan's means, it was easy to kill Chen Mingyan and others. Look at how scared you are. Wang Xiaoyan smiled at the moment. I'm just joking with you. Even if I really can't get along with them, I can only endure it. How can I really kill them? After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still had a bitter expression. It's really hard for you. Forget it. It's nothing. Anyway, you live next door to me. You often climb the wall in the middle of the night to see me. I don't want to think about anything else. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. This can be done, right? Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything, but he thought that he had promised Wang Xiaoyan, but he was a little embarrassed to say it. This time, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui came back with Yang Ming. The four people got off the plane in a low-key manner and left the airport. Ho Zhenhan had been waiting here for a long time. He took the luggage from Yang Ming and others and got into a Buick commercial car in the parking lot together. When Yang Ming came back this time, he only informed Ho Jinhan. Although Bao Sanli was also a trustworthy person, Ho Jinhan was more stable and tight-lipped. Because it involved Wang Xiaoyan and Fang Tian, Yang Ming didn't want others to know too much. Ho Jinhan wasn't a talkative person. After nodding to the people around Yang Ming, he turned a deaf ear to them as if they didn't exist. This made Yang Ming very satisfied. First, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui were sent to the newly bought villa in the villa area of the development zone. Then, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the Huashang district. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan actually lived in another villa next to Yang Ming's villa, Ho Jinhan was a little surprised, but he didn't ask much. Generally, the matter of picking up and dropping off Yang Ming was done by Bao Sanli, but this time, Yang Ming called him by name. Ho Jinhan also vaguely understood some of the reasons. Although Yang Ming now also trusted Bao Sanli, he was afraid that the people who came back with Yang Ming this time didn't want others to know, so he only called Ho Jinhan over. Ho Jinhan was one of Yang Ming's earliest confidants. He could be absolutely trusted. This was also the reason why Yang Ming did this. However, after Ho Jinhan thought of this, he was very excited. It seems that Brother Yang still trusts me the most. Originally, Yang Ming now basically looked for Bao Sanli to deal with everything. Although Ho Jinhan didn't say anything, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He thought that Yang Ming now relied on Bao Sanli far more than him. However, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't do this today. Instead, he always let him take charge of the company's overall situation. He no longer bothered him with some small things. When he really had to use him, he would look for him. Go back and have a good sleep. Reverse the jet lag. I'll see you at school. Yang Ming didn't get out of the car, but waved to Wang Xiaoyan. Although it was daytime now, Chen Mengyan and others should be at school, there were always accidents. If Yang Ming got out of the car to send Wang Xiaoyan off and was seen by Chen Mengyan, then it would be hard to explain. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, but she quickly entered her villa like a thief. She waved to Yang Ming, turned around, and closed the door. Today's matter, don't tell anyone. Yang Ming also closed the door and then said to Ho Jinhan, who was driving in front. Don't worry, Brother Yang. If we, the special forces, don't want to talk about things, even if we use special means such as hypnosis, it can't help. Ho Jinhan smiled and promised, Brother Yang, aren't you going home? At this time, Ming Yan should be at school. Let me make a call first. Yang Ming said as he took out his mobile phone and dialed Chen Mingyan's phone. Yang Ming couldn't wait. Ming Yan, where are you? Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off or is not in the service area. Please dial again later. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Chen Mingyan actually turned off her phone? Generally speaking, Chen Mingyan never turned off her phone. Even when she was in school, she would just set it to vibrate. Could it be that she was having an exam? Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care much, but he dialed Lin Jian's phone. This time, the call was connected. The phone rang twice, and it was picked up. Yang Ming? Lin Jian's hesitant voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiyun, it's me. Where are you? Yang Ming heard Lin Jian's voice, and his heart was slightly relieved. If Lin Jiyun also turned off her phone, things would be a bit unusual. Yang Ming, it's really you. Lin Jiyun's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. Are you back? I just got off the plane. I'm at the door. Ming Yan and the others are with you, right? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yang Ming, Jia, and I are now at Sister Ming Yan's house. Sister Ming Yan is in trouble. After Lin Jiyun's surprise, her voice became nervous and hurried. Come over quickly. What? Ming Yan is in trouble? What happened? Yang Ming was shocked in his heart. When he was preparing to leave Europe the day before yesterday, Yang Ming still had a video call with Chen Mingyan and others on the internet. In just 2 days, Chen Mingyan was in trouble? Sister Mingyan was kidnapped. Yang Ming, you come quickly. I'm worried to death. Lin Jiyun's voice had a crying tone. Kidnapped? Then you wait for me. I will go over now. Yang Ming's brows suddenly twisted. Chen Mingyan was kidnapped? What the hell is going on? On the phone, many things couldn't be explained clearly, so Yang Ming didn't ask in detail. He hung up the phone and directly told Ho Junhan, "Go to Ming Yan's house." "Brother Yang, I heard on the phone. You said that sister-in-law Ming Yan was kidnapped? What happened? Do you want me to ask my brothers to investigate?" Ho Junhan also heard most of it from Yang Ming's phone call. He also knew that Chen Mingyan was kidnapped. "No need. Let me go and ask about the situation first." Yang Ming waved his hand. Mingyan's father is the chief of the police station. Naturally, his channels of information are not less than ours, so let me figure out what happened. Ho Junhan nodded and didn't say anything. Chen Mingyan was kidnapped? What the hell is going on? Before I left, I sent Victoria to Chen Mingyan's side. With Victoria's skill, how could someone kidnap Chen Mingyan in front of her? Or, when Victoria was unprepared, the person took action against Chen Mingyan? However, all this could only wait until he went to Chen Mingyan's house and met with Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, and the others to know the truth. Hearing that Chen Mingyan had an accident, Ho Junhan also consciously sped up. He ran a few red lights on the road, but this car belonged to the newly established escort company. Although it had a civilian license plate, it was painted with the police car standard, so no one stopped it. The car stopped directly downstairs in Chen Mingyan's house. Yang Ming unexpectedly found that there were already many police cars parked here. Although this was the police station's residential area, so many police cars parked in the yard during the day could also indicate that something unusual had happened. After Ho Junhan parked the car, he said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, should I go up together or wait for you here?" "Let's go up together. You know them anyway," Yang Ming said after thinking for a while. Ho Junhan nodded and locked the car. Then, he followed Yang Ming into Chen Mingyan's apartment building. After arriving at the floor where Chen Mingyan's house was located, Yang Ming was surprised to find that the door of Chen Mingyan's house was open at the moment. There were 2 policemen standing at the door. Seeing that Yang Ming was about to come in, they were slightly stunned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" However, immediately, the policeman saw Ho Junhan behind Yang Ming and quickly said, "President Ho, why are you here?" "This is Chief Chen's son-in-law, Ming Yan's boyfriend." Ho Junhan smiled and introduced Yang Ming. Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli often appeared in the police station, so the people in the police station basically knew him. However, not many people knew Yang Ming. Only the criminal investigation team knew him. These 2 people obviously had not seen Yang Ming before. "Oh? It turns out to be Yang Ming. Please come in." These 2 people had obviously heard about Yang Ming, but they had never seen him before. When they heard that the person was Yang Ming, they quickly moved aside and let Yang Ming enter the house to talk. "Is Uncle Chen here?" Yang Ming was nervous about Chen Mingyan's safety. He didn't have the mood to chat with these 2 people, but he asked directly. "Chief Chen is in the station. He can't come over, but Captain Xia of the criminal investigation team is inside. Chief Chen's wife is also here." The policeman quickly replied. Yang Ming nodded and quickly walked into the living room. He saw Mother Chen, Xia Shui, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, and several policemen sitting anxiously next to the phone on the sofa. They seemed to be waiting for something. "Auntie Chen, how is Ming Yan? What the hell is going on?" Yang Ming sat on the sofa opposite Mother Chen and asked quickly. "Yang Ming, you are here." Mother Chen saw Yang Ming coming over and smiled reluctantly. Then, she was still at a loss. Her face was full of worry. Little Yan was kidnapped. Kidnapped. Yang Ming glanced around the living room, but he didn't find Victoria, so he looked at Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. "Where is Chen Mingxi?" "She and Sister Ming Yan were taken away by the criminals," Lin Jiyun whispered. Come to think of it, Mother Chen was well aware of Lin Jiyun's and Zhou Jejia's identities. Xia Shui was probably also very clear about it. However, the others present regarded them as Chen Mingyan's good friends, so they didn't think much about it. "Auntie Chen, what is going on? Why did they kidnap Ming Yan?" When Yang Ming heard that even Victoria was taken away, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yang Ming was very clear about Victoria's skill. Although she wasn't as good as Wang Xiaoyan, it was almost the same. The other party could take her and Chen Mingyan together. Either the other party had a lot of masters. Even if they weren't as good as Victoria, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Or, the other party had guns and firearms, and Victoria couldn't compete with them. Let Xiaxue tell you. Mother Chen's eyes were sour, and she couldn't help but cry. Isn't it because of my old Chen? Why did he have to be the bureau chief for no reason? Who couldn't be the bureau chief? Not only did he do it, but he also provoked some big drug lord. Now, his daughter has been taken away as a hostage. Big drug lord? Yang Ming was still speculating whether Chen Mingyan's kidnapping had anything to do with the behind-the-scenes boss or the central that he had just started a feud with. After all, Chen Mingyan was kidnapped shortly after he provoked the central. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? However, it was unlikely when he thought about it carefully. Could Central come all the way to China to kidnap Chen Mingyan? It was better to directly attack the butterfly family. Now that he heard Mother Chen say that the person who kidnapped Chen Mingyan had little connection with the behind-the-scenes boss and Central, he was relieved. In the eyes of ordinary people, drug lords should be a super terrifying existence, but in Yang Ming's eyes, they were really nothing. The Lancer family, a big arms family, was destroyed by Yang Ming. Why would he be afraid of a drug lord? It was just that he had to figure out the cause of the matter now. Yang Ming, come with me for a moment. I have something to ask you in private. Xiaxue also had something to ask Yang Ming. Since Mother Chen asked her to tell Yang Ming the reason for Chen Mingyan's kidnapping, Xiaxue did not decline and got up to invite Yang Ming into the inner room to talk in detail. Yang Ming nodded and vaguely guessed that Xiaxue might want to ask him about Chen Mingxi. After entering the inner room, Xiaxue locked the door and looked serious. Yang Ming, this is something that no one wants to see. Our top priority is to find a way to rescue Mingyan. As for how this matter was caused, let's not pursue it, okay? Xiaxue's words made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He originally thought that Xiaxue would ask about Chen Mingxi as soon as she entered the door, but he didn't expect that she would say such a thing. Xiaxue, you and I have known each other for a long time, and our relationship has always been good. What do you mean by your words? Yang Ming was really inexplicable. If you have something to say, can't you just say it? In fact, the reason why Mingyan was targeted by those drug lords was also related to the stubbornness of Captain Wang of our police anti-narcotics brigade. Xiaxue sighed and said. Stubbornness? What do you mean? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Captain Wang caught 4 Russian drug dealers this time and confiscated a considerable amount of heroin. Xiaxue explained. However, one of the drug dealers was Nicholas Shevich, the only son of the Black Hawk Gang, the largest gang in Russia close to the border of our country. The other party's people actually called and put pressure on our Songjiang police, asking us to release Nicholas Shevich and not do anything that we would regret. However, how could Captain Wang be threatened by them, so he refused the other party's proposal. Unexpectedly, Captain Wang's approach angered the Black Hawk Gang, so the Black Hawk Gang released a statement that if they didn't release their young master safely within 3 days, they would teach us a lesson. You mean, Chen Mingyan's kidnapping is related to the Black Hawk Gang? Yang Ming frowned deeply after listening to Xiaxue's words. Yes, just this morning, the Black Hawk Gang sent us a fax again, asking us to release Nicholas Shevich. Otherwise, they would kill the hostage. Xiaxue said, so, I don't want you to vent your anger on Captain Wang. After all, he is also devoted to the public. Are you afraid that I will harm him? Yang Ming sighed faintly after listening to Xiaxue's words. He didn't do anything wrong. How can I blame him? It's just that this Black Hawk Gang is very arrogant. Yang Ming knew that Xiaxue was worried about his special identity and special abilities. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was really involved, then Captain Wang would most likely become the victim of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in order to appease Yang Ming's anger. Therefore, Xiaxue said this to Yang Ming. However, how could Yang Ming be the kind of person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong? In this matter, Captain Wang was not wrong. Even Chen Fei couldn't give the order to release the drug dealer because of his daughter. Therefore, Yang Ming really had no resentment toward Captain Wang. Instead, he had already branded the so-called Black Hawk Gang with death in his heart. Yang Ming's murderous intent had risen. Since this gang dared to have ideas about the King of Assassins' wife, then no matter how powerful they were in the local area, they must be prepared to bear Yang Ming's anger. As long as you don't do anything irrational, it's fine. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. I have contacted my brother about this matter. When necessary, they will also intervene. I'm afraid that Xia Bingbao asked you to pass those words to me, right? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he guessed it. With Xiaoxue's current position, it was difficult to say the previous words. After all, Xiaoxue was not the police chief. The criminal investigation team and the anti-drug team were originally two independent systems. Therefore, the only one who could say these words was probably Xia Bingbao. You guessed it? Xiaoxue was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to guess the truth from her few words. When I heard you mention your brother, I thought of it. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Let's talk about the other things you are looking for me for. You know that I am looking for you for other things? This time, Xiaoxue was even more surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that she had another purpose. It's probably about Chen Mingxi? Yang Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't hide the identity of this person after all. He picked up the disposable paper cup on the table and poured himself a glass of water. He planned to tell Xiaoxue about Chen Mingxi's origin. Yes, it's this person. Xiaoxue nodded. I suspect that this person has a problem. He may have some connection with the Black Hawk gang. Poof. Yang Ming directly spat out the mouthful of water that he drank. It almost sprayed onto Xiaoxue's face. It was all over the floor, and then he kept coughing. Yang Ming, what happened to you? Xiaoxue was shocked. She didn't understand why Yang Ming had such a big reaction. Wasn't it a bit too strong? Chen Mingxi has a problem? Is she related to the Black Hawk gang? After Yang Ming took a few breaths, he said with a dumbfounded expression, how is this possible? I asked Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun. This Chen Mingxi claimed to be a distant relative of Chen Mingyan, but according to my investigation, Chen Mingyan doesn't have such a distant relative. I also confirmed it with Chief Chen. He didn't know about the existence of such a relative. In this way, the identity of this Chen Mingxi is very suspicious. Her name is so similar to Chen Mingyan, and the Chen family doesn't have such a relative. Her purpose of approaching Chen Mingyan is suspicious. Although I don't know how she gained the trust of Chen Mingyan, this person's identity is definitely fake. Xiaoxue said sternly, I also checked the identity of this Chen Mingxi through the internet and found something suspicious. That is Chen Mingxi's file. From childhood until now, it was very vague about her growth experience. There was almost no mention of her past. Her ID number was just generated in Mount Jing in recent months. I also asked the Mount Jing police station about Chen Mingxi before, but for some reason, the Mount Jing police station actually refused to answer questions about Chen Mingxi. I suspect that some people in the Mount Jing police station are also colluding with the Black Hawk gang. I'm going to tell my brother about this matter and let him investigate the Mount Jing police station's decision to settle Chen Mingxi. Xiaoxue said her thoughts in one breath, and Yang Ming didn't interrupt her. After listening to her, he smiled bitterly, Xiaoxue, you don't have to investigate Chen Mingxi anymore. This person has no problem. Her identity was also handled by me through the Mount Jing police station. I used the name of the Bureau of Investigation, so it is normal for the Mount Jing police station to refuse to respond to anything about Chen Mingxi. What? It turns out that this Chen Mingxi was arranged by you to be around Chen Mingyan? Xiaoxue was stunned when she heard Yang Ming's words, then she said incredulously, who is this person? She is actually a bodyguard I hired for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said with some truth, you also know that I offended Elder Yu because of the investigation bureau. I can't always be with Chen Mingyan, especially when I have to go to Yunnan Miaojiang with you after a while. So, I must have no worries. So, I hired someone to protect Chen Mingyan, but I didn't expect that she was also taken away. Yang Ming said with a smile, you also know that I offended Elder Yu because of the investigation bureau. It turns out that she is the bodyguard you invited. Xiaoxue suddenly showed a frustrated look after hearing it. I originally wanted to use this Chen Mingxi as a breakthrough point in the whole thing, but now it seems that I have gotten the wrong direction. Can you tell me in detail what happened from the beginning to the end? Although Yang Ming was very worried about the safety of Chen Mingyan, now it seemed that if the other party used this hostage to threaten Chen Mingyan in exchange for the safe return of Nicholas Shevich, they would not really do anything to Chen Mingyan. However, a long night was fraught with dreams. Who knew that after repeatedly rejecting the Black Hawk Gang's proposal, the other party would not do something irrational out of anger? At that time, even if Yang Ming sent the entire Black Hawk Gang to hell, it could not make up for the regret brought by the whole thing. Therefore, Yang Ming must figure out the whole story as soon as possible, and then make a plan for the next step. Maybe this time, he would have to go to the Russian border alone and personally deal with the Black Hawk Gang. As I said before, Captain Wang led people to arrest Nicholas Shevich and his drug gang members and seized a large amount of heroin. However, no one thought that this Nicholas Shevich was actually the young master of the Black Hawk Gang, a big gang in Russia. The Black Hawk Gang has a lot of power on the Russian border. The local government can't do anything to them. This is why they are fearless. Xianxia began to introduce the Black Hawk Gang in detail. Although after knowing this, we also expected that the other party might do something against us out of anger, but what we didn't expect was that they would target Chen Mingyan, which made us feel a little unprepared. What was the specific situation at that time? Asked Yang Ming. At that time, Chen Mingyan, Chen Mingxi, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia had just finished school. When they walked out of the school, they were stopped by several black-shirt men. According to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia, although the other party was wearing sunglasses and caps, judging from their skin color, they should be Asians, not Caucasians. So we suspect that they should be Chinese underlings of the Black Hawk Gang. Xianxia said, since the other party is selling drugs in the country, it is inevitable that they will accept some local underlings. This is also the reason why the other party can take away Chen Mingyan so smoothly. On our side, there is an insider of the other party. And this is for sure. Yang Ming was not surprised after listening. Chen Mingyan and Chen Mingxi were directly taken away at that time? Yang Ming's only doubt was that Chen Mingxi's skill was not inferior to Wang Xiaoyan. In this case, how did the other party take away Chen Mingyan? According to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia's memories afterward, only 4 people came at that time. They said that they had something to talk to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingxi was immediately alert at that time. She seemed to be about to make a move, but she suddenly stopped. Xianxia said, later, we analyzed that Chen Mingxi or Chen Mingyan should have discovered that the other party had guns. In the case of not being able to protect the safety of Chen Mingyan and the other 2 people, Chen Mingxi chose to compromise. However, at the beginning, we analyzed that Chen Mingxi was one of the other party's insiders, but now it seems impossible. Xianxia laughed twice. She was mocking herself because of her previous train of thought. Yang Ming nodded. Only this possibility would make Victoria, who was also Chen Mingxi, not act rashly. Victoria was a woman with a sense of propriety. If there was no absolute certainty, she would rather compromise temporarily and look for another opportunity. At that time, if the 4 people had guns, and Victoria couldn't kill all 4 of them at once, it would inevitably cause someone to shoot and hurt Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, and the others. Therefore, a temporary compromise was a wise choice. Their goal is Chen Mingyan, right? Why did Chen Mingxi go with them? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why did the other party take Chen Mingxi with them? Chen Mingxi said that she is Chen Mingyan's cousin. The other party probably thought that if they caught Chen Mingxi, they would have one more bargaining chip. Maybe they could exchange for one more person? Xianxia guessed. Previously, she judged that Chen Mingxi was the other party's person, so she was not surprised that Chen Mingxi left with the other party. But now, after reconsidering this matter, Chen Mingxi's purpose was obvious. She was afraid that Chen Mingyan was alone. If Xianxia went with them, they could take care of each other. At the critical moment, they might be able to escape. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that Chen Mingxi did it deliberately. Perhaps, whether we can rescue Chen Mingyan this time depends on her. I don't know if she left any clues for me. Are you going to get involved in this matter? Xianxia immediately noticed Yang Ming's intention. It seemed that Yang Ming was preparing to attack the Black Hawk Gang. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not say this. Yes, I am indeed preparing to do it. Yang Ming did not hide it at all. He said coldly, since they dare to touch my woman, they should think about the consequences of doing so. Xianxia heard Yang Ming's firm tone and sighed. I can't stop you. My brother also expected you to do this. He asked me to tell you to be careful. If it is really something that you can't do with your own strength, contact him in time. He will send someone to intervene. Don't worry. I understand. Yang Ming smiled faintly. In a small town on the border between China and Russia, a young man dressed like a student wearing sportswear, a ski hat, and a travel bag behind him appeared here. The young man looked like a harmless and kind college student. Naturally, no one paid any special attention to him. Although there weren't many students traveling here during this season, it wasn't like there weren't any. The young man came to the wharf of a port. His eyes fell on a two-story Western-style building not far away with a Golden Eagle Logistics plaque hanging. A sarcastic expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Eagle and the Black Eagle were somewhat related. Did they think that they could deceive everyone by changing their characters? This young man was naturally Yang Ming, who had come here. Before Yang Ming left, the Black Hawk Gang gave the Songjiang police 3 days to consider. However, 3 days were enough for Yang Ming to do some things. After secretly meeting with Chen Fei, Yang Ming went directly to the Nightless Club, the headquarters of Yang Ming's forces. He directly found Bao Sanli and asked him to investigate the domestic sphere of influence of the Russian Black Hawk Gang. In addition, he also called Uncle Sun San in Donghai and asked him to help investigate this matter. These things might be secrets for ordinary people, but for people in the underworld, it wasn't difficult. It was even faster and more accurate than the police's intelligence. This was why many police officers looked for informants as their source of information. People in the underworld always had some special intelligence channels that were not known to others. With Bao Sanli's current status, he quickly inquired about the Black Hawk Gang's power in the country. Although Bao Sanli had turned clean and was not involved in things like drugs, it did not mean that the small gangs in other cities and counties were not involved in these things. When Bao Sanli spoke strongly, which of these small gangs dared not to answer honestly? As a result, the Black Hawk Gang's power in the country surfaced. At the Bianhai City dock, a logistics company responsible for import and export transportation, Golden Eagle Logistics, was the Black Hawk Gang's domestic stronghold. Behind Golden Eagle Logistics, it was controlled by the largest gang in Bianhai City, the Golden Eagle Gang. This Golden Eagle Gang was actually a branch of the Black Hawk Gang. The original person in charge was the only son of the Black Hawk Gang's leader, Nicholas Shevich. Logistics? That was a very good cover for him. Yang Ming snorted. He didn't know whether Chen Mingyan was being held nearby at the moment, or she had already crossed the border and was taken to Russia. If she was in Russia, it would be really difficult to handle. Yang Ming walked into Golden Eagle Logistics and saw several men gambling in a circle. Some of them had deep scar marks on their faces, which made people think that they were not good people at first glance. Seeing Yang Ming come in, several people looked up at Yang Ming and lowered their heads to continue playing cards. Only a bald man said to Yang Ming, "Do you want to check in something?" "Yes, I want to check in something," Yang Ming said. Faintly. As he spoke, his eyes had already explored the situation on the second floor. On the first floor, there were only these 5 men sitting around the table gambling. On the second floor, a white man was hugging 2 yellow women and teasing them. This person should be the leader of the Golden Eagle Gang. Although his position may be under Nicholas Shevich, now it seems that he should be in charge here for the time being. In this way, there was no need for these 5 people to stay. If he wanted to know something, he could just ask the white man directly. "Check in what?" "Fill in the form on that table, and then bring the thing to me." After the bald man heard Yang Ming's intention, he lowered his head again, pointed to the table next to him, and continued to play cards. "You don't have to fill in the form. It's useless to fill it," Yang Ming said faintly, "and the thing is here." "What do you mean?" The bald man looked up again inexplicably and glanced at Yang Ming, but he didn't see anything. He suddenly wondered, "What is it? Where is the thing? Isn't the thing on you?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at the bald man with a smile that wasn't a smile. "On me? What are you talking about?" The bald man frowned. If he didn't see Yang Ming dressed like a weak college student, he would have been angry. Yes, the thing I want to check is your life. You are responsible for helping me to check it in hell. Yang Ming smiled and closed the door of the logistics. Are you F*King looking for trouble? After the bald man listened to Yang Ming's words, if he didn't know that Yang Ming was here to cause trouble, then there was something wrong with his brain. But in his opinion, it was Yang Ming's brain that had a problem. A college student dared to look for trouble alone, it was simply courting death. You saw through it? Yang Ming smiled. He didn't care about the man's angry expression. F*Ck your mother, I think you are tired of living, right? You dare to come here to tease us brothers, don't you know where this is? This is the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang. Another scarred man also threw away the cards in his hand, stood up, and pointed at Yang Ming and scolded. This is the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang? Yang Ming was a little speechless. He wanted to ask if this was the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang before they died. In the end, before he could ask, this guy said it himself. It really saved him a lot of words. Great, since you are sure, let me send you on your way. Brothers, this kid is probably stupid, right? The bald man looked at Yang Ming like he was looking at a fool. There were 5 people on his side, and the other side was only 1. How dare he be arrogant here? Wasn't there something wrong with his head? Yang Ming looked at the arrogant bald man and smiled indifferently. He held his hands together and stood in place. However, his sarcastic smile could express his meaning without words. Wait. A man with glasses who had not spoken but seemed to be the leader of these people waved his hand and stopped the bald man. Brother Cow, this kid. The bald man seemed to be a little unconvinced. He was about to make a move, but he was suddenly stopped by the man with glasses. He was very upset, but he had to listen to the man with glasses. Bald man, don't talk. The man with glasses called Brother Cow's unquestionable voice made the bald man immediately shut his mouth. It seemed that this Brother Cow was the leader of these people. Yang Ming also quickly made a plan in his heart. Everyone else would be killed, but this Brother Cow would stay for the time being. Maybe he knew more than the white man upstairs. Yang Ming planned this because he was afraid that the white man would not speak Chinese. It would be difficult to communicate. Although Yang Ming's special ability could see through other people's thoughts regardless of nationality, he could not guarantee that the white man would just want to see Chen Mingyan's matter. Who the hell are you? What is your purpose here? Brother Cow held the glasses on his face and looked at Yang Ming carefully. He asked in a cold voice. However, although he stopped the bald man from making a move, his attitude toward Yang Ming was condescending. He looked like he had the victory in his hands. Yang Ming felt that this Brother Cow was a character. He knew to inquire about the other party's details before making a move, but he was too inconspicuous. He was about to die, but he still dared to talk to Yang Ming with such an attitude. He was really tired of living. You don't need to know who I am. Yang Ming said faintly, as for my purpose of coming here, I originally wanted to send the 5 of you on your way, but it seems that you are a small leader. Maybe you are still useful, so I will spare your life for the time being and send the 4 of them on their way first. F*Ck your mother, little brat, who are you? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? When I was in the underworld, you were still in kindergarten. After the bald man heard Yang Ming's arrogant words, he suddenly became furious. He ignored Brother Cow's previous words and jumped out again. He raised his arm and was about to fight with Yang Ming. Brother Cow waved his hand and motioned to the bald man not to be impatient. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming and said, I will ask you one last time. Who are you? What is your purpose of coming here? If you don't want to say it, then I'm sorry. No matter what your background is, and no matter who is behind you, I won't blame you for not knowing. You can only stay here today. Brother Cow was an eye-catching person. He was not a reckless man like the bald man. He saw that Yang Ming looked unfamiliar. He didn't look like someone who mingled in the underworld of Bianhai City. He had never heard of a gang with such a character as Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming's dressing, he looked like the 2nd generation of officials or rich people. He dressed quietly, but his tone was arrogant. Although the Golden Hawk Gang was the largest gang in Bianhai City, he didn't want to offend such a young master with such a background. Therefore, at first, he thought that Yang Ming was a young master of a certain family. He watched too many movies at home and relied on his father's background. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so he broke into the Golden Hawk Gang's headquarters to show off and satisfy his vanity. If this was the case, then although Brother Cao was very upset, he didn't dare to offend these people too much. The families of these young masters couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Brother Cao thought that when the time came, he would ask about Yang Ming's background, and then call his family to pick him up. He could also give the family some face. Maybe there would be some benefits in the future. However, now it seemed that Yang Ming didn't intend to say what his background was. In this case, Brother Cao was also ruthless. Since you don't want to say it, then I will pretend to be confused and leave you here. When the time comes, I will throw your body into the sea and let it be eaten by sharks. No one will be able to find out how you died, and it will be over. You want to figure out my background, right? Yang Ming also mingled in the underworld. How could he not know what Brother Cao was thinking? However, Yang Ming didn't put him in his eyes. He smiled calmly. However, I have to disappoint you. My family is not from Bianhai City. In Bianhai City, I don't have any powerful relatives or friends. Moreover, I came here alone. And? After listening to Yang Ming's words, this time it was Brother Cao's turn to be surprised. He couldn't figure out what Yang Ming meant. Yang Ming's words clearly showed that he had no background in Bianhai City, and he came here alone without any support. In this way, wasn't he telling Brother Cao that no one would bother him if he destroyed him? Was this guy an idiot? Or what? Otherwise, how can he say such a thing? Or is this kid deliberately saying this, but he still has a backup plan? Why? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I have a conspiracy? Yang Ming saw Brother Cao's hesitation, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. However, I am afraid that I have to disappoint you. Although every word I say is not necessarily the truth, for an ant-like character like you, I really don't have the leisure to lie to you. That is simply a waste of brain cells. Brother Cao's expression suddenly became a little uncertain, but Yang Ming was not in a hurry. He looked at Brother Cao sarcastically. Brother Cao hesitated again, and finally made up his mind. He waved his hand and said fiercely, "Do it. Kill him." "Okay, Brother Cao." The bald macho man couldn't bear it anymore. Under Brother Cao's order, he suddenly jumped out first, raised his fist, and smashed it at Yang Ming's temple. "Little brat, I will let you know what it means to be pretentious. Today, I will let you know what it means to be pretentious and be struck by lightning." "Really?" Yang Ming didn't care about the bald macho man's fist. He smiled calmly. "Where is the lightning? Why don't I see it? You mother asterisk cur." The bald macho man was even more annoyed by Yang Ming's words. He unconsciously accelerated the strength and speed of his fist and cursed. However, before he finished his sentence, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes bulged, and he didn't even make a sound. His whole body fell to the ground with a bang. He lost his breath in the blink of an eye and became a corpse. However, one of his hands was still in the state of punching. It stood up from the ground like a zombie. It was terrifying. "All of you go together." Brother Cao didn't expect that the bald macho man had already died. After all, this was too incredible. He only saw that Yang Ming casually moved, and the bald macho man fell to the ground. Therefore, he naturally thought that Yang Ming had used some means to make the bald macho man faint. This kid is a bit strange. You guys pay attention. The bald macho man has suffered a hidden loss. The other few people didn't expect that the bald macho man was still dead at this moment. Therefore, although they wondered how Yang Ming knocked down the bald macho man, they didn't think much about it. They still surrounded Yang Ming with a sinister smile. However, after Brother Cao's reminder, the three people were more cautious. They were wary of Yang Ming's tricks. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently surrender. Although we don't know what means you used to make the bald macho man faint, don't think that the same means can be used on us," Scarface warned. "Moreover, there are so many of us. Even if you knock out another one, you can't knock out all three of us at the same time. So, don't force us to be impolite to you. Really? You guys should be impolite. Yang Ming said faintly, I want to surrender, but in my opinion, it's easier to send the three of you on your way than to surrender. Since you are courting death, then don't blame us, ga? Before Scarface finished speaking, he felt an itch in his throat. Then, a strange cry came from his throat. Then, his whole body fell down, exactly like the previous bald macho man. After falling to the ground, he stopped moving. When the remaining two people saw Scarface fall to the ground, their faces suddenly changed. Just as they were about to respond, they suddenly felt numbness in their bodies. Then, they lost consciousness. They stepped into the palace of death without any pain. Don't move. If you move again, I will shoot. Just after Yang Ming put down the last two people, Brother Cao also raised a black pistol and pointed it at Yang Ming. Why? Are you finally going to use your gun? I thought you would continue to be arrogant. Yang Ming sneered disdainfully. When he put down the other people, his eyes never left Brother Cao. So, Yang Ming saw Brother Cao's every move. Seeing that Brother Cao took out a pistol, Yang Ming did not stop him. With Yang Ming's current eyesight and skill, there was no need to be afraid. What did you do to them? How did you do it? Brother Cao apparently finally had a fear of Yang Ming. He changed his previous tone of having everything under control and began to be cautious. Are they okay? What's wrong? Naturally, I sent them on their way. Yang Ming said indifferently, I have already said it before. Don't you understand? As for how I did it, don't you have eyes? Can't you see? You still dare to be so arrogant now. Do you know that I can take your life at any time now? Brother Cao naturally did not believe that his four men were dead because it was simply incredible. He did not see Yang Ming make a move at all. The four people on the ground did not have any injuries. It was as if they were drugged and fainted. So, Brother Cao did not worry too much about the safety of the four people. He was just a little afraid of Yang Ming's strange skill. What puzzled him was that Yang Ming was still so fearless under the threat of a pistol. Does Yang Ming really have a great backer and background? But even if he does, if he doesn't say it now, does he really think that I don't dare to shoot? I am giving you one last chance now. Tell me your background and your purpose here. Otherwise, you will have to stay here. Brother Cao threatened, you also know that this place is close to the sea. After killing you, we can just throw you into a group of sharks when we go out to sea. Not even your bones will be left. Naturally, no one will find out how you disappeared. Well, since you want to know so much, I might as well say a few more words to you. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Anyway, after dealing with the four of them, I have something to ask you. Humph, I hope your answer can make me change my mind. When Brother Cao saw that Yang Ming was finally willing to speak, he snorted coldly. If he was not afraid of Yang Ming's background, he would have already exploded. This time, he suffered a big loss. Yesterday at noon, didn't you kidnap two girls in Songjiang? One is called Chen Mingyan, and the other is called Chen Mingxi? Yes, the purpose of my coming here is for them. Do you know now? Yang Ming smiled, but before Brother Cao could speak, a throwing knife strangely flew out from Yang Ming's cuff. Ah! Brother Cao wailed suddenly. His right hand, which was originally holding the pistol, was gone at some point in time. Only a broken arm was left, and blood was bubbling out of it. I didn't expect that the throwing knife that I performed with Jiyun at the art festival would come in handy at this time. This knife is quite sharp. No wonder Ren Jianren was so miserable at that time. Yang Ming shook his head and said to himself. Yang Ming's throwing knife was inserted on a desk behind Brother Cao. Brother Cao's right hand fell to the ground, and he was still holding a pistol in his hand. I'm afraid that your gun will go off accidentally and force me to kill you, so you don't mind if I remove your gun, right? Yang Ming seemed to have done something insignificant. He looked at Brother Cao with a smile and said innocently. You are ruthless. Brother Cao was also a ruthless character. Although his right hand was cut off, at this moment, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Ming with hatred. He seemed to want to eat Yang Ming, but he didn't do anything unwise. Because until this moment, Brother Cao finally understood how terrifying this young man who looked like a college student in front of him was. Brother Cao also believed most of what he said before about killing the 4 underlings. It wouldn't be difficult for a person with such powerful skills to kill off 4 of his subordinates. At least Brother Cao himself didn't see clearly how Yang Ming's throwing knife cut off his palm. It seemed that everything happened in a breath, and there was no sign at all. This made Brother Cao very nervous. If Yang Ming's throwing knife was aimed at his heart or neck or other fatal points, then he would have been dead. Whether I am ruthless or not, it's not up to you to decide, Yang Ming frowned. However, I will be more ruthless to those who dare to touch my women. Those 2 girls are your women? Who are you? You are not a member of the Songjiang police? Brother Cao looked at Yang Ming with some horror and exclaimed. Previously, Brother Cao thought that Yang Ming was a member of the Songjiang police. Although he felt that Yang Ming's ruthlessness was somewhat inappropriate, if Yang Ming was one of those special agents, it was possible for him to be more ruthless. But now, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he didn't seem to be an official person, but the boyfriend of one of the 2 women who were caught yesterday. Hey, of course, I am not a member of the Songjiang police. Yang Ming snorted, your IQ is low enough. If I were a member of the police, would I come here alone? Have you ever seen a police officer come alone to arrest someone? Do you think I am a lone hero? Then why are your skills? Brother Cao felt bad in his heart. The Golden Hawk gang seems to have encountered a tough nut this time. The person in front of me is not a member of the police, and he is so ruthless. Then this time it is really difficult to escape. Since Yang Ming is not a member of the police, he will definitely not have any scruples. It is better if all of them are dead. Therefore, Brother Cao had completely lost hope for the previous situation of the bald macho man and others. In all likelihood, they were really killed by the person in front of him. And it seems that I can't escape the fate of being killed by this person. However, what is going on this time? Isn't that chick the daughter of the Songjiang police chief? Why does her boyfriend look like a homicidal demon? Looking at his appearance, it is not the first time he has killed someone. He simply takes killing as a routine. He doesn't even blink his eyes. What the hell is going on? Since I am here, I am not afraid that you can walk out of this room again. It is fine to tell you. My identity is an assassin. Yang Ming was not afraid to tell Brother Cao the truth. I don't care if you are the Golden Hawk gang or the Black Hawk gang behind you. If you touch my woman, then there is only one ending. That is, you all have to die. Assassin? As a veteran in the underworld, Brother Cao naturally knew what the word assassin meant. He also understood what a terrifying existence this was. This young and sunny man in front of him was actually a legendary assassin. Brother Cao really had the urge to cry. He was so lucky that he could meet such an awesome existence. Moreover, he participated in the kidnapping of other people's women yesterday. If Brother Cao knew that he would offend such a terrifying existence, he would not work for the Black Hawk gang even if he had to run away against orders yesterday. At most, he would hide his identity and no longer mingle in the underworld. It was better than losing his life now. Brother Cao really completely dispelled the idea of confronting Yang Ming. He could take his life with just a lift of his hand. Master Assassin. I am just a lackey who works for the Black Hawk gang. The order to kidnap your woman was also given by the higher-ups. I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with us. Brother Cao thought of his fate and almost cried. If he had known earlier, he would have bought the lottery earlier. Really? Yang Ming curled his lips. Naturally, he wouldn't believe Brother Cao's words. Even if what he said was true, what could he do? Before meeting Yang Ming, Brother Cao was an accomplice to the villain and worked for the Caucasian. After meeting Yang Ming, he looked pitiful and helpless. How could Yang Ming have any sympathy for him? This was a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yes, Master Assassin, we are also forced. This place is close to the port. The Black Hawk gang's forces have already infiltrated. If we don't serve the Black Hawk gang, we have no way to survive. When Brother Cao saw that Yang Ming didn't kill him, he suddenly thought that he saw some hope, so he quickly explained. Forced? Yang Ming sneered, if you don't become the Black Hawk gang's henchman, who will force you to do it? According to what you said, there are so many people in Bianhai City. If they don't serve the Black Hawk Gang, they will all die without a burial place? This. Brother Cao was speechless. Yang Ming's words were not unreasonable, but that was only relative to ordinary people. For people like him who mingled in the underworld, if he didn't join the Black Hawk Gang, how could he survive? However, he couldn't explain anything. After all, even if he explained, Yang Ming would have to believe it. Now, I will ask you a few questions. If the answers don't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Brother Cao. He hadn't alerted the Caucasian upstairs yet. Yang Ming didn't know why that guy's vigilance was so bad. The 4 underlings below had been killed by Yang Ming, but he still had the mood to flirt with women upstairs. His heart was really big. Yang Ming's eyes glanced slightly at the ceiling. The situation upstairs was naturally clear. The Caucasian man didn't seem to notice the movement downstairs. He was still flirting with the 2 Asian women. However, looking at the shape of the 2 women's lips, it didn't seem like they were speaking Chinese. It seemed like they were speaking Russian. For these women, Yang Ming still had a trace of sympathy. After all, Yang Ming was not a cold-hearted person. These women also belonged to the kind of pitiful people. However, they had only themselves to blame for their vanity and flattery. Especially after Yang Ming found out that these 2 people were not of the same race, the sympathy in his heart disappeared. She even went all the way to a foreign country to be a prostitute. This kind of shameless woman. It's fine to destroy her. Master Assassin, I know something. I am not a core member of the Black Hawk Gang. And well, let me ask you. Who was involved in the arrest of the 2 girls yesterday? Yang Ming was quite satisfied with Brother Cao's attitude. If this guy was nagging, Yang Ming didn't mind using acupuncture points to make him feel good for a while before answering truthfully. I led the team, and a few of them. Brother Cao pointed to the few people lying on the ground with his only remaining finger. Oh? Didn't you say that there were only 4 people? Yang Ming frowned and looked at Brother Cao with a sharp gaze. Master Assassin, I didn't lie to you. At that time, the bald man drove. He didn't get out of the car. It was the rest of us who got out of the car. Brother Cao was afraid that Yang Ming didn't believe him, so he quickly explained. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Then you continue. Yang Ming asked, where did you take the 2 of them? We just brought them here. Brother Cao said carefully, we handed them over to Lukowski. Next, it's his business. We are just his thugs and henchmen. Who is Lukowski? Yang Ming vaguely guessed that this Lukowski was probably the white man upstairs. He is upstairs. He is the deputy leader of the Golden Hawk Gang. Brother Cao said quickly. Deputy leader? So, the leader is that Nicholas Shevich? Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. Yes, he is the only son of the Black Hawk Gang's leader and the leader of the Golden Hawk Gang. Brother Cao didn't dare to hide and said carefully. So that's the case. You didn't do anything to the 2 women, right? Yang Ming's eyes focused and asked the key point of the matter. No. Brother Cao's head shook like a jade wave drum and denied repeatedly, how would we dare to do anything? According to our deputy leader, the 2 women are very useful. They are used to exchange hostages. How would we dare to do anything to them? Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Brother Cao's words. Yang Ming was most afraid that Chen Mingyan would be humiliated after being caught. As for Victoria, Yang Ming didn't care. If someone dared to do anything bad to Victoria, they would probably be killed by that chick. What else do you know? Asked Yang Ming. Sir Assassin, I have told you everything I know. There is really nothing else. We are just small fries. We are not the core figures at all. Please don't make things difficult for me. Brother Cao begged again and again. He didn't dare to have the slightest resistance. There were already 4 corpses lying on the ground. They were all killed by Yang Ming effortlessly. Even if Brother Cao had the courage, he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't think that he could be Yang Ming's opponent. Well, in that case, I will send you on your way. Yang Ming saw that this Brother Cao had no value in keeping him alive, so he raised his hand and was ready to kill him. Sir Assassin. Didn't you promise me not to kill me? Brother Cow was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, Sir Assassin, I have said everything. You can't go back on your words. You are a magnanimous person. How can you lie to a small fry like me? Lie to you? When did I lie to you? Yang Ming said with some disdain, Are you worth me lying to you? Then, didn't you say before that as long as I tell the truth, you won't kill me, said Brother Cow quickly. Did I say that? Yang Ming sneered and said, What I said was that if the answer doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Isn't that about the same? Brother Cow didn't expect Yang Ming to play a word game with him. About the same? It's a lot worse. Yang Ming said faintly, If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will slowly torture you until you tell the truth. If what you say satisfies me, then I will give you a quick death so that you will suffer less. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Brother Cow's expression suddenly darkened, and a desperate expression appeared on his face. But suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted, Deputy Leader Lukowski, someone is here. Run. Yang Ming quickly slapped Brother Cow's head. Brother Cow's whole body suddenly twitched, then he lay on the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. He died. You didn't die in vain. A traitor actually did this. You even warned the master before you died. How can an ordinary henchman do this? Yang Ming looked at Brother Cow's body mockingly and said contemptuously. As for whether Lukowski upstairs could hear Brother Cow's warning, it was not Yang Ming's concern. Yang Ming didn't care. If he heard it, then so be it. Yang Ming was not afraid that Lukowski would run away or make any preparations. However, what made Yang Ming speechless was that Lukowski was still flirting with the 2 glamorous women upstairs. He turned a deaf ear to what happened downstairs. Yang Ming shook his head. This person can be considered to have died a worthy death. Ignoring the several corpses at his feet, Yang Ming stepped upstairs. This attic's frame was very high. The back of the first floor was connected to the freight yard, so it was normal for Lukowski upstairs to not hear the sound downstairs. What made Yang Ming wonder was that Lukowski's vigilance was really too poor. Nicholas Shevich had been caught by the police before. Wasn't he afraid that Nicholas Shevich would say something, and then the police would follow the clues and destroy his territory? Or was he confident that Nicholas Shevich would not reveal anything? However, these were not Yang Ming's concerns. Yang Ming went up the stairs in the attic and walked to a closed door without hiding his footsteps. Yang Ming frowned and reached out to knock on the door. What are you arguing about? Didn't I tell you? If there is nothing important, don't come up and bother me. A man's impatient and stiff voice came from the room. Obviously, it was Lukowski, but what surprised Yang Ming was that he could speak Chinese. Although it was a bit stiff, it was so fluent. This saved Yang Ming a lot of trouble. Since there was no difficulty in communicating, Yang Ming didn't have to deliberately use his special ability to see through people's thoughts. However, thinking about it, Brother Cow and the others definitely couldn't speak Russian. It was easier for them to learn to speak Russian than for Lukowski to learn Chinese. Moreover, they were now developing their forces in China, so it was more convenient for them to learn to speak Chinese. When Yang Ming saw that Lukowski didn't come to open the door, he didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with him. He raised his leg and kicked the door up. It flew directly into the room and hit the neck of a glamorous woman. The glamorous woman was bending over Lukowski's crotch. Before she could understand what was going on, she was killed by a door. Before she died, she clenched her teeth due to conditioned reflex. Lukowski suffered a tragedy. With a scream, he became an international eunuch. The other glamorous woman was dumbfounded when she saw such a shocking change. She screamed subconsciously, but before her scream lasted long, Yang Ming raised his hand and threw a knife into her throat. She fell straight on Lukowski's body. Who are you? Who are you? At #yen%. Lukowski couldn't care about the pain in his lower body at this moment. He jumped up from the bed and asked with a few Russian words that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Obviously, it was a subconscious reaction in a crisis. Are you looking for a pistol? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly when he saw Lukowski fumbling back and forth in a hurry. This person is too stupid. How can he be a deputy leader with this quality? The men named Brother Cow are much better than him. At least Brother Cow can pull out his gun in time, but this Lukowski can't even find where his gun is. But it was no wonder. This guy was arrogant and extravagant all the time. There was a group of men guarding the door, so he naturally had nothing to fear. Moreover, he was finally sent to China to become a group of officials. He naturally wanted to enjoy desperately. Otherwise, when he returned to the headquarters one day, he couldn't enjoy it. So, he ate, drank, and played every day. He had long forgotten what vigilance was. He couldn't even find the handgun for self-defense. Yang Ming watched him fumble back and forth. He had searched no less than 3 places, but he still couldn't find it. He couldn't even see the shadow of the gun. How do you know? When he heard Yang Ming say his purpose, Lukowski's movements suddenly froze. He stopped there and looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Yang Ming was really speechless. How can this kind of security awareness be a deputy leader? Originally, Yang Ming thought that he would have to spend some effort to control this Lukowski in an instant after going upstairs, but now it seemed that this guy was insulting his skills. By asking him to deal with him. Your gun is in the gap between your bedside table and the bed. I don't know if you deliberately hid it there and then forgot, or you accidentally dropped it and didn't even know. Yang Ming shrugged and reminded Lukowski. Lukowski was shocked and suddenly remembered that he did use the pistol as a prop when he was having fun with a few girls a while ago. Then, after it was done, he didn't know where the pistol went. He didn't care at that time, and later, he gradually forgot about it. Now, after being reminded by Yang Ming, he realized that he accidentally dropped it in the gap of the bed. However, how did Yang Ming know? Lukowski's hand that reached out to the bed subconsciously stopped again. Since Yang Ming could tell him the location of the gun without any scruples, such a fearless attitude made Lukowski puzzled. He didn't dare to take the gun again. Who are you? How do you know? Lukowski looked at Yang Ming in horror. Only then did he wake up. The other party could kill 2 people with a raise of his hand. Even if he went to take the gun, he would probably be killed by the other party before he could shoot. You are not stupid yet. If you continue to look for the gun, I am afraid your arm will be separated from your body. Yang Ming walked forward with a smile and reached out to take out a pistol from the gap between the bed and the bedside table. However, the unique smell of a woman's body fluid on the gun made Yang Ming feel a little nauseous. Then, he thought of the previous use of the gun. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He was extremely angry with Lukowski, this pervert. He fiercely inserted the pistol into Lukowski's mouth. He inserted it back and forth in his mouth a few times to relieve the hatred in his heart. Then, he threw the pistol behind him. Yang Ming was not afraid of leaving fingerprints at all. Originally, he told Chen Fei and others about his visit this time. With Yang Ming's current special identity, he didn't have to be afraid of anything. The follow-up work and how to coordinate with the police naturally fell to Xia Bingbao. It was very easy for him to deal with this kind of thing. He didn't need to worry about it at all. After being insulted by Yang Ming, Lukowski didn't dare to make a sound. Although the pain in his lower body was unbearable, he didn't dare to shout. He was afraid that if Yang Ming was anxious, he would lose his life. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Lukowski was going crazy. Yang Ming hadn't said a word about his purpose of coming here until now. He didn't know the purpose of Yang Ming's visit. Lukowski's heart was in a mess, and he couldn't calm down at all. Chen Mengyan, where is she now? Yang Ming found a pack of wet wipes on the table. He took one out and wiped his hands, then asked. Chen Mengyan. Lukowski was stunned at first, then he remembered who Chen Mengyan was. However, it was no wonder that he would be stunned at first. After all, Chinese and Russian names were different. The difference was huge. Lukowski should not have paid much attention to Chen Mengyan's name. He only knew that this girl was used to exchange for Nicholas Shevich, so he reacted for a long time before he understood. I know. You are a member of the Songjiang police. How can you be so cruel? Even if you suspect that I am a suspect, you can't treat me like this. I want to complain to your superior. Lukowski subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was a member of the police, just like Brother Cow at the beginning. It wasn't his fault. Chen Mingyan was the daughter of the Songjiang police chief. This matter was caused by the police's drug bust, so Lukowski took it for granted that the person who came here to find Chen Mingyan must be a member of the police. When he thought of this, Lukowski was confident again. Since you are a member of the police, how can you treat a suspect like this? Aren't you afraid of causing international disputes? Sorry, I am not a member of the Songjiang police. I am Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. Yang Ming's cold words directly extinguished Lukowski's fantasy. You are that girl's boyfriend? Lukowski's eyes showed an unbelievable look. I don't believe it. How is this possible? Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Yang Ming snorted. What I want to know now is where Chen Mingyan is now. I hope you think clearly before you answer. I don't know. Lukowski hesitated, but he gave an answer that surprised Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect this Lukowski to be so stubborn. He actually said that he didn't know. Yang Ming looked at Lukowski carefully. I am afraid that this is the only strong point of this guy compared to Brother Cao. You should know what kind of person I am. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Yang Ming said coldly, I have killed 2 people in front of you before. I don't mind killing one more. I know. Lukowski said quickly. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. I just scared him, and he actually knew. Isn't this guy too cowardly? This was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectation. Originally, Yang Ming planned to use some tricks. Since you know, then hurry up and say it. However, whether Lukowski was a coward or not had nothing to do with Yang Ming. It was fine as long as Lukowski could tell the news he wanted to know as soon as possible. No. I mean, I know you dare to kill me. Lukowski said with a bitter face, but I really don't know where the 2 little girls are. Yang Ming was speechless. This Lukowski was straightforward enough. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. You don't know? The guy called Brother Cao told me that they handed them over to you. It's not wrong to hand them over to me, but last night, I handed them over to the Black Hawk gang. Lukowski was about to cry. They sent someone to pick them up at the dock here. I really don't know. They have been picked up by the Black Hawk gang? Yang Ming suddenly fell into contemplation. It seemed that Lukowski had no need to deceive him. Chen Mingyan might not be in China anymore. Yes, I was also acting according to the instructions of the higher-ups. Last night, the people were handed over to me, and they were immediately picked up by the boat sent by the Black Hawk gang. Lukowski said carefully, I have told you all I know now. Can you send me to the hospital for treatment? If my lower body is not treated in time, I am afraid it will be crippled. Yang Ming looked at Lukowski, and his expression changed slightly. This guy's thinking is really different from normal people. In this situation, he still thinks that I can send him to the hospital for treatment? Isn't he too optimistic? Tell me all you know about the Black Hawk gang. Don't leave out the location of the Black Hawk gang's headquarters and their sphere of influence. Yang Ming ignored Lukowski's request and asked. Can you send me to the hospital first? I will tell you in detail at the hospital. After Lukowski knew that Yang Ming was not a police officer, he completely gave up the idea of going against Yang Ming. As Yang Ming said, he had already killed several people. One more would not make a difference, so the only way now was to cooperate with Yang Ming. Do you think you have the right to bargain with me? Yang Ming snorted and looked at Lukowski with a faint smile. You haven't figured out the situation yet, right? I'm not your subordinate, so why should I send you to the hospital? All right. Go ahead and ask. Lukowski didn't want to anger Yang Ming, this murderous demon. Although the severe pain in his body was unbearable, he was afraid that Yang Ming would kill him directly if he was unhappy. It was better to endure the pain first. Tell me everything about the Black Hawk gang, said Yang Ming. The Black Hawk gang is a gang in Russia near the border of China. It mainly deals in drug trafficking. I used to be only a middle-level backbone of the gang, so I didn't know much about the core secrets. I was later assigned here to assist the young gang leader, Nicholas Shevich. Only then did I gradually learn about the gang. Lukowski said carefully, however, I only know a little. After all, I have been here for many years. I am not very clear about the extent of the Black Hawk Gang's development. Tell me what you know. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Ming glared at Lukowski, signaling him not to say anything useless. Yes. Lukowski was shocked and quickly said, the headquarters of the Black Hawk Gang is located in Mytina town. When I left, the scale of the gang was not large. It could only be regarded as medium-sized. There were more than 100 fixed gang members, including 5 core members. There were many peripheral members, but they were not fixed. They just recruited some street punks to put up a front. The real drug trafficking was not done by them. As for whether the scale has expanded now, I don't know because I haven't been back. For 10 years. Yang Ming nodded. Where is the headquarters of the Black Hawk Gang? On the dock in the north of Mytina town, there is a trading company called the North Coast International Trading Company. On the surface, it does some international import and export business, but in fact, it secretly buys and sells illegal medicines and drugs. Lukowski said, however, our leader, Nicholas Shevich's father, Viktor Rajiv, has another identity. He is a counselor of Mytina town. His usual office is in the government office on Krat Street. The leader of the Black Hawk Gang is actually a counselor of Mytina town? Yang Ming shrugged. Although it was a little strange, he did not show anything. After all, it was not uncommon for many underworld godfathers to have a political identity. Yes, he used to be, but I don't know if he is now. After all, this is not a problem I should care about, said Lukowski. Well, tell me about the person who contacted you yesterday and took away Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming roughly understood the general information of the Black Hawk Gang, but according to Lukowski, he had not returned to Mytina town for many years. It was uncertain whether this information was still accurate. I know this. The person who contacted me is an old acquaintance of mine. Over the years, he has been responsible for the goods from there, said Lukowski. I don't know this person's real name. The people in our gang call him Old Geese. Old Geese? Yang Ming repeated the name. Obviously, this Old Geese was a nickname. Although Yang Ming did not know much about Russian names, he knew that they would not name him Old Geese. Yes, he is a fat man in his 40s. One of his eyes was injured in his early years, and he can't open it. There is a long scar between his eyelids and eyelids. Lukowski explained in detail, I heard that he used to be a pirate. Later, after he was subdued by the leader, he took on the task of shipping goods by sea. He has been dealing with me for the past 10 years. Do you have a photo of him? Asked Yang Ming. This? I don't have one. Lukowski shook his head. You also know that in our line of work, it is very taboo to leave evidence. If he is caught or I am caught, it is easy to provide clues if there is a photo. So, we all know each other, but we never inquire about each other's details. Just like how he only knows my name is Lukowski, but he doesn't know my surname. You are careful. Yang Ming glanced at Lukowski with some surprise. It was difficult to associate his previous actions with being careful. This is the rule set by our leader. Everyone will abide by it, said Lukowski with some embarrassment. Last question, do you have the contact information of Old Geese? When will he come here next time? Asked Yang Ming. I don't have the contact information. I always contact the Black Hawk Gang. Then, the Black Hawk Gang will find Old Geese and let Old Geese contact me. Lukowski shook his head. Old Geese's phone number to contact me is used temporarily every time. The next time, it will be changed. It is also to be careful to prevent one party from implicating others if something happens. Since you know the contact information of the Black Hawk Gang, aren't they afraid that you will leak it? Asked Yang Ming, puzzled. I'm not afraid of this. After all, the Black Hawk Gang is in Mytina town. Even if we find out the registered person and registered location of the contact information, we can't do anything about it. This is why the Black Hawk Gang is fearless when dealing with the Songjiang police, explained Lukowski. Okay, I still have to verify if what you said is true. Then, I will have to trouble you first, said Yang Ming. He raised his hand and quickly tapped a few acupoints on Lukowski's body. What did you do to me? My God, what's wrong with my body? It seems like a bug is biting me, it's so uncomfortable. Stop. What did you do to me? Lukowski suddenly twitched all over. He ignored the pain in his lower body and began to shout for help. Let me ask you again. Was what you said before the truth? In Yang Ming's heart, although he had basically believed what Lukowski said before, it was better to be safe than sorry. After confirming it one last time, Yang Ming was more at ease. What I said is the truth. Hero, please remove the restriction for me. I am in too much pain. Lukowski rolled on the bed. I really didn't lie to you. Why don't you kill me? This is too uncomfortable. I can't stand it. Looking at Lukowski's appearance, Yang Ming nodded slightly, but he did not immediately unseal his acupoints. However, Lukowski's words made Yang Ming feel a little amused. Hero and restriction. This guy knows a lot of things. Did he read too many Xianxia novels? I'm going to die. Kill me, please. At #yen% and asterisk Lukowski's face was pale. He even shouted some Russian that Yang Ming could not understand. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Okay, as you wish. Yang Ming reached out and tapped Lukowski's neck. Lukowski's twitching body suddenly stopped, then he lay straight on the bed and did not move anymore. Although Yang Ming had not personally tasted the feeling of having his acupoints sealed, after repeated use, Yang Ming also knew that no one could keep any secrets under this acupoint sealing method. The person whose acupoints were sealed was worse than death. Looking at the corpses all over the room, Yang Ming sighed slightly, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Xia Bingbao's number. Yang Ming, how is it? Xia Bingbao was also very concerned about Chen Mingyan's affairs, mainly because Yang Ming was a very useful talent for him. He did not allow Yang Ming to have any mishaps. Therefore, after hearing the news that Yang Ming's girlfriend was kidnapped by the Black Hawk gang, Xia Bingbao was furious. He wanted to personally lead a team to Russia to eliminate the Black Hawk gang. However, he was rejected by Yang Ming. The reason was very simple. He had to avenge this hatred himself. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Bingbao hesitated and actually agreed. He did not intervene again, but he told Yang Ming to act according to his ability. If he could not win by himself, he should not be reckless. He must contact him to solve it. Yang Ming smiled and agreed. I'm in Bianhai City, Golden Eagle Logistics. This is a branch of the Black Hawk gang's stronghold in China. I've already killed everyone inside. I'm going to Mytina town in Russia, the headquarters of the Black Hawk gang. Yang Ming briefly reported his itinerary to Xia Bingbao. I will leave the aftermath work here to you. Aftermath work? Okay, but you have to be careful when you go to Russia. Xia Bingbao said, leave the other things to me. Okay, that's it then. I'll contact you again if there's anything. Yang Ming hung up the phone after saying that. When he went downstairs, he saw a barrel of gasoline at the foot of the first-floor hall. Yang Ming quickly opened the barrel of gasoline and poured it over the entire two-story attic. Then, he left the attic, lit a fire, and left the place. Probably because Xia Bingbao had informed them, the fire truck did not come until the fire was almost done. Then, the sound of the fire truck could be heard from afar. It seemed that Xia Bingbao's people had also come to deal with the aftermath. Yang Ming turned and strode away. In a hidden place, Yang Ming stopped. The muscles on his face suddenly contracted. The original appearance of a young man suddenly turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. This was what Yang Ming learned from Suya about the other special ability obtained after the magical glasses merged with his body. It was the art of disguise. Yang Ming could transform his face into anyone's appearance. Although this sounded strange, it actually happened to Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming wouldn't use this ability easily. After all, it was such a secret thing. Yang Ming didn't want to leave anyone with a handle. If it weren't for the emergency this time, Yang Ming wouldn't have done this. In China, Yang Ming didn't need to avoid anything because of his special identity. Even if something happened, Xia Bingbao would help him deal with the aftermath. But after leaving the country, there was no such layer of protection. Yang Ming didn't want his face to appear on any international arrest warrant, so it was better to be careful. After the transformation, Yang Ming looked at his appearance in the mirror with satisfaction. Then, he quickened his pace and walked to a place that he had agreed with someone in advance. On the west side of the dock, in a grocery store, a man in his 30s was reading the newspaper. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in. The man glanced at Yang Ming and didn't say anything. He continued to read the newspaper. Is Snakehead Piao here? Yang Ming saw that there was no one else in the store, so he asked softly. After the man heard Yang Ming's words, he suddenly put down the newspaper in his hand and quickly raised his head. Who introduced you? Donghai's uncle Sun San, said Yang Ming faintly. The man nodded, then looked up and down at Yang Ming and said, Mr. Li? It's Li Mui. Yang Ming nodded, took out a tag from his arms, and handed it to the man. The man took it and carefully looked at the marks that he had agreed with Sun San. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Since you're introduced by Uncle Sun San, then you're one of us. There's no need to be polite. Our boss, Brother Nyo, has received Uncle Sun San's kindness in the early years. Since it is Uncle Sun San's order, then it is our own business. Thank you very much. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This was a backup plan that Yang Ming left behind. If Chen Mingyan wasn't in Bianhai City, then he would smuggle himself to Russia as soon as possible. The gang that this man was in was a small gang that specialized in smuggling people into Bianhai City. The brother Nyo he was talking about was naturally Snakehead Piao Daniu. After all, Bao Sanli's foundation was too shallow. He didn't know the people from the small gangs in Bianhai City. However, Uncle Sun San's gang was in the provincial capital city. Especially when Sun Hongjun made a name for himself earlier, so he knew people from all walks of life. The most important thing was that Sun San had helped Pu Daniu once in the early years. This time, he had something to ask of Pu Daniu, so Pu Daniu naturally wouldn't refuse. Mr. Li, please come with me. Let's meet Brother Nyo together. After the man confirmed Yang Ming's identity, he became unusually respectful. As for Li Mui, it was a name that Yang Ming casually made up. Uncle Sun San didn't ask why and directly told Pu Daniu the name. In the rear hall of the grocery store, Yang Ming saw a man with a full beard. He looked burly, and it was obvious that he came from a humble background. According to Uncle Sun San's description, Yang Ming guessed that this person should be Pu Daniu. Brother Nyo. Yang Ming followed the man and called Pu Daniu as Brother Nyo. This must be Mr. Li. Pu Daniu waved his hand and laughed, What Brother Nyo? You are the person that Uncle Sun San introduced. I don't dare to be arrogant. Just call me Danyo. Alright then. I'll call you Danyo. Yang Ming pondered for a while and agreed, then don't call me Mr. Li. Just call me Old Li. It could be seen that this Pu Daniu was a person who didn't care about trifles. He didn't have any playful thoughts. Therefore, Yang Ming's straightforwardness was able to gain Pu Daniu's favor. Alright, I'll call you Old Li. Pu Daniu laughed and said, It seems that you, Old Li, are a straightforward person. I heard from Uncle Sun San that you are going to Russia? Yes. This time, I plan to go to my Tina town. Yang Ming said, I wonder if there is a boat that can go there directly? A boat is a small problem. Since Uncle Sun San introduced you, I can get a boat for you alone. Pu Daniu hesitated for a while and said, The main problem is that Old Li, you are going to my Tina town. This isn't easy to handle. Oh? Why is that? Yang Ming was a little confused. Isn't my Tina town a port city? Could it be that the inspection there is stricter? That's not the case. Pu Daniu waved his hand and said, Although I'm in the illegal immigration business, I'm not the only one in this business in Bianhai City. Especially this my Tina town. It is controlled by the biggest gang in the city, the Golden Hawk Gang. Other gangs are not allowed to get involved. The Golden Hawk Gang? Yang Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. If it's the Golden Hawk Gang, then there's no problem. Oh? Oh right, how could I forget? Old Li, your Uncle Sun San's friend. You should have already greeted the Golden Hawk Gang. Pu Daniu suddenly realized, with Uncle Sun San's face, the Golden Hawk Gang wouldn't make things difficult for us over such a small matter. Greet? Yang Ming smiled slightly, I did greet them, but most of their people are already dead. Yang Ming didn't need to hide these things. After all, even if this matter could be hidden for a while, it definitely wouldn't be hidden for long. Therefore, Yang Ming might as well tell Pu Dainyu. What happened? Firstly, it was to do him a favor. It could be seen that Pu Dainyu wasn't very comfortable with the Golden Hawk gang in Bianhai City. He was restricted in many areas. Therefore, Pu Dainyu really wanted to see the destruction of the Golden Hawk gang. Secondly, Yang Ming wanted to intimidate Pu Dainyu, or rather, Pu Dainyu's subordinates. Although he was introduced by Sun San and seemed to be getting along well with Pu Dainyu, who could guarantee that Pu Dainyu wouldn't change his mind under the influence of benefits in the future. This was also why Yang Ming was worried that Pu Dainyu would do something unwise and cause trouble. Although Yang Ming didn't mind these troublesome matters, he still needed Pu Dainyu's help to return to Russia this time. Almost dead? Pu Dainyu was slightly stunned. He suddenly looked at Yang Ming with uncertainty. Although Pu Dainyu was a rough person, he vaguely understood Yang Ming's words. However, he wasn't sure and didn't know what Yang Ming meant. After all, Yang Ming was only introduced by Uncle Sun San. Although Uncle Sun San was his savior, Pu Dainyu and Yang Ming had only met for the first time. He really couldn't understand what Yang Ming was trying to say when he said that their people were almost dead. Dainyu, we're on the same side, so I won't hide anything from you. Yang Ming's expression turned serious as he said, do you know why I'm going to my Tina town this time? Oldly, you must be joking. How can I guess the purpose of this? Pu Dainyu's expression turned serious. He knew that Yang Ming was going to say something confidential, but he didn't refuse to listen. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled the man with glasses who brought Yang Ming in to leave first. The bespectacled man was Pu Dainyu's confidant. How could he not understand what Pu Dainyu meant? He smiled and said, Brother Nyo, Mr. Li, you guys go ahead and chat. I have to go out and take care of the business. Excuse me. Well, you can go first. I don't need you here for the time being. If there's anything, I'll call you. Pu Dainyu nodded his head and said calmly, Oldly, I won't hide it from you. Our grocery store is just a place where Little Snakehead brings people to meet us. We can't leave it unguarded. You don't mind, right? Why would I? In that case, brother, you can do your own things first. Let's chat for a while. Yang Ming laughed casually and gave Pu Dainyu a way out. After the bespectacled man left, Pu Dainyu's expression turned serious as he said, Oldly, what's the matter? You can say it now. Actually, it doesn't matter if that brother from before hears it. My purpose this time isn't a secret anyway. Yang Ming smiled amiably and said, Dainyu, the main purpose of my trip to my Tina town this time is to find trouble with the Blackhawk gang. You want to find trouble with the Blackhawk gang? Pu Dainyu instantly cried out in shock when he heard Yang Ming's words. When he mentioned the Golden Hawk gang, Yang Ming's attitude was a little ambiguous. Then, Yang Ming immediately mentioned his purpose of going to my Tina town. Even if Pu Dainyu was a careless person, he could roughly guess that there was a connection between the two. However, in his eyes, the Golden Hawk gang was already a very powerful existence. After all, they were a branch of an international gang that dabbled in drugs. They even had guns in their hands. Therefore, he didn't think that Yang Ming would dare to find trouble with the Blackhawk gang. Now that Yang Ming had suddenly stated his purpose, Pu Dainyu was at a loss of what to do. Although he felt that Yang Ming didn't need to lie to him, he didn't really believe that Yang Ming dared to find trouble with the Blackhawk gang alone. Why? Brother Dainyu doesn't think highly of me? Yang Ming smiled lightly and asked indifferently. That's not it. How could Pu Dainyu say such offensive words? He shook his head and said, It's just that I was a little shocked and couldn't accept it. As for the Golden Hawk gang that Brother Dainyu mentioned before, I have already been there. Isn't it the Golden Hawk International Logistics Company at the pier? Yang Ming smiled. Now, I want to congratulate Brother Dainyu. This pier will be your world in the future. That Golden Hawk gang is finished now. Finished? Pu Dainyu had vaguely guessed the truth before. When Yang Ming said that he was going to find trouble with the Blackhawk gang, it was impossible for him to speak without thinking. If that was the case, how could Yang Ming let the Golden Hawk gang, a branch of the Blackhawk gang, go so easily? However, before he confirmed it, Pu Dainyu didn't dare to be sure even if he guessed it. Now that Yang Ming said it with certainty, Pu Dainiu was sure that Yang Ming had already found trouble with the Golden Hawk gang. Yang Ming smiled slightly. I reckon that brother Dainiu will receive the news soon, right? As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Along with the footsteps, the bespectacled man's voice sounded, Brother Niu, something happened. Hearing the bespectacled man's voice, Pu Dainiu's expression changed. Although he was a little angry at the bespectacled man's lack of manners, he knew that the bespectacled man wouldn't run over in such a panic if there wasn't something serious. What happened? Why are you making such a big fuss? Pu Dainiu's expression turned serious. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that this matter was related to Yang Ming in front of him. Looking at Yang Ming's mysterious smile, Pu Dainiu was 70 to 80% sure. Brother Niu, something big happened. The Golden Hawk Logistics Company is on fire. The bespectacled man ran into the room quickly. His expression was nervous, but there was a hint of schadenfreude. The fire trucks have already rushed over. However, according to the report from the brothers at the pier, the Golden Hawk Logistics Company was burned beyond recognition. If the people inside were still there, I'm afraid. Oh? Is that true? Pu Dainiu looked at the bespectacled man in shock. This news was simply too big for him. It was great news that the Golden Hawk gang was in trouble. It shouldn't be wrong. Although I didn't check it out personally, the sound of the fire trucks could still be heard clearly from outside the door. The bespectacled man said, this time, the Golden Hawk gang is really unlucky. Hee, even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. How did it catch fire? Pu Dainiu glanced at Yang Ming, but he didn't quite believe it. If Yang Ming was the one who started the fire, then the people on the other side weren't fools. Would they just let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted? Moreover, they didn't put out the fire after starting it, and just let it get bigger and bigger? It didn't seem to make sense no matter what he said, right? You don't have to guess anymore. I was the one who started the fire, Yang Ming said faintly with a calm expression, just before I came here. It can't be? Oldly, did you really do it? When Pu Dainiu heard Yang Ming admit it himself, he finally believed that the fire at the Golden Hawk Logistics had something to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. After I asked for some information that I wanted to know, I killed everyone inside. Then, I burned the house down. Killed them all. Pu Dainiu opened his eyes wide and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Oldly, who are you? You killed them all? The Golden Hawk gang was full of experts, and they even had guns. Guns? I have collected a few. Since you mentioned it, I'll give them all to you. Yang Ming passed a plastic bag to Pu Dainiu. Inside were the guns that Yang Ming seized from the Golden Hawk Logistics. Give them to me? Pu Dainiu's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Ming's words. He opened his eyes wide. Oldly, are you serious? What's there to be serious about? Yang Ming shrugged. These things are useless to me. If you don't want them, I was planning to throw them into the sea. Yang Ming was telling the truth. These crudely made guns were nothing to him. Old Buffon's firearms were much more advanced than these, so Yang Ming didn't really care. However, Yang Ming underestimated how attractive these things were to Pu Dainiu and the others. At this moment, it wasn't just Pu Dainiu. Even the bespectacled man beside him revealed an envious and surprised expression. Oldly, you're too kind. Pu Dainiu took the bag from Yang Ming's hands excitedly. Even his tone had changed. The people that Uncle Sun San introduced are indeed as generous as him. They're both good people. Yang Ming was a little speechless. This Pu Dainiu was too emotional. However, people like him were easy to deal with. They didn't have many tricks up their sleeves or bad intentions. They were straightforward, which made Yang Ming feel reassured. Pu Dainiu opened the bag and looked around. He then took out Lukowski's pistol. There's actually such an advanced one. This is really good stuff. As he spoke, Pu Dainiu placed the pistol in front of his eyes and admired it. He even couldn't help but kiss it. Looking at Pu Dainiu's actions, Yang Ming's face twitched. Yang Ming was very clear about the previous use of this gun. At that time, he almost vomited. Now, Pu Dainiu was actually kissing it with his mouth. Yang Ming was really impressed. No wonder he's called Pudaniu. He's really amazing. He's so awesome. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't reveal the origin of this gun. He only said, "All right, Daniu, keep these things first. Don't take them out in the near future. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that some people won't recognize them and link them to the destruction of the Golden Hawk gang." I understand. Brother Oldley, don't worry. I definitely won't give you any trouble. Even if someone really recognizes them, I definitely won't involve you. Pudaniu patted his chest and promised. Then, he said to the man in glasses, "Did you hear that?" "Brother Nyo, Mr. Lee, I don't know anything." The man in glasses quickly promised. Yang Ming smiled slightly. He wasn't afraid that Pudaniu and the bespectacled man would say anything. It was just that when he saw Pudaniu dancing, kissing, and hugging the gun that Lukowski used as a sex toy, he felt a little uncomfortable. That was why he found a reason to ask him to put the gun away quickly. Pudaniu put the gun back into the bag unwillingly. Then, he passed it to the man in glasses and signaled him to keep it well. The bespectacled man took the bag and ran out. As for whether the bespectacled man would kiss and hug the gun like Pudaniu, it was not Yang Ming's problem. At the very least, out of sight, out of mind. After the bespectacled man left, Pudaniu carefully lowered his voice. "Mr. Lee, I heard that you came from Songjiang. Could it be that you are related to the kidnapping case that the Black Hawk gang threatened the Songjiang police? Are you suspecting that I'm from the Songjiang police force?" Yang Ming looked at Pudaniu with a faint smile. "This? Mr. Lee, please don't be angry. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." When Pudaniu saw Yang Ming's expression, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was shocked and wondered if he had accidentally asked something that he shouldn't have. When Pudaniu thought about how ruthless Yang Ming was and how the entire Golden Eagle logistics was turned into dead ghosts in an instant, and even the logistics building turned into ashes, he felt even more anxious. If Yang Ming was from the police force, wouldn't it be inappropriate for an outsider like him to know about his methods? If Yang Ming wasn't from the police force, wouldn't it create trouble for him if Pudaniu leaked that he killed so many people at once? Therefore, Pudaniu started to be afraid. He was afraid that Yang Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. "Mr. Lee? Brother Daniu, didn't you always call me Oldly? Why are we so unfamiliar with each other?" "This? Brother Oldly, please don't play with me. If this matter is a secret, then don't tell me. I'll pretend that nothing happened," Pudaniu quickly explained. "What's so secret about this?" Yang Ming smiled. "Daniu, I'm not from the Songjiang police force. If you want to say that this kidnapping case is related to me, I won't deny it. The people who were kidnapped are related to me. That's why I'm going to save them this time." When he came back, he still needed to rely on Pudaniu's power. If he were to bring back two people for no reason, it would be impossible to hide it. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't lie to Pudaniu about anything. He might as well just say it out loud. "I see. I'm being too paranoid." Pudaniu instantly let out a sigh of relief. He said with lingering fear, "But no matter what, Brother Oldly, you've helped us a lot. To tell you the truth, we have always been at odds with the Golden Eagle gang. However, the Golden Eagle gang is powerful and has a strong backing. We don't dare to offend them, so we can only swallow our anger. This time, although Brother Oldly has a grudge against the Golden Eagle gang, you've helped us indirectly. I, Daniu, am indebted to you. Don't worry, I'll help you this time." That night, a fishing boat quietly sailed out of Bianhai City's pier and entered Russia's territory. "Brother Lee, the pier of Maitina town is right in front of us. However, we're not familiar with it and have never docked there before. We don't dare to act rashly." The one who spoke was the bespectacled man. For this operation, the bespectacled man would personally escort Yang Ming across the border. If it weren't for the fact that Pudaniu had too many things to do and needed someone to stay at home, Pudaniu would have personally sent Yang Ming over. However, before he left, he reminded Yang Ming that the bespectacled man was a trustworthy person. He told Yang Ming to just let him know if he needed anything. "It's right in front?" Yang Ming looked at the lights in the distance and nodded thoughtfully. Maitina town was very close to Bianhai City. If they took a boat, they would arrive in less than an hour. No wonder the Black Hawk gang valued Bianhai City so much. As long as they controlled this route, transporting drugs would not be a big problem. Yes, the pier of Maitina town is right in front of us. The bespectacled man said respectfully, brotherly, do you think we should go around it and dock at another town near Maitina town, or try our luck by forcefully docking at the pier? There's no need for both. Yang Ming waved his hand and quickly took out a waterproof suit from his backpack. He put it on and said to the bespectacled man, glasses, I'll just swim over. You can go back first. Through the conversation, Yang Ming already knew that the bespectacled man's nickname was Glasses. Therefore, Yang Ming also called him Glasses like Pu Dania did. Swim? It's so cold. The bespectacled man was shocked. Brotherly, why don't we move the boat forward a little? There's no need. If we move forward, I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of the people over there. Yang Ming shook his head and said, this Maitina town should be completely controlled by the Black Hawk gang. If we force our way over, we'll be alerting them. All right. Seeing that Yang Ming was so insistent, the bespectacled man did not say anything else. If that's the case, then I'll go back first. Brotherly, contact me when you're done here. I'll come and pick you up. Okay. Yang Ming patted the bespectacled man's shoulder and jumped into the water. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark night. The bespectacled man sighed and hesitated for a while with a complicated expression. In the end, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After a while, he said to the other side of the phone, Vestrif, it's me. That Li guy rejected 2 of my suggestions and chose to swim over. Be careful on your side. On the other side of the phone, the bespectacled man said, got it. After that, he quickly hung up the phone. Who are you calling? A cold voice sounded behind the man wearing glasses. The man wearing glasses who had just hung up the phone was shocked. The phone in his hand slipped and fell onto the deck of the cabin. Who? Who is it? The bespectacled man was shocked. He was the only one on this boat. How could someone speak? Previously, Pu Daniu had given this mission to him. Only he and Yang Ming were on their way. Now that Yang Ming had left, he was the only one left in the cabin. Where did this voice come from? It seems that you are quite forgetful. How did you forget about me when we just parted? The person who spoke was Yang Ming, who had just returned. He was standing behind the man wearing glasses and said coldly. Mr. Li? The man wearing glasses was shocked. He turned around and took a closer look. If the person behind him wasn't Yang Ming, who else could it be? His face turned pale. However, he immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Li, why are you back? Do you have any orders? The man wearing glasses was hoping that Yang Ming didn't hear what he said just now. If that was the case, even if Yang Ming had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't have any evidence. He believed that he could just say a few words and get away with it. Orders? How would I dare to order you? Yang Ming sighed secretly. He didn't expect that the man wearing glasses was a spy. This made Yang Ming shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of pity for Pu Daniu. The person he had always regarded as his confidant was actually a spy planted by the Golden Hawk gang. Of course, Yang Ming didn't think that the man wearing glasses was targeting him. This time, he was able to discover something unusual about the man wearing glasses. It was purely a coincidence. He didn't know if he was the unlucky one, or the man wearing glasses was the unlucky one. Previously, when Yang Ming and the man wearing glasses were on the same ship, Yang Ming had already noticed something unusual about the man wearing glasses. Other than paying attention to the time, the man wearing glasses had asked Yang Ming about his destination many times. After Yang Ming was vague the first time, the man wearing glasses obviously didn't give up. Instead, he kept asking. This made Yang Ming, who didn't have much vigilance against the man wearing glasses, suddenly become alert. However, the more he looked, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the man wearing glasses. Although it was just an intuition, Yang Ming wasn't 100% sure that he could determine whether there was anything wrong with the man wearing glasses or not. After all, the man wearing glasses transporting the stowaways. This didn't seem like a normal transit route. Instead, it was an underground route. If they didn't prepare in advance, it was very likely that problems would arise. So based on this alone, Yang Ming really couldn't determine whether there was anything wrong with the man wearing glasses. In addition, the man wearing glasses didn't have any other unusual behavior except for looking at his watch a few more times. It was understandable that he looked at his watch. Stowaways always had to grasp the time well to avoid the official law enforcement teams such as the border patrol boat. But since there was suspicion, Yang Ming couldn't take the risk anymore. He didn't dare to take the risk. After all, the success or failure of this operation was related to the safety of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming couldn't have the slightest carelessness. If he made a mistake, he might lose the whole game. So when the man wearing glasses asked Yang Ming for the last time what kind of landing method to choose, Yang Ming hesitated a little and chose a landing method that the man wearing glasses didn't expect. Swim over. That way, regardless of whether the man wearing glasses had a problem or not, Yang Ming would have enough time to prepare. If the man wearing glasses really had a problem, then no matter if he landed in Maitina town or at the familiar town port recommended by the man wearing glasses, he could be ambushed by the other party in advance. When he landed, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. That wouldn't be good. Although Yang Ming was confident that he should be able to escape unscathed, there were always accidents. It was better to be safe. So Yang Ming chose to swim over. Although he said that he was swimming, in fact, Yang Ming also wanted to dive into the water and secretly observe the movements of the glasses man. If there was no problem with the other party, then at this moment, he should turn the boat around and return to Bianhai City without saying anything. If there was something wrong with the other party, his choice of landing by swimming obviously disrupted his previous plan. Then, the man wearing glasses should have called to inform him after he jumped into the sea. What made Yang Ming feel regretful was that the man wearing glasses did have a problem, and it seemed that he should be from the Black Hawk gang. Mr. Li. What do you mean? Why don't I get it? The man wearing glasses hoped that Yang Ming was only suspicious and didn't have any substantial evidence, so he said with luck, Brother Niu has already told me to listen to Mr. Li's arrangements and orders. Did I do something wrong that made Mr. Li unhappy? Something wrong? Unhappy? Yang Ming sneered and said, I'm not unhappy with you. I think you're the one who's unhappy with me. You actually called me Mr. Li? Who are you telling to be careful? This? The man wearing glasses was shocked, but after listening to Yang Ming's words, he was relieved. It turns out that Mr. Li is angry because of my disrespectful words. Then, I apologize to Mr. Li. I'm a rough person, so it's inevitable that my words are unpleasant. I didn't expect Mr. Li to hear my private conversation with Brother Niu on the phone. However, Brother Niu has already taught me a lesson before. The bespectacled man thought that Yang Ming's dissatisfaction was only because of the Li guy and didn't know anything else. However, the bespectacled man couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, Yang Ming only said a few words on the phone and didn't make sense. If an average person didn't listen carefully and missed a few words, it would be difficult to notice anything wrong if they didn't think about it carefully. Therefore, the bespectacled man was relieved. Oh? Is that so? Yang Ming looked at the man wearing glasses with a smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. When did Brother Niu have a foreign name? Vestref? When the man wearing glasses heard this name, his expression suddenly changed. He also understood that Yang Ming had heard everything he said before. At this moment, it was useless to quibble. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Yang Ming. Originally, you could still live for a while. If you were lucky and swam over, you might really be able to escape. However, since you came back to seek death, then don't blame me. The man wearing glasses sighed. Originally, I didn't want to do it myself. This way, it would be easy to expose my identity. I can't stay by Pudania's side anymore. Listening to the man wearing glasses muttering to himself, Yang Ming was speechless. It was as if he was forced to kill him. Moreover, he seemed to be about to become a ghost under his gun. This guy is arrogant to a certain extent, right? Who is Vestrif? Yang Ming ignored the bespectacled man's whining and asked instead. There's no harm in telling you. At least, you can die knowing. The man wearing glasses had a victorious look on his face. He thought that if he pointed the pistol at Yang Ming would be at his mercy. Therefore, he didn't mind saying a few more words to Yang Ming. Although he knew that the destruction of the Golden Hawk Gang was directly related to Yang Ming, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Moreover, he didn't think that this was done by Yang Ming with his bare hands. At that time, Yang Ming might have had some helpers or used some kind of sharp weapon. Therefore, the man wearing glasses didn't guard against Yang Ming, who was currently unarmed. He also didn't think that Yang Ming had the slightest ability to counterattack. Hee. Yang Ming smiled faintly and didn't comment on the man wearing glasses' words. Vestrif is the deputy leader of the Black Hawk Gang. He is also my direct superior. You don't need to know why I appeared beside Pu Dainyu. It has nothing to do with you, the man wearing glasses explained. The reason why the man wearing glasses was beside Pu Dainyu indeed had nothing to do with Yang Ming. This time, he attacked Yang Ming completely by coincidence and accident. Pu Dainyu was the biggest gangster in Bianhai City. He had countless boats under him. Of course, the Golden Hawk Gang coveted this kind of advantageous resource. Therefore, they placed the man wearing glasses as a spy beside Pu Dainyu. Within a few years, he had gained Pu Dainyu's trust and became his right-hand man. However, the man wearing glasses used Pu Dainyu's resources to help the Black Hawk Gang smuggle drugs when they were smuggling boats. This reduced the risk and cost of the Black Hawk Gang's transportation. It wasn't to the extent that the Black Hawk Gang had bad intentions towards Pu Dainyu. Pu Dainyu wasn't that attractive. Of course, Yang Ming wasn't interested in these things. He only needed to know that the man wearing glasses was a member of the Black Hawk Gang. You told that Vestrif about my purpose of going to my Tina town? This was the news that Yang Ming wanted to know the most. If the man with glasses had told the Black Hawk Gang the purpose of his trip, then Yang Ming had to make some adjustments to his action plan this time. Of course, but it doesn't make sense for you to know this. The man with glasses said disdainfully, it doesn't matter if you told me or not. Do you think you can still leave here today? You mean to say that you want to keep me here? Yang Ming's expression was solemn, but he asked without the slightest fear. This is also your previous honesty. The man with glasses said regretfully, if you were a member of the police, I might have some concerns before I touched you. After all, a police officer suddenly disappeared. This is not a trivial matter. The Songjiang police will not let it go. But since you are not, then I don't have to worry. The only person who knows that you came here is Sun San, but you disappeared in this place. He can't guess what happened. In other words, even if he knows that I did it, it doesn't matter. This time, since I directly made a move against you, then I won't think about going back. After I kill you, I'll directly cross the border. I'll still be able to eat there. Oh? Is that so? I don't intend to let you go back. Yang Ming said with a slight smile after listening, however, I don't mean to let you cross the border. Since you have this intention, then you can stay here. Stay here? What do you mean? Are you confused? The man with glasses was stunned, but after being stunned, he looked at Yang Ming with ridicule. Do you think you are invincible? You think you can escape from my gun? Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. You want to kill me with this gun? Yang Ming didn't care and pointed at the gun in the man's hand. Why? What's wrong? The man with glasses looked at Yang Ming nervously. Don't play tricks with me. Your hand, don't move, or I will shoot immediately. Well, then you shoot. Yang Ming nodded and actually agreed. The man with glasses was a little confused by Yang Ming's righteous image. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. However, since he couldn't figure it out, the man with glasses didn't think about it anymore. The person in front of him was weird. It was more appropriate to kill him first. Otherwise, if this person really had some ability, it wouldn't be worth it if there was an accident. Thinking of this, the man with glasses looked serious and pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand. However, there was no gunshot sound as expected. Only a slight click sound. The bespectacled man felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the gun was jammed? Why am I so unlucky? Because the man with glasses stayed by Pudaniu's side, he rarely used his gun. He hadn't used this pistol many times either. Therefore, when he suddenly saw that the pistol was out of bullets, the man with glasses panicked a little. He quickly pulled the trigger again, but unfortunately, there was still no gunshot sound. It was still the same click sound. The man with glasses broke out in cold sweat. Looking at the calm Yang Ming in front of him, who seemed to have expected this situation, the man with glasses was even more shocked. Could it be that this person in front of him did something? Why? Is there no more bullets in the gun? Yang Ming showed his teeth innocently. He was like a child who had found a treasure and was showing it to an adult. He extended his hand and a few bullets appeared in his palm. Are you looking for this? Why are the bullets with you? Impossible. The man with glasses couldn't believe that Yang Ming could actually steal the bullets in his pistol silently. He opened the magazine crazily, but he was disappointed to find that it was empty. The man with glasses' face twitched twice. The pistol fell onto the deck with a paw sound, just like the phone from before. His eyes were filled with fear. You suspected me long ago? Yang Ming nodded. When Yang Ming was suspicious of the man with glasses, he removed all the bullets in the man's pistol just in case. For Yang Ming, the king of assassins, this matter was not difficult at all. He completed it quietly without the man with glasses noticing. It was also because of this that Yang Ming was fearless. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he would have to take countermeasures when a gun was pointed at him. He couldn't let the man with glasses do as he pleased. You kept looking at the time before, and then kept asking me how to get ashore, so I had some doubts. Yang Ming said, however, it was just a suspicion, so after I took the bullets in your pistol, I didn't do anything to you. This was just a precautionary measure. If you didn't have any bad intentions towards me, this wouldn't have any effect on you. However, I didn't expect that you were really a member of the Blackhawk gang. I see. It seems that I was still too impatient. Although the man with glasses' face was pale, he pretended to be calm and said, So, what do you want to do with me now? When he said this, the man with glasses' eyes glanced at the side of the ship. Obviously, he had lost the pistol in his hand. He knew that he had no ability to compete with Yang Ming, so he planned to take the opportunity to escape. How could Yang Ming not see the intention of the man with glasses? Seeing his pretentious look, Yang Ming was amused. He curled his lips. I have already said before. You can stay here. Okay. If that's the case, I will accept it. The man with glasses nodded with a determined look. He slowly stood up with a gesture of sacrifice. However, the moment he stood up, his body tilted and fell toward the side of the ship. His whole body instantly jumped into the water. In the opinion of the man with glasses, as long as he jumped into the water in this dark night, even if Yang Ming's strength was tyrannical, he couldn't do anything to him. The man with glasses confirmed that Yang Ming didn't have any firearms like a pistol in his hand except for a few bullets. When he took out the pistol from the bag, he had already disappeared into the water and disappeared into the darkness. The opportunity had been missed, and it was too late. When Yang Ming saw the man with glasses jump into the water, he didn't stop him. Instead, he showed a look of disdain. His right hand shook slightly, and a bullet flew toward the top of the man with glasses. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the man with glasses fell into the water with a plop sound. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared in an instant. You jumped in yourself. It saved me the trouble of throwing you in. Yang Ming casually threw the remaining bullets into the water, and then clapped his hands. Yang Ming could easily control and kill people with small objects like flying needles, let alone this bullet. Yang Ming saved a flying needle like this. As for the man with glasses, he probably couldn't understand how Yang Ming could kill him with just a bullet. If he knew that Yang Ming was the king of assassins, he probably wouldn't have been so careless. However, the man with glasses couldn't understand this in his life. He died in a daze. He didn't even know how he died. After doing all this, Yang Ming reached out and took out the phone that he placed in a secret place when he sneaked onto the boat. He pressed the stop button on the video. Previously, the phone's camera was pointed at the bespectacled man. Every word that the bespectacled man said was recorded in the phone. Yang Ming was going to send it to Pu Dainu to give him an explanation. Although Yang Ming didn't need to give Pu Dainu any explanation with his skills, this Pu Dainu was quite to Yang Ming's liking. Therefore, Yang Ming took the opportunity to return him a favor. Otherwise, when Pu Dainu found out that the man with glasses disappeared, he might think that Yang Ming killed him. At that time, he would cause trouble for Uncle Sun San for no reason. Although Yang Ming wasn't afraid that Pu Dainu would do anything to him or Uncle Sun San, Yang Ming wasn't willing to be the scapegoat, especially for such an evil person. Yang Ming wrote an email and sent it to Pu Dainu's email. He believed that Pu Dainu would understand everything after watching this video. After doing all this, Yang Ming jumped into the water again and swam quickly in the direction of Maitina Town's pier. This smuggling boat that looked like a small fishing boat was parked alone in the middle of the sea. At Maitina Town's pier, a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 40s sat in a luxurious RV. He could see the scene at the pier through the glass of the RV. However, the man didn't look at the pier. This was because the pier was filled with his subordinates dressed as sailors. As long as someone went ashore, they wouldn't be able to escape from these people's sight. This person was the deputy leader of the Black Hawk gang, Vestrov. He was also Nicholas Shevich's uncle. Respected Mr. Vestrov, it's already very late. You should take a rest. It'll be fine with us on duty. A subordinate said respectfully to Vestrov. Vestrov waved his hand. This person is a little strange. Although the information that Glasses gave me previously said that this person wasn't part of the Songjiang police force, he didn't look like an ordinary person from the way he acted. If he wasn't from the legal world, then he should be from the underworld. Oh? Is this man really so great, Mr. Vestrov? Asked the man cautiously. Powerful? Humph, he's more than powerful. The entire Golden Hawk gang was wiped out by him. None of the core members escaped alive. Our years of operations in Bianhai City were destroyed by him in half a day. What do you think of this person's ability? Vestrov sneered. I have a feeling that this person is not from the police. He must be from the underworld. Of course, the latter is more likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so ruthless. The Golden Hawk gang was destroyed by a person called Li Mui? The subordinates were shocked. Although this matter had not spread widely within the Black Hawk gang, as the confidants of the core leaders of the gang, they had all heard of it. However, this was the first time they had heard that it was done by Li Mui. Who else could it be? Vestrov said. But it's strange. Why would this person get involved in this mess? Our opponent is the Songjiang police. What does it have to do with this Li guy? If it weren't for him and Glasses inadvertently revealing that he really came for the two hostages, we would still be in the dark. We wouldn't know when we offended such a person. Mr. Vestrov, could it be that the Songjiang police wanted to cover it up? It is not good to use normal means and identity to do this, so they created this Li Mui. After all, this kind of thing is not easy for the police to do. The subordinate thought about it and analyzed. What you said is not impossible, Vestrov said. Every country has such special agents who carry out special missions. It is normal for them to be fierce and ruthless, so this is why I value this person so much. Oh? What do you mean? The subordinate didn't understand Vestrov's words. Don't you know my brother-in-law's other identity? He is the counselor of Maitina Town and the honorary chief of the police station. If this Li guy is really an agent from China, and if he is captured by us, my brother-in-law can hand him over to the intelligence department. It is also a great contribution to the future development of our gang. Vestrov said, the more prominent my brother-in-law's political position is, the more powerful our gang will be in Maitina Town. So that's how it is, Mr. Vestrov. You're so thoughtful. His subordinate nodded and said in admiration. Jivanov, go to the nearby convenience store and buy me a cup of coffee. I am old. I can't stand staying up all night. Vestrov sighed and said. Okay, Mr. Vestrov, I will go now. This subordinate, who was the Jivanov in Vestrov's words, quickly responded. He got out of the car and quickly ran to the coffee shop on the dock. Vestrov also closed his eyes and began to rest. Yang Ming slowly floated to the surface of the sea and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He swam quickly to the dock without any disguise. A few sailors who were transporting goods at the dock saw this scene and exchanged a look of understanding with each other. Then, they continued with their work without batting an eyelid. Yang Ming quickly swam to the shore and quickly climbed up. Hula, the sailors who were transporting goods immediately put down the goods in their hands and quickly surrounded Yang Ming. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said coldly to Yang Ming, "Don't move." "Who are you?" "Stand there and raise your face." Yang Ming also raised his head without hesitation. He looked at the leader and snorted coldly. "Ah? Jivanov?" The leader was obviously stunned after seeing Yang Ming's face. "Mr. Jivanov, why are you here?" Jivanov was Bestrov's confidant. Who on the dock didn't know? So when they saw Jivanov coming out of the water, although they were very surprised, their attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. They were extremely respectful and did not dare to be the slightest bit rash. "Mr. Vestrov." Yang Ming coldly replied with an ambiguous sentence. It was not that Yang Ming did not want to explain, but Yang Ming had only learned one sentence of Russian after learning for so long. This Jivanov was Yang Ming's illusion. Yang Ming had observed the situation on the shore for a long time in the sea. After finding Bestrov's car and seeing the conversation between Vestrov and Jivanov, he made the decision. Although Yang Ming did not know what the two of them were talking about, he could obviously see that this Jivanov was Bestrov's confidant, so Yang Ming made up his mind to go ashore with this person's image. Presumably, these subordinates would not dare to ask too much. If they really asked him, he just had to vaguely say Mr. Vestrov that he had just learned. Sure enough, Yang Ming's ambiguous sentence suddenly stunned these subordinates. Although they did not know what Yang Ming meant, they did not dare to ask more. At this moment, Yang Ming had already walked quickly to Bestrov's luxury RV. A few of his subordinates on the dock shook their heads with a wry smile. The leader of the sailors also shrugged helplessly. Although Jivanov usually tried to curry favor with Vestrov, he was like a fox pretending to be a tiger in front of his subordinates. These people also knew that he was Bestrov's favorite, so how could they dare to offend him? "Captain, look, what does Mr. Jivanov mean?" After Yang Ming's Jivanov had gone far away, one of the men asked the leading sailor carefully. "Who knows? But who dares to ask more? It's not like you don't know Jivanov's temper. He relies on his identity as the deputy leader's confidant to be arrogant and domineering. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all." Captain Look was obviously full of resentment when he mentioned Jivanov, but there was nothing he could do. However, he must have done something for Mr. Vestrov. "It's not good for us to ask. It's better not to provoke such a villain in the future." "Yes." Only people with the identity of Captain Look dared to speak rudely to Jivanov. Although the other subordinates hated Jivanov very much, they still had to respectfully call him Mr. Jivanov. "Okay, continue to work. Do our job well. Other things have nothing to do with us," Captain Look said to his subordinates. Therefore, these men continued to pretend to be sailors and began to be busy at the dock, repeatedly moving some goods back and forth. They were so tired that they were happy just to put on an act. If they knew that the target they were looking for had just slipped away in front of their eyes and they were still pretending to be coolies, they would be furious. The moment he turned around and walked toward the RV, Yang Ming's face transformed into the previously Mui image. Because he had just come ashore from the water, Yang Ming's head was covered by a hat, and Yang Ming had his head lowered, so no one noticed the change in Yang Ming at this moment. Yang Ming came to the RV and reached out to open the door. "Jivanov, you're back so soon?" Vestrov heard the sound of the door opening, but he didn't open his eyes. He just asked faintly. Vestrov didn't have any vigilance here because the Black Hawk gang had basically occupied the vicinity of the dock. Only a few of his confidants could get close to his car. The one who got in the car at this moment should be Jivanov, who went to buy coffee before. Although Vestrov felt that Jivanov's speed was a bit fast, he didn't think much about it. "Mr. Vestrov, right? Let's get to know each other. My surname is Li." Yang Ming quickly jumped into the car, then closed the door and said indifferently to the white man in front of him. Yang Ming used Chinese. He believed that Vesterov should be able to understand because when the man with glasses called him before, he used Chinese. People like them who focus their business in China should be proficient in Chinese. So Yang Ming didn't even bother to use English and simply spoke directly. Hearing that the person actually spoke Chinese and said that his surname was Li, Vesterov was shocked. His eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. However, Vesterov was the deputy leader of the gang. Although he showed a surprised expression for a moment, he quickly recovered his calmness and looked at Yang Ming up and down. Li Mui? It's really you? Vesterov narrowed his eyes and said very calmly as if he was talking to an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. He didn't show any nervousness at all. Li Mui? For the time being. Yang Ming smiled and said noncommittally, Mr. Vesterov, it doesn't feel good to pretend to be calm, right? Pretending to be calm? Vesterov coldly snorted. Humph, don't think that you can do anything just because you sneaked into my car. Do you think you can still escape? Escape? Why should I escape? Yang Ming shrugged. I have no intention of escaping at all. What do you mean? Vesterov finally showed a hesitant expression as he looked at Yang Ming in surprise. I've already learned of your identity from that spy, Glasses. You're the deputy leader of the Blackhawk gang. Yang Ming slowly said, very good. This way, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. You took the initiative to wait here, saving me a lot of trouble. Ever since Yang Ming knew that the bespectacled man had leaked his information to Vesterov, he had made adjustments to his plan. It turned out that Yang Ming's idea was to sneak into Mytina town first, then find out where Victor Rajiv, the leader of the Blackhawk gang, was. He would capture him as a bargaining chip in exchange for Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming was still worried about where Victor Rajiv was. This time, Vesterov came directly to his door. Although he was only a deputy leader, he could be used as a powerful bargaining chip. Yang Ming's eyes widened. In that case, the bespectacled man did a good thing. It was not easy for Yang Ming to avoid the Blackhawk gang's men when he went ashore. However, that was for others. For Yang Ming, it was not a problem. Yang Ming transformed into Vestorov's confidant, Jivanov, and got directly into Vestorov's RV. You want to use me as a bargaining chip in exchange for the 2 hostages? Vesterov raised his eyebrows and directly guessed Yang Ming's idea. It seems that you are quite smart, Yang Ming said lightly. Of course, this is only the best plan. Even if you don't appear here, I will take the initiative to find you or Victor Rajiv and use you as hostages in exchange for Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Best plan? It seems that you still have a middle and a bad plan? Vesterov asked. You want to stall for time and wait for Jivanov to come back, right? Yang Ming smiled and exposed Vestorov's purpose. It could be seen that Vesterov was not stupid. Yang Ming was in front of him, and he did not make any unwise moves. He was afraid that he was not sure whether Yang Ming had a backup plan and would suddenly attack when he made a move. Therefore, Vesterov thought of Jivanov. As long as Jivanov came back and found Yang Ming in the RV, he would definitely announce it. Even if he was killed by Yang Ming, it would at least attract the attention of others. This was his plan, but he did not expect Yang Ming to say it out loud. Humph. Vesterov snorted coldly. Although he was a little embarrassed to be exposed by Yang Ming, his expression remained calm. If you think I'm stalling for time, then you can proceed to the next step. I want to see how you're going to take me away under this heavy encirclement, or use me as a bargaining chip to exchange hostages. It doesn't matter. Since you want to wait for Jivanov, of course, you can. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, if you want to hear my middle and bad plans, I might as well tell you. If you want to say it, then say it. Vesterov saw that Yang Ming was so calm and felt a little guilty. He did not know why Yang Ming was like this. Could it be that he was really fearless? If I really can't find you or Victor Rajiv, then I will go directly to the place where Chen Mingyan is being held. This is the middle plan, Yang Ming said. Holding place? How can it be so easy to find? Vesterov sneered. Then, what's the worst plan? The next plan is very simple. I'll kill every member of the Blackhawk gang that I see. I'll kill every single one of them. Unless you don't appear in my Tina town again, I'll kill every single one of you. I'll find a nest and destroy it until you compromise. Of course, it's fine if you don't compromise. I don't mind destroying your Black Hawk gang directly, Yang Ming said lightly. Heh. What a big tone. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Destorf showed a skeptical and disdainful expression on his face. Kill them all when you see them? Who do you think you are? Or do you think that our Black Hawk gang members are made of mud? And you want to destroy our nest? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know if my tone is big or not after you try? Yang Ming did not argue and did not care whether Destorf would believe what he said. Don't think that you are invincible just because those trash from the Golden Hawk gang were destroyed by your hands. Destorf suddenly changed the topic. If I'm not wrong, you are an agent sent from the other side, right? Agent? This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stunned. A funny expression suddenly appeared on his face. You think I am an agent? Why? You don't want to admit it? Destorf wanted to trick Yang Ming, but he did not expect Yang Ming's expression to look so innocent and shocked. Destorf was a little uncertain and wondered if his guess was wrong. Sorry, I'm really not. Yang Ming shook his head and said, and my identity is actually not a secret. I won't hide it from you. My identity is an assassin. Destorf finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, assassin? What? You're an assassin? What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Destorf. I'm afraid you're just exaggerating, right? Destorf hesitated and smiled. Don't think that you've become an assassin just because you killed a few people. Do you know what an assassin is? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Destorf to be so cautious. His words didn't move him. He was completely different from the glasses man, Pu Dainiu, and even Lukowski. However, it was no wonder. If he wasn't a calm person, how could he be the deputy leader of the Black Hawk gang? Why? Mr. Destorf, do you mean that you know the assassin industry very well? Yang Ming smiled and asked. I don't know much, but I think you know very well what I do, Destorf said. Destorf said, as the deputy leader of a gang, I know a lot about the assassin industry. Mr. Limui, which organization do you belong to? Destorf was naturally testing Yang Ming. Yang Ming was able to get into his luxury RV under heavy siege. Naturally, he had something extraordinary about him. Therefore, Destorf didn't dare to act rashly. He had been using words to probe Yang Ming's origin. However, he didn't believe that Yang Ming was an assassin because there weren't many famous assassins in China. Most of the powerful assassins were distributed in Europe and America. Destorf also knew a few of the large-scale assassin groups. You won't know which organization I belong to even if I tell you. Yang Ming said faintly, however, you have an organization called the Hawkeye Assassin Group on your side, right? Hawkeye Assassin Group? Destorf's eyes sharpened and then returned to normal. We do have the Hawkeye Assassin Group on our side, but why are you mentioning this assassin group to me? Don't tell me that you're from the Hawkeye Assassin Group. Or, you know about the Hawkeye Assassin Group, which means that you're in the industry? Hawkeye Assassin Group? Of course, I am not. Yang Ming shook his head. Since you know about this assassin group, it is easy to handle. Easy? Destorf sneered, if you had mentioned this assassin group a while ago, no matter what relationship you have with them, I would have been afraid. Maybe I would have directly returned the 2 hostages to you. But now, you mention the Hawkeye Assassin Group in front of me. Obviously, you are too uninformed. Connections? Return the hostage to me directly? Yang Ming suddenly showed a strange expression. Does this assassin group have so much face? Of course there was in the past. Destorf said without hiding anything. Although I'm in the underworld, I'm still very afraid of the assassin industry. I try not to offend them as much as possible. After all, these people are very difficult to deal with once they are provoked. But now, I naturally won't be afraid of this Hawkeye Assassin Group. I might as well tell you that the Hawkeye Assassin Group has been removed from the Russian industry. Removed? The expression on Yang Ming's face became even more strange. It seems that they have no other capable assassins except for the Pillar, Delay Man 001? It's no wonder that a third-rate assassin group can have such a good assassin. Once Delay Man 001 dies, this Hawkeye assassin group is finished. Do you know Delay Man 001? Vestroff was finally shaken. Many people knew about the Hawkeye assassin group. As long as they were in the underworld, they would know more or less. However, not many people knew Delay Man 001, but it was not absolute. After all, Delay Man 001 was the pillar of the Hawkeye assassin group, and he was also famous. Oh, of course, I know. He died under my hands, said Yang Ming calmly. Died under your hands? The expression on Vestroff's face became more dignified. Although he didn't believe it, Yang Ming finally caught his attention. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yang Ming shrugged. I killed him. Do I need any evidence? Alright, then where did you kill him? Vestroff asked with a gloomy face. At this moment, he had changed from his initial disdain to caution toward Yang Ming. Macau. Yang Ming didn't hide it and looked at Vestroff. With a smile. Right, in fact, I might as well tell you that the reason why I killed him was because there was a kid named Ouyang Junyuan who wanted to harm my woman. I broke his finger to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. He actually went back to find his elder brother, Ouyang Junwei, to avenge him. His elder brother actually went crazy with him. Not only did he call his father, Ouyang Kenki, from Russia, but he also brought his family's #1 assassin, Delay Man 001, to trouble me. There was no other way. In order to get it done once and for all, I had to kill his father and Delay Man 001 together. Vestroff's face finally changed color. The names that Yang Ming said were methodical. Vestroff knew that the Hawkeye group was supported by the Ouyang family. However, this kind of secret was not known by everyone, especially the real name of the behind-the-scenes leader of the Hawkeye group, Ouyang Kenki. This was not known by most people. Vestroff also knew these secrets because he had some business with the Hawkeye group. He didn't think that Yang Ming could inquire about these things if he wasn't in the industry. How could Vestroff not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Ming's words? A person like Vestroff naturally knew what Yang Ming was hinting at. How could Yang Ming's words be said casually? Instead, it was implied. The meaning was obvious. He once destroyed the entire Hawkeye group for a woman, and now he was looking for Vestroff for 2 women. If Vestroff was not smart enough and stubbornly resisted to the end, then Yang Ming did not mind repeating the same mistake. How can I believe you? Vestroff finally understood that he was now in a dilemma. The person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. He absolutely could not use common sense to deal with him. If he was not careful, he would bring a bigger disaster to the Blackhawk gang. However, he was unwilling to hand over the 2 hostages, Chen Mingyan and Chen Mingyan. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Yang Ming was just an alarmist. The purpose was to intimidate him. Do you believe? Yang Ming shook his head and said, in fact, the best way is for you to refuse me now. Then, I will take you away or kill you directly. Then, I will kill some of the Blackhawk gang members. I am not afraid that Victor Rajiv will not take the initiative to compromise. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, the door of the luxury RV was opened at this moment. Jivanov was holding 2 cups of coffee and was about to get in the car with a flattering expression. Mr. Vestroff, I have bought the coffee. Huh? Who are you? Before Jivanov could finish his words, he fell straight to the ground. The coffee spilled all over the floor and almost scalded Vestroff. He interrupted our conversation. I told him to shut up. Mr. Vestroff, you won't mind, right? Yang Ming grinned as if he did not do this at all. However, he felt a little distressed in his heart. He had wasted another flying needle. Vestroff was already an experienced person. Even if there were not 1,000 people who died in front of him, he would not even blink his eyes. But this time, Vestroff was afraid. Yes, he was really afraid. He did not see how Yang Ming did it. It was as if Yang Ming gently moved his fingers and Jivanov became a corpse. He did not even have the chance to struggle and resist. He died without knowing why. Vestroff quickly glanced at Jivanov's body and did not see any external injuries at all. However, with Bestrov's eyesight, he could see that Jivanov was really dead. He could still distinguish between coma and death. Bestrov and Yang Ming had talked for so long. This was the first time he felt cold sweat. A chill ran from Bestrov's back to the back of his head. He had not felt this way for a long time. This time, Bestrov really felt the danger of death, the sense of crisis that was close at hand. He was confident that he had been through hundreds of battles and was experienced, but he didn't know how Yang Ming killed Jivanov. He didn't even see clearly whether Yang Ming used a weapon or not. Thinking of this, Bestrov was scared for a while. If Yang Ming wanted to kill him, then he would have become a corpse like Jivanov. The ridiculous thing was that he thought that he was very cunning to guard against Yang Ming's sudden outburst. He even thought that Yang Ming was also afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. He didn't dare to act rashly without full confidence. However, he didn't expect that killing a person was as simple as yawning, or even simpler than yawning. For the first time, Bestrov felt the insignificance of life and the sense of powerlessness that was not in his control. At this moment, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Bestrov already believed that Yang Ming was an assassin. He also believed that Delay Man 001 and Ouyang Kanki's family were all killed by this person in front of him. Bestrov didn't have the slightest chance of winning against such a person. Instead of this, it was better to compromise as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, it would only be bad for the Blackhawk gang. Mr. Lee, you must be joking. It is my responsibility to teach an unruly subordinate a lesson. Now that Mr. Lee has done it for me, I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you? Bestrov said with a forced smile. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Your attitude changed quite quickly, huh? Before this, Yang Ming had already noticed Jivanov walking toward the luxury RV with his special ability, so he deliberately led the topic to how to prove himself. He took advantage of the moment when Jivanov got in the car to make a move. In this way, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Bestrov would not ask such a stupid question again. Mr. Bestrov, shouldn't we talk about the two hostages now? Yang Ming lazily crossed his legs and laid on the sofa of the RV. He didn't even look at Bestrov, as if he wasn't afraid that Bestrov would attack him. In fact, this was also Yang Ming's pretense to give Bestrov psychological pressure. No matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he wouldn't joke about his own life. Although Yang Ming's eyes weren't looking in Bestrov's direction, it didn't mean that Yang Ming wasn't monitoring Bestrov. It must be known that Yang Ming's ability allowed him to see 360 degrees. Even if he didn't look in Bestrov's direction, he could know what he was doing. Seeing Yang Ming's attitude, Bestrov didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Before he knew Yang Ming's ability, Bestrov still thought that Yang Ming was an alarmist. After knowing Yang Ming's ability, Bestrov was thinking about how to send this great god away. The matter of the hostages can be discussed, but Mr. Lee, our Blackhawk gang is also a reputable organization. We are also well known internationally. Bestrov pondered for a moment and said, although the situation is forcing us to compromise, can you tell me which organization you belong to? This way, even if we release the two ladies, others won't say anything about us when they know. Otherwise, our Blackhawk gang's reputation will plummet. If it really comes to that, then our Blackhawk gang doesn't mind fighting to the death. After all, those who don't know can't be blamed. No matter how powerful the force behind you is, you are still alone. Oh? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Bestrov with a strange expression. How could he not hear that Bestrov was just an alarmist? However, Bestrov wanted to find a way out for the Blackhawk gang so that they wouldn't lose face. Do you think you have the qualifications to fight to the death? I can find my way to your car without alerting anyone outside. Similarly, I can find my way to your residence. Or do you think the people outside can stop me? Bestrov only wanted to find a way out for the sake of the gang's reputation, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to not give him any face at all. He suddenly blushed. He couldn't do such a stupid thing as using the Blackhawk gang to fight Yang Ming. But since you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. Yang Ming said faintly, I'm from the butterfly family. As for whether you have heard of it, I don't need to say anything more to you. Butterfly family. Bestrov's face suddenly turned pale when he heard the name. How could he not know about the famous butterfly family in the assassin world? Originally, Destorf was still thinking about the possibility of keeping Yang Ming here. Anyway, Yang Ming was only one person now. No matter how strong one person was, he was outnumbered. When the time came, he could just find a way to keep him here forever. However, when he heard that Yang Ming was from the butterfly family, Destorf suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his forehead. He suddenly sobered up a lot and threw away these unrealistic thoughts. He didn't dare to have such thoughts anymore. The butterfly family was the most terrifying existence in the legends. If the Hawkeye group was famous in Russia, then the Hawkeye group was not worth mentioning at all compared to the butterfly family. Europe, Elo Town, Butterfly Castle? Destorf asked carefully. You know quite a lot, don't you? Yang Ming looked at Destorf with a smile. I had the honor of meeting the family master of the butterfly family in the past. I wonder if he is doing well? Destorf asked tentatively. Uncle Wang is in good health. You don't have to worry about him. Yang Ming replied faintly. He knew that Destorf wanted to confirm whether he had anything to do with the butterfly family, so he simply continued, Butler Mu is also very good. What else do you want to know? This. Destorf was a little embarrassed when he saw that Yang Ming had seen through his intentions. He coughed twice. Nothing, I was just casually asking. However, Destorf was also completely sure that Yang Ming was indeed from the butterfly family. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to know the surname of the family master of the butterfly family and Butler Mu. Okay, that's enough nonsense. My patience is limited. When are you going to bring him to me? Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and asked Destorf. The reason why Yang Ming chose this negotiation with carrots and sticks to solve the problem was that he had his concerns. According to Yang Ming's style of doing things and his current ability, he could completely destroy the Black Hawk Gang in one fell swoop. However, Yang Ming could not guarantee that the Black Hawk Gang would not leave any backup plans. They would not do anything to harm Chen Mingyan in a desperate situation. Therefore, Yang Ming did not dare to take the risk easily. Moreover, this negotiation method of deterrence was also the fastest way to solve the problem. Yang Ming did not have so much time to dawdle. This matter was related to Chen Mingyan's safety. Yang Ming did not want any accidents. As for the Black Hawk Gang, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. As long as they didn't find trouble with Yang Ming didn't mind letting them go. Anyway, they didn't do evil in his own territory. As long as he intimidated them into not coming to China and not coming to Songjiang to cause trouble, even if they destroyed Maitina town, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Since everyone has made it clear, we, the Black Hawk Gang, will definitely return the people to Mr. Li, Destorf said. Destorf said, we, the Black Hawk Gang, don't want to offend such a terrifying existence like the butterfly family. However, Mr. Li, you also know that these two people are our bargaining chips to threaten the Songjiang police. If we give them to you, then we will lose the qualification to negotiate with the Songjiang police. Do you mean that you are not going to let them go? Or do you want to bargain with me? Yang Ming's expression suddenly became stern. He glanced at Destorf coldly, and his voice was bone-chilling. End of chapter 1523. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.